Who started the Gamba? What is it? Oh, survive peak run? Yes. Why were there so many doubters? Why were there so many doubters? Are card packs out of stock because they are on a cooldown? So I am not spammed with them constantly. Fucking A. Hi, Omega Bite. Have you been, Omega Bite? Almost. Haribo? No, the rule we're doing right now is they're 4-card packs, and if you get a card that was in the last pack we opened, it's a 10-minute timeout. It's been good to hear. How's I feel bad. Is it Poncho? What was that their name? Ponyo. She's been very good. Good to hear. We love to see it. What was that, Turnus? Turret placement. Yo, Omega Bite, you should play Shift at midnight. Trust. Play the Shift at Midnight Steam demo. Trust. What's that? It's a game about doppelgangers. You work in a gas station and you have to determine if your customers are doppelgangers or not. And then if they're a doppelganger, you pull out the strap and you just put the blicky on burst and you mag dump the ass. It's such a good game. Play the demo on Steam. We were already speed running the shits. And the speed run's wild too, because you just kill everybody. Downloading right now. Gas when you upload speedrun. It's uploaded, I just gotta submit it. Do I play it right now or later? I mean, it's co-op. I could play it with you. I could play it with you, but I'd let you do all the decision making. But that's up to you, Omega Byte. That's up to you. I don't want to spoil things with my prior game knowledge. I mean, I'm down if you are. Let me know when it's downloaded. I'll play it. I'm dead here. Yeah, it'd just be me and you against the doppelganger. Oh my gosh. Omega Byte, we have so much doppelganger lore from this fucking subathon, dude. It's not even right. No, you're good, homie. I'll play now. I'm gonna hop in esports. Hey. Hey, Omega Byte, how's it going?
Hi, I'm good. Dude, it's been like 20 years since I've
It
talked to you.
it has been 20 years. New peak
Yeah.
game though, dude. Let's
Yeah,
see
the
here.
banner for this game looks very interesting.
Oh, okay. The banner does make it look like it's like a fucking the next friend slop. I will say that, but like in game, it's just funny, bro.
I sure hope so. This looks fun though.
Chat, we got a new employee.
Is that all I am to you? Just an
Nah, no,
employee?
you'll no. You're gonna be the boss here. You're
Okay.
gonna be the boss here. Okay, hold up. Let me change the game.
Length, 1 hour. Is it actually 1 hour or is it a fast
Well, if you it could be an hour, but I mean, the speed runs under 4 minutes now because we got the record.
Oh. Is the speed one just flicking down everybody?
Yes, humans and dogs. It's crazy, dude. Like frame one as soon as they spawn.
That's awesome.
All right, I'm gonna hit the lights. You make it spooky in here.
Dude, I also got the lights off right now. This is gonna be fire.
This is so good. Spooky.
Spooky time.
Filters, and then you can host.
I'll turn off your stream. That way.
Yeah. Oh, this game has proximity chat.
It does.
Yes. We should just go mute.
Host
Once we
on.
get
Yeah,
in
let's
game.
the game first. And
Yeah.
then, yeah.
Play,
Let's
join. Oh, here we go. What color do you want to be?
I'm on the right. One sec. Let me make sure I'm on the right input. Okay, yeah, this looks good. Is there like a in-game mute button, or if like my stepdad walks in, should I just
Check vents before finishing tutorial. Wait, why?
Okay.
Oh, my ear. Gas, can you turn Discord up? It's gonna be proximity chat, so you'll hear it. You'll hear him.
Muting you. I muted you, server side, in Discord. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, you ready to play?
Yeah.
Why are you so quiet? Are you away from mic, or is that...
Oh, I'm still in Discord. Yeah. I'm ready. What color are you? It doesn't matter.
Oh, I don't know.
It don't matter. All right, I'm muting.
America, 1993.
Okay, is my in-game mic work? Oh, I gotta turn him up in game. Okay, wait. There we go. Let's see.
Question customers to determine if they're doppelgangers.
Are you just standing in the road? Or are you moving?
I'm reading the tutorial. Alright, I'm
Oh,
good.
oh, yeah, you got the tutorial. I forgot you got that.
Yeah. Right. You can hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. Head to the break room. Alright. Notice board. Oh. Get a drink at the vending machine. Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah. Use trash bags to throw at the limbs in the storage room. Okay. Do I drink this? Is there like inventory system or not?
No, no. No, you chuck
Okay.
those.
Oh.
What?
Oops. Okay. Is there more limbs or is that it?
That's it. That's
Looks
it.
like it, yeah. Then where do I throw it away at?
Hey Gas, in addition to
here?
the aforementioned, do you think a
No.
low percent run would be fun of BL2? At least a challenge. We've been cooking
dumpster.
handsome John percent
Ah.
runs.
Back here.
Cooking handsome John percent runs.
Where'd that brother going?
I've been having some people ask me about that, Dizzy. I'll think about it, but oh, I'm stuck. I'm not opposed to it, but it's not something I'm like. If I get into speedrunning, it'll take a while because I'm gonna get too competitive about it. Here, I'll bring you the other box.
Thank you.
Me just watching do the work chat.
Yeah, I'm so good at this. I feel like a baby, like putting the square things in the square holes, and then the other stuff still in the square hole. Is there another shelf that I have to refill?
I don't think so.
Okay, I guess not. Sam is stupido. Right. There's no time limit to customer interrogation. Scan their ID to open the real person's profile on the computer. Question them about these details. Discuss any suspicions you have with the customers. Locate the gun underneath the counter and shoot. Okay.
What the hell? Nah, obnoxious. Why'd you tell me to check that? Didn't know that was there.
Hello, sir.
Does anything happen if you shoot it?
It's probably not. Where's his ID? Oh, this one. Damn. Check the computer. He's a sheriff, often in uniform. Where's glasses? Okay. Okay. I mean, this guy looks legit. Oh, wait.
Oh, I gotta do it. Sorry, I forgot. I gotta do the
why is
tutorial
there just,
too.
like, there's like an arrow that keeps saying.
Sorry. Oh, I forgot to scan his ID. There we go. And then, yeah. And then once you bag the items, you just accept the transaction if you think he's good.
Alright, I think he's fine.
Okay. Gun unlocked.
Huge. Yo, you got the grippers out. Oh my god.
What? No.
Look at them things.
No way.
Bro, I got the bean feet.
No.
Bush's baked beans down there. Hey there. Long night at the hospital. Just need to grab a few things and head home. Let me see your ID.
Don't be afraid, okay? Don't be afraid to interrogate the shit out of them. They say something, bro, you ask them questions about it.
Okay, so she's not wearing her glasses. Then clothes? No. Head? No.
Also, there is a person lookup you can type in that bar.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, you could type up names if you want to just look somebody up.
Okay, I think she's legit.
Okay.
Surely.
Let's go.
I assume
Let's
I'll know when I
go.
get one wrong.
You might.
I feel there's gonna be an evil jump scare when I get one wrong.
Hey, Megabyte, Cinder Block.
Oh my god! That hurt, bro. Hello, sir. Nathan Calloway, huh? Deceased? Yeah, get the hell out of here.
Oh! Yeah, you gotta make sure you get them in the head. Otherwise, they get to run. All right, I'll clean that up. Don't worry. I'll clean it up. I'll clean it up. I'm on it. I'm on it, boss. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. You're invaluable to this establishment. Yo, you get a buck for throwing trash away?
Wear them up.
Hey there, cutie, and I'll have you know. Nothing.
Oh my god. Oh, I missed a limb.
You're lying about that one.
Oh my god, he got blood everywhere, dude.
Nah, I don't trust it. Get the hell out of
Oh, I just cleaned up, bro.
here. Bro, okay, like the biggest thing, it was like she's a, I forget, it was like she's a janitor, and then she's like, oh yeah, I've been a flight attendant for 3 years.
Yeah, no, that's a
Get the hell
dot.
outta here, bro.
Hey, can you get the gun and come back here, bro? Can you get the gun and come back here? I gotta show you. There's this. You'll see him over by the trash can. Can you just scare him off?
Oh. Okay, he's gone.
Yeah, that guy's kind of freaky.
Where's
The
loading
raccoons.
bay?
Over there
Where's
in
the
the
loading
behind
bay?
the. Yeah. Over there. You got it.
Oh, I see. What does the freaky man in the forest do?
I don't know. I usually don't let him let him
Yeah,
get too
right.
close.
I don't know. Yeah, right, buddy.
I don't let him get too close. You think I'd let him get close enough to find out?
Answer the phone. Where's the phone? Hello? Hello? Hey man, I'm just down the road from your store. My car won't start. I really need a hand getting it running again. Will you come out and help me? Go down the road and help him. Man, do I bring the gun? I'm bringing the gun. Where's down the road? This guy? The gun was jammed.
He jammed it. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, see, you don't trust nobody out here.
I was just trying to be a good dude.
Ah.
Oh my god. That's fucked, bro. You can't do that to me.
Oh, good evening. Just grabbing a few things before heading back on the road.
All right. Yeah, that checks out. Yep, that checks out. Yep, that checks out. Yeah, I think you're good, buddy. Yep. Have a good day.
Oh, what? Oh, escape key. Please, escape key, don't fall off. Thank you.
Was escape key falling off? What the hell?
Bro fell off.
Your shift is done. Clean up any messes and head to the bus. Do we have any mess to clean up?
No, I'm gonna just stock the place up real quick. Make sure we're stocked up. Okay.
Unacceptable. Yeah, go for it. Does it get harder or does it stay this like level of difficulty?
It'll get harder. There's some. You got to be smart. You got to be smart. You got to use every bit of information.
I'm venting. Where'd you go?
I'm going to the
Ow.
bus.
Hello?
Ooh, coin.
Oh, I got a coin. Head home.
Let's see how we did.
End of night report. Dude, we doubled it. We're so good.
Quota reached. Yeah. Good job. Good job.
Yay!
Coin.
Check the notice board. Alright, let's see. Board. Joe's Diner burnt down. No!
Not Joe's Diner.
No! That's fucked up,
Oh,
man.
you could
Can't
put
do
up a
that.
poster.
A poster?
Yeah, put up a
wait.
poster. Anywhere you want.
Where's the worst place I could put it? Hold up. Let me put my poster in a better spot.
Fuck you want, huh? Fuck you, bro. I don't want to deal with that guy.
Okay, sorry to keep you waiting, Roger Conroy. What you got? Retired? Yep. Mustache? Yep. Generally dirty attire? Yep, you look good. Yep. Have a good night. Damn, that guy's drunk as hell.
Shinderblock.
Hey, not again.
I'm gonna try and keep everything stocked up.
Ba 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 ba. You're technically unemployed. What does that mean? What do you mean you're technically unemployed? You know what? No, you're good. Yep. Have a good night.
Did you check for the identical
what's that
tattoos on
other
both
stuff?
arms? Oh, you could buy stuff. Buy
Wait.
some stuff.
Yeah, can I buy 3,000 posters?
buy whatever you want. You're the boss.
Exclusive. Counter-Strike reference. Oh my god.
That could be useful.
Hello, dear. Just picking up a few things from my husband, Harold. Alright. English teacher. Yep. Oh, always spends exactly $13. 5, 3, 2, and yeah, that is 13. Wow, okay. Lonely widow. Yeah, I don't believe you.
That's my boy. Yeah, he's clean. He's clean with it.
Dude,
Detective Omega Bay.
It was like too perfect, and then there was just that one thing. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, I
There's a
gotta.
coin.
Money, 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 money.
Coins for all. Oh, the explosive is here.
The dive rocket launcher.
I have a bomb.
Oh, the raccoon's back outside if you want to nab him.
The who's back outside?
The raccoon dude. That fucking.
The evil dude?
Yeah, the evil raccoon dude.
Okay, I'm coming. I got the Gordon. Where is he at? Yep.
Whoa.
See ya.
Make it quick. I've got net business to deal with.
Oh, yes, sir. Occupation, non-human eradication task force.
Yeah. Hey, give him a discount. Give him a discount.
Discount? How do I do that?
No, I'm just messing. You can't.
Yep. Have a good night, sir.
Bro doesn't know how to RP and shift at midnight, bro. Ban this kid.
What if I kill you?
Uh-oh.
Hey, employee, you didn't mop up all the blood.
I missed some. Hey, you got the gun? You got the gun on you?
No?
No. If something bad like this happens, you know it's sketchy, bro. Grab the gun. I'm gonna grab the mop, even though it doesn't do nothing. Nah, you don't trust shit.
Can you help me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey. Fuck out of there. Who the fuck is that?
You didn't hire. You didn't.
Oh my god.
You tell me you didn't hire that guy?
No,
Oh
bro.
my god.
I ain't never met a man like that in my life.
These dops everywhere, bro. I thought you just played basketball.
Yeah, you gotta be fucked up. if you
Yeah,
think I
imagine you
hired
didn't
him.
have the gun and you had to go over to him.
Yeah, you right. Why'd you say probably, man? This dude said I'm tired from a long shift. Probably. Like, all right, let's see. What do you got here, man? Why do you keep saying probably?
Yeah, be sussed out.
Okay, you know what? No, here, chill. Hey, employee.
That guy
you
was
missed a
chill?
spot. Yeah, he was.
What?
Hello, I am Jade. Okay. Okay, you gotta.
Is there more blood? Oh my
I don't
god.
believe
Oh my. Okay, bro. Never done cleaning, bro. Might as well just keep the mop over here. Hey, whoa!
Do you like your life? What? Yes, sir. Hold on. I'm sorry, sir. Hold on. We're getting robbed at gunpoint. I have to take out the trash. Hold up. Dude, that damn raccoon is outside.
That's my boy.
What the hell?
Oh no.
You let two doppelgangers complete? No, no way. Yeah, right.
We gotta prepare.
Okay, I'm coming. Wait,
Emergency arsenal. I got a blicky.
what?
Okay. I'm gonna set a trap right here. Don't step in it. Take some of these boards and start boarding some stuff up.
Boards where?
Don't
Oh my God.
these boards. I'm a board up the bathroom because nobody ever goes in there. I thought you were gonna board me up, bro. I really thought you were gonna board me up in there.
Start a real life knock. I don't know if that was the game or if I'm tripping balls.
Okay, I'm gonna just board this up. Get your blicky ready, and then it can hear us, so be ready, okay? Just shh. We gotta lure it into the bear traps. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm putting this in the storeroom by the Coke. Okay.
This is fucked up. That is?
Oh my god, the
Damn,
bomb.
That was some easy shit. What
The
fuck?
bomb got his ass good.
Bro, stuck in the cobwebs.
Okay, I'm taking these traps off, so we don't accidentally run into them.
Dude, how did I
Oh.
let 2 get through? That's
Yeah, it'll
no
tell you
way.
at the end of the night. All right, bro, let's clean this shit up.
Can you shoot the raccoon outside or whatever his name is?
Yeah. Let me stock up real quick.
There's a pervert in the bushes. You gotta kill him.
I'm be honest, it says you let 2 in, but I think you only let 1 in, and then since that guy you mag dumped, which was justified. Oh, there's blood on that rack. Damn it. But the game's like, now you killed a human, which sucks.
Kinda stupid.
We had this whole discussion whether or not me mag dumping that guy that mugged the store was justified, because after I shot him once, he was like, "It's a toy gun."
Yeah, I didn't even give him a chance to speak. He was just like,
No, and even if he says it's a toy
102.
gun, nothing, he could be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, let me get that mop. Where'd that mop go? There's a part on that. Did we get all
chucked
the
it
body
down over here,
chunks?
it's right here.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
I
you
got it.
cleaned it up. You cleaned it up. We're good. I think we're good.
Yep.
All right. Guy out back's gone. Good. All right, let's go. Yeah, we can close up shop, go home. Cool. We'll put these boards away one sec. Oh, let me drop them. Why can't I drop the boards? There we go. Nah, stop walking like a dop.
All right, there's no way. There's no way I let 2 in.
No, I think you only let 1 in, and I know exactly what happened.
He was just drunk. Yup.
Oh, okay, yep. Yeah, I didn't see that part.
Wait. Claimed to have come from a shift. Oh.
It says Joe's on his shirt. Joe's Diner burnt down.
I get it now. I get it. Okay. All right. I see.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, don't let them dops in. Others, did you see the giant freaky creature we fought off, or did I blow it up too fast?
Dude, why are you taller?
Nah, you're taller. Nah, we just see
No,
out our
you're taller.
nipples. No, we just see out our nipples, bro. Did you see the giant freaky thing that we blew up and scared off?
No.
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe we see it tonight.
Oh, there's a note on the counter. What's the note say? This is the emoji scope. It reads customer emotions and allows you to question them on their emotion. It is 100% accurate, but take note, some doppelgangers are able to replicate human emotions, some can't. Okay. That's a little scary. Guess we'll see though. What's the use of the tokens?
You buy drinks with it that you throw.
Hey, Gas. Hey, Gas.
What? What? Don't cinder
Look up
block
there.
me. Wait. I can't spell.
Where are they at?
Wait. The toilet paper?
No, the cinder blocks. Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
it was an
You
actual
just get some
cinder
toilet paper. I noticed your hiring sign. Is that still valid? Not for me, but my lazy nephew Tommy could use it.
block. Yeah, fuck Tommy. This person is feeling craving human flesh. Hmm. I love that you're already holding the bag.
Yeah, it's around the corner with the bag. Oh, oh, oh my God.
You good? What up? I'm grabbing the gun. What's wrong? What's wrong, cuh?
Wait, don't shoot. That scared the shit out of me. He got a heart of coins. He might be hey, he might be friendly. Let me. Nah, his head's backwards. Let me take the coins. Let's see. Is he
Is
nice?
he chill?
I don't know. I'll leave that up to you. He did just give us a bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean.
But he did scare the shit out of me. And his head, I think he's a
I'll let
dop.
him be. I'll let him be.
Yeah, we'll let that slide.
Hey, didn't I just talk to this girl?
Get the mop.
Okay. This seems like the real person. Yeah, that makes sense. I think she's chill.
Hey, make sure you order some new product, cause we might
Oh,
we
yes.
got some.
All right, I ordered 16 boxes.
Hey boss.
Yeah,
Hey what? Hey boss.
yeah.
Hey, can you hit me with like a little jig? Cause who's that? Nah, who's in the back room? Boss, who's in the back room?
Oh,
Who's in the back? Who is that?
hey.
Are you the
hey,
real?
Hey, hey. Who are you? A ninja. Goober down.
They're everywhere, man.
I deadass didn't even see him at first. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is a customer. That's all you're thinking about? Yeah, that makes sense. I'd be relaxed too if I was unemployed. Just kidding, I am.
What was he talking about? What was he getting?
He was unemployed. That was his only thing. And he's like, I'm feeling pretty relaxed.
Hmm.
Weather boy, get all these things. There's coins in the vents.
Oh my God, we got so much product.
Hey, I just talked to you. I talked to you 1 second ago.
Uh-oh.
Anxious and mournful. Why are you anxious and mournful? Nah, I just talked to you. Human kill. I just fuck my chungus life, dude.
I can't. Delivery has arrived. Did we get another delivery?
Yeah, I bought bear traps.
Okay.
Damn it. Dude, why would he come back in? Is he stupid?
Omega Byte.
Yeah.
The first one was a DOP.
Oh.
Why you gotta turn slowly like, who's this dude?
My name moonwalking, bro. Look at this champion. Dude, I'm getting fired for sure.
You want me to tell you how you were supposed to know?
How?
He said he was getting some stuff for his sister. Did you look up his sister's name?
Get it. No.
What if his sister was dead?
Oh.
See, they give you anything, you capitalize on it. They mention a name, you look the name up.
Yeah, this guy looks fine. What a joyous man. Dude, if I was old like him, I'd moonwalk everywhere too.
That's crazy.
You're getting near that age, aren't you?
Yeah. With the 41st day of birthday subathon, I'm already like 60 something.
Like 67.
Yeah.
Been a long shift at the shop. What shop? Yeah, you look clean shaven. What you thinking about? Hired and bored. Yeah, that makes sense. That guy's definitely a doppelganger. I messed it up somewhere. Oh, it's the sheriff. Old man. What's up? Hey, I'm back. How's the new job working out for you? They're still alive, so you're doing better than most. Proud of you. Many are willing to take a job this dangerous. Thanks, man. Yep, you're a sheriff. Yep. Yep. You're jolly. Why are you jolly? Let's see. Why do you feel so jolly? It's a good day to be me.
I wish my grandpa was that cool.
Dude, he's got to be legit. I feel like I'm schizophrenic. What the? I'm in a camera. Hey, oh my god, bro. Who the fuck is you? Dude, I don't even gotta see anymore. Oh.
Get the boards.
Oh my god, bro.
I'll board stuff up.
Dude, I'm so bad at this. No.
Do we not have any more boards?
Okay, I guess we're boarding this up.
Oh, yeah. You just gotta drop them to do it.
I got a drink.
Yeah, those you throw those and they make noise and then it lures the guy over.
Here. Man, not again, man. That's messed up, man.
I hope he doesn't come through this door. Because we cornered ourselves. Oh, shh. Hey, yo, bro, just go mag dump it, bro. It already hit 2 bear traps. It's like Bigfoot speedrun. Grab a gun. Just go mag dump his ass. You got it. I trust.
You say it?
Yeah, you'll keep your job for sure. I say we just rush his ass. Let's go.
Okay, okay. Oh, I'm down. Get him, guys, get him. Get him. Get him. I need a gun. I need a gun.
He's running. Oh.
We did it! Yeah!
Where?
Ah, you carried. That was the first time I saw it. Where'd you go?
Right here. We gotta clean up. Hold up. I'll get the mop.
Man, I don't want to go out to the trash can. It's scary.
Here, I'll... No, that guy's out back protecting it, remember?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
What?
Grab the gun.
Okay, okay. Here, I'll meet you in my back. I'll meet you in my back.
There's a dude outside. He's looking at me funny.
This
I
guy?
don't know if he's gonna jump scare me. No. Okay.
And then when you get back in, can you mop up the bathroom?
No. Yeah. Where's the bathroom? Oh yeah, over here.
Sorry, I was trying to scare you.
Where'd I go? Hey, don't be ringing that bell. For customers only. Alright, let's go. Hey, it's a token. Hey, not funny, buddy. Okay, I killed a doppelganger. Let go a human. Dude, oh my god. I checked out the doppelganger.
And then you just killed. Why'd he come back? that's so funny. That's so funny. It's so funny, dude. Why'd he come back? But yeah, that shift at midnight. That's peak game. I want the full game to come out so bad. I'm gonna send you a. Oh, I'm unmuting Discord. I'm gonna send you this link to the
Oh boy.
our speed run because it's so funny. Here, I'll just watch it on stream. If you're on
Let me
this
pull up
still.
your stream. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh, it's so funny.
All right, I'm watching.
Of my first two objectives, as in
Okay.
objective 1, walk forward, and objective 2, pick up the box.
Gas, you scammed Gray? What do you mean? Will this be sub 4 minutes? Don't count on it. We gotta prove Omar wrong. We gotta prove him No explosion? Did that not make the noise?
Damn.
Omar the
Omar Dop.
doubter.
Omar Dop?
No way, dude.
What is it? Fucking. What was that Omar Dop we found being sold the other day?
Damn.
Omar
the speed run.
The what now? I don't remember this.
There's a Dop as someone. Where am I going?
This is a speedy boy.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I think that's still
Ah.
good.
You-
That's still good. Oh, it's so good.
I
It's
ran
so
to
good.
the generator and then opened my pause menu twice.
You're just gonna blink everyone down. I'm so excited.
No.
Ran to the fucking generator, then opened my pause menu twice trying to hit the note. We might be good. I'm sorry.
You might need to turn me up in Discord, by the way.
Oh yeah, I got you.
It's just kind of quiet on stream.
He's talking to me. Quit that.
You're at 70. Interesting. What? What the fuck? Pause?
Okay, that actually felt awesome.
Oh, weird buggy.
Yeah, our
But I'll take it.
register was.
Yo, you're pre-firing their asses. What the hell?
It's just like, it's
Like
on
holding an
screen
angle.
again. I was
Yeah.
done with the screen.
I was gonna say the
So Redstone Geek there, he's placing a trap. So as soon as the tall guy spawns, frame 1, he turns to meat chunks.
Oh.
So when we come back from the generator.
Does this have a texture on it?
Headshot, let's go.
Why are you running out all the way out here?
Hit the door early.
Ooh,
158,
yeah.
158.
Oh my
That's good.
god, seriously?
Yeah. Come on, come on.
You're like a skateboarder, bro. Like trying to catch a ride on the back.
Yeah.
I have one hand fucking scrolling, the other spamming the button.
Bro's mouse zerking.
Dude, the speedrun's gonna be over in 2 minutes. How?
That's twice this run I fucked up my noting, so we might be cooked.
It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Listen to the bear trap go off.
For real.
I'm listening.
So true.
Oh my god.
Good. Ow.
Get TP'd, loser. Get TP'd,
I
winner,
miss it?
actually.
Nope. Ooh, that was 257.
Speedrunners just fucking
was good,
shoot
that was good.
everyone. That's so funny.
Alright, lock in, lock in. If you have too much meat chunks, you can make like a hole in the ground and you just fall through the map. Yeah, that happened on our first
3
run.
seconds ahead, I think.
So I'm like, hey,
No,
no
bro.
meat portal, no meat portal.
Meat portal.
Alright, I didn't miss the note the third night.
Okay, so I will stand as far back as I can.
Watch this drop reload.
What the hell is a drop reload?
Perfect
Is this the
headshots.
register?
Yeah, I can see. I
Hello, fake obnoxious.
Damn, that was smooth.
That guy's scaring me. I'm gonna try and eat the dialogue from him.
What if the big one is the one at the
Yep.
register?
We have
Good
lost
night.
runs to the meat
Yeah, that just
portal. That is
interrupts
a
the dialogue.
sentence that will only be said once in life.
Oh, come on. Come on, hit these, hit these, we
Don't
hit
miss the
these, we
bus,
hit
don't
these,
miss
we
the
hit
bus,
these,
don't
we
miss
hit
the
these,
bus.
we hit these.
Yeah.
358. 358, we did it.
Yeah!
Oh my god.
Yes!
Yes.
So 4 minutes.
Sub 4 minutes. Go.
What a run.
The mag dump guy.
I would have been crazy.
That's
Dude.
crazy. Dude, I can't wait for this game to full come out. I hope they add an endless mode.
You might want to check on them.
It's not fully out yet?
No, that was just
Oh,
the
it isn't.
demo.
Well, I knew it was the demo. I just thought it was like a demo normally.
No, it's not fully out. That demo came out like I think on September 29th. Well, they had a demo before, but they added the multiplayer demo on the 29th, and I was like, "Yo, we gotta
When's my
play
birthday?
this." Oh, happy late birthday!
Thank you.
But anyway, yeah, I was thinking like, "Oh, dude, perfect game to speedrun," and then we did it, and it was
That
so
is fun.
funny.
That's a very you game to speedrun.
Yeah, yeah. And now we have all this doppelganger lore. I know you don't play Borderlands, but like some bosses have like higher chances to drop certain like legendary gear, right? And now the lore is
Mhm.
like the bunker, for example, right? He has a chance to drop the bitch SMG, which is a
Yeah.
legendary Hyperion made SMG. So now anytime the bunker drops like a Hyperion SMG and it's just like a normal one, we're like, it's a dop, and we just like mag dump it and like throw in the grinder. And I'm just like, hey, he
That's
tried to pull a
awesome.
fast one on us.
That's awesome.
Uh,
Bro, is
Oh.
there any other scary games we can play?
Dude, I know, dude. I've been looking. Like, I've been tempted to try, like, That's Not My Neighbor. But it's not really, like, scary like this, goofy. It's more like funny, chill.
Wasn't there one game that you recommended me like a long ass time ago? I was like,
What was
Like-
it?
was it Cry of Fear?
Cry
Is
of
that its
Fear is a good one. Yeah, that's a free one, but that's like a longer one.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's not like a goofy
Mm.
one, but still a good game. I have not played Phasmophobia.
Dude, I haven't either.
Submit the run. Okay, hold on. Let me go submit the run. I forgot I need to submit it.
Let me see. Let me look at Steam really quick. Is there any 2-player horror games that are free? New Steam store is kind of weird to navigate. View all tags. There it is. Okay, free to play.
Speedrun.com. Oh, Obnoxious, did you send me your POV? You gotta send me the link to your POV. I gotta put it in the description. Copy this. Redstone Geeks POV. Bam.
SCP Secret
Obnoxious.
Laboratory.
I've seen crazy clips from that one.
What? Really?
Hold on. Dude, please tell me I could find this. Dude, there's like this meme clip where they're all in an elevator and they're like waiting, and then as soon as they get to the floor, he jumps out of the elevator. I mean, because the bad guy's like on the floor, and he's like, "No, take me instead." And then the monster just jumps into the elevator with the rest of the squad as the door closes, and he's just like, "No." Does anyone know the clip? Does anybody know the clip? Please. It's so good. SCP Secret Lab Elevator meme.
Beginning the flight, you make all.
Oh, is this the Sailbear operator? You guys know him?
Dude, have you ever hopped on Maurice in the Predator's Nest?
No.
Don't.
No.
It's
What is Maurice in the Predator's Nest?
it's basically like free Dead by Daylight, and you play as Kermit the Frog.
Oh wait, I did see. I think I seen Lemon and Decipher playing that shit, and it looked so bad. Like you just get
Dude,
nabbed up
that
in the first
game-
8 seconds.
That game has blue screened my computer 3 times.
That's awful. 3 times?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Like my PC does not blue screen for anything.
Have you ever
but,
played
like,
Devour?
Dude, Devour has been on my wish list for a long ass time, but I'm genuinely like scared of it.
Dude, it's so hard too. Because I have no idea. It's like, yeah, use the UV light on the monster, and then it's like, it's supposed to like make them not chase you, but every time I use the UV light, I feel like it just pisses them off. And they kidnap your shit, bro.
Dude, I've seen YouTubers play Devour, and I just distinctly remember one clip they were playing in like I don't know what it was, like the Japanese like
Okay.
palace thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there was like a spider that like the dude, he was just like, oh, it's just a spider, like it's not gonna hurt me. And then it jump scared him, and it was like loud enough that he just threw his headphones into his monitor.
My God.
And I think that would be horrifying.
How much is
Like I feel like
Devour?
the content that I've seen of Devour, it like scares me, and I can only imagine how bad it is to play it.
Dude, it's bad. It's bad because like it's just like once she has what like I played that like haunted house with like the like demon chick. It's like once she has her eyes on you, you're just like cooked.
Dude, Devour has VR support.
No, I can't, dude.
Dude,
Yo,
Devour
Sean.
on keyboard and mouse is scary.
Let me look at my library, bro.
Dude, I remember.
Is there anything new in
I
Lethal
have a VR
Company I
headset.
haven't played?
No, not really. Well, a little bit, but nothing huge, I guess. I just remember I have a VR headset that I've used like maybe 5 times over the past 2 years,
Yeah.
and I was like, okay, I want to use it more. So I bought the VR FNAF game. I forget which one it was. I think it was Help Wanted. But I bought the VR FNAF game, and I got into like the first, night,
Mm-hmm.
and seeing Bonnie just tower over me was enough for me to instantly quit and refund. I could not
No
take that shit.
shot. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, are we talking like original Bonnie or something?
I don't
Yeah.
remember. It was like 2 years ago, but
Nah, they're like 8 feet tall too. Yeah, I'd refund too. Dude, wait.
have you ever seen the clip of me getting the shit scared out of me in VR Lethal Company?
No. No.
Hold on, let me pull it up. It's
Have
actually,
you ever played Pilgrim?
It might be stream worthy. Pilgrim? No.
Oh, dude, can I go to the store page? Does this cost anything? Oh, it's $8.
Dude, I could spend $8. Like if you wanna like play a game, I'm down.
Okay,
Deadass.
so I don't know how good Pilgrim is, but like it's like a Lethal Company type clone type game. But the idea is you're on a journey where you have to push this cart and keep pushing this cart. But then you have to get like supplies from like side towns, so you have to like venture into these caves and there's just like random monsters and shit. But like recent reviews are mostly negative though, so I don't know. I
Sent
just
you the
don't.
clip.
Okay, let me see this.
The recording is absolutely scuffed because it looked fine, and then like I actually, clipped it, and I was apparently clipping my entire screen.
I weigh 24 pounds. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Oh no!
So I turned everything on screen into Plink.
I'm gonna try this.
Drop your items. Drop your items. Drop your items.
It's fine. I got this.
No,
He doesn't
Gimbus.
got this.
Gimbus, you're gonna lose
He doesn't-
everything.
What is he doing?
He's about to do parkour.
Oh no. Gage, Gage,
Oh,
you
oh,
have too much.
oh! What just opened the door?
You have too
What just
much
opened the door?
I did.
Okay.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. Good luck, Gimbus.
He's gonna die. He died, didn't he?
Oh my god! Oh my god! I just watched Gage fall to his death, and then a bracken opened the door.
He was about to snatch you up.
You're an idiot.
Try to get both of you.
The thing that is not portrayed as well in the video as it was in real life is that it was probably 3 feet taller than me.
Oh yeah, dude, that's fucking terrifying. Oh God, I feel like I need to get a VR headset.
Okay, I'm trying to sell mine because like it gives me motion sickness basically and like very bad headaches. So
Mhm.
like if you I recommend like you actually like go try VR and
Yeah,
make sure that you can actually handle it for extended period of time.
yeah. Like I know Alyssa has hers, but I feel like it's really weird. I think she has the Oculus, but I don't know.
Yeah, I have an Index, so I'm
What's a decent
I've been
video
trying to
chop
sell
up
it.
software? Okay, downloading DaVinci. Perfect. Bracken likes it. Oh, what's a good game, bro? Have you played Repo? Is it good?
I don't like it.
Mm.
The thing about Repo is that I feel like its thing is that there's fragility in the game, right? So like if you're breaking shit, like that's its whole thing, and it's not even done that well.
Mm-hmm.
And then the actual like the pacing of the game is
Mm-hmm.
insanely slow, and I
That's
what I
why
don't
every
like
time I
about it.
watch it, I feel like everyone's just walking like at like 2 inches per minute.
Yeah, it is a really slow game until you get like a bunch of upgrades, but by then, like your run's probably gonna end
Yeah.
somewhat soon.
Yeah.
That's what I can't get behind Repo.
Ugh. Oh, it is late though. I probably should go to bed. Hey, if I'm feeling like doing horror games, I'm just gonna hit you up. Because I've been having a hankering for them.
I mean, I'll let you know that Wednesday I'll be leaving until basically Sunday for
Okay.
fall break vacation.
Okay.
But I mean, I'll be available all throughout tomorrow, which it looks like you'll be streaming as well.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I'll let you know if I wanna play something.
Yeah. And I
then
mean,
I
I'm
might just
down most
gift
other
you
times.
Pilgrim if we want to try it, because I don't want to make you pay for a game that you'll play once if it's bad.
I mean, like as long as I'm not at school and like not actively doing something, like I'm down to do whatever whenever.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I will see you later. Omega Bite. Have a good one.
All right. Good night. Thanks for putting me onto that what was it called? I already forgot.
Shift at midnight.
Yeah, thanks for putting me on to Shift at
No
Midnight. That was actually
dots.
fun.
Remember, if your mom's in the basement and she sounds funny and her limbs are way too long, she says come down here, mag dump. Okay. All right, yeah, we'll see
Dude,
later.
I'm barely even old enough to get the mag to dump with.
Right?
Does a Nerf gun work?
Nah, just don't go down there. The number one goal is to get you a loan.
Rule 7, always mag dump.
Yeah. Always mag dump dops. All right, I'll see you later, homie. Have a good one.
All right, have a good night, man.
Good night. Anyway, that's Omega Byte, everybody. That's our that was homie I met through Bigfoot speedrunning. Been playing horror games with him for a bit. It's been a while though, so I'm glad we got to play Shift at Midnight. That was fun. That was fun. But I should probably go to sleep. Quick, make as much noise as possible. Scare it. Oh, I gotta add those 8 minutes to the timer from the YouTube dono. Thank you for the $8, by the way, Dizzy. Thank you. If you're still there, I realize I'm like fucking late. 1840151. Bigfoot mention. Yeah, Omega Byte. We had a few times during the stream where we had me versus a viewer and Bigfoot. And I was just saucing, bro, because they didn't know how to play Bigfoot. Wait, Omega Byte, did you see the offhanding, the rage baiting a cryptid clip from the last subathon? Did you please tell me you see me the me running to the bathroom and getting the kill? Hydrogen baby. Please tell me you seen that from the last subathon. Oh, dude. Oh, hold on. I got the clip. All right, so for reference, it was a 1v1 and we were both at a standstill. It was like 12 minutes. I'm stuck in the cave. Hold up. Clips. Rage baiting. Cryptid. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I gotta pee so fucking bad. We were at a standstill. I know he's stream sniping. And I'm like, dude, I just need this to end. I gotta pee so fucking bad. Chat. I'm gonna go pee. I'm just gonna go pee. Do you have time for Prime sub, by the way? Yes. Oh, this. I was offhanding Pinor. No fucking. This has to be one of my craziest gaming plays ever. Shout out Wireless Mouse. GG. Step on the penis. I can't, bro. Oh. Rage baiting a cryptid or mag dumping a dop. Nah, everyone got mad at me because the fucking mag dumped the robber. How does the beanie stay on though? Whatever, bro. Also add time for my prime resub. Also add that time. Or wait, did it go through? It should add time automatically if you get a notification saying like, hey, prime resub. Did it give you a message or not? I don't know. I don't know, yeah. Refresh the stream and see if it gives you the option to say like, hey, look at this thing. Because if an alert plays, it will go through. There it is.
Welcome to the gang.
Bam, 6 minutes.
D.
Back at 184 hours. Chat, sub 185. The subathon's ending, guys. Get real. Get real. Oh my god. Obnoxious said they were downloading DaVinci. Okay. I'm gonna submit this and I could just add the link to the video later. Speedrun.com. Not speedrunb.com. Shift at not what? Shift at midnight. Steam version. Submit run. Steam version 80%. LilGasmask. Time. It was 3. What was it? 3:58? 58. Video URL. Copy. Yo, someone else put a record in 3 days ago. Guess you know the way you can kill ambush commanders without dealing damage. Someone on the Discord is trying to do a challenge where they have to beat the game without dealing damage, but I don't see a legit way of doing that up parts of the game. I mean, ambush commanders, you could do, yeah. It's literally just get Goliath barrel or get enemy to blow up barrel near Goliath. Goliath gets his helmet blown off. Goliath kills ambush commander. Is there an editing software other than DaVinci you recommend? Free because how long's the VOD? And was it streamed on Twitch and YouTube? Or just Twitch? If you go to your video producer, Obnoxious, you could go to the VOD, you could click highlight, and then you could highlight just the portion you need. And then you could save the highlight and then download just the highlight if you want. I'm not sure if that's, I don't think that's partner only, or I don't think that's partner only. And you have your own emote, so you're definitely an affiliate. So I'm pretty sure you could do that. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom, chat. I got a potty. Ooh. Ooh. Ugh. Oh yeah, that was rough coming out. My tummy hurt. What do you think average level of being finishing BL2 in normal mode? Like 32? Between 30 and 32? What were they saying, Gonzio? Pepto and milk, Astolfo. Pepto and milk. They're trying to tell me most people finish their game around level. Is this in my Discord? They're rage baiting. Oh, yeah, normally you're like, yeah, no, they're going for a challenge run, Gonzio. They're trying to do a challenge where you do it at the lowest level possible. Average players, they're just gonna do 30 to 32. Like my speed runs I do, I'm at like 25. They're trying to do a challenge where you're supposed to do it, go at the very like lowest possible. No, they don't want to deal damage to them so they don't get the kill. Yeah, go for it, obnoxious. Thank you, obnoxious. Sorry, I got distracted in the Discord. All right, yeah, I'm going to bed now. Playlist looped. That's good. Sleep time. All right, good night, gang. Sleep well, everybody. No gas mask, no desktop audio. My bad. I got you.
The rules for this will be the same as last time. This is going to be an overpowered 10
There you go.
ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. Bar will not be allowed, and I must have the teeth, breath, blood, hide, and Slayer of Terramorphous items equipped at all times. If you don't remember what these items do, well, the teeth bite, the breath breathes, the blood takes up a relic slot, and the hide makes me hit harder, painful to touch, and sometimes I just explode. The class mod does a whole lot of nothing, really. But to keep it thematic, I have to full spec into every skill boosted by the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod. Here's a quick peek at the build.
Yeah,
I'll dive
scammer
into the
gets
important
scammed.
stuff as we go, but with
Sorry.
that out of the way, let's get started. So, tutorial town.
I'll
the
try and
last
figure
terror
that
run
out
was quite a
tomorrow,
struggle,
Leroy.
Because Krieg doesn't have any slagging skills.
Little turned
But
up a
this
little bit,
time
yeah.
around, we don't only have
that
slag
good?
from Zero's kunai throwing skill, but we also have Deathmark. And if we manage to line up both Deathmark and Slag, we can put out some real damage. These two multipliers are multiplicative with each other, so instead of Slag's usual triple damage, we were getting nearly hexaple damage with Deathmark included. So instead of me dying to each enemy once like last time, each enemy died to me once. I was kind of surprised how much damage the Teeth of Terror was doing. I was prepared for melee to just outperform the Teeth in all situations, but I was absolutely wrong about that. I was also guessing that the bonus splash damage you get when the full bite animation completes would do more damage, but straight up point blanking enemies was murdering these guys. Oh my god, okay, this thing point blank kinda goes crazy. We're on OP10, right? So I actually cleared this place out without dying and met up with Hammerlock. I threatened to rip his other arm off if he didn't fix Claptrap for me, so bro got to work pretty quick. Claptrap and I made our way towards Boom Boom, and then I remembered I had the Breath of Terra grenade, so I started testing that thing out. And I mean, it worked, but in a throw all 10 of them to kill a tight group of bandits kind of worked, you know? But honestly, I was just using it because it made the bandits sound terrified. After that, we made it to Boom Boom. Now, this fight might sound a little scary because armored enemies resist fire, and that's all we do, really. But their crit spots are made of flesh, and Zero loves crits, especially when you have to spec 9 points into headshot. Well, that and 1 point into bore, so, prepare your ears, guys. Alright, so if you're new to Boar, it does some goofy stuff with overlapping hitboxes. My bullets are hitting his body and his turret multiple times per shot, and that loud chunking sound you're hearing is the Boar sound effect being spammed. And this is a tame example of this Boar sound. There's some bosses that just straight up get murked by this skill alone. Very sorry, but this is going to take a minute. I would try to slag Boom here, but I recently found out that slagging him in his turret doesn't actually make him take more damage, he just turns purple. And surprising nobody, the same applies to Deathmark here, because this game is more spaghetti than the Thrasher Arm section of the Terramorphous fight. I'm honestly kind of baffled that I never noticed this in my 4,000 hours of playing, but oh well. Jeez, thank goodness that's over, dude. I feel like my ears are ringing. Anyway, after knocking Boom out of his cannon, I retreated to the shadows and planned to assassinate them both. Absolutely huffing the copium, I was assuming I was gonna need melee for the rest of this boss fight, but to my surprise, that just was not working. To be fair, my Roid shield was still up, and in order to get the damage boost, it needs to be broken. Breaking it myself is kind of hard. I could use the Breath of Terra, but that would easily eat my health bar, and I could throw some kunai, but the randomness of the elemental damage would also mean I would just likely mark myself. And even if I could break my shield, I nerfed myself a little bit by giving myself the worst possible parts on the Hide of Terra because I thought having too much Roid damage would trivialize the run. So I figured that I might have been focusing too much into Zero's playstyle, you know, backstabs, assassinations, and I needed to play more into Terramorphous's playstyle, just biting their fucking heads off.
I'm gonna munch.
I'm gonna crunch.
Was that the bite of 87?
Oh, holy shit, Teeth of Terra. Oh my god, Zero's crazy. This is why I don't always choose the optimal character, guys. Dude, this video is gonna be the perfect example of why I chose Krieg.
After I dealt with those guys, I saved Claptrap by throwing 10 breaths of Terra at him. Don't worry, he's fire resistant. And after burning the rest of the bandits on our way, we made it to our first scary fight. So, scary fire guy Captain Flint with the fire gun and the fire attacks was going to be a tough fight, and I hope you can guess why. The absolute only way our Teeth of Terra was going to deal any damage to this guy is if we pulled out a bladed one. I faced the fact that this fight might be a little bit more challenging since we had to go for a melee kill, but I really thought I would hit for more than this. Seeing this, I decided a little bit of cheese was oh no. Oh, is this gas mask guy gonna do the stupid thing again? Bro, why can't you ever fight Flynn normally, bro? Yep, look at him. He's luring him over to the bar. Typical. What's he gonna do? Execute? Yep. Wow. Yep, and there he goes. Flint's just completely passive now. Crazy. But what else are you gonna do when you're trying to kill fire with fire? Well, this should just be a piece of cake at this point. Ain't no way he just died cheesing Flint, bro. Ain't no way. Anyway, yeah, in my mischievous play, karma got the best of me, and the bandits up above managed to take me out to protect their captain. That was the first death of the run, and everybody knows that the first death of the run is always just an opening floodgate. After getting Flint back into position, I ran into another issue. Even with him completely passive, I just didn't deal enough melee damage to beat out his health regen. And if my shield wasn't broken giving me that roid damage, my Thresher tentacle arms just turned to wet noodles. And like, I could find ways to break my shield, but it wouldn't stay broken long enough to get the kill. And if melee wasn't the answer, what was? You know, I once said, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And while I stand by that, I did learn that you can fight fire with fire with fire. Now, if you guys are lactose intolerant watching, you may want to look away from the screen for like the next 2 minutes, because what you're about to see is some of the most calcium-rich, lactose-packed cheese you will ever see. Because we took Flint to the curdler. We can throw kunai at Flint, eat 1 or 2 of them to strip our shield, and then get roid off of that. But the fire barrel... Oh, shit. Wait, right here. Wait. Can I hit him from here? Oh, that's crazy. And he gives me the crit. This is huge. This is crazy, actually. Hold on. Just to finish him off proper. So yeah, I'm like the only person in the world who has ever killed Flint with a fire barrel. Just a little flex, you know. Anyway, after clearing out the bandits and getting revenge for ruining the one life, we made it to Three Horns where we met up with the Bullymong homies and got a sick matching car. To the Terramobile! In order to get into Sanctuary, we had to save Corporal Reese. So we found him and threw 10 breaths of Terra at him. Do worry, he is not fire resistant. After that, we put the Stinky on the Power Core Psycho so that it would respawn over by Sanctuary and then got out of the camp quickly. I almost forgot to avenge Reese though, so I threw a few kunai and more breaths of Terra into the bandit camp to make sure I didn't burn him alive in vain. So we made it back to Sanctuary. You don't want to hear about me pressing 84 buttons here, so instead I'm gonna talk about our partner, GASMASK'S. Attention, all European and Australian homies. GASMASK'S has officially launched stores just for you, which means your shipping times and prices are going to be slashed. No longer will you have to pay $8 for an energy drink that tastes like glass cleaner. And honestly, guys, I am so hyped for you. I've made the jump to GASMASK'S and I have not looked back. It tastes better, it's sugar-free, and less than 1 calorie per serving, so it's just better for you. And they have anime ladies. And I know some of you guys don't like anime women, and that's fine, but to that I say, fuck the cup, drink the juice. They have plenty of flavors based on old men if you're looking for something safe for work, but I mean, hey, if you do like anime women, don't fuck the cup. Just drink the juice. One of my favorite things about GamerSupps is the control you have. Flavor too strong? Add more water. Flavor too light? Add another scoop. Too much caffeine? Get a caffeine-free variant. Want to try something new? Start mixing flavors. Like, bro, you guys are literally living in a timeline where mixing Red 40 into your lean is just straight up the healthier option to a conventional energy drink, and you're letting that slide. That's just crazy. So if you want to try the best energy drink out there, head on over to gamersupps.gg/LGM or use the link in the description to get started. And make sure to use code LGM to get 10% off your order and support the channel. Every tub sold gets us closer to the LilGasmask X GamerSupps collab, and I could be the anime baddie on the cup. Don't fuck it. Anyway, let's see how the run's going.
This is the Firehawk. Come to Frostburn Canyon or people will die.
Wow, Lilith really taking the whole fire gimmick from me, eh? Typical. Thanks for hiding behind camps full of fire nomads that have explosive tanks on their backs so I can't even backstab them easily. Very useful. Anyway, I tried blending in with the pyromaniacs here and just booked it to Lilith. I've done this in pretty much every run, so I've learned a lot of techniques to get through this part safely. All right, chat, you want to know the trick to juking this guy out? Right under his armpit, okay? You have to be able to take a quick whiff, okay? Right under his armpit. You go too wide, he hits you. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Anyway, I found the giraffe and started the actual mobbing section here. I was excited to throw more breaths at all the fleshy psychos, but the ratio of normies to ironclads was super skewed for this run. These guys were a real rock in my shoe. Actually, you know what? How would a thresher even wear shoes? Would it be like this or like this? Answer in the comments. Anyway, with how well this challenge was going, it was kind of a nice little challenge to try and deal with these guys. I could get some practice with melee combat, I could work on hitting crits because the last video fucking murdered my aim, or I could just hit him with my specialty. This combat was pretty fun, honestly. The only thing that could make it better is if Lilith wasn't there. She kept stealing my kills, so I decided to start luring the bandits out of her arena so she just wouldn't even be involved. Lilith! Here, I'll show you guys the under the armpit. Under the armpit. Watch this time. We'll even take a little sniff on the way. Oh my god, Lilith almost made me run boost into death off of that guy. That would have been peak content, but here's what you guys do, right? You see that? You see the technique? Ready? It's that easy. It's that easy. Right under the armpit. I put the stinky on him. Anyway, I finished off the bandits and we made our way to the Bloodshot Dam to go save Roland. They didn't think our car was cool enough, so we had to go meet up with Ellie to get a new car. It was here I got the one and only kill with the spike damage on the hide of Terra. Sure, it was an infant spider ant, but we count those dubs. Anyway, we had to kill some bandit trucks and steal their parts. This part was a little scary because I had to get pretty close to these cars in order to bore them, and they could just kind of do a hit and run if they really wanted to. But I actually managed to kill all the technicals and still have time to peacefully ride the caravan back to Ellie's for the first time ever. We finally did it. Finally had a run where we could just take a peaceful ride back to Ellie. Let's go, chat. Let's go.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the...
Come on! After we got our new truck, the Bloodshots liked it enough to let us in, and we started our fight with Badma. I kind of fumbled my first attempt, but on the rematch, I managed to get a few second wins by boring the little dudes tied to his shield, and Killing Blow managed to finish him off. This skill is absolutely god tier, and it's only a tier 1. Speaking of tier 1 skills, did you know for the 4 base game Vault Hunters, the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod only boosts 5 of the tier 1 skills? But then when it comes to Krieg Engage, they got a special treatment, and they actually handpicked certain skills for those class mods. I think it would have been cool if the other 4 Vault Hunters got that type of special treatment, but I might just be mad that Killing Blow is the one that dodged the boost. But, I mean, look on the bright side. At least we have weapon zoom on the shotgun with no range. Anyway, the Bloodshot Stronghold was up next, and I was in my element here. There were tons of fleshy bad guys, and the Teeth was just absolutely devouring them. I mean, I still had issues with the toilet room, but that's just a given at this point. No! No! You are not gonna clog the toilet! They call me a motherfucking plunger. Put the stinky on him. I don't know if that was a plunger. It was more like Drano in that one, but... Don't make me be Drano again, bro. Don't make me be Drano again. The dunk. Let's get it. Anyway, we cleared out the rest of the mobs and gave Mad Mike the flushed away treatment before reaching the end of the fleshy enemy era. This part of the game introduces loaders, and at this point in the last Terramorphous run, it pretty much turned into a glorified melee run. The Teeth of Terra just didn't deal enough damage to even tickle these guys, and this run will be no exception. The bright side about the loaders here at the dam is that they weren't mandatory, but the blue toaster at the end was. I was pretty confident that some well-planned melee attacks could take this guy down, but I swear to God, one day, I will remember how slippery this fucker is. Yeah, things went south here really quick. I just could not deal with the loaders and turrets fast enough to find time to focus on the Warden.
Another one.
What the fuck is that?
And another one.
Another fucking protector? What the fuck is that? And even when I did manage to land a good melee hit, dodging all the bullets and the Warden's big stomp was just not working, especially when it put a fire dot on me. I tried the wedging strat with the back ramp, and even with roid damage, our melee was just not working. My idea of how this run was going to go was just totally backwards. I thought melee was going to be way better than shooting, but I stand corrected. So after a few rough attempts, the drop barge showed up and the Warden took Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where I was going to have to find a new plan to deal with this thing. The problem with this fight here is that it can actually be harder. Not only does the toaster make a bunch of loaders, but he now just gets the ability to moonshot more in now. That's helpful. It took a few deaths and a lot of experimenting, but I ended up finding a strategy that could win me this fight. Step 1 was to lure all the loaders to one side of the Warden, and right as they're about to kick my door down, I would use Deception, run up to the Warden, and feed a shot right into his eyeball. The good thing about Constructor crit spots is that they don't have an elemental resistance, so we could deal a little bit of damage even though we were using fire on armor. After that, we would run over to the other side of the Warden and lure the loaders over there, while occasionally throwing a Breath of Terra to keep the Warden's shield down. I would then repeat this process, spreading the toaster's minions like butter, right up until the Warden was in killing blow range, and we secured the dub. Roland might have been saved, but a new fear was instilled into me. Any future combat with loaders seemed pretty scary, and up next was setting up for the Wilhelm fight. So we made it to the Tundra and started doing the easy stuff first.
You got a fire gun, right?
Do I have a fire gun? He says. Chat, do you think I have a fire gun?
Anyway, we met Mordo, we met Tina, got the explosives to blow up the train, and had a casualty along the way.
He's gonna deflect the train. Bro killed my decoy. No.
So the Wilhelm fight was up next, and while I was ready for a challenge, Borderlands was ready to troll.
Give me 50 seconds while I get my health back. Perfect.
Anyway, I knew the first thing I was going to have to do in this fight was deal with all the loaders Wilhelm spawns in, because I would need to fully focus on the big fire-resistant guy that also has the anti-melee attack aura and the shield surveyors that give him a big ol' fire-resistant shield. You see why this is bad, right? Yeah, so the loaders were pretty simple to deal with for the most part, but fighting against the shield regen of 3 surveyors constantly was a losing battle. If I was lucky, some of them would fly close to each other and Boar would just handle it from there, but I was going to need something skill-based to secure this win because the surveyor spawning was not going to stop. I tried meleeing them out of the air with execute, but that would only get 1 or 2 of them per deception use. I struggled here for about half an hour, and things were looking grim. But then, like a miracle, the plan came to me. Days before this challenge started, a homie in the Discord by the name of Pee Pee Poo Poo discovered a new glitch for Zero that could win us this fight. And since he is obviously incapable of coming up with a good name, we're gonna call this glitch the Thunder Jacket. Named after a similar glitch in Smash Melee, the Thunder Jacket lets you take your decoy's shock nova it gets from Unforeseen and wrap it around yourself. To do this, you just need to throw your decoy into a wall or object that makes it completely disappear, and after that, when deception ends, you get a shock nova dealing damage to everything around you. Using this, we could go in for melee attacks on the surveyors, and the shock nova could take out all 3 of them and deal a decent chunk of damage to Wilhelm's shield in the process. With this new tech, the tides slowly turned in my favor. I was starting to whittle his health bar down slowly. I just had to play safe and make sure I had enough health to escape after each hit. Surprisingly, the blood of Terramorphous Relic was actually kind of helpful. Zero is notoriously squishy and doesn't have the best health regen skills, so having a flat regen even at 2% was making this fight way more doable. And the winning fight ended up taking a while. I even had to deal with the loaders hitting their respawn timer mid-fight, and that was a little bit nerve-wracking. But after fighting Wilhelm for over an hour, he finally hit killing blow range, and I locked in to finish this fight.
Is that a repair surveyor? Oh god, it's a repair surveyor. Hold on, we gotta get that thing out of here quick. That is a repair surveyor. Let's fucking get it. Holy moly.
Like, I'm not even gonna lie, that fight was honestly one of the most fun Wilhelm fights I've ever had. It was a good amount of challenge, I got some melee practice in, and the new Thunder Jacket tech is honestly super cool. That being said, throwing a nice celebration party back at Sanctuary would go hard right about now. Well, off to the fridge with us. I used a Breath of Terra to melt the ice faster here and ran through this joint, only stopping to kill 1 rat for a second wind. After we made it through the fridge, we pushed through the extraction plant and started our fight with Lil Bro. Look at this dude. He thinks he could square up with Terramorphous? Look at this dude. I promise this fight was a steamroll, and I even like one-shot him. I swear he did not almost kill me while I barely won because of killing blow. Nah, I'm the scariest thresher around. Get this guy out of here. After that, we made it to Overlook and started trying to defend the beacon. My fight with the very first loader pretty much summed up this section.
The beacon's already dead, guys. Just an FYI, the beacon's already dead.
Yeah, so I gave it my all here, but my all wasn't much. 90% of my kills were second wins, and the other 10% were just me getting lucky with Slag Kunai. And don't get me wrong, having Slag in this run was a godsend, but the consistency was pretty bad. And honestly, I think the loaders knew I was struggling a little bit, and they started BMing me.
Bro, I know he's not spewing his fucking load all over the beacon, dude. That's disgusting.
Yeah, so the beacon got bodied enough times to become invincible, and the fast travel just eventually landed, and I had to make my shameful escape from the toaster and the 24 loaders that just invaded Overlook, but that's their problem now. I've got the preserve to worry about. So I thought that lining the loaders up and using Boar to wound them all at once would be a good idea, and maybe it would have if I wasn't locked to the worst possible element right now. So I had to do the good old die as they're wounded and confuse the game strat so the door would open. After that, I struggled through the rest of the loader mobbing here. I decided to try the kunai eating strat again to just brute force the rest of this, and it was kind of working. I mean, most of my kills were just clawing at loaders while dying anyway. The kunai were just streamlining the process and getting to the end part. This wasn't the worst loader mobbing. I did have a bunch of stalkers distracting them for me, so this part was relatively okay. And the symbiosis didn't end there. I was lucky enough to find a slag stalker homie to help me with the big loader when he showed up.
Yo, slag stalker. Oh my god, I recruited a slag stalker. That's crazy. No way you killed my homie. No. No. We gotta avenge slag stalker, guys. Yeah, so basically we just had to do hit and run strats here and waited for health regen in between hits to just whittle this guy down. After that, we dealt with the loot dudes. These guys get unslagged if they go airborne for some reason, so the knockback from execute was kind of screwing us here. So I immediately went back to symbiosis strats and got the local skags to kill the lil dudes for me. They gave me a bunch of good relics to use because they knew I needed an upgrade, and they also gave me a bitch, but I had to politely decline because my items are glued to me for this run. After that, we ate like 14 pup skags before making it to the Bloodwing fight. The main concern with this one is the first phase where she's fire resistant, but that was easily fixed by patiently waiting for her to land and meleeing her into shock phase. Here we could fully commit into shooting her with the teeth. Most of the time she was out of our range, but when she was, her size made it easy to land every single pellet. Corrosive phase came along, and that was pretty much synonymous with killing blow range, so we took Bloodwing down first try. Alright guys, real talk. I think I've kind of mastered the Bloodwing fight, and at this point, keeping the rivalry score going just kind of feels like BMing. So my question for you guys is, do we keep keeping score? Do we do something crazy every time the fight is bad? I don't know. Give me your ideas in the comment section. Anyway, up next was recruiting Brick and his air support, because Morty's air support just blew up. Some more fleshy combat here was a nice change of pace. Don't get me wrong, I love some good challenging fights, but sometimes bro just wants to throw 10 breaths of terra at a group of little dudes. Sure, I added a few deaths, but the initiation was pretty much a breeze, and I got the cremate sarcastic slap. Jack didn't like me hanging with Brick, so he started moonshotting some loaders down. Brick and I were clearing these guys out easily for a bit, but then they started cheating. Oh, hi. I got scammed so hard. Because you're doing a fucking eye laser. No! I'm killing this fool. Stop cheating! Put the stinky on him. He's cheating, bro. He's supposed to fall into the fucking void. Start walking. And on top of cheating, they also just started being really weird. This clip I am about to show you is entirely unedited, but it straight up looks like I added it in post. But on my gas mask, this was a real thing that happened to me. Yeah, bro, this game just gets more and more cursed with age. 20 years from now, Borderlands 2 is going to be completely unrecognizable. Anyway, we recruited Brick and set off to Opportunity to assassinate a Jack Double to steal his voice. My first attempt, I made the mistake of going in without any health, but on round 2, I did the same thing, but this time got close enough to make it so he couldn't run away. And after a few button presses, we had everything we needed for the bunker raid. So, toaster number 1. The strat for this guy was to throw out Deception to trick it into looking the wrong way, and then start doing hit and run strats landing quotation mark big quotation mark melee hits. Since he is looking directly away from us, we would get the backstab bonus, and his missile barrages would sometimes just fly into a wall. Sure, I still had to watch out for nukes, but I could just eat those. After 18 deception backstabs, it was in killing blow range, so I decided to just use Fight for Your Life to milk out the roid damage. Not to toot my own horn, but I did kind of a big brain play here too. I waited until I heard my action skill cooldown sound so I could instantly sneak through the bad guys behind the door that just opened up. After that, we made our way to the baby turrets. Usually these guys can be pretty annoying with their splash immunity and all, but these guys actually leveled me up on a player level. The whole run, I was struggling to find a way to strip my shield for roid damage and focusing on trying to get the max damage from Deception by landing melee hits at the very last moment. But then these turrets reminded me the whole point of having bad guys is that they try to shoot you. And if that's the case, the most optimal way to use melee with this gear is to let the bad guys do the hard work for you and then throw out your kunai and go in for a slick, quick kill. Thank you, Sensei Baby Turrets. I will use your teachings to kill off the rest of your bloodline. Up next was the big toaster. First thing I did against this guy was Boar Chomp, or Bomp, if you will, his turrets off to get half of his health bar for free. After that, I was chilling behind it and doing the same thing I did with the other toaster, but this time I was also shooting it and pretending like that was helping. That one took a little bit longer, but after it died, it was time for the traditional Face McShooty snipe.
That was close. All right, so for anyone wondering, velocity did not help this, but we still had to take Face McShooty out in style. Anyway, bunker time. The turrets here weren't bad at all. I was truly baffled though how much damage Zero could do with the teeth compared to Krieg, and then I remembered Zero has slag and deathmark. That just makes sense. Surprisingly, I ended up shooting most of these things to death, but the last one I just decided to have a little fun with. Alright, we've dealt with all matters of armored enemies before, but this one was the biggest one yet. We had a long and hard fight ahead of... Yeah, insert joke I stole from Obo Shoes about the bunker being a giant Crunchwrap Supreme that I just ate in one bite again. I don't even know at this point. Bathe in it. Anyway, Control Core was up next, and I was dreading this part the most. Nothing but waves of loaders I would have to slowly take out with melee, but I still had my teachings from Sensei Baby Turret. A lot of my melee encounters would end up at least putting the bad guys into killing blow range, and not every single loader kill was a second wind anymore. I mean, it was still most of them, but like, come on, let me have this. This strat also dealt a lot of damage because the initial hit from throwing a kunai does get roid boost, so our damage output vastly increased. This area right here is probably why I say the original Terramorphous run was the hardest run yet. Yeah, I know some of you guys might be thinking like, what? That was harder than the balloon? That was harder than the stick bug? And yeah, those guys were bosses, so it makes sense that they were hard and took many hours. But do you guys remember the one angelic guard that spawned with a slag sniper that killed me over and over and over for 2 hours straight during that Terramorphous run? No, I mean, you guys might not, but I sure as hell do. That run is the perfect example of why I don't always choose the optimal character. I don't want to make things too easy. That's not the point of a challenge. Challenge is the point of a challenge. I knew Krieg would be terrible without slag, but I thought the fire melee guy using all the fire melee gear sounded the most thematic and fun, so that's what I did. But now we're here with Zero, and the learning curve is different, and some of the new strats have been really fun to work around. But this is probably one of the easiest runs I've ever done, I'm not gonna lie. Like, sure, the loaders were annoying, but it wasn't really hard. It kind of just felt like if every time I ran up to a loader instead of us fighting, we just played rock, paper, scissors, and the loser died. And, you know, I would die, but I could just try again. And now, I want to do Terramorphous runs on all 6 characters eventually, but not all at once. So if you want to see more, I've made a channel point redemption over on Twitch that will let you pick the next character I do this on. Now, if you're not a Twitch watcher, channel points aren't real money or anything. I got all my greed out in my last video, don't worry. You just get these by watching, and if you watch long enough, you can find out what this run would be like if I can't crutch melee the whole time. Anyway, Angel Core was slow but steady. My gameplay loop was refined at this point. Let loaders hit me, get my damage in, and retreat. And everything was going fine. But then Lilith showed up. She threw a whole rock into the system. This one big loader killed me like 20 times because she would just show up to bait out an AoE slam that would just wreck me. He also lost both of his backstab crit spots, so it was even more annoying. Y'all say my hate for Lilith is unjustified, but she straight up just steals my kills in Frostburn and then literally doesn't do damage here just to mess up my combat loop. Like, what? This game has to be cursed, by the way. Like, bro, Lilith was actively making attempts at my life. Like, watch this. She full-on body blocks one of my shotgun blasts to block my second wind here. Or like right here, I was waiting for this ion loader to strip my shield with its bubble attack, and then Lilith shows up, whispers her dumb one-liner in my left ear, and then just interrupts the ion loader, messing up the whole plan. She was just ruining everything, bro. I'm gonna blame all the Angel Core deaths on her. Anyway, after that, Jack showed up to murk Roland and kidnap Lilith. Oh no to the former, and thank God to the latter. But we still had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron. It's been 7 hours with PhysX. Yep, PhysX ain't getting me today. Oh my God, look at this dude right here. As soon as I pulled this trigger, Jokes aside, Sawtooth wasn't so bad. I got to fight more fleshy dudes and use the fun grenade mod some more. The ambush commanders here were a bit of a mouthful, but nothing crazy, and I'm using mouthful as a Teeth of Terramorphous joke, not a me on my knees in front of them joke. Anyway, I got to Boombringer, and I was in dire need of a second wind here, but I couldn't look at the explosion, so I did a quick 180 to retain my cool guy status before clutching up and getting the second wind anyway. The buzzards up in the nest were up next, and I used my usual hit 'em as they hatch strat. Y'all want the elevator meme a third time? Nah, just kidding. This time around, I incorporated Thunder Jacket into the strat and had undeniable proof that Unforeseen can harm buzzards, which had Spuddy Cube contemplating his life. If you know, you know. Another cool thing about throwing your decoy into a wall is that it makes all the enemies just start walking around as if they never started fighting in the first place, and that makes them a lot easier to hit. Anyway, after a few dogfights, we managed to take out all the buzzards and secure the explosives we needed to get to the boneyard. We did our usual valve cranking run here, and by that I mean I got permaslagged and blown up with rocket launchers. Just your basic run-of-the-mill boneyard run. You guys like Borderlands math? Alright, here's a problem for you. If we have to kill loaders with melee because the Teeth of Terra's fire damage doesn't work, how do we kill the giant loader? Ding ding ding, that's correct, with the Teeth of Terra. So you can get some good bore damage by hitting the colliding herb boxes of its little turrets. These turrets he has are kind of like livers, because even if you kill them halfway, they will regenerate, letting you continuously get bore damage if you're patient with it. And trust me, a slow and painful death is just what this monster deserved. "10 minutes and one close call later, we avenged our little homie, snuck into the info stockade, and got the info we needed. The claptrap door was up next. If I had to deal with this fight earlier in the run, I might have had more trouble, but I knew how to fight loaders now, and I knew how to use Thunder Jacket to bring the surveyors down. I was using everything I learned throughout this run, and I was doing great. I mean, meleeing hot loaders was a necessary evil, and I was kind of overdosing on blue light therapy, but we still breezed through this. After that, we started fighting through Heroes Pass. Usually I use a couple of speedrun skips to get through this part faster, but I'm not allowed to unequip the Breath of Terra to do the grenade jumps I would need. So after fighting through the first section with Brick and Morty, I decided to improvise. Oh, I'm a gamer? I'm a gamer. Hold up. Oh, the skip. Let's go. No nade needed. Alright, you guys got the rest. I believe in you. Anyway, the Jack fight was up next, and I was ready for a good fight. I was thinking, it's been a while since I was able to fight Jack mano-y-mano with no cheese strats needed, so this was gonna be fun. Step 1 was to break the shield. Our teeth were not sharp enough to break through it, so we started chipping away with our claws. After breaking through that, we could finally sink our teeth into the juicy parts. And like true prey, he started running and using every manner of skunk spray, distraction dropping, and hiding he could. He managed to get away a few times, but in the end, he let his guard down, and a single slag kunai proc secured this fight. Which means, yeah, Zero can beat Oh wait, almost forgot about this guy. Hold on. Gulp. Yo, did we kill him with the spike damage? Hold on. Stop me.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Anyway, after one final aura check on Jack, we can finally say, yes, Zero can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. Bonus content time, woo! Alright, so this was probably the easiest run on the channel. The whole run took 10 hours total, and I did it in a day. That being said, I think it's only fair that I try and take on Terramorphous himself. I mean, I did try and kill Terramorphous in the last run, but I couldn't even move his health bar. And the same happened here with Zero. But if we combine both characters, we can end the vid with one last bomb. That was too long. Actually, no.
I stand about here for the door.
Kill the little man!
That's crazy.
Easy.
And I won too.
And you won.
Wait. Yo.
Oh, we actually got a pitchfork. That's hilarious. One item I can't use.
Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that really helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' nice words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, using my code to get yourself some delicious gamer subs, or go to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies.
Alright, if you played Borderlands 2, or even any of the Borderlands games, you know the guns can get pretty wacky. Wacky doesn't always mean good though. And today, we're going to be using everyone's favorite cursed weapon and answer. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Bane? Alright, like every challenge run, we're going to lay down some ground rules. First off, we're going to do an OP10 playthrough to maximize the difficulty. I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills, with discretion of course, because I know the Gunzerker's a little busted. We are going to be using Maya. Some bonus rules. We are making driving cars and holding other weapons for speed a sin punishable by death. For the gear, I kept it pretty simple. Grenade and shield are more boring than Sawtooth Cauldron, and the Vault Hunter relic is there to maybe get some funny drops. Now I could have went with more OP stuff like magic missiles, the B shield, etc., but we're saying screw the training wheels and hopping right on the motorcycle. We do have a legendary cat class mod though, which is going to be a blessing and a curse. Alright, since we're in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, the game actually has us skip the Knuckle Dragger fight. I'm not really sure why the game has us skip this fight, but it's probably an easy fight anyway, so don't roast me for skipping it. You can totally roast me for the video quality right here though. I'm not sure why it got so bad at this spot, but it gets better in a second. And if you don't believe me, does this not look like a face you could trust? So, as you can see, the Bane makes you slow, and I mean very slow. Which means every time we die, it's going to take a while to get back to where we were. It's also annoying. Like, very annoying. Oh, you guys just go full casual on me now? I'm not even past the first boss yet, and you can already see the instant regret. Speaking of the first boss, apparently Boom's cannon completely ignores health gate, so we already need to cheese a boss. First off, we lured Boom to the elevator shaft and just kinda took him out there. And then after that, the homie Claptrap actually found us a pretty good cheesing spot for Big Bertha. Anyway, you could see Alyssa there taking off my headset. She was a bit curious about what I was enduring. But even without the headset, I could still hear the gun scream. So pretty early on, I learned a few things. Grenade jumping was going to be our best way to move around. Fighting wasn't always necessary, but it was most of the time. And that, if you're only pulling from one ammo pool, you're going to be stuck in this situation. A lot. So if you haven't noticed, I have a death counter in the bottom left. That number's going to get pretty big. Also, this was the third time climbing up Flint's ship, and I literally felt my brain cells dying. Anyway, so we're at the Flint fight, and I have my first uh-oh cringy moment of the run. Your boy didn't do his research, and apparently the Bane always spawns with an element, making the version I used straight up illegal. I only did this with 2 fights during the whole playthrough, and I went back and fixed them both, but here's me killing them with a shotgun. 10 deaths and 1 messed up grenade jump later, we were off to our first possible run ender. And by first run ender, I mean the 3 horns car jump. We do have to get into cars a few times, but we will never drive them, so don't worry about this. I tried a few basic grenade jumps to get over the bridge, but they just weren't cutting it. I didn't want to have to do it, but we were going to have to use a forbidden cringe technique known as the double grenade. Perform this by throwing a grenade directly up, wait for it to apex, throw a grenade down, and with some tricky timing, the first grenade will hit you up, second grenade will hit you forward. Do be aware though, using this comes at a cost. The Borderlands gods disapprove of this technique, and will punish you with stuff like this. After snagging the power core and totally killing enough bloodshots to avenge Reese, we were finally off to Sanctuary. As usual, I failed to satisfy Alyssa, so I let her take over for a little bit. She was kind enough to handle all the boring beginning Sanctuary tasks for me, but then we had a little bit of fun and customized our character. We decided on this outfit, it looked pretty cursed and it kind of fit the run. 3 hours in and we've made some decent progress and developed some new strategies. Here, you can see me performing a trick I like to call baby boosting. Baby creatures deal a lot of knockback but not a lot of damage, and if they help me out, I usually spare their life. Usually. Frostburn Canyon was uneventful, blah blah blah, talk to Lilith. Alright, time for the fun part. We're gonna go save our homeboy Roland. We needed a car again, but luckily we're strong enough to just move it by hand. Sadly, our car wasn't good enough, and we needed to go see Ellie for an upgrade. Alright, so we got to the dust, and I'm just gonna say this part took very, very long. On the bright side, the buzzards weren't as strong as I anticipated them to be. I actually didn't take any deaths while in the dust, but this part took like an hour and a half to find all the cars. I couldn't find the last coward until after it got dark, and I still had to run to Ellie, and then run to the Bloodshot stronghold too. After all that work making a car we couldn't even drive, it was time to face Badma. He was kind of a pushover, and in true Karen fashion, we took his kids. With the custody battle over, I had new problems on my hands. Roland's jailbreak wasn't going to be easy, and I had a lot more bloodshots and a lot more loaders to fight through. While we were chasing down the warden to get Roland back, we seen a beautiful work of Borderlands nature. This psycho almost made it to heaven before we intervened. At first, the warden fight was going great, and then the warden fight was going bad, and then it was going absolutely terrible. And then everything went great. Surprisingly, we killed the warden fast enough so that Roland didn't have to go to the gulag. After we saved Roland, we updated our look, and then we set out for Tundra Express. Now this part of the game went pretty boring, so I'll spare you the little details. But I did develop a new investment strategy. With all the deaths I had in this run, I needed a way to keep my money for grenades and ammo, because Overpower 10 makes everything ridiculously expensive. The strategy was to keep a bunch of weapons in my inventory, so that I could sell them if I needed the money, but not lose that money if I die. It's kind of like how people used to hoard Counter-Strike keys as a form of money laundering. Anyway, I wasn't sure how the Wilhelm fight was gonna go, but it actually went pretty easy. He was even kind enough to drop me a Logan's gun. With the plot twist power core installed, Lieutenant Davis was the first of many Sanctuary citizens to be goopified. I was sure that Sanctuary was going to be reduced to a pile of dust by the time Lilith was even able to teleport it. 15 minutes of lunar bombardment later, she finally got everyone but me to safety. Things were looking grim for you, boy. I was homeless, and I had to go through the fridge. I got styled on by this plague rat, and it kinda hit me hard in the self-confidence, not gonna lie. I managed to get through it though. I did think it was kinda funny that I wasn't fast enough to skip the elevator because its slight forward moving angle was faster than my movement speed. Just thought I'd throw that in there and show you. With the fridge finally behind us, it was time to start our journey through the Highlands. I thought I was being a big brain by preventing the exploder from destroying the bridge controls, but I later realized I was being a tiny brain. The crate mover could have gotten me over way faster. The spaghetti monster on the other side of the bridge was easy enough, but it was all downhill from there. The run from here on out actually became a deep descent into madness. These baby turrets, for example, killed me like 9 times. So Maya's ruin skill lets her slag enemies with phase lock, but for some reason these turrets aren't affected by that. It just took me a while to realize it, but I was able to use a slag vein to slag them properly. And about 30 minutes later we made it to Overlook, and it was time for us to defend our beacon. With us having the movement speed of a dead snail, defending the beacon felt more like a Balloons TD simulator. At some point during the fight, my brain stopped registering the sound from the gun, and I guess I just became used to it. I don't know if that was a good thing, but other than that, the fight was pretty easy. This constructor did catch me lacking though, and then it nuked me at spawn too, but that was just a minor setback. And just like that, we were no longer homeless. Up next on our to-do list was to go save Bloodwing. Fighting through everything here wasn't bad, and it was probably because it took like an hour to walk here, and this was far more entertaining.
Things started going good, and we even made a little skag friend. Not even about to lie, our little homie carried us through this next fight. Shortly after, though, our fun would be over, and it was time for pain. This fight went down easy at first, but alas, it was done illegally. This was the second fight where we used the non-elemental Bane, and with the help of Gibbs' save editor, I reverted the game back to this mission and took Bloodwing on properly. Alright, if anyone's wondering, I also used Gibbs' save editor to give me the gear for this run, and I did not sell the illegal Bane, I just dropped it on the ground. Alright, back to the run. Long story short, the whole process sucked. I had to go through the preserve again, this fight was stupid hard, I died like 30 times, and this was my first instance of actual anger. Bloodwing was just relentless with her attacks. On top of that, I had to resource manage the few skags that actually spawned for revives and kill skills, and dodging any attack from her required a well-timed grenade jump. I came close so many times, so I knew it was possible. For the most part, this fight was luck-based. She ended up landing on the ground in her last phase, and I was able to finally take her down. This was honestly the worst part of the run. Next on our recruitment list was Brick. Running to him took about an hour, but convincing him to join us was a walk in the park. Only if that park was filled with target circles, though. With the squad finally reunited, they could all stand around Sanctuary while I did all the hard stuff. I'ma be real with you guys, I got really lucky during the Jack double fight. This phase lock right here would save the run in the oddest way possible. You see, the Jack double cannot be picked up with phase lock, and he is also programmed to run away from you. Mix that with our movement speed and it was obvious we didn't have a chance to catch him. But when I phase locked this loader, Maya's converge skill actually yanked the Jack double into this weird knockback limbo. I was able to get an easy kill and also hear some of his weird dialogue. He says some funny stuff like, "I can run a mile in 2 minutes." The rest of Overlook was pretty bad. Died a lot, took a long time, the usual. And on top of all that, Angel was making fun of me. Mission, right? Don't say or slowly. Don't say I'm going. I'm doing it. Thank you. On the bright side, at least Borderlands 2 is a totally fair and balanced game, with absolutely no glitches. Oh, I was not ready for this. Alright, that's it. You know what? I'm gonna write a bad review. Borderlands 2 is totally unplayable. Nothing is balanced, the gun noises are all unrealistic, the gameplay just feels really slow for some reason, and all the guns that drop are garbage. Psych, I love this game. Back on path, not much more was between us and the bunker. All it took was running through another target circle park, dealing with more invincible baby turrets, and cheesing this super constructor. And after all that, we had one more task before we went to the bunker. What's a Borderlands 2 playthrough if you don't do the most important side mission? That's right, we were gonna see if the Bane had what it took to snipe Face McShooty. Our accuracy even after firing a few shots was not good. I could have taken the class mod off just for the boosted accuracy, but I guess I'm just built different. Since this run is already cursed, here's the Bane being fired ramped up to 666% speed. It only took about 1,000 bullets to get the headshot, but the Bane can snipe Face McShooty, and it will be ranked appropriately on the Face McShooty tier list. I'll be using this same list for future runs as well. The large turrets protecting the bunker were absolutely nothing compared to their small turret counterparts, meaning everything that I've learned from my 2008 Monster Energy condoms is a lie. Killing the bunker was easier than I expected. I died a couple of times, but each fight was like really close, so I wasn't too worried about it. Control Core Angel was pretty average under this run's context, but I almost had an issue with getting back into the main area after dying. For some reason, you have to press this button to get back in after respawning, but the door just kind of closes on you before you can even make it through. Now I knew I could grenade jump through, and so did my homie Skybot. I just thought it was funny that this door required me to grenade jump to get through it. Just imagine the mental breakdown I would have had if this door ended the run. Despite our best efforts, Roland was still sent to the gulag, and we had a lot of running to do. You think running through the dust is bad? Well, imagine running through the friggin' Iridium Blight. The Blight friggin' sucked because I knew that the worst part of the game was coming up, yet I still had to run over and trigger the bridge blowing up scene, die a bunch, all this just to go to the friggin' cauldron. I decided to get there and pick back up where I left off the next day, because screw Sawtooth Cauldron. All my homies hate Sawtooth Cauldron. In between streams, I watched a speedrun of the Sawtooth Cauldron, and I had a plan to get in and out of here as quickly as possible. Step 1. Take out the guards. Step 2. Meet up with Double Agent Lil Lunatic. Step 3. Grenade jump like a boss. Step 4. Royally mess everything up. Step 5. Repent. Step 6. Repeat step 3. Step 7. Get the goods and head out. Believe it or not, it only took like an hour to get all of Sawtooth Cauldron done, which is pretty fast all things considered. Victory was so close, yet so far away. Our second run through the Iridium Blight was terrible, just like the first one. We eventually made it to the Boneyard, and I had a strategy planned out in advance. I knew I needed a car, so the first thing I did was push the dang thing all the way to the pipeline. I tried a trick where I would bounce on it as I pushed it, and it kinda worked, but I don't think it helped much. The car was in position now, and I just needed to run to all the pumping stations. It took me a while to hit all the stations, but I had a few skags to baby boost me along the way. It also took me a while to figure out how to blow the pipe open without actually driving the car, but it turns out as long as the car is close enough to it, you can just get in the car and it will trigger the explosion. Some of you already know what's going to happen next. Saturn is a totally optional boss, and a lot of people run right past him. However, we can't do that for obvious reasons, so we had to take him out. My ammo when this fight started was pretty much full, but we still ran out. We were so close to the kill, but in the end he caught us lacking. We were too close to victory to give up, so I stocked up on ammo and went for the safety shed again. I didn't care how many bullets it took. We had some Tims to scuff and a challenge run to complete. We managed to get the kill this time around with about a clip left, and the badass constructor on the bridge was easily taken out from afar. The third run through the Iridium Blight wasn't bad, but that's only because I knew it was going to be my last. This last part of the run would prove to be the most annoying, besides the bird. First, I disappointed myself by not hitting this grenade jump first try, and the turrets that Mordo has to take out can respawn for some dumb reason. They're big and protected, so maybe those condoms weren't wrong after all. But you can see it here that dodging their onslaught at my speed was terrible. It gets worse though, so don't worry. Cause next, I beat Jack first try, and the warrior after 2 tries. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Oh yeah, I forgot the part where my recording and stream both stopped, so I had no friggin' proof. Dude, it was so friggin' embarrassing too. I shotgunned a monster and everything. I was so hyped. Death counter reads what I know in my heart as the total deaths it actually took me, so that's not going to change anymore. Anyway, Gibbs' save editor came in clutch once again. I was able to reset the Jack fight. This time around though, was a lot harder. Jack took me out like 4 or 5 times before I finished him off again, but that was fine. Honestly, commentary can't grasp how angry this part made me, so I'm just going to let some raw audio go through. What is that? No, the f***ing hole again! The f***ing hole! Okay, this is our chance to go get our f***ing... Oh my god, not the hole! Not the hole! Oh no! Again with the f***ing hole! Oh, no, no lava, no lava. And Murder Rat gonna f***ing dive bomb me? That Crystal X cooperating, you guys should too. Oh, as soon as I say that, he puts me in the hole. He puts me in the f***ing hole as soon as I say it. Oh my god! Okay, okay. Think. How much time? 15 seconds. Get on this rock. Watch for Crystallis troll in the hole. Oh, fuck. Hole troll! F***ing hole troll. After all these hardships, after all of these deaths, after all 27 hours of this run so far, the warrior
finally accepted his fate. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Bane. Like I said before, this run in all took a little over 27 hours spanned out over 7 different days. It was a long journey, and I'm glad that it's finally over. The Bane stats are definitely decent, so the only setback this run was the horrible movement speed. I could mention the screaming as well, but that was more of an annoyance rather than an actual performance variable. That might just be me though, I don't know, I'm pretty good at going brain dead. But if the Bane didn't have the movement speed impairment, then I bet I would see a lot more people use it unironically because it's a decent SMG. But it did get me through the whole game though, so I would say this gun is OP10 viable, believe it or not. I recently went back to see if you could get the Bane with the Bane, and during that adventure, I ended up getting another pearl from this tubby spider ant, and this boner got squished and made a wet noise. Anyway, I did manage to get the Bane with the Bane, and decided that I had my piece with this run. This is my first video, and it took a while to make. I put a lot of effort into this, so any feedback would be great. You could do that the simple way, or the specific way. And if I hit 100 subscribers, I'll even do a face reveal. I have another challenge run video in the works, but I'm still open to hear your picks for what gun I should try this challenge with next. It's also pretty obvious, but I did stream this run on Twitch, and I'll do the same for future runs, so maybe come and say hi. Anyway, that's going to wrap up this video. I hope to see you next time. Until then, breathe easy, homies. You ever play that one Borderlands 2 Space DLC and ask yourself, how could I make this any worse? Odds are, you probably aren't a masochist, so maybe it's just me. But today's challenge is going to be long, hard, and full of innuendos. Today's question is, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the probe? The rules are simple. We're playing on UVHM to maximize the difficulty. I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills, with discretion of course, so I don't just avoid the challenge entirely. No bar allowed and my gear shown here. I use this stuff for the whole run, but the general rule of thumb is that we can't use unique gear except for the class mod. Alright, so we start our run, and uh-oh, we don't have a probe. That is because the probe is a mission item, and that mission isn't available until after we fight the first 2 bosses. I thought about just using Gibbs Save Editor to get us one, but I decided that wouldn't be legit, and a little bit of foreplay would be fine. At first I wasn't sure if I should choose Athena to get me through this first part with all of the melee damage she has, but I later decided being able to hold double the penetrating power would be better for me in the long run. Also, Nisha kind of has a melee build that would do the job fine. First off, we had to save Jack, and it was actually easier than I anticipated. Nisha's The Unforgiven skill makes every enemy that was shot during Showdown explode when Showdown is over. And luckily for us, smacking their cheeks also made them explode. Nisha also uses a whip, so going into fight for your life wasn't a guaranteed death sentence. Without being able to probe the enemies yet, we were going to rely on 2 things. Whipping, of course, and also stomping. Ground slams weren't as helpful on the space station because the gravity was normal here, but it would come in handy later. So Flame Knuckle shows up, and I'm ready to call this run not possible because I did not expect to win this fight. But it turns out, he deals like no damage. The first phase of this fight, he was mostly just focused on Jack, who was pretty much doing nothing anyway. So it was just 10 straight minutes of whipping and stomping. His second phase was a little bit tougher though. I will admit I did try launching him into space, but the game was too smart for that. The main struggle with this fight was the fire damage over time he could inflict. If I was ignited, it was certain death for me. I died a few more times during this fight, but I managed to take him out by using Jack as a distraction. And it turns out, he wasn't happy to see me, he just had a nukem in his pocket. Anyway, Jack did some curse stuff, I was yeeted at the moon in some fancy toaster, and we met the bestower of the probe. But our dominatrix days weren't over yet. We had one more client, boss that needed punishment. Getting to deadlift wasn't the worst thing, but it was definitely a little annoying. But when it came to actually fighting him, it was terrible. His attacks were very strong, and he wouldn't stop moving, so I had to lure him away from his beloved jump pads. I didn't think he would actually chase me down there, but I just had to be patient. He eventually came, and his torture began. After 10 minutes of precision slamming, he finally perished, and I could finally go get my trophy. I managed to rob him for everything he owned, but I also forgot the Moonzoomy key, so I felt kind of dumb after that. But everything was going great. We finally got our probe, Nurse Nina showed us how to use it on her lucky volunteer, and we respect our skill points so we could double fist our new weapon. The next target on our list was Red Belly, and it was going to take some work to get to him. So the probe's initial purpose was to aggravate some Kragans instead of killing them. So the damage on the gun is extremely low. For reference, one clip from the probe equaled about one bullet from a normal Maliwan pistol with matching parts, but it was still able to handle most mob enemies pretty well. Baddie enemies and bosses were a totally different story though. I would expend all my ammo prematurely, and Nisha doesn't have any ammo regen abilities that would be effective enough to keep us from running out frequently, and in some cases, I would resort to using my whip to finish them off. After being attacked by a swarm of numbers, we finally infiltrated Red Belly's base. This part of the run was the turning point from causing pain to receiving pain. The big enemies leading up to Red Belly messed me up a lot. The first one just let me kill him. I don't know if he ran out of ammo or was just into it, but we would meet again. We fought off a wave of baby scavs and their babysitter too, and found ourselves in a pretty spooky part of the run. You guys probably think Pyramid Head is scary, but Cylinder Head was my worst nightmare. Those guys hit like a brick, and I was going to need a better probe to win this fight. Save quit farming to change the element of our probe would come in handy a few times during this run. I got a corrosive one because I thought it would be great for armored opponents like them, so I fought through everyone again, and the corrosive one also sucked. I tried a few times and I realized I needed some fire damage. So I fight through everyone again just to accidentally fire a torpedo gun, reset, and fight through everyone a fourth time just to get absolutely dominated by Red Belly. Belly was the main problem. He would be able to take me down the health gate in a single hit, and if he was lucky enough to set me on fire with that hit, I would have very little chance of surviving through it. I would have to use Showdown, shoot him as much as possible because the probe actually heals you slightly based on damage you do, and pray that it was enough to survive all of the burn damage. Even with the cheese strat that I'm doing right here, it took a lot of time and patience to get through all of this. The smaller one was easier to take on, so it didn't take too long to get rid of him. Back at Concordia, the Merif decided that he did want to partake in some of our services. It was apparent upon first glance that the Merif had a slime fetish though. He got a little rowdy after we told him that wasn't our forte, so Jack had to put him down. Ew. Very nasty. Ooh, spaghetti. Anyway. Alright, back to the run. We changed up our look, did the funny calculator thing, stole a stingray, crashed the game, and then we met up with Pickle Rick. That was probably the cringiest joke you've ever heard, so sorry about that. But anyway, we ran around the map touching knobs and pushing buttons for a while so that we could get on the bosun's ship. All of that was easy, but it was pretty hard when we got inside. The fights in here were pretty tough, and I died a couple of times because of this mugger, and I felt true humiliation when I couldn't even get a kill on this Lil Scab for a second wind. This clip right here really shows how annoying it is to try and kill with this gun. I could not imagine trying to do this challenge without being able to dual wield these pistols. This challenge may have been hard, but in all honesty though, the game itself is well balanced, and just like Borderlands 2, has absolutely no glitches.
What?
Anyway, the booster seat baby man was in for a fight, and so was I. Just like the baby man he is, the bosun relied on others to feed him, so taking out his turrets was the first thing that we needed to do. The turrets themselves were moderately beefy, so it just took time. But with no more turrets to suckle on, this fight was like taking candy from a baby. But instead of it being a baby, it was a grown man dating his own computer. We had our AI, and now it's time to build some robots. At first I thought I met a bunch of cute little Torque friends, but then they did the most sus thing I've ever seen. Like, I know this run was supposed to have a bunch of funny innuendos and stuff, but these Torques took it way too far in my opinion. What kind of synchronized f***ing like nut bust was that? Gross, dude! Oh, y'all motherfuckers nasty. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do it to you. Rest of this joint was kind of boring. I mean, this is the pre-sequel, so I guess here's a funny gameplay clip. Credit for that. Oh. Oh, you just vibing? You good? You gonna let me put the probe in? You gonna let me do it? Oh. You gonna let me put it in? Doink. The rest of this place was a breeze. There was one tough guy, but he was conveniently placed next to this abyss. But from here on out, it got pretty tough. There were a lot of baddie enemies in the robot factory, and at one point, I was even getting double teamed by a couple of them. The turret calibration segment was annoying as usual, so that sucked. My game crashed shortly after, so that sucked. And then I had to redo the turret calibration, so you know, that sucked. Alright, that's enough pre-sequel bad jokes for now. It's time for a boss fight. Felicity was a little angry about her new job, so we had to teach her a lesson. This was probably one of the toughest fights so far. She was pretty tanky, and she was also able to create repair surveyors. The surveyors themselves weren't that much of a threat, but I was on track to run out of ammo quick. During my second attempt, I ended up opening the last of the ammo crates in the arena, and the fight was really close. Hey, we're going in after this. I might have f***ed up. No. 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 No.
Why'd you do?
Let's go! You can argue that I relied on melee for that kill, but if I didn't open half the ammo crates in my first attempt, I would have had plenty of places to get ammo, so cut me some slack. I'm playing the pre-sequel for Pete's sake. We made it to Helios, and for some reason the Dahl troops weren't mad at us. That was until Claptrap decided to bone the whole space station though. They got real angry about that, so we had no choice but to fight. Okay, I think it's time I insert some more pre-sequel bad jokes. It's been like 2 minutes, so I think we're due for some. Bro, why did they take away the low gravity in this part? Oh, it's so boring. I want to jump. Bro, do we really need to get this guy's picture of his kid for him, dude? What the heck even is this writing? Yo, did they really bring back rabbit stalkers for this one part of the game? Oh my god, Gearbox. I don't want the crappy loot. Just hurry up. Jeez, man. Okay, dude. Oh, come on, dude. Why is this door so slow? Dude, there's a force field behind the door? Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, bruh. Dude, why is there a force field opening like this, dude? It's a force field. Who even made this friggin' game? Okay, that should hit the quota. Anyway, this bodybuilder took me out and is a real homie right after and just let me pass anyway. This guy was the closest thing I had to a friend all run. The brave lad jumped in like the buff anime protagonist he is and started chopping up this torque queen with his katana. Sadly, our homie's plot armor wasn't strong enough to take on the torque. We will never forget you, buff doll homie. Last thing we had to do here was take out this guy, which was easy, just time consuming, cause we're pretty much using a Nerf Maverick to fight things. We ended up saving everyone, then we decided we didn't need the Harry Potter lookalike and his goons, so we murdered him. All jokes aside, this part of the game is usually always enjoyable for me. There are a lot of jump pads and flying and stuff, and falling in the void is more funny than annoying here, so it's actually kind of vibing. I kind of blew right through this area too because there wasn't really any mandatory fights. This level of difficulty wouldn't last long, however. Let me show you why I almost lost this run. Honestly. No! Yeah, guys, that shield regen is friggin' busted. Every time I was close, she denied my satisfaction. Also, who put the new use station behind this electric field? Someone please tell me. Okay, time for some strategy talk. So it was obvious that this fight was going to be tough. So we had to save quit farm for some parts that would hit the spot just right. Which is basically shock element and a Jacob's grip. This combination would give us the best damage per shot. After many deaths, I was on track to beating her. At the time I thought that staying far away and letting her aggro on Jack would stop her constant shield regen move, but in reality there's a good chance that she just has a limited use of that move. So the fight got easier, I guess, but there's still a lot of built-up frustration in this fight that I ended up releasing here.
Oh, little beta, little baby. Oh, little baby. Oh no. Oh no, you can't do nothing. You can't be driving no mercy, little baby. I don't got any more little rockets. Oh no.
Anyway, Sarpedon wanted to go for round 2, and this time, she didn't even last half as long. We finished her off, and Jack was waiting ready for the money shot. It was finally time to disable the eyeball laser, which was simple. We just had to use our big injector on it. I think we injected a little too much though, because everything got a little weird. Anyway, Jack sent us on our final mission to finally beat this game. On the way in, we came across this injured soldier, and I decided to let him go because I kind of felt bad that my man's was level 0. And we also needed to conserve ammo for the next boss. RK5 or whatever was actually kind of annoying. The two main problems with this fight were lack of ammo and actually landing shots. Molly 1 pistols in general have really low shot speed, and with Walmart Bunker being so far away and moving at pretty high speeds, I had to aim ahead of him in order to land any shots at all. Mix this with the limited ammo crates and the fact that Showdown doesn't account for the distance, and you get a whole lot of wasted shots. Things only get worse though, because I won the fight and beat the game. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Why does that sound familiar? Oh yeah, my footage cut out right at the end of the run, just like last time. How does this happen twice? I redid the fights, but I didn't have footage for this one still for some reason, so I thought bootleg bunker again for you guys. If you want a teaser for my next challenge run though, just look at the death counter. Make sure to subscribe to see what monstrous idea caused this pain. Alright, we finally made it to the last boss, and for the peeps that are wondering about the pregnant alien boss, I'm sorry, you guys are getting kink shamed today. The Sentinel fight was actually really long. The whole fight has like 7 phases, and to give you an idea on how long it took, I grabbed this Mox Tail for a little bit of extra gun damage, and it's supposed to last 30 minutes. We made it to the arena with about 28 minutes left, and the long grind started. Like I said before, this fight took a while, but to be honest with you, it wasn't the hardest thing in the world. That title is reserved for me when I finally get to stop playing the pre-sequel. Okay, let's wrap things up. All jokes aside, I actually enjoyed this fight, because everything in this fight was skill-based. Every move that the Sentinel threw out was dodgeable with some sort of precise movement, and I think the pre-sequel should get some props for that, because in Borderlands 2, some enemies are just straight up undodgeable. I think we're going to end this fight by showing you guys a couple of clips from the battle and the finishing blow. The fight itself was probably a full 30 minutes, but I'll keep it short. They messed up.
Not that much. At least 5 naked people.
Oh,
We
come
can all
on.
work together.
Oh my god. Oh no, that is not good. Dude, you need to perish like now. You need to perish like now. No, please. Let's go. No barf. No barf, gang. Hashtag boss melt. I am glad to say, you can beat Borderlands as a pre-sequel with only the probe. Alright guys, that's gonna wrap it up for this run. If you guys have any feedback, I'm always open to suggestions, so please let me know what you think in the comments below. And remember, 1 like equals 1 torque sent to horny jail. I also want to thank you guys for all the support. I definitely did not expect to hit 100 subs off my first video, and as promised, I'll be doing a face reveal video soon. And if you guys have any questions, post them below and I'll answer them then. Anyway, if you haven't seen my first video, you can check it out here, and until next time, breathe easy homies. Borderlands 2 offers millions of guns, but for the most part, we all use the same 10 or so because the rest just aren't viable. But where's the fun in that? Well, In my never-ending journey to prove the viability of low-tier weapons and gear, I have come across a challenge that almost broke me. Today we will be answering, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun? A quick rundown of the rules. We're playing on OP10, all Vault Hunters and all skills are allowed, and of course elephant gun only. As for the rest of the gear, I'll show it on screen. It's all pretty basic except for the class mod, and if you think the class mod is too OP, think again. According to my computer's really weird calculator, the class mod will be taking about 2/3 of my already small shield. Mix that with Squishy Boy Zero and his lack of health regen, and you get pretty much one-shotted to health gate every time. Alright, first thing I did when I started this run was put every point I could into the sniper tree. Usually there are a lot of low tier skills that don't help a lot much damage wise, but with the A- accuracy and awkward handling of this gun, I was going to need all the help I could get. Also, now's probably a good time to mention I made sure to put Jacob stocks on all my elephant guns. For the viewers that don't know, the Jacob stock will increase my recoil by a lot, making this challenge even harder. Right off the bat, I determined the strategy for using this gun would be to reload after each shot. This way, I get the one shot, one kill damage bonus every shot, and it's actually faster to shoot and reload than to just shoot again normally. Within the first minute, I already thought this challenge was impossible, but then I realized I just wasn't slagging anyone or throwing kunai. A running theme in this challenge is me trying to throw my kunai out and not getting a single slag kunai to proc. The elephant gun can definitely be used for mobbing, you just need to be good at the game. Which I wasn't. But I was determined. I hoped by the end of this run I would be a Counter-Strike pro. One-shotting enemies is easy as long as you can slag them in deception. Doing this also doesn't cause you to alert other enemies, which if you think about it, kinda makes Borderlands 2 a stealth game. So some enemies would be super easy, but sometimes the same type of enemy would be a real pain. Like this Ironclad Psycho took 6 bullets to the head, and this one took 1? It really just depends on if they get slagged. We made it to our first boss, and we started to have a bad time. Boom's cannon ignores health gate as usual, and our sniper isn't accurate enough to actually snipe consistently, so we had to resort to other means. Between Boom and Boom, it was obvious we should take out Boom first, which I tried to do without cheesing, but he just wouldn't die. I managed to one-shot him right as he downed me though, so that was kind of annoying. Boom, on the other hand, was just super obnoxious. I tried climbing the tower behind him, but the psychos were just throwing tomahawks like it was a Black Ops 2 Sticks and Stones game. Boom also tried to launch me out of the arena, but I'm a Borderlands 2 genius, so his cheap strats weren't gonna work on me. I managed to snipe this rack and live to die another day. Or another 10 times until I realized I should change up my strategy. The new strat was to just keep running circles around him and landing crits when I could. This strat was used a lot during this run, so for future reference, I'll refer to it as tetherballing, so it sounds like I invented it. I finally knocked Boom out of his booster seat, and he died the same way Boom did. The path to Flint wasn't bad because a lot of the fights weren't mandatory, so I ran past a lot of enemies. My last Borderlands 2 challenge run didn't have this liberty, so I decided to milk the shit out of it. I was sure Flint was going to end the run, because its mask blocks crits, and no crits equals no dead fire guy. What you're about to witness is the cheesiest boss fight you have ever seen. We're not talking about that good gate-crushing G-cheddar. We're talking about that tricking Flint into thinking you're in melee range but you're actually not, then shooting him in the back of the head 46 times until he is diagnosed with death stinky cheese. The homie killed me 10 times, but what's funnier than that is the fact that I was able to get over 10 stacks of critical ascension on him with this piece of rifle. It was finally time to go to Sanctuary, but we got bullied by some Mongs along the way. Ah! No! Oh, what the f***? Ah! No, bro! Ah! Driving a car was actually pretty refreshing considering my last challenge run, but almost dying to Door Guy was kind of embarrassing. 34 deaths in, we made it to Sanctuary. I decided to customize our character to make Zero look like an asshole that would hunt elephants. Or like he sells fried chicken. Yeah, definitely the second one. Frostburn Canyon is kinda like Sawtooth Cauldron in a way, because both of them trigger my flight response. I rarely want anything to do with these places and the people they house, so I went any percent mode and ran right through. 95% of this map was just fighting the psychos at the end. Lilith kept messing up my shots, so this took way longer than it should have. Anyway, long story short, everything was going fine until the big psycho showed up and took my life 10 times. Probably would have been fine, but Lilith decided to play hacky sack with them every time I had a shot lined up. After that, we had an easy task for once. You would think killing cars would be tough because you can't crit them, but Zero has Boar, so these things actually got decimated. I think my car destroying abilities got to my head though, because I decided to take on the local raid boss, the Caravan, but I quickly realized that I was still no match for him. Instead, we took on a more realistic challenge. Badma. Nomads with shields in general are a pain, but they are extremely obnoxious if crits are your only means of damage. He killed me 5 times before I found a working strat to take him down, that strat being a mixture of tetherballing and playing Duck Duck Goose around this building. Dubert also helped us seal the deal by distracting Badma so he could land a final crit. I was so appreciative of Dubert that I decided to let him live. The beginning of the Bloodshot Dam was going good. I was hitting all my shots and bandits were dying quick. I was starting to think that this gun wasn't so bad after all. It can hit really hard if you use it to break deception, and I was having a lot of fun with this gun. But this would be the last time I felt joy in this run. Actually, the last time I felt joy at all. For the life of me, I just couldn't kill Mad Mike. His launcher definitely had some rocket speed parts, cause when he shot, I just didn't have any time to react. He killed me like 7 times, but like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. This is the part of the game where we get introduced to Roland, which is cool, but we also get introduced to loaders, which is bad. Also, did I mention you can't crit surveyors? Cause you can't. It's like really f***ing dumb. I died way too many times here, but I managed to get to the Warden. The fight went decently smooth because he has a big ol' stationary crit spot and Critical Ascension put in some work. But I was still very fed up with this part of the map, so I finished Warden off with a spiteful 360 no scope. Get it? Because there's no scope. I really didn't want to fight the rest of these loaders, and I guess Roland didn't either, because he just let me turn the mission in before we killed them all. This is why people like Roland more than you, Lilith. Come on, you gotta step up your game. Speaking of cool characters, Tina made us some bombs so we could go hijack a train. The loaders on the train weren't too happy with us, though. I wouldn't say we fought the loaders blocking our way. It was more like we slowly dismantled the loaders blocking our way. There are some surveyors too, but if you just jump in place, they get a little confused and stay still, which was a lifesaver for this challenge. So the Wilhelm fight was weird, because it felt doable and impossible at the same time. He has shield regen surveyors, missiles that can track you even in deception, and can spawn loaders, which are just an added annoyance. But on the other hand, he has a decent sized crit spot, the drones could be boar killed very easily, and the drones were good for second wins. My advice for anyone taking on this challenge is to keep your distance, and keep one drone on low health so you have a second wind ready if you do go down. Also, if you want to try this challenge for yourself, I'll put a link to this save in the description. I'll throw in some of my past videos save files too. Anyway, the fight went a lot better than I anticipated, with only 3 casualties. Okay, maybe 4. The next part of the game can be summed up pretty quickly. Lilith made me go through the fridge. To be fair, I literally just ran right through it, but the game gets exponentially worse from here. Everything was going kinda fine until this angelic guard from hell popped up. And I'm no English teacher, but I'm pretty sure that's an oxymoron. Anyway, the loader alone was already obnoxious, but I also had to deal with the f***ing Terramorphous wannabe heads with the undodgeable whip arm attack. My last bit of luck got me through this fight. It was distracted by some loaders and I was able to slag it long enough to kill him from a safe distance. Overlook went as expected. I got there, placed the beacon, befriended the wounded loaders, started putting them back together, met their mother, had an argument with their mother, committed mechanical genocide, and went home. Back at Sanctuary, our boy Michael gave us one last chance at playing the game like a normal human being. And boy, I wish I took his offer, because the preserve was hell. All the hardest enemies for the elephant gun to kill were here. Stalkers, loaders, skags, the f***ing bird! The loaders were the first obstacle. Apparently getting both of your arms shot off isn't considered a wound. I'm pretty sure all 5 of these loaders right here were missing at least one limb, but it just didn't register. So we just had to do it the old-fashioned way and just murder them all. Stalkers were really annoying because A, they're stalkers, and B, they're stalkers. I just feel like trying to land crits on them is so awkward because they move really quick and just turn fucking invisible. The ultimate loader was close to being a run ender. If I can't crit something, I pretty much have no damage. And once you shoot the arms off this guy, it no longer has crit spots. The only reason I was able to take it down is because it didn't have health regen like most normal mobs do. It took a while, but it was killable. Skags are probably the easiest of all the enemies here, but I got pretty unlucky with the rabid spawns. Okay. Ah! Critting Skags isn't always easy, so I resorted to grouping them up and trying to bore them. I managed to kill enough to get the door open, and it was time for the Bloodwing fight. Right now, it probably seems like getting through the preserve doesn't seem as bad as I made it sound. But imagine doing all that 5 f***ing times. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Why the fuck did the game crash so many fucking times? On top of all those crashes, Mordecai decided not to help and slag the stupid fucking Skags, so second wins weren't even an option. I was in the preserve for 7.5 fucking hours. My guy, look at my deaths. You know how many I walked in with? This fucking many. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Okay. Alright, I was holding that in for about 2 months, so that felt pretty good to let out. Anyway, like I said, Mordecai wouldn't slag the Skags for some reason, so I had to devise a new strategy because Bloodwing's attacks are just plain out undodgeable 99% of the time. Step 1 of the plan was to use our secret weapon, which was this 12-year-old Monster Energy sniper shot. I was saving it for a while, but I couldn't think of a better time to use it than this challenge. Step 2 of the plan was to get the Skags out of my way. They respawn if they're all killed off, so instead I lured them up the elevator because they aren't able to jump back down for some reason, leaving the arena to just me and the bird. Step 3 was to carefully play peekaboo with Bloodwing. The spot you're seeing right here is safe unless Bloodwing lands on the ground or does her breath attack if she flies in at the right angle. After a few tries using this strat, we finally took her down. No. Bloodwing, no.
What is this? I'm loading the train dart! Tranquila, blood!
Oh my. Oh.
Okay, she's still alive.
Oh my fucking god.
Tip from her collar.
Oh, how did that fucking work? Dude, I'm trying to keep still. My fingertips are numb, bro. You guys. No amount of emotional turmoil was going to make me give up on this run. I've suffered too much to quit now, so we were off to recruit Brick, which went very smoothly actually. For the most part, I was able to relax and watch some World Star hip hop type stuff go down. Opportunity was up after that, and it went pretty bad. The Jack Doppelganger should have been an easy assassination mission, but everything went terrible. He is pretty tanky and tries to run away from you. On top of that, the engineers had a thin piece of metal that somehow blocked crits. Sometimes I'd be able to shoot them off, but it felt kinda random and luck based. Also, there's this one ion loader who was a master at strategic positioning because his actions caused like 10 of my deaths. But like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. On the way to bunker, I realized I forgot to take the Face McShooty mission like a heathen, and I found this really dumb death spot. The path to bunker was an uphill battle. I don't know where to start, but these guys were just plain out cheating. The combination of jet loaders, super surveyors, and constructors all made this task feel impossible. After slowly taking out all the bots, I had to quickly dispatch the constructor before it made more. The best way to do this was to use his defense turret as boar fodder. It was important that I did not slag the turret as to keep it alive so I could keep the extra boar damage while I stacked up critical ascension. Alright, before we talk about them, let's talk about this. And of course, let's not forget about this. Yeah, I fought those stupid fucking bots again. I was a big idiot, didn't even see that the fucking door was open, so I could have just ran past the whole time. But yeah, that took up another fraction of my life. Anyway, back to them. Long story short, baby turrets OP. If anything was going to end the run, it was going to be these heathens right here. Here's what makes these things so fucking annoying. Number 1, no crisp spot. Number 2, their health regen is busted and my DPS wasn't even keeping up. And number 3, they're immune to most types of slag. These things can't be slagged with kunai or even take damage from my slag grenade. I tried to use a loader as boar fodder, but that just wasn't working. I also tried grenade jumping past them, but they were required kills to progress, so we were gonna have to do some cringe type stuff. I really don't like using shields, grenades, or relics that have gimmicks, but I had to pull out a grenade that could slag with these miniature raid bosses. A simple transfusion grenade did the trick, and after 3 hours of trying, they finally died. Oh. Alright, this place wasn't as bad as the preserve, but I did rack up like 80 deaths just trying to get to the friggin' bunker. Anyway, the super toaster on top of the mountain wasn't bad, it was mostly just this ultimate loader that was making the fight hard. But the critical ascension makes quick work of constructors, so nothing too painful. Speaking of pain, it was time to see if the elephant gun could snipe face McShooty. The main issue wasn't the lack of scope, but more a lack of natural accuracy. Even with the accuracy boost from my skills, it still took about 15 shots before I landed the crit. Nonetheless, the elephant gun can snipe face McShooty, so it will go on the top rank of the tier list. I knew the bunker fight was going to be tough. Yeah, the big turrets had crisp spots, so that was in my favor. But was I going to have enough firepower to take on the... Oh yeah. Find it really funny that all those big turrets and the big defense bot were like super easy to take out, and then you have ion loaders who won't even let you in their bubble if you're down. Like for real though, whose idea was it to make it so you just start climbing the bubble? Who? Please, someone please tell me. On top of those fuckers, we also had more invincible baby turrets, but now they had undodgeable laser beams, which sadly means I had to bust out the cringe grenade again, which made me feel like a cheater even though I wasn't cheating. We managed to make it out alive with a little over 400 deaths on the board, and I practically dodged a bullet because my game crashed as soon as I made it back to Sanctuary. TBH, I wasn't hating the idea of going to Sawtooth Cauldron. After all, I've been fighting robots who resist normal bullets for the longest time, and squishy bandits seem to be a lot easier to handle. The ambush commanders weren't bad either because their heads are pretty big and deception can distract them pretty easily. I did get pooped on by mortar though. The buzzards probably would have went perfectly if it wasn't for this goon, but I think he tried to fight a buzzard and just flew away anyway, so he wasn't an issue for long. You could get through this next part of the game pretty quick usually. I don't think there is a single mandatory kill in all of the Arid Nexus, which is a good thing because our boy Saturn can't be slagged and doesn't have a crit spot. But even with running right past everyone, I managed to die right before picking up the info we needed. The final mission was upon us, and I was ready to end this. But the game would not make it so easy though. Taking out loaders with Claptrap was fine, but the combo of super surveyors took forever to kill. Eventually I managed to confuse them really close to each other and Boar took it from there. Hero's Pass was going fine, until I met up with my sworn enemy, Baby Turret. On top of having stupid health regen, no crit spot, and being hard to slag, they are also completely immune to molten lava, I guess. One last time I had to pull out the cringe grenade, cause not even Brick and his infinite hammer supply could take it out. With the turret dead, the path was clear. It was time for the big fight. Jack was our first opponent, and he was definitely a tough one. The fight was more intense than a 1v1 on Rust against the guy that said rude things about your mom on Xbox Live.
Hey kiddo, Jack here, president of Hyperion.
He had health regen, which made this fight last a while. He was also using a lot of crazy movement tech that I've never seen before. I managed to hone in on his one weakness, that being his big shootable face, and went on to the final fight with the warrior, which went a little something like this. With the stakes raised, I finally managed to take out the warrior. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun. With the game finally beat, we did what anyone would do after a run like this. Celebrate with a monster shotgun, and then start a DLC. That's right, homies, you're getting some bonus content. Alright, I'll keep this short. So when I do these challenges, I usually like to see if the weapon I'm using can farm itself, and if it comes from a DLC, I try to beat that DLC as well. The DLC started out as normal. Our boy Hammerlock was even repping an elephant gun too. His shot explosive rounds though, so that was pretty weird. So on top of being everybody's least liked DLC, it was also nearly impossible. Landing any type of crit, which may I remind you is their only source of damage, was just impossible on these guys. Roll the footage.
World revealed. Weakness is now known to me. Time to go to work. Deceive you. An illusion fools you all. I move for the kill.
Ironically, the most efficient way of killing these guys was actually just to get them to level up to demon form. That gets rid of their impenetrable wooden mask. 2 hours and 30 deaths into this DLC, the last of the hunters got confused, and taking them out got 100 times easier.
Boat working out? Okay, let's go.
With all the eggs procured, it was finally time to take out Arizona. And she was a pretty tough boss to figure out. So basically, her crit spots can disappear if they're shot too much, and if not fought properly, she can still have half her health left with no way to crit her. And with the amount of health she has, the fight from there is practically impossible. But if you play your cards right and slag her in deception, she can be killed with 3 precise shots. 5 kills and 3 hours of getting stick bugged later, we managed to farm an elephant gun. After beating Thermotage in a game of tetherball, saving Claptrap was up next. This took a while because I couldn't land any crits, so I relied on boar to get kills. I was doing this for a long time, long enough for the friendly worshippers to respawn. After this, the only mandatory fights for the rest of the game were Poop Spike and these elite savages. Both weren't bad because they could actually be critted, but Jackenstein was a straight up shit show. Every one of this guy's attacks is undodgeable. Mix that with the amount of ion loaders he spawns, you get a whole lot of pain. I had 2 options. Pull out the cringe transfusion grenade again for some type of healing, or use this cheese spot I knew about. After 80 attempts in this fight and 600 deaths total over the run, I chose the latter. So if anyone was wondering, you can beat Sir Hammerlock's big game hunt with only the elephant gun. Barely. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate all the kind words I've been getting in the comments. Leaving comments like that and liking the video really helps motivate me to keep doing these runs. And if you guys want to see me suffer some more, consider hitting that subscribe button. And if you really want to see me suffer some more and you're watching this shortly after release, I'm live on Twitch right now starting my next challenge run. So come stop by if you want. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Captain Blade was the most feared pirate on Pandora long, long ago. Through treasure hunting missions, we can find the gear he used to become so infamous. Today we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade? Now obviously, Captain Blade isn't a playable character in Borderlands 2, but his gear scattered throughout the pirate DLC can make us pretty close to the real thing. And all of these items are cursed and provide some type of negative effect on us. To list them off real quick, the rapier makes getting punched hurt more, the orphan maker just plain out hurts to shoot, the manly man shield makes elemental damage hurt more, the auto idol makes fight for your life shorter, and the midnight star ejects child grenades towards the player. Now they do have benefits, but some are just not that helpful. The rapier is the best melee weapon in the game, but since we're on OP10, melee isn't really viable, especially on a gunzerker. The Manly Man shield adds 40% explosive damage to our melee attacks, but it's also quite useless. The auto idol returns health upon kill, but it's only like 8%, and if the Orphan Maker is our main source of damage, it pretty much cancels it out for that one shot. And the Orphan Maker's damage output is pretty good. So we have that going for us. And the Midnight Star has wait, what does the Midnight Star have? Increased damage and reduced child grenade count. Huh. Anyway, we're also going to be using a legendary Hoarder class mod to keep on theme with pirate stuff, and it helps us gunzerk more, so all curses can be active at once. Alright, really quick on the rules. Geared OP 10 challenges are my style, so that's how we're going to go about it. All skills are allowed, with discretion as to not avoid the challenge. No bar. And lastly, no left-handing the Orphan Maker. The reason for that last rule is because the self-damage doesn't trigger when left-handing, which would defeat the purpose of the run, and mom ain't raised no game exploiting bitch. Okay, on to the run. First thing I did was choose my skills. I chose Asbestos to counteract the Manly Man shield, and because of the cool gas mask icon. I also picked up Fistful of Hurt and Double Your Fun. I don't play the Gunzerker too often, so the rest of my build was trash. I really want to go back in time and slap myself for not grabbing no kill like Overkill. Most of the beginning of the run was spent learning how not to die, and how to properly go about fights. It was immediately apparent that my fight for your lifetime was short, and 9% slag chance is absolutely infuriating. Also, I literally never played the Gunzerker on PC before, so I had to get used to a lot of dumb shit, like the inconceivable glitch where your guns don't auto-reload after they're empty. I really hate that one. And most importantly, I had to learn the shot pattern of the Orphan Maker. Usually this gun is pretty good, but the Jacob stock makes the accuracy recovery extremely low. 7 quick and brutal deaths in, I realized I forgot to turn my bar off, so we had to restart. Luckily I caught it early. I'd probably need a straitjacket if it happened any later. This time around, I decided to try and use some grenades, and well, that didn't go too great. I also tested how much self-damage the Orphan Maker does. Usually Borderlands gameplay goes, I shoot them and they die. But this time around, it went, I shoot them and we die. So if I don't have any shield, I'm practically not allowed to shoot my gun. I didn't fully learn this lesson until deep into this run though. Making my way to Boom Boom, I tried the Midnight Star again, and just like before, it was actually worthless. So to add to the challenge, I decided that the grenade mod wasn't allowed to come off. So grenade jumps were out of the question. Boom Boom was ready to blow, and I was ready to go. Psych, I got pooped on. Boom, as always, gave me a little bit of trouble before I got lucky and took him out. Boom, on the other hand, killed me many times. I was constantly seeing the blue respawn screen, so I decided to put my new blue light glasses on. Alyssa got them for me recently and said they were for when I was bad at Borderlands. Honestly, best gift ever. Anyway, Boom had too much health regen for my DPS to handle, mainly because I had to take long pauses so my guns didn't kill me. 38 deaths in, I got desperate and found something that will change my challenge runs forever. What? I didn't know I could do this. Dude, I wish I would've known this from my last run. The new strat of getting within neck snapping range worked great. I just lined the psychos up so they couldn't hurt me and started going to town. Also, here's a slagged armored enemy taking nothing but critical hits by this corrosive rapier, and it's doing nothing. This is just for reference on how little damage this thing does. Good thing we had the Orphan Maker though, because this wouldn't have been possible without it. After getting misted by my first monster shotgun of the run, we were off to fight Flint. You can't see it, but the word fight has quotations around it in my script. It also says something about foreshadowing, but that word has too many syllables for me to understand. A common problem I would face in this run is getting shot down to low health right before I tried to shoot the Orphan Maker, making me die. Another common problem was thinking the Midnight Star would actually work this time around. All these issues were building up, and day one of this challenge was really breaking me. I've never been closer to giving up than I was during the Flint fight. The health regen mixed with me always taking damage from other people made this fight impossible. I had one last idea before I was going to throw in the towel. Earlier in the run, I said something I was totally wrong about. 10. Melee Sal on OP10 don't exist. Okay.
Yeah, you seen that right. In one last desperate attempt to best Flint, I managed to find the cheesiest cheese ever. I call it Flint locking. Knocking him out of his arena makes him really confused, and he won't try to attack you anymore. And if you try to knock him into the water, this happens.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg.
We might have done Flint bolder than Lenny from Of Mice and Men, but he would have the last laugh after tricking me into thinking I got a legendary and jumping into the cold water below. This point of the run was both the victory and the mental health boost. The amount of laughing that occurred from everything that just happened really helped. After that whole fiasco, we had to get the power core for Sanctuary and kill 20 bandits for Reese like the good Vault Hunter we are, and Sanctuary, as always, was no challenge for obvious reasons, so let's get to Frostburn Canyon. Running past every enemy in this place is always satisfying. I always wish that the game had some type of bee-hopping mechanic that would let you keep momentum if you time your jumps good. Like imagine if you grenade boosted for speed, and then you could just keep the momentum. That would be dope. Okay, I'm getting a little off track. Anyway, I tried doing the spike jump skip for the first time ever, and I nailed it, making my success rate 100%. Get flexed on. And fighting through the psychos here wasn't bad. Melee Sal even worked for a little bit. This might be common knowledge, but if you don't want Lilith getting in your way, I found that fighting on the bridge makes things a lot easier. Up next, we were supposed to get bandit car pieces, which I did, I just forgot to hit record. And when I tried to get the short clips of it from my Twitch VOD, the VOD was just gone, I guess? Which sucks because I got this pearl from a tubby, I just don't have the clip of it. Anyway, here's a fun fact. The saw blades from Bandit Technicals count as melee damage. So if you have a melee boosting skill or any type of gear that boosts melee damage, they take effect here. You can see that my saw blades are doing bonus explosive damage, and that's from the Manly Man shield. You could try this with a Love Thumper shield and it gets pretty crazy. Anyway, back to the run. Bad Ma was our next mini boss to take out. The fight wasn't bad as soon as his meat shields broke loose. Hubert was my helper this time around, and he was so excited to be free that my man started breakdancing. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of those mobbing areas that felt really hard for some reason. It may have just been the number of ironclad psychos and shield nomads, but I'm also just bad at the game. I also felt kinda bad for killing these two during a private moment.
Oh, yeah.
But everyone else had it coming, especially Mad Mike. The guy just wouldn't die, and the fact that his corrosive launcher did extra damage because of my shield wasn't helping. After a few tries, I realized that he wasn't even a mandatory fight and the door to the next area was open. So I decided that flushing him like the turd he was totally fair. After saving Roland from getting kidnapped, we had to save Roland from getting kidnapped, which means the Warden was our next target. If you decide to try this challenge, which, save file in the description if you want, it is imperative that you kill Warden before he goes to the gulag. Be patient, be smart, and don't worry, he doesn't have health regen. You need to kill him first try or it's pretty much over. My mistake here was going for the kill instead of taking out that surveyor. If I were to have killed Warden here, it would have saved me hours. But I didn't, and now it was time for pain. Gulag Warden may seem like the same fight, but it's actually harder. Usually shooting Warden in the eye will stop any construction it is doing, but in the Gulag, you actually get ultimate loaders moonshot at you as well. Meaning getting close enough to do damage without dying is pretty much impossible. It wasn't until I realized that the loaders put me on their casting couch that the dread set in. Like holy shit, I really looked like I was gonna cry here. I tried a multitude of different strats, resetting the map to get a jump on the Warden, running around the map and doing run-by shootings, looking for cheese spots, but nothing was working. I had a few options. I could be a baby and reset the mission with the save editor to retry the Bloodshot Dam fight, but the same thing could just happen again. I could be a man and reset the whole playthrough because that would be more legit, or I could be a true man and live with my mistakes.
With that being said, the final strat was devised. Step 1, break loaders' kneecaps to slow them down. Step 2, eliminate most loaders to have only 4 on the field. Warden will only spawn up to a certain amount. Step 3, be smart and patient, and do damage when it is a safe option. Even with this strat, the fight was tough. There was an angelic guardian dual-wielding Vladoff snipers that really messed me up, and I just wasn't able to kill it, so I just tried avoiding it. Eventually, the loaders got confused and stopped pursuing me for some reason, and I was able to slowly take out Warden from afar. I don't know why they stopped pursuing me right here. It's almost like Borderlands was meant to be played faster or something, and they just ran out of AI. Either way, I got really f***ing lucky right here. I really hope I never have to go to the Gulag again. Tundra Express was our next destination. The usual order of operations ensued there. Sing Campfire Song with Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, and try to grenade jump with the Midnight Star. Pretty basic stuff. I was a little overzealous and forgot to grab the damsels, so that was kinda cringe, but oh well. It was time to fight Wilhelm, and I was prepared for an intense battle. I planned to take him out in my first attempt.
It's a trap! The vault key's not on the train. Abort the mission, soldier!
Well, it. I really didn't know that the train could just delete you like that. Well, guess I'm adding that to the random Borderlands facts part of my brain. Anyway, the actual Wilhelm fight was a good fight. Wilhelm in particular is a pretty fair boss, which is ironic because everyone is so surprised when he dies. The best approach to dropping this guy when your gear is bad is to just keep your distance and kill off the loaders. After that, keep your eyes in the sky to see where the scatter missiles go, and always leave one surveyor for second wins. Any more than that, the shield regen gets to be counterproductive, and it also tricks him into making more, which sets up for easy crits. But most importantly, practice your train dodging before you go in and fight him. Do all that and he should go down relatively easy. After dooming Sanctuary and a not so quick run through the fridge, we were finally to the Highlands. My brain at this point was hyper-focused for no damn reason, so I was zooming past loaders and constructors alike. This actually helped me learn a new strat though. Dealing with the tickle monster is way easier if it's distracted by loaders, so taking him out was relatively easy as well. Protecting the kidney stone it dropped was a completely different story. For those of you who are too good at the game to know, the beacon can only be destroyed 8 times before it just becomes invincible. I still attempt to protect the beacon in my challenge runs, but it is usually just a waiting game. After a few unfortunate deaths, the fast travel landed, and I made a break for it. Our reunion with the Sanctuary squad was short-lived, as Roland gave us the bad news. We had to go to the preserve. If you've seen my other runs, you know that nothing but pain resides here. Also, if you've watched my other videos, there's a 97% chance you aren't subscribed. So if you like the vids, please consider hitting that sub button. It helps the channel a lot and really motivates me to make these videos. Anyway, back to the run. I needed to mentally prep for the preserve, and by mental prep, I mean shotgunning 3 monsters in the span of 2 minutes. This was the run where I finally figured out how wounding loaders worked. It's not severing body parts like I originally believed, but it's actually just dealing enough damage to them. Which sucks when they have health regen. It's all really weird. Dying while they're wounded though makes it so that the counter doesn't go down, so theoretically you can wound the same loader 3 times if you die. I don't know, all I know is that my blood was practically battery acid at this point, so I needed a physical health boost to counteract my mental health boost. The solution was simple: 3 monsters plus 2 grilled cheese equals 1 monster. Disclaimer time, I'm not a mathematician, nor am I a dietitian, but I do know that a lot of caffeine is not good for you, so please don't try this at home. Make sure you're at a hospital first. After slamming those sandwiches in under a minute and burning my mouth in the process, we plowed right through the rest of the preserve. It seemed as the preparation was working because I was punching pup skags into mist. The only real setback that made me mad was this jump. Like, I made the jump right here, but after having to come back through, I just couldn't hit it again. Dumb problems aside, it was time for the fight with my arch rival. Spoiler alert, it sucked. Psych! That bird, she got messed the f up. The main difference with this challenge opposed to my other ones was the ability to actually kill things. Yeah, I might be in a fight for your life in order to spam my Orphan Maker, but at least I'm taking the heathens with me. Also, Cell's insight skill makes dodging Bloodwing actually possible sometimes. I managed to take out Bloodwing in only 3 tries. LilGasmask 1, Bloodwing 2. I still got bodied the last few challenges. After that victory, it was time to go find Mordecai's last remaining friend and then kill all of his friends. A combo of tough guys gave me some trouble, but I managed to glitch one out and it made things a lot easier. These guys often have Nova shields, so the key to giving them the sauce is to make sure you dodge the blast. After a few more little dudes, it was time to take on the final boss, Goliath Jackson. My mans was really moonwalking on me every time he had the chance. After a while, the smooth criminal met his fate. As for the secret ending boss, I decided we're gonna kill him Melee Sal style. Dual wielding rapiers gives us enough DPS to actually melee kill him, but that wasn't cool enough. We wanted to send him packing. Fighting loaders with Brick was actually pretty fun, mostly because he was a distraction and I got to punch an ion loader off a cliff. Fuck ion loaders. But our next task is where the run started to hurt again. Jack's body double was next on our hit list. If you watched me play live before, you probably have heard me call the heathens that run and hide cowards. The Jack double is the ultimate coward. His cowardice was so extreme that he ended up disappearing entirely, leaving me to reset the map. The strategy for taking him out was brute force and lack of patience, which worked. After an hour of attempts, with that show out of the way, we're on to the next one. The way to bunker is always hard, this time was no exception. I think jet loaders are moving up a tier on the most hated loaders tier list because they're the biggest cowards of them all. Fly away now. Yes. I also got bodied by this loot homie that didn't even drop anything. But the constructor was the real challenge. I was trying to kill this thing for a while. It was to the point where the beginning loaders started respawning and making it even harder. So I did what I do best. Find an obscure cheese strat for enemies that you should never have to cheese. The strat at hand? Constructor displacement. When this chunky dumpster is spawning, it likes to keep awkward eye contact with you, meaning you have a small amount of time to angle it to your liking. It's best to run up to the left of him so he's facing the door you need to open. This way, when he fires his missiles, they end up hitting the door before they can start tracking you, making for a much easier fight. The usually invincible baby turrets were only a minor annoyance this time around. After that, a wise man said wise words, I shotgunned another battery, watched the most awkward teabag of my life, cheesed the Omega dump truck, and started testing Face McShooty. At first, I wasn't sure what gun to use, but I decided to use the Orphan Maker. Reason being is I might redo a melee version of this challenge in the future, so the rapier can be tested at a later time. So basically, this took well over an hour. Early on, I found a strat that made it easier though. I would get my health really low, so Inconceivable would proc more often, and spam shots until my shield was at its lowest before breaking. This was a bit risky though, and I ended up dying 3 times. Like, imagine dying to Face McShooty even once. Anyway, I finally landed a shot, and it was time to face Bunker's turrets. Irony came to play when the usually weak big turrets were the challenge, opposed to their baby man counterparts. The first 10 were fine, but this last one killed me several times. This turret wasn't slaggable for some reason. My guess is that glitch where slagging an enemy before they fully spawn makes them unslaggable. The most common example is slagging loot homies before they land on the ground. Or maybe I just had absolutely no luck, and 9% slag chance never came through. Honestly, both are believable. After a lot of patience, it finally died, and it was time to take on Bunker. The fight wasn't that intense if I'm gonna be real. Had a couple close calls, but the underside of the arena is super safe. Found a cool thing with ion loader domes where you can walk on the bottom side, but that's just random and not helpful. 35 minutes in, Bunker perished, and it was time for another shotgun. This time around, I tried to race with gravity. The goal was to finish the monster before Sal hit the bottom of the elevator. The result? Bad. The tap twisted on me. I couldn't open the top quickly enough. I feel like I could have had it, but now I gotta wait till the next challenge run. Angel Core was actually going great. I surprised myself when I was able to take out angelic guards for the first time, which made me believe this part was possible. After a good chunk of mobbing, the last injector was finally exposed, and it was invincible. No biggie, I'll just reset the map and... Oh. Okay, I guess the mobbing wasn't that bad. I'll just do it again and then destroy the... What the fuck?
Okay, I'll leave out the door so it doesn't reset the fight and... Oh, brother, come on! Wow, a third time. Who would have guessed? Alright, Calm Gas Mask is back. So this was actually a hard lock. I literally couldn't proceed. On the third attempt, I noticed that the injectors respawn for some reason. I don't know why, but I thought that this might mess up the game, so I tried a fourth time, and I did it under 25 minutes, which is the time it takes for mobs to respawn, and it still was busted. 3 whole hours of Angel Core, and 1 hour of troubleshooting given to make the mission complete. We figured it out. Alright, with that covered, it is time to cover Sawtooth. I hated this too. The ambush commanders actually spawn camped me for a while, and I was having trouble getting shots on them. My most viable strat was to get up close and fight for your life and spam the Orphan Maker. This wasn't a guaranteed kill though. After getting tenderized like a steak for a while, I managed to kill 3 of 4 of them, and the last guy was glitched out of bounds. Oh great, more glitches. My favorite. I thought I had a simple fix. I really thought I could just reset the map on this one, which I did, and I only still had to kill 1, but 4 of them spawned, all at once. On the bright side, I only needed to kill 1. After that, a cowardice buzzard killed me, and I found a weird glitch where if you die in the elevator, you'll respawn on the elevator. It was kind of weird. After finally taking the buzzards out in one of my most grueling Sawtooth runs, it was time for the final sprint. Every time I go to the boneyard, I rewire my brain for its prime directive. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. After they were cranked, we telefragged the pipe and went to the Badlands. With the amount of mental deterioration these runs put me through, being able to turn my brain off for a bit helps, especially right before the big fight. It was also my birthday, so Alyssa made me baby plum cupcakes. Hashtag wholesome moment. Anyway, I usually run right past Saturn, but since I did that last time, and I really didn't want to deal with him firing at me, I decided we would kill him this time. Now I could have patiently killed Saturn with the Orphan Maker, but I really wasn't about that action. So I propped my Powerade bottle up on my mouse and killed Saturn while I bodied people in Smash Bros. Passive income, man. It will change your life. I bodied Saturn and Mr. Game & Watch practically at the same time. Killing Saturn made retrieving the data a lot easier. It was now time for the final stretch before Jack and the Warrior. Fighting the loaders with Claptrap went like most loader fights. I would kill a few, die, then repeat. This time around though, I was smart, and I baited out the Super Surveyors by severing their homies' limbs. I also found a couple of warloaders dabbing, and I wasn't about to let that amount of cringe exist in the same realm as me any longer. Like, bro, I'm already here. Quit trying to steal my spotlight. I somehow managed to get through this fight with relative ease, but a couple of bullloaders actually started rolling me. Yeah, I was really nailing this part of the Captain Blade cosplay. I would say bullet deflection, bad slag luck, and the weird double shot explosive thing these guys always have amounted to just the right amount of obnoxiousness. And my choice of gear played absolutely no factor in these fights whatsoever. After they were dealt with, the rest got a little easier. I might be a buffoon for thinking that the Midnight Star could get 1 kill before the run ends, but Mordo and Brick are true homies and backed me up. While Mordo was slagging the enemies, Brick and I were beating them to scrap metal.
Happy feet. Wombo combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco.
And after Mordo took out the turrets, the rest of the enemies became optional. The final fight with Jack was upon us, and like most of the runs so far, some weird cursed shit went down. What you're watching is a 40-minute fight sped up a whole lot. As you can see, his shield isn't really dropping. So when I eventually died, I needed a large refresher to keep me motivated. It was my birthday. I was gonna kill this. Shortly after the break, I thought of something. I didn't expect him to be so tanky. Can you spawn with different shields? What happens if the lava touch your no-no square? Hot balls. Oh, what the dude?
What the? Yeah, so I guess my man's had a turtle shield on or something stupid. I don't even know anymore. Even with his shield down, there was still a challenge at hand. His health regen far surpassed my ability to keep up with him and stay alive. It seems like I would run off to recover health and he would have the same idea, except he was better at it. Out of pure desperation not to lose the run this far in, I decided to make the playing field more suitable for the fight. I started punching loaders into the lava, not to kill them, just to get them out of the way, and shortly after Jack just stopped. Yeah, I'll play most of the kill right here. I'm not really sure why he did this. My guess was he probably realized it was my birthday and decided to give me the win, but it's likely that this fight was just being glitchy like it always is. Either way, I got the kill, and it was time for the true final boss. This time around, I decided to take him on from a different spot than usual, but the same shoot monster till he dies strategy was used. After a few fails by the hands of Crystalisks, the warrior assumed fate acceptance position. Or so I thought. He tried to pull one last trick on me, but luckily, I'm a very paranoid individual, so my guard was already up. Once his health bar was finally down to practically nothing, I seen my chance to get a kill with the Midnight Star, the final boss, taken out with the worst grenade ever created, all to finish off this treacherous sip. Nah, psych, it failed on me again. On top of that, I killed the warrior while left-handing the Orphan Maker. I decided that since I was in Fight for Your Life, the self-damage wouldn't have really did anything, so I let this one slide. The warrior dropped a terrible leech, and I finished Jack off with the obvious choice of weaponry. The proof is here. You can't beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade, even on your birthday. Alright, don't go yet. I got some bonus content for you guys. Really quick though, it'd be awesome if you guys subbed, liked, and commented on this video. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, and I also love hearing what you guys have to say. My Twitch and Discord links are also in the description if you want to check those out. Alright, now let's shiver some timbers. The Pirate DLC plays a lot like normal Borderlands 2. You just get pirate shanties stuck in your head more often. Things started out a little rough, but after outplaying the last few Pirates action movie style, our first real test arrived. So No Beard always spawns with this corrosive stinkpot rifle, so we had to dance our way around this one. On the bright side, the guy's got no beard and 2 left feet, so taking him out was pretty easy. After talking to the most talented ventriloquist on Pandora and fending off a very angry Alfredo noodle, we finally had our first aircraft, sand skiff, which we properly flew into a bigger boat so that we could in return shoot the smaller boats. Whole lot of boatception. Upon meeting Scarlet, she said that we needed to put Sandman to sleep, so we were off to his lair. On the way there, we also dug up another rapier because I wanted to find all the treasures as a bonus challenge. I don't know why I added more challenges because Big Sleep and Sandman were actually pretty annoying to fight. Well, Sandman actually died like a baby man, but Big Sleep is just a dumb boss. Like most enemies I despise, Big Sleep has this undodgeable chain attack that can even hit through walls. On top of that, the guy can just hit the whoa out of nowhere and deflect my bullets that, may I remind you, already hurt to shoot. A little over a dozen deaths later, I had to bring out the special weapon, the gas mask. And before anyone asks, yes, this gear is also cursed. Whoever wears this thing becomes unbelievably sexy at the cost of undying masochistic urges. With my breath steadied, brain cleared, and on the 666 death mark, I noticed something. For some reason, Big Sleep completely whiffed his melee attack right here while I was standing on this crate. Being the large craniumed lad I am, I instantly knew what to do. A simple confusion strat was all it took to take on this heathen. Also, he dropped the 12-pounder, so that was pretty cool. After we dug up our Orphan Maker and Manly Man shield, we raided this Hyperion caravan. Nothing too eventful, just your average Sea of Thieves gameplay experience. Grabbing the auto idol was more significant than talking to Herbert, so I'll include that instead of him. But our next destination was Washburn Refinery, where even robots can be cowards. There was a group of 2 super loaders that took about 20 minutes to kill, and then there was Hurley, who took 2 minutes to kill. Gearbox did my boy Hurley pretty bold when it comes to balancing. The main attack that makes him unique does 4 damage. On top of that, you can blow his arms off, making him the easiest boss in the game. With all 4 parts of the compass found and or jerry-rigged, it was time to set off to the lighthouse. Here we found the last treasure we needed, the Midnight Star. Way to save the best for last, am I right?
Surprise, surprise, Scarlet betrayed me and sent her biggest cowards after me. They really said, I'm about to head out as soon as I needed a revive. Nothing too hard, but the lieutenants did mess me up quite a bit before I managed to take them out. We somehow photobombed our own POV of getting eaten and fought Roscoe the Rat Hive. Thinking about it now, the Leviathan has some type of turducken situation going on. Like for real, you have the rack inside of the Rat Hive, and then the Rat Hive inside the Leviathan? I don't know, I'm probably thinking too deep into this. Anyway, Roscoe was a bigger baby than Sandman, both figuratively and literally, so he died in like 40 seconds. The Leviathan, though, was a whole different story. At first, I was bombarded by sandworms and their deadly corrosive spit, but then after I respawned, they just disappeared. I don't know why, but it was just 10 minutes of dodging rocks and shooting his eyes and heart. After that was done, a whole wave of worms popped up, and I just took them out from a safe spot. It was a very slow process, mostly because when they go underground, they remove any slag applied to them. And, you know, the whole 9% slag. Yeah, you get it. After all that, I had to fight not one, but 2 sandworm queens before the Leviathan showed its neck. It would have been so simple. I just had to kill the last weak spot. But I left-handed. I had no excuse this time. It was tempting to let it slide, but I had to do what was right. Resetting the fight was the only option. So I did this 20-minute fight about 3 times before the Leviathan finally perished. Which means you can beat Captain Scarlet and her pirate's booty as Captain Blade. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up the video and the bonus content. I just want to thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. With Tiny Tina's Wonderlands coming out soon, I thought it would be fun to do a theme challenge to build up a little hype for the game. I ran the idea by you guys, and a majority of you wanted to see it. So here we are with today's challenge. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship? In this challenge, we will be utilizing the Mysterious Amulet from the Tina DLC and the Unicorn Explosion Shotgun from the Lilith DLC. Before I show you the rest of the build, I'm going to throw the rules at you real quick. First off, we will be playing on OP10 as always. Second, we will be playing as Krieg and require a few specific skills to add to the challenge. More on that in a second. No bar, and most importantly, you gotta bring the homies. Now that everyone's been introduced, let's go over the rest of the skills and gear. We were all repping the Legendary Reaper class mod for that sweet, sweet Bloodbath boost, and to make kill skills last almost 5 times as long. We also have a basic shield and slag grenade just to balance things out. As for those required skills I was talking about, Fuel the Rampage is required so that team damage is something we have to consider, and Redeem the Soul because real homies would risk it all for each other. The rest of the build is centered around mostly bloodbath and explosive damage with very little melee boosts. I tried to balance it out so melee was somewhat viable, but not our main source of damage. And we also have 1 unspent skill point for a little trick you guys will see later in the run. Right off the bat, I taught everybody about the build we were working with. Basic stuff like how to heal, don't shoot your homies, try to proc bloodbath when you can, etc. You guys might also notice that we're all leaving glitter trails everywhere we go. And that's thanks to the Mysterious Amulet. The more people wearing one, the more intense the sparkles get. Often throughout the playthrough, we end up crop dusting each other with these sparkles. Our guns even make fart noises to really add to the immersion. We charged into our first battle not knowing how it would go. We were all still learning how to handle this challenge, and some of us even learned the hard way. I tried to go in for some melee attacks during Buzzak's Rampage and got totally decimated by friendly fire damage. We quickly learned to call out melee targets so that we could coordinate better. Like I said before, melee isn't the main damage source for this run, and it's barely viable. But on the other hand, I'd be lying if I said it's absolutely useless. For example, the benefit of getting a kill in Buzzak's Rampage is that you get a ton of Bloodlust stacks per kill, which is useful because getting stacks is hard with our current build.
These stacks are what make bloodbaths so potent, and also help with mag size, reload speed, etc. I'm being real with you guys, the beginning fight really fried my brain. Like right here, I just shoot my homies for no reason. I didn't even notice this until editing, so sorry, Queen Knight. Well, the fight only resulted in 2 deaths, so that wasn't too bad. We were off to fight Boom Boom, or at least that's where we thought we were going. It's really hard to see anything in combat. The general rule of thumb is to shoot when you see your health bar or your reticle is red, and just hope you hit something. We weren't that coordinated at first, so this small bandit camp took a while. Eventually, we strategized amongst ourselves and all of us focused fire on the same baddies. Also, just as an FYI, from here on out, the death counter is going to be inaccurate. I just couldn't keep track of everything going on, so this one's my bad. And by inaccurate, I mean sometimes I just held the button down when I was dying, so it went up by like hundreds. Just ignore it. The plan for Boom Boom was simple. I would run in and lure Boom to the elevator first, and we would deal with him there. However, our grenade supplies were low, and we had already looted all the chests around. Buying more grenades wasn't quite an option yet because we were still broke since we had just started, so we had to devise a new plan. If one of us would run out of ammo, we would hop in and try to deal what damage we could while also trying to block him from running away. After we fought our best and did what we could, we would die for the homies, leaving a slag grenade behind from pull to pin. After brute forcing it with this strat for a while, we got the kill. As for Boom, we had a plan for him as well. Step 1 was for me to run up and jump on his turret and make him focus on me, while Lucas would be close by on psycho duty and helping with revives when possible. And Tom and Queen Knight were far off, sending stampede after stampede of shots at the turret. I used some of the grenades Boom dropped to slag him, and after 3-ish minutes, the bloodbath kicked in and the last third of his health got decimated. A couple of close calls and insta-bleed outs later, we managed to get more bloodbath from psycho kills and good slag luck to take him out. After that, I noticed that the door was taking damage, so we thought it'd be funny to kill it without the turret. But... oh no.
Wait. Oh no.
Yeah, we soft-locked the game. But on the bright side, Boom Boom didn't spawn again, so it was a simple fix. The path to Flint was open, and it was time to make it to the top. A pre-game huddle decided that we would run past the first bit of enemies, which wasn't the easiest, so we made Tom our designated checkpoint grabber, while the rest of us made sure that no one was left behind. Homies never leave each other behind. Even if they fall into deadly hypothermia-inducing frigid cold ice water, we have to go for them. It's not an option. So when Queen Knight fell in, I had to think quick. The plan was to just chain revives back and forth and gain as much distance as we could before hypothermia kicked in. This wasn't Borderlands 2 anymore. It was Saving Private Queen Knight. We all died to save her, and she was almost back to safety. The best we could do from here was cheer her on from the sidelines as she ran back to the mainland. A couple of lads even seen us use the power of friendship and decided to join the cause.
Oh, there's psychos behind us?
No, they're homies. They're homies.
Oh.
After a bit more mobbing, well, I think I was mobbing. It was kind of hard to see, like, anything at all. Anyway, we made it to the Flint fight. Before we jumped in, we devised a plan. One of us would lure Flint over towards our safe area, and 3 of us will attempt to deal as much damage as possible, while Queen Knight will be our designated medic that we can crawl to. Everything was going according to plan, and Flint looked like he was about beat, but we rushed in too soon and ruined everything. We all started dying, Flint kept healing and healing and healing. After about 20 minutes, we got our bearings together, and in an epic final stand, we managed to end his reign of terror. Finally, at 3 Horns, our next objective was to situate a car. There wasn't really any mandatory combat for this part, but these bullymongs were straight up relentless. We may have died, but on the bright side, our cars were straight up ballin'. That's right, everything is rainbow around here, even our exhaust fumes were glitter. You know what they say, if you're gonna pollute the planet, at least make it aesthetic. Corporal Reese was in some trouble, and since this challenge is all about friendship, the least we could do is go and save it. Oh, he's dead. Well, in that case, let's just make sure to kill the 20 bandits for him. Finally, Sanctuary, where all the homies are at. Speaking of homies, PK Lucas has a message for the YouTube squad. He also wanted me to show you guys this graph. We are up 8% from the last video, which is super awesome.
If you have watched any amount of my videos and are enjoying the content, you might as well sub. And if you're already subbed, good job, I'm proud of you. Anyway, back to gaming. Speedrun Canyon had its usual start. I was thinking I was going to smoke everybody in this race, but Tom straight up teleported to the end, precisely why he was designated checkpoint grabber. We had a little bit of trouble on the way when Queen Knight decided that she didn't want to walk anymore and tried to have a psycho carrier. Don't worry though guys, she's fine. Watching her attempt at taming a wild animal gave me an idea. And right then, we devised a new strategy. I call it res running. This strat utilizes fight for your life riding mechanics and redeem the soul's insta-revive to make for an easy medic evac. To perform this when your friend is down, first call out that you're going to res them and tell them to get ready to run. Then jump above them and press the revive button, thus landing on their head and letting them run you guys to safety. If their redeem the soul isn't active, they can also revive you as you're running. The power of friendship and teamwork is a great thing. Our first non-homie NPC arrived to ruin our day. Honestly, Lilith wouldn't have been that bad if her phase blast didn't hurt us. Whatever, we can camp out on the bridge where she can't get us and deal with the 3 super psychos. Or wait, I mean 12 super psychos. It turns out 4-player difficulty also adds more enemies as opposed to just stronger enemies, so I guess that's good to know. All of us were running out of ammo quickly and frequently, and since we were all still broke, I ran back, acquired loot, hit the skip again, and shot my gun 8 times before running out of ammo. Some of us had other ideas, like Queen Knight. Bless her soul. We were shooting, but mostly slicing as psychos for upwards of an hour. After saving the useless character, it was time to save the necessary character that the challenge may or may not have depended on. First thing we need to do is acquire a new whip. The cars we needed to destroy are weak, but I ended up getting ran over anyway. A few times. The second time I was just chilling when a car decided to ram the caravan into the back of my head. The deaths were worth it though, because now we have a truck that can hold all the homies. This is usually the part of the run where I say, bad ma hard, but honestly, there was another big psycho that took longer than him. We cornered him a few times, but good god, these guys are super tanky. Let's all take time to appreciate the fact that these guys don't have health regen, otherwise this would be a quick video. Bad ma, like I said, wasn't as bad, but still took a while. It would have been nice to get Bloodbath from his shield homies, but we killed him off too early. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of the most obnoxious parts of the run. The mobbing area before Mad Mike is literally a shithole. And the enemies here have the high ground, and getting close enough for efficient kills was just tough. Also, let's not forget about all the Ironclad psychos. But the absolute worst part was when Steam servers went down and kicked everyone from the game. It could have been a simple fix. Just had to wait for the homies to rejoin. But this wouldn't be a GASMASK challenge run without dumb glitches. We had a game crash, meaning I had to run through all the obnoxiousness again. Since we got through all the mandatory combat here before the crash, I decided running through the next save was fair since we were practically right there anyway. Finally at the dam, we faced one of our scariest fights we were all dreading. The Warden. Constructors usually have upwards of 90% damage reduction to explosive damage, meaning we were going to have to put all of our offense into this fight. While going through the Friendship Gulag would have been pretty thematic for this run, it was not an option. With our plan ready, we charged in, and the fight went fan-tastic. I believe 2 or 3 of us were actually able to get Bloodbath to proc off loader kills, and with the 5 times duration, we absolutely annihilated Warden. And just like that, Roland was saved. Next up was our scheduled tea time with Tina. We decided to split up into 2 teams to get through this area faster. Me and Lucas snuck into the bandit camps for the badonkadonks, while Tom and Queen Knight talked to Tina and made the bombs. With the power of teamwork, it only took us 4 minutes to blow up the train and head towards the Wilhelm fight. This fight started off a bit rough just because he likes to spawn 16 loaders right as the fight starts, but after they were dealt with, Wilhelm created his own demise. The surveyors he spawns are like super easy for getting Bloodbath, so he didn't survive much longer. With the Logan's gun he dropped installed in the Sanctuary shield system, and having my life saved by the homies after Lilith's attempted assassination, it was time for the fridge run. It went pretty bad for all of us honestly, but Tom did a great job as checkpoint grabber as he usually does, so the pain was short-lived. After making it through the fridge with 8 more hard nipples than we walked in with, it was time to visit everybody's favorite thresher, Mr. Noodle. He was a real pain to deal with this time around. Damage was slow, and his shields just kept coming back. But with a lot of teamwork and close calls, we managed to get the beacon back. Now, I really want to tell you guys, we defended the beacon with everything we had, it didn't get destroyed, and we killed all the loaders. But no, this was just chaos and pain. The beacon eventually hit the invincible stage, and the fast travel dropped, but even with just trying to rush the fast travel, we kept dying. It took 10 minutes of trying to rush it and make sure no one was down before we managed to escape that mechanical nightmare. But the pain didn't stop there, because up next was the preserve. We started out getting our butt cheeks chomped by rabid stalkers. But if we're looking on the bright side, wounding loaders is way easier with 4 players, so that was pretty cool. The mobbing wasn't crazy difficult, except for the stalkers, based on how they're built and the whole invisibility thing. Basically, it was just really tough to deal damage to them. I managed to get a crazy bloodbath chain for most of the first mobbing area, which paired with the revives I was getting, saved a lot of time. The ultimate loader was surprisingly weak compared to other big enemies we have faced. The real challenge we faced was totally optional, but we needed to know who would win in a 4v4.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no, this is impossible.
Oh no, not the jet loader.
Well, we died pretty fast. We managed to take out 3 of them, but with no drops, sadly. But the 4th was a jet loader and flew away. A bit more mobbing, and we made it to the end. Bloodwing was upon us, and she knew I was bringing friends this time around, so she came prepared with her own secret weapon. Not only did we have to deal with Bloodwing, but the jet loader is dropping missile strikes on us as well. Bloodwing being fast and airborne made hitting shots extremely hard with the guns we were using. Her mistake though was landing on the ground frequently, allowing us to focus our fire. We brought ponies to a bird fight, and by God, it was actually working. Our teamwork was on point during this fight. Most of our deaths were fast bleedouts after too many soul redemption revives, but other than that, we were executing SWAT-style maneuvers. Bloodwing landed while 2 of us had Bloodbath, and we practically sealed the deal there, bringing Bloodwing and I's rivalry score to 2-2. Tie game, baby, let's go! We had 1 homie left to recruit, and he was a buff pony lover just like the rest of us. Obstacle 1 was another big psycho. Obstacle 2 was Brick's Goons. The age-old strat of getting a Goliath to go God mode was our best option. But in the end, we would have to slay the god we created. This is the part where y'all think too hard trying to find a deeper meaning in something I just made up. Anyway, after jumping the sarcastic slab, we started punching robots with Brick. Also, here's a classic Tom joke.
Hey guys, how does Brick kill loaders?
How?
I don't want to know.
He breaks their motherboard.
That's going in the video.
With the boys, and Lilith, finally reunited, it was time to get the last thing needed for the bunker raid. The Jack Double was our next target, and let me tell you, this was a long fight. I feel like every time I fight this wannabe in a challenge run, I get some cursed, desperate POV of me trying to kill him. I can't get through this line without laughing. It's staying like that. This fight was extra tough because not only was his shield tanky, but he also has the power to instantly refill his shields, I guess? Lucky for us, however, he constantly summons reinforcements, aka bloodbath fodder. With both advantages and disadvantages in this fight, it was a real roller coaster. We got close a few times, but this insta-shield trick gave him a lot of time to regen his health. After a good 30 minutes, the game gave up and the Jack Double got stuck. Lucas and I would take turns going in for damage while Queen Knight and Tom distracted the reinforcements. Shortly after that, Fake Jack's fake face was sliced off. Finally, with all the tools acquired, it was time for the bunker raid. Obstacle 1 wasn't anything new for us, a simple constructor fight and the first door is open. Obstacle 2 was the one I was most worried about, the infamous baby turrets. For those of you who don't know, these turrets are completely immune to splash damage for some reason, meaning the only damage they would take were from direct pony contact. These guys also have some anime protagonist health regen, which makes progress incredibly fragile. Luckily, we were all Krieg and fought a glitch with another glitch. Infinite vertical melee is a thing in BL2 where you can melee anything directly above you, no matter how high it is. I know we didn't use just the unicorn explosion to take him out, but it's because of a glitch, so I think it's fair. If their blast immunity was intended, the word resist would show up instead of damage numbers, so I don't feel bad about this at all. The third obstacle before bunker was our tankiest enemy yet, the super constructor. We all hid and started laying into him as best as we could. Now, if you viewers learned anything from this fight, let it be that horses beat nukes.
No.
Oh, can I shoot the nuke? Please. Nuke, come after me. Please. Yes. I shot the nuke with a horse. I shot the nuke with a horse. Oh god. Somebody shoot the nuke. No, it's coming after me. Please, no. No.
This fight wasn't necessarily hard, it just took 20 minutes to finally take him out. And finally, the last test before bunker, Base McShooty. We opened fire and aimed high to lob our shots in hopes to land a hit. We suspected that the shots were disappearing, and we were right. They were actually only making it about halfway. Sniping from this distance wasn't an option, so me and Lucas tried a closer spot. Even at this range, it took a solid 20 minutes to actually hit it though. Mostly because another one of these heathens kept throwing pipes at us. It was now time for us to start the epic bunker battle. The autocannons were a breeze to take out, but a few hot loaders in our area were giving us some trouble at first. Other than them, it was easy peasy. The bunker fight was going to be a long one, but by this time in the challenge, our coordination was more refined. We were hitting res runs with perfect execution. We were setting up bloodbath kills to unload on bunker, and our minds were more in tune than they ever were. Even with all these great things going on, this fight still took over an hour. Turrets not included, and no, we didn't even get a 94 sham for all of our effort. The Angel Corps was up next, and we were ready for anything after that last fight. Some tougher mobs were showing up, but with focused fire, we trampled over the angelic guards. Get it? Trampled? Because we're shooting horse. Come on, please. This time around, we discovered a new strat of saving the shock field generators because they're easy to kill and give second wins, which helped a bit. Also, we had Roland and his turret, which gave us tons of ammo. You know what didn't help though? Lilith constantly phase blasting us out of nowhere. Honestly, fuck Lilith, bro. She actually pissed me off with her bullshit. Why the f does she come in, murk us, and then just say, "Howdy, boys." Since when were you a f***ing cowboy, Lilith? We told you not to come here. Can you please leave and make sure not to cripple us on your way out? Thanks. F***ing A. Howdy, boys. What the fuck even is that? Okay, got that out of my system. Cool. Anyway, Control Core Angel took about an hour to kill everything, but on the bright side, it was time for the final stride towards the vault and Jack. Psych! Welcome to Sawtooth Cauldron, boys! This place was terrible. The good old spawn camping from the ambush commander prank really got on our nerves. This was probably the most visual pollution I have seen in this run. It was to the point where I couldn't even see myself dying.
Can't even see my body, dude.
There wasn't anything to do, except just unload into the horde until the objective checked off. Would you believe me if I said that wasn't even the worst part? The buzzards were pretty much impossible to hit consistently, and we had to kill 5 of them, bro. Oh my. I'll go over some of the strats we tried to use to handle these guys. First off, our best chance of killing buzzards was for them to just get stuck on some part of the tower so we could focus fire and take them out. That requires a lot of waiting and hoping though, so we also tried something else. We would ride the elevator down so that the buzzards would despawn and ride back up and try to catch the buzzards right as they spawned. I even attempted to ride the spawning buzzards by downing myself and landing on top of it, but it wasn't working too good. We also tried to go to other parts of the map to kill buzzards with low movement options, but couldn't find any. The actual method of how we killed them will surprise you. The first one got stuck and made for an easy kill. The second one got stuck and we managed to shoot it down. The third one somehow managed to get stuck, so it was a sitting duck. The fourth one, however, got stuck, so that one was easy. And the fifth one, get this, actually got stuck in a spot where it couldn't move. It's pretty freaking weird, right? It also only took 75 minutes, so we actually did all that pretty fast. Right, guys? Right? We weren't in the boneyard for too long because we split up to the different pumping stations and the pipeline, so teamwork saved us some time there. The Badlands, however, are usually tough because of a certain boss. But what if I told you we weren't going to need to deal with any of that? I think it's about time we use that extra skill point. Speccing into Light the Fuse gives us a new technique I like to call totem polling. As shown before, when you are in a down state or fight for your life, you can ride on top of your friends, but will bounce off as soon as you are revived. The reason for bouncing off isn't because we are no longer in fight for your life, but because of a transition from being crouched to a standing position. With Light the Fuse, you never crouch when going down, and can run and jump, so when revived, you will stay on top of your friend's head. Repeat this process stacking from the bottom until your tower is made. Using this strat, you can effectively reach heights of around 7 times higher than your normal jump,
which gave us a way to sneak past everything.
Like I'm just jumping off the rock.
Yeah.
You both made it.
Both of you
Perfect.
are.
Perfect.
The true power of friendship prevailed again, and we made our escape. In a way, you could say we beat Saturn with only Light the Fuse, and that is truly awesome. After respeccing out of Light the Fuse because it's terrible in OP levels 1 or higher, we made our way to the final stretch. The Claptrap door wasn't too bad, we just needed to make sure we took out the Super Surveyor while it was distracted, otherwise we could have a sequel to the Buzzard's Nest.
The run through Heroes Pass should have been easy, since we have Mordecai and Brick there to help us out.
But a loot goon spawned, Brick glitched out, and I had to spec into Light the Fuse to skip a barrier because they wouldn't open the door. And we absolutely couldn't get past the Super Constructor with enough time to travel to the vault. To keep a long story short, we tried to fight Jack, but I was spec'ing to Light the Fuse still, and it was doing more harm than good. The ending explosion radius is huge, and I would just down anyone around me, so going for a revive was a huge risk. We decided to run back to Sanctuary to respec and just run through Heroes Pass again.
This time wasn't bad because we got to the door before the Constructor even spawned. And now it was time for the real fight.
This fight honestly was really tough, and the mask wasn't coming off until it was done.
This is supposed to be the part where I talk about the glitch where he went invincible and we had to reset the map.
But this is supposed to be a wholesome video, and I already let all my rage out on the cowboy giraffe. Okay, as for the real fight, phase 1 was super easy.
His shield is pretty tanky, but his clones are super weak, so revives and bloodbath are practically spoon-fed to us.
Phase 2, however, was the real challenge. Jack's health regen is pretty tough, almost as tough as the baby turrets, and he also has a shield surveyor that has to be destroyed in order to deal more damage to him. This fight was a constant tug of war, and to show it off, here's the fight at 1 minute per second speed. Just look at the health bar. Bloodbath at the time was scarce, but things were looking up. Jack stopped spawning his shield drones, but started spawning his field turret instead, which was going to be our savior.
These things are relatively weak, so Bloodbath was back on the table.
I'm probably gonna when the bloodbath, when the bloodbath kicking in, when the bloodbath kicking in, let's go!
Ooh.
Yeah.
The warrior was here, and it was time for a fight. Crystalisks started spawning, which were susceptible to both melee and explosive damage,
which were our specialties.
The warrior fought hard, but he was no match for us. We had everything we needed to win this fight, and that is each other. The warrior eventually seen what we were capable of, and willingly let us fill his heart with the power of friendship. With the warrior down, we all celebrated. Queen Knight high-fived Jack a little too hard, but in the end, at least we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship. The run, however, isn't done. We still have some bonus content to tackle if you guys want to stick around and see us take on these DLCs. First off, we did Turkey DLC because it was the day before Turkey Day, and what better way to celebrate massacres than to blow stuff up, am I right? This DLC got pretty chaotic. The key points were the opportunity tributes that took a long time to kill. We're talking about 30 minutes to kill Rose and this clown shoot idiot. We had the jabbers after that, which would have went fine, but we had to kill them while they were slagged for the mission to progress. Hitting these guys with bullets or grenades is already tough enough. Luckily, Tom snagged a homing slag grenade at some point and made this doable. This only took 15-ish minutes to do, but that's relatively still a lot for what it was. On the bright side, we were finally able to cook Lucas like the snack he is, and fought the Waddle Gobbler, which was just your pretty standard easy to dodge moves but really tanky health bar fight, nothing crazy. So we also did the Grandma Torg missions, but in Japanese, so she didn't really talk and the voice lines were just skipped, which is already cursed enough, but getting the candy for her got even more cursed. One of the heathens we needed to kill ran out into the ocean where we couldn't kill him. Guess we have to wait until Wonderlands to blow up the ocean. Round 2 went a little bit better. He was a lot closer this time, so we were able to kill him. The whole thing was just really cursed. We all kind of regretted doing the side mission TBH, but I guess you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous wattle gobbler with the power of friendship. Did you guys know that was the full title? Because I didn't. Let's move on to the first big DLC, which was the Tina DLC. Our mission, save the queen. Our first obstacle, total pushovers. Literally, the skeletons are so frail that a single shot actually staggers them like a grenade or something. Mr. Bony Pants guy was also a joke, so the docks went by quick. Flame Rock Refuge shouldn't have been hard, but the fire barrels used to light the blimps didn't work for some reason. I tried using Krieg's Fire Breath skill to do it, but that also didn't work, so we just did a quick reset and the problem was fixed. Finally, at the forest, the difficulty started to ramp up a bit. We were no longer fighting skeletons, we were fighting trees. Strong trees. Tina forgot to balance the combat, so this stump was level 138. Like, imagine the peak runs you would need to do to get to OP 58. Anyway, the rest of the forest was alright. We stole the blood fruit pacifistically and made it to the spooky version of the forest. Here we found the most important thing we needed to beat this run. Our homie Roland. After killing a dragon and realizing one of us was a dragonborn, we headed for the Tree of Life, where everything started to go downhill. Actually, downhill doesn't describe it. It was more like things were going off of a cliff. We planned for the Ghost Kings to be tough, don't get me wrong. What really grinds my gears is that someone over at Gearbox HQ decided to make these guys resistant to all elements and gave them health regen. I don't know the rules for who does and doesn't get regen in UBHM, but an exception should have been made for these goons. Taking the first phase out was easy, but when they turned into fast-flying heads of suffering is when we almost gave up. This was one of those times where I was about to ring the bell and deem this challenge impossible. We tried many strats to take these guys out, like luring them out of the arena and hoping they just get stuck somewhere, getting bloodbath, but that wasn't easy because most of the enemies had the immortality sword in their back and it wouldn't give it to us anyway, and we even tried old-fashioned slicey dicey strats, but to no avail. The 4v4 between the Ghost Kings and the GASMASK gang was looking grim, but we were looking at it the wrong way. It wasn't a 4v4, it was a 5v4. Roland, the absolute legend, was going to be our key to victory. We noticed that his turret was actually dealing relevant damage to the Ghost Kings. It was just a matter of the head being close enough for the shots to hit, and the body being far away enough because it would confuse the turret. First head was the easiest because we still had normal enemies to get bloodbath off. The second was probably the toughest. At first we got close, but we ran out of bloodbath and eventually healed back to full. We tried to reset the map for more enemies, but that was a bad idea because the first Ghost King came back. This time around we didn't get much bloodbath for the first fight, but somehow still managed to kill him and get our progress back. This is when we tried the aforementioned lure strat that just didn't work, and right as I was about to give up, the second Ghost King just died.
Alright, let's see. Let's look at bug page on Ghost Kings. Ghost Kings.
Wait a sec. You killed it.
Wait,
what? I don't know. I just went back in the arena and it's dead.
Huh?
Cheese strat, we just abandoned Roland.
We did it, yeah!
Wait, what?
My theory is that he went into a non-combat stillness and Roland's turret just laid into him. Which really surprised us because we didn't see Roland throw out his turret up until now. With our newfound hope, we went back in and fought through the other kings, making sure to fight the head as far away from the body as possible, so the turret would put in the work. Even with this strat, it was highly reliant on things mostly out of our control. After nearly 2 hours, we finally took out the last king and ended the worst fight in GASMASK challenge history. It was time for the mines. The dwarves here were a lot tankier than we anticipated, but nothing compared to what we just beat, so we were fine. After getting up on Ragnar the Emancipator, we completed the jumping and cube puzzles, both correctly, and then went to fight Greedtooth. We tried befriending him, but he was still mad about us punching his boss. Luckily for us, he spawns a bunch of dwarves, so bloodbath is easy pickings, and Lucas also rolled a 20 on his perception check and noticed there was a damage shrine in the arena. We combined that with our bloodbath for some major damage. Later in the fight, some aerial golems spawned in, but we kind of just ignored them because they were just kind of jokes. Anyway, 20-minute gold golem fight, not too bad. Hatred Shadow was our next challenge. First thing first, we had to kill a darkness with ponies, you know, because symbolism. And next we had a couple of mobbing areas filled with tough knights and wizards. And at the very end, we had the handsome dragon. First, we have established this already, but flying enemies are super annoying. We're shooting unicorns, not Pegasi, so it's kinda cheating on their end. Secondly, Bloodbath was kinda off the table because the baby dragons were surprisingly tanky, and even if we could proc Bloodbath, our stacks were usually low because sustained damage was hard to keep up with, so even if we had it, it wouldn't do much. And so the patience game began. Lucas and I, being the chaotic individuals we are, were right out in the open trying to do what we could. Tom and Queen Knight, though, were chilling on the sidelines acting as cheerleaders for us. Those two were roasting us more than the dragon during this fight, so yeah, I went there.
Do you guys know why that's the cringe end of the bridge and this is the cool end? Because you guys are there. Oof.
Got him.
After a long fight, we were so close to winning when disaster struck. Steam servers went down again. We could have waited and this would have been fine, but for some reason my game straight up kicked me from the map and Borderlands was soft locked into this restoring session cycle. So not only did we have to do that whole fight all over again, we had to do the whole map's worth of mobbing as well. Why can't things ever just go smoothly, bro? What's with all these glitches and bugs? Like, come on! It's never just, Claptrap said his voice line twice, that's a weird glitch. It's always some never before seen, Jack turned invincible, Tom fell through the map, Brick won't move, game soft locking bullshit. Okay, breathe easy, breathe easy. Okay, back to the run. Both dragon fights took about 30 minutes each, not including all the mobbing required, but in the end, we made it barely holding on to our sanities. The Lair of Infinite Agony was actually quick. There's no mandatory mobbing here, so the only thing we had to worry about was finding Mr. Miz to get our extra mysterious amulet. And finding him wasn't too bad, so all we had to do was buy the... Well, it's fine. Everything is fine. All four of us pitch in, we should have enough. I sold all my gear and asked Queen Knight for some money, but she thought it was a scam and wanted me to explain why we needed it and threatened to punch Mr. Wiz, which would have restarted the challenge. And Lucas was also killing him with jump damage, and I was just panicking across the board. Queen Knight decided to duel me for the money, and with hours of pain on the line, I decided to play it cheap for the greater good. With all of our life savings combined, we were able to buy the amulet with the worst possible friendship rating. The Sorcerer's Daughter was our next fight, and with all the fragile spiders around, bloodbath chains were easy to come by, but this fight still lasted a while for one reason.
This was not big arm. No, 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 no!
We probably did enough damage during this fight to kill her 3 times, but the health regen powers were so powerful. We discovered that she could only leech us if we got too close, so the new strat was to stay as far away as possible. She still cut us lacking a few times after the new plan, but we eventually got our shit together and finished her off. I made a mistake right after the fight. I rolled 2 dice on this chest, and rolled 2 13s. You guys might not know, but this number always foretells bad luck for me. Rolling 2 of them meant something most unfortunate was going to happen. With paranoia high, we went to the top of the tower to face our final boss. Phase 1 seemed simple. His clones were easy bloodbath, just like in real life, but taking him out was going to take a while.
The shield doesn't regenerate? I hope not.
No, why'd you say it?
We quickly devised a new strat to save our slag grenades for when his shields were depleted to put as much damage into his health bar as we could. Even with this strat, he managed to recharge his shield 9 times during this fight. Phase 2 was honestly the easiest. No shield regen, and he summoned more pushover skeletons, so nothing much to note. Which brings us to Phase 3. This phase had the largest health bar so far, and the mobs he summoned were dragons again, so bloodbath was no longer an option. We were so close to beating him. But that double 13 I rolled earlier finally came into play.
What?
What?
Why does its health go up?
No, no.
No, what the happened?
No.
We lost a good 40 minutes of progress, and it only got weirder after that. We almost had to call an exorcist because there were 2 instances of us just flying off of each other.
We're flying! What's going on? We're flying!
Help me! Help me!
stuck on you.
What is happening?
going on?
Our spirits were on the brink of breaking. Only thing keeping us going was each other. And after 2 long hours of fighting the sorcerer, we finally ended his reign of terror. And all we were rewarded with was more ammo. And also the knowledge that you can beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with the power of friendship. One more DLC left, the Draft DLC. We start off trying to defend Sanctuary before these insane X-Daw military goons decide to start gassing us. And with us being the Gas Mask gang, we didn't have an issue at all. But Lilith, for some reason, is still calling the shots and straight up kidnapped us, and Hector made off with the most important thing in the universe. Back on actual ground, the game showed us that we're bad at fighting plants for the 2nd DLC in a row. There were a lot of plant psychos, and the chaos was really starting to get to us. We ended up shooting each other multiple times throughout this fight, but the last thing we were going to do is let some garden beat us. Anyway, we met Vaughn, and our next mission became clear. We had to figure out how this gas stuff worked. Testing included collecting infected brains and inhaling the gas ourselves for a sweet damage boost. We got the brains scanned, but the new Pandorans decided to launch an attack on our new base, so we had to defend it. This time around, the baby turrets were on our side, so we were practically Oh, what? They died already? These things were supposed to be invincible. No. So we fought these guys for a while before they ran out of vegetation to throw at us. Speaking of vegetation, our boy Mordo caught the plant disease, so we needed to save him. Luckily, Talon is here to help us kill literally only this one guy in the cutscene for us, and leave us to deal with the other 14 that all seem to have blast-proof shields. These guys were pretty tough, so we did what anyone would do. Inhale some plant gas so our guns were stronger, cause that makes total sense. Talon led us to where we needed to go by pooping out a trail for us, and Mordecai was officially diagnosed with plant. We needed to find a cure fast. Luckily for us, Cassius had what we needed. Getting to him was going to take some work. And by work, I mean using a giant space laser to open a door. We had to fight through some more Garden Gang members to get to the laser, but Brick showed up and he's been hitting the gym. Homie was level 116, so he could bite through any plant. Well, almost any plant. We made it to Helios Fallen, and I think you all know where this is going. We had to fill Uranus with unicorns. I will say the amount of unicorns Uranus was able to handle was impressive. The stamina as well. Uranus was taking unicorn poundings for a solid 20 minutes. Okay, that's my butthole joke quota for the year? Yeah, for the year. Let's get back to something that might actually be funny. The path to Cassius was open and we moved with haste because our homie Mordo wasn't doing too good. Cassius ended up consuming too much plant gas, but he didn't seem to care. He managed to create the cure, but ended up too far gone, so we had to take him out. The fight was going pretty slow just because we couldn't get kill skills, but then we found this hentai room that we farmed for Bloodbath. Nothing too crazy here, honestly. We've had tougher 20-minute fights. A quick run-through of the gas-infested engine room, and we made it to the final boss fight. Hector. Yes, such a scary-looking boss, but such an underwhelming name for a finale. Plant Gang was going down whether they liked it or not. Lilith was also here, which wasn't too bad actually, because it seemed like her kills gave us second wins, but I don't know if that was real. Hector quickly found out he was no match for the power of friendship, so he had a clever idea to try to defeat us. He built big plant walls to separate us, but true friendship knows no bounds. The toughest part of this fight was the lack of ammo. We were desperate at one point and all started picking up shotguns and grenade mods off the ground because they provide a little bit of ammo, but we were mostly staying alive with teamwork and Buzzax rampages. Hector was no match for us, and after a good half hour, he fell to our power. Well, kinda. He tried the good old kamikaze bad guy strat, but the DLC is over. So that means, yes, you can beat Commander Lilith in the fight for Sanctuary with only the power of friendship. One last thing we needed to do was save our Queen Butt Stallion in real life. It was honestly super easy, we just needed to do some mobbing, plus Brick was there so we didn't really need to do mobbing. We fed the pretty pony using our amulet and... well, it didn't work. We didn't get a new unicorn explosion. Like always, the wiki lied to me and said a new relic would get me a new one. But oh well, she dropped a flacker, which is close enough in my opinion. And just like that, peace was restored to the world. To celebrate, I decided to pop open my last Monster Assault, probably ever. A while back, they rebranded them, and they just don't taste the same anymore. So as soon as I knew they were temporary, I bought upwards of 200 of the OGs,
and on this day, I drank my last one. These things have gotten me through a lot of rough days, and they've also made plenty of good days great. And I wouldn't want to finish it off any other way than with good friends after a monumental triumph such as this challenge. Let this video be your sign to go play some BL2 with friends like the good old days. Call up some old friends and do a playthrough, or find a homie in the comments section. I'll have these save files in the description if y'all a bunch of masochists like me too. And if you want to hang with me, I do stream these runs on Twitch. Link down below if you want to come stop by and say hello. Queen Knight also streams, so I'll add her link down there too. If you guys want to support the YouTube channel and more runs like these, make sure to like, subscribe, show a friend, and leave a comment. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm and also motivates me to keep making these challenge run videos. Thanks for watching, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. So a while back, a homie by the name of Obo Shoes Games created a video about all the reasons why you couldn't beat Borderlands 2 without moving. And that got me thinking, can you beat Borderlands 2 without walking? Well, yeah, you could just sprint, crawl, or jump everywhere, duh. Okay, let's make it more interesting than that. What if we didn't have access to the 4 basic movement controls WASD? Well, in that case, you're still pretty much out of luck then. But there are still some loopholes we can consider. In order to succeed, we will have to really stretch the definition of beating Borderlands 2. My challenge runs are usually UVHM OP10 geared runs, where I test the viability of many cursed and terrible weapons. So we could do it that way, but the UVHM geared speedrun category pretty much already does this via double shot rocket jumping. They still do walk for parts of the run, yes, but most of the time they're just flying or spamming Norfleets. This also isn't a freshly birthed character, so getting to this max level geared scenario would require a save editor or walking while getting your character up to max level. If beating the game with a fresh character is what we are looking for, then a super easy, and in my opinion lame, way to do it is to play co-op and have someone else do all the work for you. But there is a way you can create a fresh character and beat the game without using WASD in single player. The quotation marks are there because this is where we really start stretching definitions. So the Giraffe DLC came out and gave the players the ability to create a new character starting at level 30. Each character also has a specific set of gear that is the exact same each time you create a new one. These characters also start at the beginning of the very last mission, the Talon of God. Okay, calm down. If you want to call me a cheater, I have the whole "you cheated, you didn't grow" copy pasta in the description, so you don't have to Google it to paste it in the comment section. Anyway, beating the game with one of these saves is a real speedrun category known as any % boosted. We will be doing a modified version of that, but don't think this is going to be easy. We still can't use WASD, so this ain't no walk in the park. Well, actually, it's not a walk at all, actually. So we set our movement keys to the arrow keys so we don't touch them, pick 0, and spec into execute. And bam, we can now dash toward enemies, allowing us to move. This should be easy, right? Well, not entirely. This is definitely a helpful skill, but there's one problem. It only works if we have line of sight to an enemy. And since we need to go talk to Claptrap first, we are pretty much screwed. But there's still hope. A level 30 boosted 0 starts out with a Rocketeer Assault Rifle, which we can use to do this. Okay, that was like 2 inches, but if you chain them together, you can actually get some momentum going. Throw some grenades into the mix, and we have a basic foundation for movement in this run. So our first goal of the run was to talk to Claptrap, but we were going to stop by Zed's place and hope for a better shield, since we are going to be shooting our feet a lot. We were able to use execute on his patient to get close quickly, and luckily we got an adaptive shield from the homie, so the corrosive dot we would sometimes give ourselves would be less of an issue. Getting out was tough because of the roof and the tight doorway, but we made it to Claptrap before running out of ammo. Here we could have save quit to get back to the fast travel, but we were low on bounce juice, so I decided to farm some by oofing myself to get some for free. Before we left, we bounced our way over to Crazy Earl's to buy an assault rifle ammo upgrade with the 12 Iridium we started with. This also filled our ammo so we could tackle the Iridium Blight strong. The first strat I tried here was punching a car while getting in and out of it to move, but it wasn't working as expected. I would have to rocket bounce to re-angle myself constantly, so we gave up on that idea. Luckily, we had a turret and some particularly buff rack we could use to just fly through most of the area, but King Mong also spawned and decided to delete a good chunk of my progress. After barely escaping that fight with my life, I slowly bounced my way to Claptrap and then proceeded to farm some more ammo at the respawn station. Fighting the bots at the door was probably the best point-and-click adventure game I've ever played. The strat that got me through this was just having one robot really close to death so I could just use that for a second win. It was definitely scary at times though, like when exploders decided to run up on me and all I could do was just... But we managed to kill all the bots and the door was open. I thought that these stairs might be too steep to climb and me and Claptrap were gonna have to cloak ourselves and cry at the bottom, but I was wrong and climbed them one step at a time. Spawning into Heroes Pass, the first thing we do is die. First reason for this is so that we could skip climbing another set of stairs, and also, anytime we hit a respawn station, we want to refarm our ammo because running out could cause us to reset the map. From here, we bounced and executed forward, but then got comboed right back by the power loaders. After dealing with those heathens, I tried to do a skip to get past the first door, but that didn't go too good. To make up for lost time, I tried to perform an execute jump, and well, that didn't go too good either. We were back at square one, and Brick was ahead killing everything, which was good and bad. Good, because that means I didn't have to fight them. Bad, because I didn't have anything to execute off of. But on the bright side, we were able to get more bouts practice in. There's still some enemies around by the time I caught up, so the bridge jump was easily hurdled with an execute. Execute also let me clear another large portion of the path by targeting these two defense turrets. I tried using the turrets to just jump over the door, but the line of sight just wasn't there, so I had to scratch that plan. I opted to just kill the rest of the loaders, and shortly after we almost had a big uh-oh moment when I got stuck on the respawn station. I tried to launch myself off, but the new station wasn't registering my shots. Luckily I had a grenade, so I managed to knock myself off. From here on out, I think everything just turned into spaghetti. I died multiple times trying to use the constructor to fly across the gap, and died one more time when the constructor was almost dead, so a lot of time lost there. Fourth time around, I actually made the jump and had some scary fights on the other end. I managed to get the constructor down, but an ion loader had an angle on me from afar. I knew all it wanted to do was land a fatal shot and bubble up like a coward. Luckily, I remembered I was in normal mode, and dot damage actually works, so we killed it with our Rocketeer and made it to the vault. After farming up some ammo to make it all the way over to the next ammo farming station, it was time for the final fight, the Warrior. Oh yeah, wait, there was Jack too, but he's kind of a baby in normal mode, so we dealt with him quick. Anyway, the Warrior fight seemed like it wouldn't be too bad. Plenty of opportunities for revives, racks to use for some fancy movement, and not too big of a health bar to deal with. But I somehow managed to get launched into lava not once, not twice, but 3 freaking times. At this point, the enemies just straight up de-aggro, so I couldn't even blind fire towards minimap dots. Fourth time around, I resisted the allure of the hot tubs and focused on the ammo stations like a true gamer, and managed to get the kill. If I had this mentality sooner, we could have had a sub 2-hour run. But the Warrior is dead, so at least we know. You can kinda beat Borderlands 2 without walking. Alright guys, this was just a short little challenge video. My next one will be back to the usual full game stuff. Before I go, I want to shout out Obo for the inspiration on this run. I also want to shout out Zubius for the footage he provided, and Holy Milk because he beat my time 4 hours after I completed my run. I'll have links to their YouTubes and Twitch channels in the description. If you want to support my channel, make sure to like and comment. It helps a lot with YouTube's algorithm. You can also check out my other videos and subscribe with notifications on to know when new ones come out. I'll also have my Twitch and Discord links in the description if those are up your alley. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. When it comes to the Borderlands games, the first thing you might think about is all the wacky guns you can find. But we can't forget about those scary looking rocks that make things go. So to mix things up this time around, today's question is, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball? Alright, before we hop in, I'm gonna pitch the rules to you real quick. First off, wait, did we really just put 2 baseball jokes in the intro? Nah bro, we're cutting that one out. Anyway, this is going to be an overpowered 10 UVHM playthrough. The skills Nuke and Scorched Earth are both banned because they would probably carry us too much, but we will be using turrets for slag since Gearbox decided a slag fastball was too fun to include in the game. No bar allowed, and we must have a fastball equipped at all times, meaning we are not allowed to use the stock grenade for boosted jumps in this run. With the rules out of the way, let's get to the build. Here's a full view so that the build critics can start their 4-page essay telling me why I should have spec'd for more gun damage, but the skills I think are important are Do or Die because I need to be able to throw grenades while down, and 11 in Grenadier to make sure I have the balls to beat this challenge. As for turret upgrades, I snagged the shield, maglock, and extra turret skills for defensive help, and double up for the aforementioned slagging. Gear consists of a basic shield because I wanted to do it without a big boom blaster to really flex on them, Vault Hunter Relic because it has no combat utility and getting cool drops is fun, an Expert Grenadier so we can carry more nades, and of course, fastballs coming in explosive, fire, shock, and corrosive elements. Alright, now let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, I noticed that my self-conscious masochism decided to start me off with a whopping 0 grenades. I usually start myself with full ammo but no cash to keep it balanced, but this time I just had to search for everything. All the enemies in this beginning bit are fleshy, so fire fastballs were the way to go. Dealing with the bullymongs was simple, because they're huge targets, but I started having a little trouble when the bandits came into play. Simple math can figure out barely any grenades and missing my shots, or throws I guess, equals a bad time. I had a few bandits left and opened every container in Liarsburg to find more grenades with no luck. I would have bought more, but the town didn't have power, and I was practically broke anyway. So with nothing we can do, I guess the run ends here. Psych, you really thought I was gonna give up here? Not a chance. We save quit so all the containers were full again, and this time around I actually made sure to not miss and only hit enemies if they're perped up so my throws reached their maximum potential. We cleared out Liarsburg and started towards Boom Boom, but I realized I was going to need more than 4 grenades to take them out, so we decided to do some farming, which felt super weird for one of my challenge runs. Now's the perfect time to show off a strategy I will be using for a lot of this run. If Axton throws his second turret down and recalls the first one before it deploys, all of Axton's kill skills are activated, and since we're spec'd into Onslaught, we can use this strat to get a short movement speed boost. After snagging some guns to sell, we went back and made our first attempt at beating Boom Boom. I could also say it was my last attempt because Boom Boom honestly got bodied. Altogether with slag, it only took 11 grenades, so not sure what to say except rip bozos. For the path up to Flint, I switched to my shock fastball because a lot of these guys had shields. This didn't change much though, they still took 1 to 3 grenades to kill, so no big deal yet. I jumped into Flint's arena for an epic fight, but turned out I was fighting Houdini because everyone just up and disappeared. Our first real attempt I used entirely for learning. I tested both shock and explosive fastballs to see which would deal more damage, and explosive was definitely the way to go. The difficulty rating for this fight is a solid 10 fastballs out of 21. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking. Wait, a GASMASK challenge run and the first 2 fights weren't legally considered torture devices? What's going on here? And fair enough, it's been pretty easy so far, but I will say this challenge had a lot of ups and downs, so don't call it a win yet. Anyway, after shotgunning an espresso shot, or performing an espresso shotgun if you will, it was time to get to Sanctuary. We had to save Reese first, and somehow got a triple kill with 1 grenade. Okay, maybe it was a quadruple, because I think we murdered Reese too. It's fine though, we always avenge him anyway, so no bad karma on our end. We made it to Sanctuary and immediately had to leave because Lilith doesn't know how to just teleport to Sanctuary, I guess. It's fine, I like speedrunning through Frostburn Canyon anyway. Nothing along the path is mandatory to kill, but I do love breaking some ankles here and there. I wasn't worried about the mobbing at the end being too hard. I was mostly just worried about having enough ammo to deal with all the heathens. I made sure to switch back and forth from fire and corrosive grenades to really get my money's worth. That was when I noticed that constantly having to open my inventory to switch elements is a lot less fun than pressing a button to switch guns. Also, picking up weapons to sell is whack because they don't directly go into my backpack, so that's also obnoxious. On the bright side, time stops while you're in menu if you're in single player, so it's not like I was vulnerable. Vending machines are a different story though. The fight took 2 trips to the ammo vendor and 1 death. I would say I didn't suffer, but I also had to do this, so I'm gonna call it a net loss. Saving Roland was up next, and we needed a new car to pool those blood shots. Cars aren't really balanced for OP levels, so this part was also super easy. I mean, the first car practically delivered itself to me. We made our new car bubblegum flavored because that's what baseball players eat, and casually drove ourselves to the Bloodshot Stronghold. Badma was up to bat, but it didn't take long for me to strike him out along with his 3 little bench warmers. Some of you guys might still be thinking that this is way too easy, like only 6 deaths so far, come on. But it's gonna get tough soon, I promise. The Bloodshot Ramparts and I have a weird relationship. Like, the mobbing here can be so fun at times, but then you get to the swirly bit and everything is just so tough. Everyone has the high ground on you, there are railings everywhere that enemies love to hide behind, and the frenzied marauders are all programmed to be cowards and run away as soon as you go down. I was super unlucky here because 2 of the goons had elemental weapons. Dot damage in UBHM done to the player is almost always fatal, but dot damage done by the player is a conspiracy theory because that shit doesn't exist. Also didn't have any friggin' ammo, so I had to backtrack. Only had 2 goons left before the door was supposed to open, but on the bright side, I managed to run past Mad Mike with little inconvenience. I probably could have killed him easy because he's slow and a big target, but I needed to conserve what ammo I could. We found Roland right as his kidnapception was taking place. Warden snagged him, and that was a big problem for us. I tried to play passive because I didn't want to waste my ammo, but my greed was getting me killed. Grenades or not, the game was rigged from the start. With 20 grenades to my name, I went in to fight Warden, and well... I kinda knew this fight was going to be bad because constructors have something like a 90% damage reduction to explosives, and it's not like we could have bought more grenades because the only ammo vendor's at the beginning of the map. I really tried everything for this fight. I even checked all the chests around, but ended up with more pitchforks than grenades, so yay! With all hope lost, I faced the harsh truth. We were once again going to the dreaded gulag. I'm gonna play Psychic one more time and guess that some of you guys are wondering, how are you going to kill Warden when the fight at the gulag is harder? Worry not, I had a plan. So we head over to the frickin' Cromerax headhunter to farm this chest until we hit max cash, and had an inventory full of guns that were all worth at least $3 million. 30 minutes of that mind-numbing activity later, we headed towards the gulag to make our first attempt against Warden. So first thing I did was find a good little spot where I could lob away. After I ran out of grenades, I'd go back to spawn and top off, then repeat this process over and over and over. This kinda sucked because if I was too slow, I'd have to waste 6 nades on his shield, but at least he didn't have health regen or the run would have ended here. We also used a little strat that gave us some more survivability. If your second turret gets destroyed, you're able to place another one. So we would hide our first one somewhere safe so we could constantly have at least one bubble guarding us. With this strat, it took 8 trips to the vendor, $150 million worth of fastballs, another shot of espresso, and get this, 0 deaths to send Warden to the scrapyard in the sky. This did take a while though, especially if we include the necessary farming, so I give this fight a 160 fastballs out of 21. Yes, I counted. Roland and I dealt with the rest of the loaders together, but Warden decided to crush Roland with its dying breath and I couldn't turn the mission in. It's about time something cursed happened. This is a gas mask challenge one we're talking about. A quick save quit fixed it though, and Roland was finally saved. Our next homies Mordo and Tina were going to help us blow up and rob a train, surprisingly in that order. No mobbing here, just collection objectives, so I was on the defensive for this part. I devised a strat where I would throw my 2 bubble shields down as cover and use them as bases to run to, which is perfect, because I've never actually made it past second base. What? Why are you guys laughing at me? Come on guys, I only ever played baseball once, leave me alone. With the train derailed, we made our way to fight Wilhelm. So here I am, right? Preparing for my second tough fight in a row. My courage kicks in and I run in there. But like, homie just gets styled on.
Get nay-nayed.
I literally just stood there pressing one button. Like, you see this confusion in my eyes? It was so easy that I had to double check that I was still on OP10. Tell me, who would you rather fight? Wilhelm, the ultimate killing cyborg, or a blue f***ing toaster? Wilhelm fight, 12 fastballs out of 21. So anyway, Sanctuary got bamboozled, so our home plate was thousands of feet in the air, which makes it kinda hard to slide into if you ask me. Next we had to run through the fridge, which, here's a clip to sum that up. Milk it. Milk it. Running through the Outwash didn't seem bad at the time until I realized I forgot to hit the fast travel objective. Here's a pro tip. If you don't see a constructor spawn here, you forgot to hit the fast travel. Welcome to the Bozo Gang. Mr. Noodle's health bar honestly intimidated the heck out of me, so I noped myself out of there until the loaders came to help. Not only did he have a tanky health bar, but homie also got telekinesis from that beacon he ate. Anyway, I needed to play extra careful here because I was using a fire fastball to take him out, but all my potential revives were armored, so going down likely meant death. I played patiently until he was distracted, got him perked up, and took him out. With the beacon back in our possession, it was time to head to Overlook and set it up. The first few waves of gun loaders were going well. Slag and corrosive fastballs can easily take him out, so I just had to make sure I kept my stock up with the ammo vendor. Everything started falling apart though when this happened.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
You have to repair the beacon.
Holy fudge! I kinda held it together after that, at least up until another constructor popped up. Some speedy dodging and a whole lot of turret diversion is what got me through this fight. At one point I tried to hide from a nuke inside of my bubble and barely survived. I sold all of my leftovers from the chest farm and just barely had enough to kill the constructor, and the rest of the bots used up the rest of the ammo I could find in town, so that was a pretty close call. Finally at Sanctuary, we reunited with our homies and devised our next plan. I, however, didn't listen to the plan at all, because I ended up going to Brick's place instead of the preserve. Maybe that's just my subconscious trying to drown this heckhole out of my brain, I'm not sure. The loader wounding bit wasn't bad, but we had some close calls. The mobbing sections were alright, just obnoxious because I had to switch between shock and corrosive a lot for loaders and stalker kills, but the ultimate loader pretty much got deleted at the end. And so did all the loot homies, but they were kinda lame with no drops. The final bit of mobbing had me super spooked when I seen a pup skag hitting Mach 20 because of their shock power up. Honestly though, it didn't matter much. Pretty sure physics says that running full speed into my fastball just guarantees their death anyway. At this point, I was pretty much to Bloodwing, but I had no grenades to my name. Any I found were used to clear out the goons in my way, so I decided to run back to the nearest vendor and just top off there. We then bubble hopped our way back and started the Bloodwing fight. We killed one bird with 9 stones. And ironically enough, that means we were efficient. This fight is so weird, because you either body Bloodwing because your damage is so overpowering, or you get decimated because you didn't kill her fast enough and her attacks are friggin' undodgeable. Anyway, the bird is bodied, which means our rivalry score was 3-2. Wait, am I in the lead? Okay, maybe this challenge is too easy. Nah, just kidding. In like 2 minutes from now, I'm straight up hopeless. Anyway, Mordecai must have been really angry this time around because he straight up deleted a tubby stalker in his rage sniping montage. At least I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I didn't get to see it, I just found the corpse and loot. Brick was the next homie to recruit, and he is usually the easiest. I apparently found muscles on the way, which was cool, but I didn't even realize who I was murdering until chat pointed it out. Rip my homie Muscles. Gone, but never noticed. Anyway, Brick's initiation went something like this. We put balls in the Goliath's faces until they got angry, watched them take out all their anger on all the wrong people, ate a donut in the corner while they coached a Little League game, swept in last second to take credit for everything, and trick-shotted the sarcastic slab. Fighting loaders with Brick was tough at first because I already grabbed all the balls in this map, so I decided to just help Brick punch the loaders by holding them in place and slapping them with my spaghetti noodle melee damage until they drop some more. Speaking of slapping, it would be cool if you popped on a roid shield and annihilated that subscribe button. Only about 9% of my viewers are actually subbed, so if you're a returning viewer, might as well sub since you enjoy the content anyway. Not only does this make me feel good, but it also helps me get these videos out more often. Anyway, other than the ammo being scarce, it was pretty easy considering the bots had 3 distractions before they targeted me, so let's move on to our next subject. Oh crap, we're already done. Oh brother, okay guys, I promise this is where the easy streak ends. It's all pain from here on out, you have my word. Up next was our climb to bunker, and to prepare, we did another run of chest farming. This time around, we found a matching grip stalker and a longbow, not sure if that word can get me demonetized right now, grenade mod. So that was pretty neat.
So there are 3 doors preventing us from getting to the top of bunker. The first door is guarded by this constructor. This one wasn't too bad since I was able to use my patent pending strat of tricking it to look at a wall so the missiles don't hit me. Had this little hiccup, other than that this door was doable. Door 2, however, was where our hearts were broken. Longtime viewers know about these little devils, known as the baby turrets. What makes these turrets so bad, you ask? Well, this. These turrets are completely immune to blast damage due to a glitch, meaning our fastball will never be able to damage them. And since they're mandatory to kill, that means you cannot beat Borderlands. Wait, hold up. Are we really going to count that as a loss because of a glitch? In my eyes, this is just a straight up oversight on Gearbox's end, so let's keep going. We could kill the turrets with our turrets if they want to be like that. After that, nothing will be able to stop. Oh, fuck. Even if we consider the baby turrets as an invalid run ender due to a glitch, there's no way around justifying this thing. 21 fastballs barely scuffed the paint on them. I tried opening ammo crates to find more, but even with a godly amount of grenade RNG, I don't think it would be possible. Maybe if we had access to the whole map's worth of grenades, but the thing despawns if you get too far away and its health resets. And I wouldn't call that a glitch, but just an intended mechanic to reduce lag. The only way I could think to do this would be having a co-op partner holding it in place while you run back and forth buying ammo. So no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball. Because constructor blast resistance, lack of ammo, and despawn mechanics, and also those stupid baby turrets. On the bright side, Mama ain't raised no quitter, so we're going to see the rest of this challenge out by doing a cheesy turret kill on the constructor, and I'll make it up to you later in the run. Just you wait. Quick note before we get to bunker, I actually had to climb this hill twice and kill all the door guards twice because they all reclosed. Apparently you can open the first and second doors and save quit and they'll stay open, but if you open the third and save quit, they'll all close again, so just watch out for that if you're playing. Anyway, we refarmed some money for the bunker fight while also finding another fastball and legendary soldier class mod, so that was cool. Also got a bunny launcher from a loot homie while we were trying to snipe Face McShooty. I guess now's probably a good time to say I'll have this save file with all the cool drops in the bank in the description if anyone wants to try this challenge out or snag some free loot. Hitting Face McShooty seemed pretty unlikely because the grenades just kinda... Even if they did reach him though, they can't crit, so the fastball disappoints us one more time. Finally at the bunker, we started dealing with the big turrets who aren't lame and blast immune. The bunker spawned in, and to play it safe, I farmed these ammo crates here for a bit, which was probably a bit overkill since I had enough money to just buy the 33 grenades I needed to destroy it. Also, it's just really wacky how the greatest defense spot ever built took a fraction of what Warden took to kill. Angel Corps was up next, and luckily we had a siren and a trained soldier helping us. Roland was there providing cover fire and health regen, and Angel was providing us with plenty of grenades to take out bots with. Oh yeah, Lil showed up too, but she just straight up ruined my day. Oh, she said the thing, bro, when I trick shotted. Oh my god. You fucking ruined my trick shot, Lilith. Besides that bit, this place didn't go bad. The baby turrets here aren't as glitchy as the ones outside, and everything was armored, so there was no need for switching grenades constantly. Jack ended up killing Roland, which sucked, but also got Lilith to shut up, which was cool, so I'd say that was pretty chaotic neutral of him to do. Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron, which instantly became cursed the second I arrived. Moments after that, we were hiding for our lives as the ambush commanders waddled themselves ever closer and closer. Luckily, our turrets were ready just in time, so we managed to escape that fate for a far more toasty one. Our new purpose was now buzzard busting. We barely managed to destroy Boombringer with our last nade in breath. If a buzzard with no pilot was hard for us, 5 of them with pilot should be a piece of cake, right? Yes, actually. I don't know why, but it just worked. We speed ran through the boneyard and experienced what it truly meant to be a fastball, so that was pretty fun, but the Badlands was quite the opposite. Y'all remember that ultimate constructor I couldn't kill without using my turret? Well, I kind of feel bad for being such a filthy casual that I decided a new rule to beating this run was also to put Saturn out of commission. So instead of going to the Badlands, we farmed up some more money to fund our mission. Funny drops this time around included a WTF shield, homing Quasar, and an 81 champ. The plan for Saturn was simple. Lob balls until we ran out, buy more, repeat. We just had to make sure his little drone strikes didn't sneak up on us. With the strat we had, it took 14 trips to the vendor, $200 million, and way too much time farming. I rate this fight 201 fastballs out of 21. We made one last farming run and got a legendary Berserker class mod, so we threw it in the bank with the rest of the goodies I decided to hoard even though I can't use them. The claptrap door and all of Heroes Pass weren't too exciting, so I'll spare the details there, but finally at the vault, we face our next real challenge. Handsome Jack was watching me the whole time. He knew my fighting style, so he used his endless supply of riches to pay Gearbox off in exchange for constructor level grenade resistance. Getting through his shield alone takes more than half of my supply of grenades, and since the homie has some crazy health regen, there was no way we were going to keep up. We needed a plan, and we needed a plan fast. I knew that if we had a chance at taking Jack out, we would need him slagged, stationary, and have full ammo ready to go. Slagging Jack is super hard for some reason, so that part was luck based. And having full nades for his health bar was going to be tough, especially because he would spawn his shield drone that just took up a lot of our resources. So with this knowledge, I devised a game-winning plan. Step 1 was to get rid of his shield. Step 2 was to use a little RNG manipulation. If you are below 1/3 of your maximum ammo for any ammo type, ammo crates are more likely to give you that type of ammo. We used this strat until we were full again. Step 3 was to get Jack backed into a wall. This part was a waiting game, but he eventually fell into our trap. Step 4, make a sandwich. What? No, not literally. I mean like wedge him between two turrets and just pray for slag. Step 5, start chucking. 18 fastballs into a purple Jack and he was finished. The turrets probably did a good chunk of the damage and they also got the kill shot, but I don't care. I'm taking that dub. The warrior was the last thing in our way of victory. Early testing showed that the shock fastball was doing the most damage. Not sure why exactly, but I didn't mind. Our game plan was to run from base to base, snagging ammo and keeping cover. Also making sure to keep ammo between 7 and 3 when possible. Below 7 so that more grenades would spawn, and above 3 so that we could get second wins in emergency situations. With this strat, the first attempt wasn't even close. The second attempt was so freaking close, but you know what they say, third time's the charm. Meaning you can beat most of Borderlands 2 with only the fastball. Thank you guys so much for watching up to this point. Before you go, I would like to say that liking, commenting, and subscribing all help me out a ton. Not only do the nice words drive me to keep doing these runs and making these videos, but it also helps with YouTube's algorithm, which helps me grow. And if you want to support me directly, I just rolled out channel memberships. 99 cents get you emotes, member badges, and videos a day early. I tried to make it cheap since I don't post too often yet, but the support could help get videos out earlier for everyone. You can also come hang out with me on Twitch or in Discord if you want. I'll have links to those in the description. And last but not least, thank you to It's Naraka for the absolutely awesome thumbnail art. I'll put links to their socials in the pinned comment. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. So on my channel, I've attempted challenges using only the cursed gear Borderlands 2 has to offer, but there's one cursed weapon that I have not touched yet. So for part 3 of GASMASK does permanent damage to his soul, we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the gub? For anyone who's wondering how the gub is cursed exactly, let me explain. Many of you guys might know JoltsDude139. He's a great Borderlands content creator and has been creating content for the franchise for almost a decade. Another fun fact about Jolts is that he has a stalker. By stalker, I mean the gub. Everywhere he goes, the gub always seems to find him, even making an appearance in his super randomizer run where a perfectly normal gub dropped when the mods should make everything kind of like this. Anyway, a lot of people wanted him to do a gub only run, but unlike me, he actually likes to have fun. He was cool with me doing the run, and a lot of you guys wanted to see it, so here we are. Still can't believe y'all passed up a pre-sequel challenge, but okay. Anyway, I'll go over the rules real quick. We will be playing on Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, which pretty much just means everything is 10 levels higher than us, and we're on the hardest difficulty. No bar allowed, and the gub is the only gun we are allowed to use. I feel like I'm forgetting an important rule. What was that? Oh yeah, if we get a world drop gub at any point in the run, we restart. Yeah, I don't think Jolts could even beat the run with that rule, honestly. As for the gear, we have a basic shield and a pretty decked out slagging grenade because, well, you'll see in a minute why we need it. We also have a Vault Hunter relic to increase the chance of a world drop gub by like, this much. And a legendary Titan Comm for survivability. As for the gub, we're going to be using the ×2 variant because it has the best DPS, but also the worst accuracy and ammo consumption. But who cares, it's double the gub. And since we're the Gunzerker, we can hold 2, so it's double the gub. And if we equip 2 more to swap to, it's double. Anyway, here's a quick peek at the build. Gonna keep it short and just say I skipped a lot of the meta skills because the gub isn't a meta gun and they didn't work as good. Alright, with that out of the way, let's get to the run. The very first step in our journey was to make sure that we didn't get any bully rot spawns, because I'm 99% sure I wouldn't be able to kill one of those. The coast was clear, so we jumped down and started the fight. Right off the bat, you can see that, well, actually that's the problem, you can't really see anything. The gub on the left likes to take up most of the screen, so that's just the first annoying part about this run. The second annoying thing is the gub's lack of lethality. For reference, imagine getting into a gunfight and you're equipped with 2 paintball guns loaded up with Mountain Dew rounds. You could do some damage, but to be lethal, you pretty much need to be within lobotomizing distance. The tutorial town of Liarsburg went pretty bad. I ran out of ammo, I ran out of grenades, and I died 4 times before I managed to clear the place out. After a little bit of ammo farming and a personalized dose of copium, we took on the first boss, Boom Boom. Lucky for us, these guys are weak against corrosive damage. Unlucky for us, the gub still sucks. Like, in order to kick Boom off his turret, I was gonna need full ammo, slag, the psychos to leave me alone, and the rack to not randomly aggro me and mess my rhythm up. What the heck even was that? After I massacred the rack's whole bloodline, I got some gear to sell for ammo, since I wasted mine on the last 4 attempts. I got a little spooked when I noticed it was a pistol chest. If I got a gub here, it wouldn't have been too bad of a restart, but pistol chests have 4 chances to roll one, so that's pretty spooky nonetheless. After we got geared up, I positioned myself so the psychos couldn't hit me and finally started Boom's dental checkup. It took pretty much all my ammo to get him out of his booster seat, but the hard part was done and finishing the job after that was relatively simple. After a little bit of mobbing, we jumped into the Flint fight. Then we jumped out because, yeah, sorry guys, but there's no way to do this fight normally. Flint being one of the few bosses that have health regen meant that we would have to play inhumanly well because our DPS just wouldn't be able to handle it otherwise. Encircling around him isn't an option since his melee attack is a launching ground slam, so we need to do a little bit of cheesing. Some of y'all remember the Flint locking strat from a previous challenge, but for the new homies I'll demonstrate. First you need to get Flint to walk on this railing. After that, use some sort of knockback to launch him off. In our case, we use Fistful of Hurt to send him flying. Now that he's out of his arena, he gets a little bit confused and just stands there. If we look at our damage with slag and point blank fire, we see 2 things. First off, a lot of numbers. And second, that this strategy was pretty much needed for this fight. Anyway, Flint was beaten and we made it to 3 horns. As soon as I got there, I discovered something about myself that I didn't know. Apparently I could speak Bullymong. These bozos better leave me alone. Leave me the f alone. Well, that's what I thought at first, but it turns out I just have mind control powers. Anyway, we needed to get the power core and kill 20 bandits to avenge Reese, because that's the right thing to do. I'm not one of those heathens that find the specific bandit with the power core by looking at his clothes, only kill him, and then run out of there. Imagine being that guy. We made it to Sanctuary and did the usual shenanigans until we had to go to Frostburn. Along the way, we found a tubby spider ant and said screw it, the odds of getting a gub are low enough to risk it because I want to see what it drops. I killed the tubby spider ant, is what I want to say, but in reality, I let the bandits handle most of it. Lucky for us though, no gubs were dropped, just a legendary killer class mod. The rest of the run to Lilith went fine, and the mobbing at the end actually wasn't too bad. The ironclad psychos weren't as annoying as they usually are, but I can't say the same for Lilith.
Howdy, boys.
No, Lilith! Why do you have to say the cringe? Lilith, bro, why do you have to say the fucking cringe, dude?
Lilith, don't. Lilith, if I die. Lilith, if I die. The big guys were a bit tougher, but they're definitely killable. I think I was getting a little cocky and a little loopy though, because I started acting up. Ooh. Ooh. I put the stinky on him. Yeah, not sure why I said that, or even what it means, but I think it's safe to blame some sort of insanity. Anyway, that's done, so our next homie to meet up with is Ellie. She was gonna help us get a new car to get into that bloodshot dam. This is usually the easiest part of the run, since vehicles aren't scaled very well for OP levels, so the gub works even without gun zerking. The cars were actually too easy to take out, so to add a little challenge, I decided to take out the caravan as well. The best way to defeat him is to stop it close to the end of its path and start punching until the van turns to a man and you can steal magical floating loot. We get to the dam, but Badma was gatekeeping the place, and fighting him wasn't going to be easy. Lucky for me, I somehow released all 3 of his hostages, and their help with distracting him was invaluable. I probably would have had to cheese him pretty hard without these little guys. In the end, they got the final blow and launched his corpse into the abyss. Put the stinky on him. I put the stinky on him. Guys, no! Finally in the ramparts, we experienced some of the most annoying mobbing sections in the run. Actually, wait, no, it's just the toilet room that's whack. Everything else is fine. This place always makes me feel like I'm playing a Dark Souls game. You know, where you run in, die, try again, die again, but this time slightly further than before, etc. Also, like a Dark Souls game though, some bosses can just get cheesed. Put the stinky on him. Roland was kidnapped by everyone's least favorite toaster, the Warden. Longtime viewers know the threat he possesses, but if you're new here, you might not know if you don't kill him fast enough, he will take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag where the fight is way harder. This part of the run is always a high stress period. It's also where things start to get really cursed. What the? The lack of any meaningful damage output means that we were going to need to first try Warden or we were doomed. So I played it safe and farmed up some ammo before we went in. The fight begins and right off the bat we're in a rough spot. We don't even break his shield before Warden is able to spawn 3 robots. I was calm and focused though. I knew that Warden couldn't be slag, so there's no reason to save grenades for him. So I used them on the bots and eliminated those threats first. We get our first second wind and destroy the rest of the bots, making sure to position myself so that any missed shots instead hit Warden to make sure his shield doesn't recharge. We had to make every bullet count here. Things got scary as he spawned not 1, but 2 super loaders, but we managed to stay up thanks to slag and some lucky staggers. Ammo was low, and we were so close to the kill. We scrounged for ammo, but found ourselves down, with the surveyors keeping their bullet deflectors up. I tried to go for a loader, but found myself out of ammo. I couldn't do it. Well, at least not without keeping you on the edge of your seat.
Oh.
It was still a close call. I went down again shortly after to barely get a revive with our last few shots. We managed to grab some ammo, but the final exploder got to us. In the last-ditch effort, the Warden tried to put on a facade, acting like he had full shields again. But in reality, the puny shield that the surveyors gave him was a false hope for Warden. Gub in hand, and ruptured guts hanging out of my stomach in another. I finish Warden off and pop off.
Oh, I don't even fucking care.
A psychotic euphoria came over me. I felt invincible. Then these 2 world drop class mods reminded me that if I get a world drop gub, I have to do this all over again and I'll probably die and just go to the gulag anyway. Still didn't stop me from opening chests or sacrificing myself, because let's face it, if I got a gub like that, that would be hilariously depressing. Our next objective was to will Kilhelm, but I kinda crashed after my psychotic episode over at the Bloodshot Dam, so I was playing really sloppy. On top of that, this loot goon Goliath gave me another chest full of pistols. The Wilhelm fight seemed doable, and this fight's usually pretty fair. That was my mentality pretty much up until the point he put the stinky on me. I wasn't going to be able to fight him without full ammo, so I decided to head home and stock up. The second fight didn't go too well either, but the third fight went a lot better. I just had to make sure I kept grabbing ammo from the crates and keep my cool. The shield regen was making me panic a bit, but I quickly realized it's not really a threat, so I could regen my ammo as slowly as I wanted.
Also, he kept chasing me, so he would just run out of range of his shield drones, which is kind of dumb on his end, but oh well. Adding that to the book of obscure strats. Day 2 of the challenge started pretty spooky when the first loading screen of the day showed me a gub. A very small part of me wanted to call that a reset, but the other larger and smarter part of me knows that you guys would want these videos out sooner than later. Speaking of getting videos out sooner, you guys should all hit that subscribe button and click the bell. This way YouTube's algorithm promotes me more, meaning I can divert more time to making videos. This way you get them sooner and you get notified when I post new ones. Anyway, back to the run. I don't recall exactly what happened at Sanctuary, but what I do know for sure is that Lilith kidnapped everyone, so that's pretty annoying. And on top of that annoyance, we also had to run through the fridge. Well, it's usually more annoying. This time I somehow made it through without a scratch. Like I didn't go down at all, which absolutely baffled me. Mr. Noodle was our next opponent, and this was probably one of the toughest fights I've had with him. The tiny things really added up during this fight. He had a big health bar, he had a recharging shield, slag would wear off every time he tunneled underground. I didn't have any ammo, and the loaders wanted to attack the poor sap using paintball guns and hiding in the corner instead of the giant whale squid. The one silver lining, one of those loaders had a slag weapon, so when it finally realized the real threat, it helped me keep Mr. Noodle perped up. I eventually had to retreat a bit because I was getting cornered. With no slag or ammo still, I ran even further back and found one grenade, which was enough to finally take him down. Finally at Overlook, we set up and started protecting the I was annihilated. Truly decimated. Absolutely rolled in the first 15 seconds. All I could do was watch as the loaders marched past me, not even recognizing me as a threat. The beacon was destroyed 8 times, so it became invincible, but I kept trying my hardest, throwing myself into the fight, even though the constructor would just mow me down. After a lot of pain and failure, the fast travel landed, and I made my quick and shameful escape. All that, and the pain is only just beginning. Our next goal was to get Claptrap's upgrade from the preserve. Right off the bat, we agreed with this tubby stalker, and I probably would have killed it for the adrenaline rush, but the thing was too strong. I literally couldn't break his shield before he murked me, so sorry guys, I'm terrible. The mobbing through this place was doable. Surprisingly enough, the normal stalkers weren't too much of a nightmare. The main strat was to make sure I had some loaders on the field to distract them while I tried to get rid of them. I usually never mention this guy because for some reason the super stalkers are just like 3 times easier than the normal ones. I'm not complaining though. Could you imagine if they were worse than rabbits? I'm willing to bet you can't because there's nothing worse than rabbit stalkers. Anyway, I tried to kill the loot homies, but my DPS was straight up not enough. It felt like the gub on the left was for stopping their health regen, and the gub on the right was for dealing damage. So I enlisted the help of the local wildlife to get through this faster. Alright, let's check out the loot. So here we have a stalker pistol, that's pretty neat. Over here we have a bearcat. Those sell for a pretty penny, that's pretty cool. And what's that over there? Honestly, if there's a cutoff point where I would be okay with getting a gub or utterly heartbroken, it would be the Bloodwing fight. This fight was by far the worst fight in GASMASK challenge history. The fight's main 2 problems are the undodgeable attacks from Bloodwing and the relentless skag spawns. Usually the skags are good for revives, but during this fight they just used up too much ammo to be worth it. If I was lucky, Bloodwing would land and I could get some good damage and slag in, but it was so rare that it wasn't reliable. But I'm used to all that stuff. The thing that made this fight painful was phase 3.
Corrosion!
You see these damage numbers I'm hitting on shock phase Bloodwing? Notice the letter K to indicate 1,000, so you could see 3 to 5 million per shot right now, right? Okay, now compare those numbers to these. Notice the lack of the K indicating thousands? A rough calculation of these numbers indicate I'm only doing about 1% of the damage I was doing during the other 2 phases. And on top of that, this phase seems to be the biggest of the 3. Since loading our gubs up with Mountain Dew Flaming Hot rounds isn't an option, this fight was going to be absolute torture. But I'm a large craniumed masochist who likes a little challenge, so I devised a plan. Step 1, puppy daycare. I had to lure the 3 skags up the elevator and make sure the loaders inside weren't there to kill them. This turned the fight to a 1v1 with me and the bird. Step 2 was to stock up for the fight. Max grenades and ammo were needed to give a good head start. Step 3 was to know how to fight her. Cell has some ammo regen with gunzerking, but it's not a lot with how much ammo we throw out. So if Bloodwing wasn't on the ground, we would make sure to just tap shots at her to activate get some, so our gunzerk cooldown would speed up, meaning more ammo regen. We would chill in this safe spot, only coming out to grab health sticks and ammo for Mordecai's drops, or to dodge certain attack angles from Bloodwing. In emergency situations, we would give the bird, for some quick health regen. I also made a mental note of where Mordecai was leaving health sticks for backup situations. The health sticks were often crucial for survival because corrosive dot damage lasts the longest, so surviving one at OP10 is really tough. Lucky for us though, we have 10 out of 5 in asbestos, so they don't last as long. First two phases surprisingly went good. We got lucky with landings and managed to deal with them quick, but phase 3... oh my gosh, phase 3, dude. Bloodwing did not land a single time, meaning this fight was going to take even longer. On top of being mentally drained at this point, I constantly had to be on my guard because a single mistake could set me back another hour. I just had to keep fighting with the little hope I had left. This isn't some anime where a bunch of your friends come in last minute to cheer you on to victory, so all I could do was... Hey, yo, wait, am I really accepting my fate when the bird is almost dead? I can't give up with all the homies rooting for me. Alright, let's get pumped up. It might seem far now, but we're closer than we think. We gotta be optimistic. This part of Bloodwing's health bar is fake for some reason, so let's hit it home, right here and now.
MVP asbestos skill. Oh my god, let's... oh, I knew she had a fake health bar. Oh, let's freaking go, dude. Oh.
The perfect raid for the perfect fight. Thanks, Jolts. A quick recap so you can truly understand how long this took. The winning fight took an hour 20. An hour 10 of that was just the corrosive phase alone. And the entirety of the preserve took a whopping 4.5 hours. Bloodwing might have gotten the point on this run, but on the bright side, I put the stinky on him. Victory in hands, we head over to recruit our next homie Brick. A Goliath called me a coward along the way, and I didn't appreciate that, so we tussled for a bit. We eventually let out all our anger and apologized to each other, and decided to be friends. Anyway, Brick's initiation went a bit differently than usual. I like to make a couple Godlights to help me out, but I wasn't sure if I'd be able to take them down after that. It also seemed like there was twice the amount of big bandits. The first two stood still for me, but everyone else would get so far away that I wasn't able to get the kill before bleeding out. Fistful of Hurt eventually bugged both of them out, and they just started floating in place, which was pretty neat. The real issue was this guy. It felt like my left gub was negating his health regen while my right gub was negating his health regen. In all seriousness though, I was very close to resetting the map because he seemed unkillable. It was like he didn't have a lot of health, but his health regen was crazy, if that makes sense. I don't know if there's like a weird gimmick thing, if he's got a turtle shield on or something. All I know is that UVHM health regen is the worst thing to come to Borderlands 2. I eventually got him with circle strats, but geez, this initiation took like an hour. The rest of the bandits were all normies, so let's move on to the beacon busting with Brick. And his adopted child. At first I didn't mind the tag along as long as he helped with the robots, but the little brat managed to put the stinky on me, not once, but twice. Can't really blame him though, kids are very impressionable. I put the stinky on him. I personally think Brick is going to be a great dad for this little guy. I mean, just look at this patience. Anyway, the next goal was to take on the tanky coward known as Jack's Body Double. My playstyle of getting in faces versus his playstyle of just running away as far as possible sets up for a very bad matchup for me. But bad matchups don't guarantee our loss. Like in Smash Bros, when I go up against a bad matchup, I usually win because of practice, luck, or they just go AFK. I honestly thought this fight was going to take at least an hour before I killed him, but the time from entering opportunity to killing Fake Jack was only 7 minutes. With all the puzzle pieces for the bunker raid ready, we start our journey scaling the mountain. Nothing too crazy happened on the way up. The baby turrets actually went well this time around since I'm not using anything with grenade splash damage, and my grenade was actually able to slag them. If you're new here and confused, these guys actually cause some major issues usually. I'll list any videos where they are a major pain on screen now. You know what, I have a better idea. I will just change this to become this. Much better. And the super constructor was defeated with patience and ammo regen. Anyway, yeah, pretty quick mountain run. This loot dude made me forget about face McShooty, so I didn't do it till later, but we'll go over it now. I was expecting to do this for an hour, but lucky me, I landed a headshot within the first 5 minutes, so that was a big time save. Finally at bunker, we took out the turrets pretty quickly and prepared ourselves for a long bunker fight. Fighting with the bunker isn't too tough, honestly. The turrets he has on him aren't balanced properly or something, because they just kind of tickle my shield. It only really gets dodgy at half health, because he gets his slag laser at that point, and that most definitely does damage. But I was able to buy ammo and keep cover, so bunker only took about 15 minutes. And yes, I waited to make sure his nozzle didn't spit out a gub, and lucky me, I can keep going. So it's been easy for the last few minutes, but let me remind you, I'm fighting loaders, and since the gub is corrosive, this is where it excels. And Angel Core was pretty much the same. I played smart, Roland and Angel provided ammo, and I got through it without dying once. And then when I was doing a light pop-off because I didn't die, I got Nickelodeon slimed by the last injector, and then slimed again by Roland's blood, so that was depressing. Anyway, I looted Marcus's stash and found 2 more pistol chests, which put me back on edge. After that, we were off to the boneyard to uncover the location of... Oh yeah, I forgot about this roadblock. Well, in that case, let me introduce you to the Death Cubby. For some reason, they thought this little corner with only one way out was the best place for a new use station. This is literally Spawn Camp Central, and it made it so hard to kill the ambush commanders. My best hope for taking them out was to slag them and just spam gubs into their shins until it eventually worked. After what seemed like 100 attempts, we finally killed the last one and proceeded on. Mortar's prized buzzard Boombringer took like 2 bullets to destroy, so maybe I did Mortar a favor by getting rid of it, because it probably would have exploded upon starting anyway. Buzzards up top were a bit of a hassle, but I managed to get some slag on them with grenades, so nothing too painful. Okay, now we can go to the boneyard. Actually, nothing too interesting happened here, just your average run-of-the-mill gameplay stuff, so let's move on to the Badlands. Here we found another chest full of pistols and another loot homie, but still no gub luckily. After that, I decided to fight Saturn. I had the ammo regen, so I figured I could do it. I then also realized I didn't have to wait for the regen if I just went and bought more ammo, so that sped up the kill. We eventually dropped them, and homie dropped a regular doll sniper too, so that was pretty neat. After that, we got the info we needed and headed to the claptrap door, where we handled our last bit of mandatory mobbing before skipping the entirety of Heroes Pass in a manner that would make Jolts proud. Finally at the vault, we face Handsome Jack, which should theoretically be the last hard fight. I'll be real with you guys, I tried fighting him normally without cheesing it, but in order to kill Jack, I pretty much needed to have him slagged, which is like a 1 in 10 chance per grenade throw, and on top of that also land consistent crits to combat his crazy health regen. On the bright side, I can show you guys how to cheese him if you ever have trouble. So as soon as Jack's shield breaks, he teleports to this moonshot console to spawn a shield surveyor. Using this knowledge, we can position ourselves to where we block him and he gets stuck. Just need to make sure any of his clones don't knock you out of it. Pro tip, the first wave of clones, you can kill them all except for one. If you do finish the first wave off though, the clones just seem to respawn as soon as you kill one off. I also recommend saving a clone with a shield because accidentally killing them is annoying, and depending on your loadout, decide whether or not saving a shooter clone or a melee clone is best for you. Anyway, we finally nailed the setup and then farmed up some ammo using the same strat as we did for Bloodwing. This time though, we made sure to get headshots while doing it. After we were full, it was time to pray to the slag gods, because if I didn't have slag, I would run out of ammo and we wouldn't be able to keep up with the health regen. We had 9 grenades, which meant 9 attempts, and if they all failed, we would have to— oh, never mind, we got it first try. Let's go. The slag gave us enough DPS to kill him decently quick, and I was like super surprised that the fight went this well. Now I could go and use a cheese spot on Warrior 2, but that's a lot of cheese all at once. I want to make sure my lactose intolerant homies stick around to see this challenge beaten. So even without cheese, this fight is pretty easy. He just has a lot of health to get through, which gave me plenty of time to mess up over and over and over and over. What should have been a 30-minute fight took almost 3 hours, because anytime I would go down, I would have no ammo, or the racks were too far away, and on 2 occasions, the warrior stole my revive because I guess he can do that? What the— A lot of my homies say, dang GasMask, you have some crazy patience to do these long fights. But honestly, I don't think I'm patient. Pretty sure I'm closer to stubborn. Eventually, the warrior went down, and I put the stinky on him, and not a single gub was dropped. Which means you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only the gub. Before we wrap up the video, I just want to say,
Put the stinky on him.
okay, that's enough, dude. No more, no more. Get out of here.
Put
Shoot.
the stinky
Get.
on him.
Jeez. Okay, anyway, I want to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to help the channel grow, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to hit the bell so you get notified when I post new videos. It helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. I also read all my comments, so please let me know your favorite part of the video, or if you have any ideas for future challenge runs. Honestly, all the nice comments you guys leave are the biggest motivations to keep making these videos. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. It's 99 cents and you'll get emotes and videos a day early. On top of that, helps me post more often so everyone gets videos earlier in the long run. I'll have links to my Twitch and Discord. Screw it. My Twitter too, in the description if any of those interest you. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Alright, so if you clicked on this video, you might be hoping I'm going to be running around the Borderlands as some crazy tentacle monster, like something you'd see in a COD Zombies map maybe. But sadly, Borderlands modding just isn't that good yet. So today, we will be trying our best to cosplay as everyone's favorite giant space whale squid, and ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous? It should be common knowledge that all you need to cosplay as someone, or something in this case, is their hide, blood, teeth, and breath. If you don't know what these do, I'll show you real quick. The Breath of Terra is a neat fire grenade mod that makes tiny volcanoes under the feet of the bad guys. The Teeth of Terra is a shotgun that shoots bullets in a biting pattern and does a little bit of grenade splash at the end. The Hide of Terra is a Roid / Nova / Spike combo shield, usually regarded as the best Roid shield in the game, but I went to the absolute lowest Roid damage so the challenge wasn't too easy. And then there's the Blood, which is kinda... yeah, it's kinda bad. Then in our class mod slot, we're gonna be using the Slayer of Terramorphous Com to keep it thematic. I will quickly go through the rules. We will be playing on Overpower 10 UVHM, which is just the hardest difficulty, and all the enemies are 10 levels higher than us. No bar allowed, and Terra gear only, of course. As a bonus rule, to make it a little more challenging, I have to full spec into every skill that the Terracom boosts. This might not sound bad, but I'll show you why this is a mistake in a moment. I would show you the build, but it probably changed a few dozen times during the run, but I pretty much switched between fire build and bonk build depending on the situation. With that out of the way, let's get to the run. So we hop in and near immediately get our first death out of the way, which brings me to masochistic fact number 1. I'm playing UVHM without slag. Anyone who has played Ultimate Vault Hunter mode knows that slag is practically necessary for this difficulty. Like, you can play without slag, just like you can wipe your butt with a sock. It works, but you probably need a counselor if that's what you're doing. Anyway, all of Terra's gear is locked to fire element, and Creek has no slagging skills, so yeah, this run is going to be painful. All the enemies in the beginning were flesh, which is good for all the fire damage stuff I got. I just needed to refine my playstyle and learn how to use this goofy shotgun. The Teeth of Terra works best when the biting animation completes and does a little bit of explosive damage, which is boosted by Strip the Flesh, which we have 9 out of 5 in, which is great. But please, can we get my boy Terra a dentist? Cause mans has a 2-foot gap in between each tooth, making it so only 2 pellets hit per shot. This somehow still did more damage than point blank shots though, so that's cool I guess. Just kinda wish they'd all converge on one spot, might actually make this gun pretty good. Anyway, it took me a while to find that sweet spot where I would get the boosted damage. It was always way farther away than I thought, but I figured it out eventually. On the bright side, the Breath of Terra actually does decent damage on flesh-based baddies, and we're spec'd into Elemental Empathy, so a lot of fire damage goes to healing us. Like many Krieg builds, everything started dying as soon as I got the momentum going. The rest of Larsberg went great, except for when Hammerlock showed up. For some reason, I started getting violent urges to rip his other 2 limbs off. It's probably the Thresher hormones from Terramorphous's blood. I think that's how biology works, I don't know. I was going to take the relic off, but decided that wasn't allowed. I had to face my demons the right way, by severing the limbs of some guy that I won't feel morally bad about. It's time for masochistic fact number 2. Full specking the Terra skills. So some of these are good, like Strip the Flesh is great for explosive damage, and Throw the Kill is good for healing, but in OP levels you only really need 2 points to fill your health bar. Burn Baby Burn increases fire dot damage, which isn't lethal because UVHM health regen, but I think it's good for healing maybe? Flame Flare pretty much just makes me stay on fire longer, which can be absolutely deadly if an enemy decides to put a fire dot on me. And then we have Blood Trance, which makes Buzzak's Rampage last longer based on how many Bloodlust stacks you have, which might sound good at face value. But a lot of melee builds use Release the Beast to get health back frequently, and if you're in Buzzak's Rampage, you can't do it again until it ends. On top of that, you can't use grenades, or pull out a slag weapon, not that that matters, or pull out a moxie weapon, not that that matters, and I can't even light people on fire for stat boosts, unless I want to waste another 5 points for 50% chance to deal fire damage. Wait. What better way to combat a bad skill than with another bad skill? Woo! Hellfire Halitosis, or for the scientist watching, Fire Breath, is usually a skill that has very, very niche uses, but it's going to come in handy for this run. This way I can activate all my fire buffs and get a little healing while on Buzzak's Rampage. After making it to Boom Boom, we find our first instance of masochistic fact number 3, fire only on armor. Boom Boom was going to be a tough fight, and I didn't want to cheese it if I didn't have to. We bopped Boom and decided to go for a cool gun kill on Big Bertha instead of the usual cheese strat. I wanted to proc Bloodbath from one of these psychos and spam shotgun damage to kill the turret, but this setup was super hard and took a while because I also had to fight against his health regen. We managed to knock Boom out of his turret and then we bonked him just like we bonked Boom. Shortly after our fire resistant boss, we face our fireproof boss. Oh boy. Okay, so Flint has fire resistance, but when he goes into fire phase, fire damage actually heals him. So it looks like we're gonna have to resort to... Oh, 1 second. Hello? Hey bro, you can't melee kill Flint, dude. What? Why not? His launching AoE slam will just launch you away. It won't work, trust me. Wait, what? Didn't they make Creek heavier than other characters so he wouldn't get launched in melee combat? Yeah, but even so, your shield has fire spike and nova damage, so you'll just heal him anyway. Okay, well, what do I do then? You know what you have to do. No, wait, are you... Please don't tell me. Yep. Alright, I'll tell him. Good luck. Alright guys, my boss called. I've got some bad news. We're going to have to cheese the Flint fight. I know, I've never did anything like this before. I usually body Flint face to face, but this time I'm gonna have to play a little unfair. So Borderlands 2 has this little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which means anything directly above or below you can be meleeed no matter how far away they are. So we respec for bonk mode, lured Flint over to this pole, got some stacks, and started slicing from 3 stories away.
1 eternity later.
Woo, we did it! Good news, we officially made it past the part of the run I didn't think was going to be possible. Bad news, I didn't plan to make it this far, so now I have no idea what I'm doing. After making it to 3 horns, I managed to steal the interface adapter without a single bandit noticing me. Got some wheels, belly bump door guy vehicular style, saved Reese, avenged Reese by killing exactly 20 bandits and no less, and made it to Sanctuary. Lilith, being the immature human she is, left a cryptic note in my locker like some kind of cringe high school rom-com stuff, so let's get her mission done with. I usually like speedrunning this place, and this time I had an extra reason to skip a lot of the pointless combat. Anyway, we find Lilith and start fighting all the psychos, right? And I discover a cool trick with this Breath of Terror grenade. So I'm pretty sure bandits are programmed to dodge grenades if you try to chuck them at them, but when you throw a Teeth of Terra, they just kinda... Yeah, so the strat of just making a firewall to create distance and land the strong hits of the Teeth of Terror is actually a useful one. Not as useful as the low-hanging doorway, though. If you want to know how long all this took, just know that Lilith was able to say howdy boys 4 freaking times before we were done dealing with all these cowards. Our next goal was to infiltrate the Bloodshot Dam and save Roland. Only problem is that our car wasn't good enough, apparently. So we needed to get an entirely new one from Ellie, even though I think a simple oil change would have been able to fix this one's issues. My favorite 56 seconds of every run is when I get to destroy the bandit technicals that aren't balanced properly for OP levels and feel like a super cool god among men. The Teeth of Terror was actually able to deal some damage even though it was a fire on armor situation, and we managed to get a new car pretty quick. Anyway, that one nomad before you enter the Bloodshot Dam was giving me a rough time. On top of that, I also had to fight Bad Ma. Fire being good on flesh and Bad Ma being a big target sounds like a benefit, but for some reason I felt like I was just throwing teeth at a giant metal door. This was also where the super long buzz axe duration really started to melt my brain. After about an hour of all that, I finally managed to take him down. So I run into the Bloodshot stronghold and everything was terrible. We had ironclad psychos up the wazoo, so I decided to respec for a bit more fire damage to keep my healing up. This time everything went great right up to the dreaded toilet room, where things started to go absolutely fantastic. And that's not me being sarcastic. I actually managed to get some great momentum going. Plenty of fleshy vessels to use for healing, and the cowardice of the crazed marauders was actually backfiring on them. These guys usually run pretty far away if you get too close to them, and they ran just far enough for the Teeth of Terror to hit their sweet spot. I only died once here, but by the time that happened, the door was already open. Holy crap. We blew through the toilet room so quick. But like many small victories on this challenge, the next objective is going to utterly destroy my psyche. Roland was kidnapped by one of the scariest bosses in the game. You could call me an oikophobic all you want. This toaster has literally shaved years off of my lifespan. If you're good at the game or new to the channel, you might not know that Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill him fast enough. And since killing things fast isn't my forte, I pretty much accepted my fate as soon as I seen an angelic guard. Oh, it's an angelic guard. Nope, we're done. Yeah, we're doomed. The fight at the Gulag is way harder because on top of Warden just being Warden, he also gains the ability to moonshot even more robots into the battle. This is also where I learned that the Teeth of Terra cannot kill loaders. Like for real, it just can't. So for the second time this run, I had to do some cheesy strats that I wasn't very proud of. I felt really bad for doing this, but as punishment for using too much cheese, chat sentenced me to cheese shaming, as I ate a block of extra sharp cheddar. After getting my public execution rescheduled to a later date, I made off to befriend Mordo and Tina. One of the objectives in this mission is to light 3 Varkids on fire, which you think would be super easy. I could probably just let a shield nova go off and it would be fine, but in reality it was 10 times easier than that even. So this Varkid tried to jump me, but somehow set off this whole fire melon, which lit both of us on fire. Now that I was on fire, Raving Retribution was starting to set off, and since it thought the fire melon was attacking me, it just started sending fireballs in that direction, and completed the objective. Absolutely nothing about my gear I was using played a part in doing this, and I just thought that was funny. Anyway, I got to taste great flavored combat for a little bit since Mordecai was sniping the baddies for me. I mean, he still wasn't doing, like, any damage, but anything was better than Wilhelm. When I took on this challenge, I really didn't think it would be this hard. I knew I wouldn't have slag, and I knew fire and armor sucks, but I really thought that this gun would be able to do something, and that even the worst version of the best melee shield in the game would make this relatively doable. But no, every part of my kit was just absolute trash. This fight was looking impossible, but giving up wasn't an option. I couldn't let one boss, okay, maybe every boss after this plus a couple loaders, stop me from securing my victory. Step 1 was to respec, building for melee damage, Buzz Axe Bombardier, and Fuel the Blood. Step 2 was to fuel up, and step 3 was to mask up. In order to kill Wilhelm, we cannot rely on our gear. We need to rely on Krieg and his skills. The plan was to do what damage we could while waiting for surveyors to spawn, aka Fuel the Blood fodder. After we get a melee kill, Fuel the Blood boosts our explosive damage and makes the effectiveness of Buzz Axe Bombardier a lot stronger. The only thing about this strat is how risky it was. We had to get down to low health constantly in order for Release the Beast to activate and have our action skill ready. If we went down, it was likely a death sentence, unless we were already within sweet spot distance of a surveyor, so I had to focus. I had to make sure I killed him quick as well. Otherwise, the loaders he spawns from under the trains respawn, and that pretty much means I'm dead. After 2 hours and 43 more deaths added to the counter, we finally survived long enough to take Wilhelm down. I was pretty drained after that fight, so I decided to take it slow on this sanctuary visit and really enjoy my relaxation time. But then Lilith was all like, "No rest for the wicked," and totally ruined it. So back to work for us. Our next goal was to fight the Gluttonous Thresher, and since I'm Terramorphous, the strongest Thresher known to man, I obviously won the fight. And by I mean the loaders that spawned in while I found a corner to hide in. If you're mad that I didn't do most of the work, first off, that's fair. Second off, leave me alone. I'd like to see you do this. And third, you're going to hate how I handled Overlook. Yeah, so I tried using the Saw Blade technical since the damage is boosted by Krieg's melee skills, but that didn't work at all. So instead, I shot at the loaders even though I knew I wouldn't kill anything and just hid by the beacon as it was destroyed less than a second after each repair. The constructor showed up and I'm pretty sure this is where my KD went negative for the run. I didn't even want to try to run towards the fast travel and quickly travel away, so I straight up just left and used a different one to go back home. Which I know doesn't make any canonical sense, but that was the least of my issues. On top of being truly defeated by the last 4 missions, now we had to go to the preserve. And we all know how that usually goes. Anyway, wounding the loaders didn't take long cause Mordo was slagging them, but we had plenty of loaders to kill afterwards. Melee is the only way to deal with these guys, so I pulled out my Bladed Teeth of Terra for some bonus damage, and for the most part, I was able to kill him. I think the only kind of loader we would have issues with are Angelic Guards, but I don't think I've ever seen one of those spawn in the Preserve before. What the fuck is this? What is this, dude? Yeah, so after a good 30 minutes of trying to get the door open, I had to reset the map for a second time. The first time was just because I took too long and the enemies started respawning whatever. For anyone wondering why I didn't just kill them off, let me show you a sped up clip of me trying to kill a bull loader. This leads me to masochistic fact number 4. This is now just a glorified melee run. The second half of this game has very little amounts of combat with non-armored enemies, and since my shotgun heals them, I'm pretty much going to be in bonk mode for the rest of this run. It wasn't until our 3rd attempt that we made it past the loader who skips leg day, and at this point we were probably in the preserve for a little over 2 hours. Up next, I hired the loot homies to take out the skags for me, while also hiring the skags to take out the loot homies for me so I could snag their loot, but they didn't drop anything because they're lame. Usually the significant mobbing is all done by now, and we could go straight to Bloodwing, but the game is cursed and decided to give me 3 rabid skags to deal with. I tried some bullfighting strats, but those didn't work well. Jump at me? I tried this for way too long before I just decided to commit to going for a melee kill. The funniest part is after I killed the first one, a bunch of pup skags spawned, and I just had to kill several of those to get the door open. Anyway, you know what time it is. Returning viewers will know about Bloodwing hair baloney, you know, like the undodgeable attacks, elemental resistances, and this time around our attacks can't even hit her unless she's pretty much landed, so we were going to have to change up our strats. And by change up our strat, I mean do the same thing we did for Wilhelm. Skags periodically spawn during this fight, and Mordecai knows how UVHM works, so he was being a homie and slagging them to set up for melee kills. Again, with Fuel the Blood, my explosive damage was boosted. I don't know if I just don't hear people talking about this skill combo often, but it's stupid good, even without class mods that boost this skill. It's stupid good enough that using this strat, I took down Bloodwing first freaking try. Take that, Bloodwing. I'm back in the frickin' lead. Even Mordecai wants to party.
Vault Hunter, get down.
So glad Mordecai is changing his mind about the whole, oh, you guys seen it? Okay, maybe not. Anyway, our next homie to recruit was Brick. The initiation was fine because of fleshy enemies and Godliaths doing most of the work. We even killed Sarcastic Slab in the most metal way possible. The loader combat afterwards went pretty decent too, since Brick was helping. Even looked like Brick watched my last video and learned some new combat techniques, so you know I had to hype him up. Brick. I put the stinky on him. Speaking of other videos, if you're new here and made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying it, so you might as well sub and hit the bell to know when new vids get uploaded. Because masochistic fact number 5 is that I go through all this suffering and a majority of you guys still aren't subbed. Joining the GASMASK gang is one click away. Anyway, Brick and I destroyed the rest of the loaders and we were off to our next objective, dealing with this coward. This fight is so friggin' buggy. It's a 50-50 chance between him booking a flight to Europe or just standing still and still managing to give me a hard time. Like, bro, why he standing like that? I'm glad he didn't fight back, but like, geez, this happens all the time, bro. Who coded you? Terra's dentist? Okay, now that that's done, it's time for the bunker raid. And I'll be the first to say that I was dreading this. I decided to unspec out a Buzz-Axe Bombardier because these guys resist grenade splash, so I was better off without it. Fighting this thing was weird because I had to purposefully eat some rockets for better axe throw damage until it died. The baby turrets ahead were no match for Krieg, which is nice because I hate these little buggers and their crazy health regen. And finally, the big constructor. Had to put a lot more forks in this toaster before it decided to blow up. Luckily, it's easy to cheese because I could just stand behind it this time. And our final obstacle, Face McShooty. Alright, here we go, guys. Uh-oh. Bet you weren't expecting that, huh? Yeah, so it looks like if you want to do Face McShooty with the Teeth of Terra, you have to be within biting distance. Anyway, on to the bunker. To be straight up with you guys, the rest of this run is pretty much what made me deem this the worst gas mask challenge run yet. First off, the big turrets are pretty annoying because, well, you know, the whole yellow health bar situation and whatnot. The ones within melee range were pretty okay just because of the blatant big red power button on the back, but the ones out of range took a while. And then he spawned. Bunker was absolutely will shattering. He had so much freaking health, and in order to deal damage I had to play risky and get to low health. And if your playstyle is lighting yourself on fire and praying that you have a crippled loader nearby if you go down, you're not gonna have a consistent winning strategy. Like 20 times. 20 freaking times! Some hot loader would just sneak up on me, put an OP10 fire dot on me, and since I have 9 out of 5 in flame flare, it would just melt me. That's a skill issue, whatever. You know what really got my sanity dangling off the edge? So enemies in UVHM have this stupid health regen, and if you put any type of damage over time on them, they just kind of keep healing through it, right? Y'all remember that Blood of Terra relic that already seemed pretty useless? Well, I go and find out it doesn't even work if you're taking damage. Why? Why? This is all super rare gear that you get from killing a super hard boss. Why? Why isn't it good? Why does it make an edgy poem with all 4 pieces if it's not good? His teeth made them flee in shame. His breath was of fire. His hide turned the mightiest tame. His blood could inspire. It's all bullcrap. What even is this? Terramorphous? More like Terra Bull. Okay, with Bunker's super huge health bar, I would have to take too many risks in order to get a melee kill. And I tried and tried with no prevail. So you know what I had to do? I had to kill Bunker, the flying, armored, tanky boss, with the Teeth of Terra. I had to be patient and only use my action skill in emergency situations, otherwise I'd just die. I was trying to kill this glorified frisbee for over 3 friggin' hours. The winning fight alone took an hour and 20, and I only used Buzz-Axe Rampage to damage him twice. The rest of Bunker's health bar was drained all thanks to this guy. No, not you. This guy. I was so dead at this point. I couldn't even pop off anymore, so all I had to say was this witty remark. Oh boy.
With the bunker destroyed, you can...
Anyway, yeah guys, so that was terrible, but that wasn't the worst. Angel Core was the frickin' worst. I should have been fine. I knew I could melee kill loaders and even a couple angelic guards if I needed to. I even had Roland to help and Lilith to take out my anger on. But the absolute worst thing that could ever happen happened. An angelic guard spawned with a slag sniper. Oh brother dude, I hate watching this. I could not kill these 2 angelic guards for the life of me because slag was tripling all the damage I took. I really tried everything here. Separating these 2 and taking them on 1v1, confusing the robots by standing under them, trapping them in a corner, circle strats, but loaders have 360 view so nothing was working. Also, I am now convinced that getting slagged also triples the chance for silenced voices to proc because Krieg would not stop hitting himself. I am not joking when I say this. I didn't make progress here for 2 hours. Literally all because of this one loader, dude. Some of you are probably thinking, I reset Angel Core, and that's fair. But this time around, I played with the hand I was dealt, because I knew if I gave the game a chance, they would spawn this guy again with an even stronger, faster slag sniper. So after 60-something losses to this guy, I finally found a strategy. So usually you can't circle strat these guys like you can with bandits because they rotate 360 degrees, but we can sprint around them in circles, which is fast enough to dodge their attacks. Mix this with the fact that Krieg can melee while sprinting during his action skill, and we get some of the most obscure 1v1 mobbing strats I have ever come up with. After the first kill, I managed to get the slag sniper guard, who I just realized was maximum possible level, so that's neat. Glitched out how I originally planned. After we took this guy out, I had a pleasant little pop-off.
Fuck you! Okay, we're good.
This one loader brought me more pain than any other fight in any challenge I've done so far. Even you, Bloodwing. This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. Now I get to suffer elsewhere! Ironically enough, when I got to Sawtooth Cauldron, I was relieved, because the enemies here were all fleshy and I could get multiple kills before dying.
Yeah, the fire damage is working. It's working. The gear's working as intended. Everything's great. I could use my grenades and just burn everything and melt everything. And it's so good and fun. Look at my health bar. It's staying pretty much full.
You guys hear that optimism in my voice? Yeah? Okay, well watch this.
Take out those buzzards.
I don't need these buzzards, man. These freaking buzzards. It'd be one thing if they didn't have health regen. But every time I land a couple of shots, they just come back good as new. It wasn't until 4 hours of attempts that I managed to destroy one buzzard. And here's how I did it. First off, we need to rig some fights. Each attempt would consist of me spawning in, running to the buzzard nest, and checking the buzzard's level. If it was higher than level 89, I wouldn't even bother. After we found our level 89 buzzard, we would farm up stacks with our fire grenade and find a psycho or weaker mob. This wasn't always guaranteed. Sometimes I'd get nothing but scavengers, grave diggers, and juggernauts. Anyway, after we found a good setup with an 89 buzzard and easy mobs, we would do the good old punch and chuck strat using Fuel the Blood and Buzzax Bombardier. Once we had the setup, we had roughly 7 seconds to land 2 or 3 Buzzax throws on a buzzard. Which is tough since the first 3 seconds are wasted looking for the dang thing, but when the stars align, you could pull off a beautiful kill.
Let's go! Oh, that's 2.
4 hours into Sawtooth, the first one got stuck. At 4.5 hours, we got our second. At 5 hours, we got our third. And at 6 hours, this happened.
Come on. Let's go. Let's 4. Let's go. Oh, subcast. What was that you were saying, subcast? What was that you were f***ing saying? Woo! Woo!
This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. And for anyone wondering, yes, I did just copy and paste that last voice clip from the Angelic Guard fight like 30 seconds ago. After that conniption, I felt invincible for all of 2 minutes, mostly because I was just speedrunning through the Boneyard and Badlands. I did not kill Saturn this time around for obvious reasons, and if it's not obvious, the first 25 minutes of the video explains this in great detail, so go ahead and just rewatch that and come back. Or you could just download the save file in the description and test it out yourself. Up to you. Anyway, I was like 2 seconds away from getting the info first try, and it took 7 tries after that before he made it to the final stretch. The claptrap door was our last hard bit of mobbing, and everything was going relatively good. I even managed to kill the super surveyor that spawns. Whoops, I mean 2 super surveyors. 3, okay, that's a bit odd. 4, there's definitely something. Okay, what the 5? How is that even? Okay, there's absolutely no way a 6th one just spawned. 7. 7 of them. 7 of them spawn. Sorry about that. I kind of blacked out for a bit. Anyway, at this point, I was so shattered internally that taking a break wouldn't help, because it would be all that I thought about. So I kept going. Brick and Mortar definitely carried me through Heroes Pass, but altogether the Claptrap door and this place almost took 2 hours, and this challenge's playtime was really starting to wear on my mental. Jack and his stupid health regen was my last worry of the run. I made my few legit attempts before I decided that the good old block him at the terminal strat was going to be needed. Melee was definitely the way to go, but I wanted to show you guys my insane DPS I was getting with the shotgun. Mind you, this is point blank, doing nothing but crit damage. Glad I had 4 of these, because if I had to reload, I would just lose all my progress from the last mag anyway. So we took Jack out and started the warrior fight. And surprise, surprise, using a fire weapon on a giant fire-breathing fire demon from hell where fire comes from doesn't work great. And now that I think about it, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And I was being frank because the warrior is practically throwing me on his barbecue like a pack of ballparks. So we had to do something no one would have guessed. And go for a melee kill. Luckily, these crystal dudes are super susceptible to melee damage, except for when they're not susceptible to anything, of course. Anyway, the good old punch thing for explosive damage strat was working great, except for when it backfired on me, or the crystalisks would do more damage to me than I wanted it to, or Krieg would do more damage to me than I wanted him to. My favorite one is when I was throwing axes and this rack swoops in and takes it point blank, do it for the vine style, which downs me because that's just my luck. But I promised I wouldn't take the mask off until it was done. And there was one thing driving me. You know I haven't had a fucking monster all stream? I can't fucking drink a monster with this thing on, guys. You're driving me nuts. After 30 hours and 58 minutes, after 506 deaths, the warrior accepted his fate. I decided to finish warrior off using the Teeth of Terra, because I really wanted to savor this moment that I beat the hardest gas mask challenge so far. I proudly say, you can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. This run was 100 times worse than I thought it was going to be, but what matters is that we beat it, and the fact that you made it this far into the video makes it all worth it for me. If you want to see more runs like these, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps with YouTube's algorithms and helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs, all linked in the description, along with the socials of Mango Soda, who created this absolutely awesome thumbnail art. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. So a while back I made a video where I tried to beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball, and that was actually pretty fun. And since my last challenge video's ad revenue barely paid for the resulting therapy sessions, I thought it might be a good idea to have a nice, fun, and wholesome run. So today we're going to try and answer, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball? Now before you guys ask, yes, I just said I was playing the pre-sequel for fun. I know I dunk on this game a lot, but if I'm being honest, it's my second favorite game of the series, right next to Borderlands 2. The third being Tiny Tina's One-Shot Adventure. You know the standalone game that's just the BL2 Tina DLC? Yeah, that one. Anyway, jokes aside, let me tell you the rules. We'll be trying to beat Ultimate Vault Hunter mode at level 70 with no bar and no guns allowed. We are going to be playing as Jack the Doppelganger, and his action skill is kinda allowed, but I'll go over that more in a bit. And most importantly, the snowball is the only grenade we're allowed to use. As for the other gear, we have a pretty normal shield, a level 1 Oz kit so that we can abuse slams, and the best main class mod for grenade damage, and 5 extra points in just compensation, which makes grenade damage higher for every grenade ammo I'm missing. Here's a quick peek at the build. I feel like I had a lot of extra skill points, so if anything seems out of whack here, it's probably because it is. I'll explain the important skills as we go, so let's get into the run. We arrive at Helios and immediately start doing what you would expect. Beaming these doll guys with nice, wholesome, totally not packed with ice and gunpowder, snowballs. Also, as one would expect, we ran out of ammo pretty fast. Compared to Axton and the fastball, we seem to be at a major disadvantage. We only get half the ammo, and we can't throw snowballs while in fight for your life. But I'm here to say, both those problems are only half wrong. Thanks to the skill GASMASK, we get a free grenade for every 4 kills we get. And since we're spec'd into leadership as well, every time a Digijack dies, it counts as a kill. So if we activate our action skill and immediately cancel it, we can farm ourselves up a free grenade. Mind you, I cannot get actual ammo like this, I just get a free throw when I have 4 stacks built up. Another thing we can do after using our action skill is activate On My Mark, which makes the Digijacks throw a copy of my grenade mod at the bad guys. And let me tell you, these guys were surprisingly good at hitting their throws. Like sometimes they would just whiff, but other times they were super coordinated and would just destroy extra enemies I didn't even target. Anyway, lacking ammo isn't an issue anymore, but now what if I go into Fight for Your Life? Well, thanks to Potential, I'm allowed to spawn my Digijacks while in Fight for Your Life. And I can also mark a target for them to throw a snowball at and get up that way, or hope that one of my jacks dies. Because leadership can also get me second wins. And the most important skill of the build? Inspire, which makes Jack occasionally inspire us with words of greatness.
Everybody, you're looking super handsome.
Let's go.
Honorable mention to promote the ranks, which would have made super Digijacks that might have boosted grenade damage, but they're kinda bugged out and don't throw grenades properly. Yeah, Gearbox kinda dropped the ball on this one. Since the Digijacks kind of have a mind of their own, they will occasionally shoot the bad guys with their wrist lasers. This didn't really have any effect on the gameplay because they're usually only out for a few seconds. So if anyone's salty because I used the Digijacks during this run, first off, stop being anti-fun. And second, the run would be impossible without them since I kinda need the ammo. Anyway, after dealing with these guys, we had to fight one of the several pyromaniacs in the Borderlands series, this one being named Flame Knuckle. Now if this was Pokemon, we would be pretty screwed right now. If this was Borderlands 3, he would be pretty screwed right now. But this is TPS, so the fight was pretty fair. Jack was super helpful with distracting him, so I was even able to fend off any extra troops that were flying in. Also during the fight, I used a little bit of RNG manipulation to get more ammo drops from the containers. So if you're below, I believe, 1/3 of your maximum ammo with any type, you are more likely to get that ammo type from ammo crates. So if we had 3 or less ammo, we could open up the crates and get more ammo than usual. Constantly having a low supply of grenades is kinda good since we're spec'd into that just compensation skill, so we're getting the best value for our chucks. After we busted Flame Knuckles' power suit, Jack, and Jack helped me finish him off. Right after that, we got moonshot down to the moon and met Janie Springs. We needed to help her take out Deadlift. Deadlift tried to take her out, on a date that is, and when she said she wasn't into guys, he got all mad and stole her Moonzumi key, which we need to get to Concordia. If the Borderlands 2 players are confused, Concordia is just Sanctuary, but on the moon. Anyway, with a little bit of inspiration from Zarpedon, I guess, we set off on our journey to beat Deadlift in a snowball fight. But first, we had to take care of a bunch of his lackeys. My favorite part about using this grenade mod is that every time you kill a scav... Uh-oh, looks like the Borderlands 2 players are confused again. Okay, scavs are just bandits, but on the moon. Anyway, every time you kill a scav with a snowball, they get launched and literally break orbit. For real, they don't come back down. The scavs were getting so messed up by my snowballs that they eventually decided to chill out. We can finally fight Deadlift, and there's a lot more on the line than you think. This run was still on its first life, and when I'm on my first life, my focus and skill are tenfold, because I make diamonds under pressure. Just, don't quote me on that if you watch the last run, okay? Deadlift is like the Captain Flint of the pre-sequel. He's got enough annoying and unfair mechanics to absolutely torture you during your first playthrough. Talking electrifying the floor, homing blue balls, stop laughing that's not funny, evasive maneuvers, and a lot of minions to keep you on edge. Lucky for us, I know this guy's patterns pretty well and went straight for the safety stairs. Right here you have access to cover, you have an escape route, and the stairs don't get electrified. Patience was key to winning this fight. Well, that and a little Matrix style dodging in order to get all the ammo crates in the arena. After some close calls, we finally broke his shield and the rest was history. Still a 1 life, baby, woo! Anyway, we got the Moonzumi station working and carefully jumped the scap. There are 3 jumps in this game that are very wonky and will punish you with death if you mess them up. The next one being on the way to Concordia. My first death being a cliff would be super cringe, so I made sure to hit this carefully. Right as we get into town, the cop claptrap was trying to give us a ticket, and I didn't appreciate that too much. Anyway, we got shafted by the Marif, that's an elevator joke, and Roland was busy dealing with the secondhand embarrassment of Lilith doing the hokey pokey on the dance floor, so there was only one thing left that could solve our loneliness.
Looking for me, sugar?
What? No, not Moxie. I'm talking about a monster inhale style and some inspiring words from Crazy Earl himself. After we hijacked some cellular towers and found the location of the jamming signal, we were off to Crisis Scar to shut it down so we could get Jack off of Helios. I was going to pick a cool icy looking skin for our car, but noticed that this one was literally my outro catchphrase, so I couldn't pass it up. Scavtrap said I had to show my worthiness of joining Red Belly's gang in order to get in, but I had a different idea.
Second option, let me in.
So the Darksiders were our next target. One of the main bosses here ended up dropping a Jacko cannon. Not sure if it was because we were playing as Jack or the fact that it was October at the time, but I'm willing to bet it was both. Anyway, after killing all the edgy guys, we finally were allowed into Crisis Scar. We were blowing right through Red Belly's defenses. That was until this super bad mugger showed up. To my knowledge, the scaling in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode is a lot different in this game than in Borderlands 2. I'm pretty sure every enemy gets their health boosted, but big guys get a bigger boost. So this info's from the wiki, so definitely take it with a grain of salt. But according to them, normal enemies get a 1.5 times health and shield boost from True Vault Hunter mode to Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and big guys get a 2.5 times boost to their health and a 3.5 times boost to their shields. So these guys are pretty tanky. I had to make sure I played smart and farmed my grenades safely. After killing Mugger number 1, I had to also kill Mugger number 2. Luckily, my mans fell right into my trap and I was able to get an early chunk of his health out of the way before I let the boys put the ice on him. We also ended up bullying the local grade schoolers, and that was pretty fun. And after that, we were off to fight Red Belly. The game made this pretty easy for me. Why farm up nades with Diddy Jacks when I could just walk over to this vendor and trade all the loot I found for some more? We had a couple close calls early on, but Red and Belly split up, which allowed me to gang up on them one-on-one. Belly was a scary powerhouse who dropped us a striker, and Red was just kind of AFK for the most part. After we dealt with them, we shut down the jamming signal, got skimmed out of our moonstones by this chest, and found out the Marif was working for the bad guys. We started interrogating him, and he said Dahl was making him do it. So I was like, don't worry man, just be cool. Anyway, we were gonna let the Marif live, but he tried to kill Jack, and so did Jack's lifelong murderous trust issues. Now that Jack was rescued, we needed to start building an army to take Helios back. I tried using the snowball to put the door code in and was a little spooked when it didn't work, but I was able to just use the interact button to punch in the door code, so the run doesn't end here. Janie Springs helped us get a new vehicle. This one can fly. Kinda. So I wasn't about to trust it with my life. A cool trick you could do with the Stingray is to boost up a little bit, press the slam key, and then boost again as you bounce to get more height for your jump. I was a bit rusty, so I took a couple of minutes to make sure I got this, because holy crap, how am I still alive? I don't know if the snowball is just that good, or the pre-sequel is just too easy, or if Jack is too OP, or what. Actually, you know what? I think it's just definitely Jack being too OP. Anyway, after meeting Pickle, we set off to get our military AI from the bosun. I had to do a bunch of annoying things to get to his ship, but for the most part, I was ballin'. And by ballin', I mean bawling my friggin' eyes out, because I finally died.
Back. Beam him. No! No!
Soldier, be tall or be dead. Now pick again.
For some reason, the guy that killed me shrunk after I respawned and was easier to kill, so that's pretty neat. After a few close calls and dying again because I went down right as I hit a jump pad, we managed to get the methane flowing again so that we could get across this lava lake. Waiting for us on the other side were a bunch of cheaters, and I didn't like that too much, but I wasn't exactly playing fair either. The first thing we needed to do was destroy the bosun's engine, which was a bit tricky. The snowballs would go right through the thing we needed to hit, so I had to bounce the snowballs off other surfaces and have them explode close enough to the power stabilizers to deal damage. I just thought that was pretty weird. Oh, also, turns out the one mugger I thought shrunk didn't shrink at all, cause I found him here. Homie was screaming at me a lot, something about how could I do that to his son or something, not really sure what that was all about, but he seemed pretty mad. He got his revenge, and he was even fighting honorably using a snowball himself. And I barely had enough energy left to fight Poop Deck after. Stink.
What's wrong with you, my love?
It's
Anyway, the bosun fight was up next and I had a game plan. First off, we had to take out his shield regen turrets because there was no way I was going to be able to farm grenades fast enough to outdamage them. And step 2 was to just let him have it. Me and the lads made an absolute hailstorm for him. Shields resist cryo damage, so that slowed us down a bit. But once he lost his shield, I found a plethora of grenades, and the lads and I finished him off. Now that we had a military grade AI, we just needed an army to go with it. As we were fighting our way through the torque-infested robot factory, we came across Gladstone, aka the inventor of the toaster, aka the inventor of the blue toaster, aka the man that sent me to the gulag too many times. Okay, sorry about that pent-up rage. Anyway, he's going to help us create the constructor bot, which is good for us right now, but absolutely tragic for my Borderlands 2 runs. Once inside, I found a very obnoxious mugger who kept lighting me on fire. Guess it was super effective after all, because man's killed me 4 times before I beat him. Pretty sure these guys are to blame for most of my deaths this run, and this guy alone was responsible for half of them. Because of his fire weapon, not being in a vacuum sucked. Well, being in a vacuum would suck, but in a more literal sense, I guess. Anyway, after I realized getting lit on fire hurts and kills me, I played it safer and finally killed him. After we performed the first ever cryogenic castration, we were finally able to get the power on and start making our constructor bot. Step 1 was to create the eye of the constructor. By combining a bunch of other eyeballs from these guys who can't see where they're going, that might be counterintuitive. Step 2 was to secure the main body. Step 3 was to calibrate the turrets. To do so, they need to kill 12 bad guys themselves, and their damage is kinda bad. So this part took way too friggin' long. It seems no matter what game I play, turrets always seem to slow me down. Why did they spawn bad? Step 4 was to get the legs. Felicity was going to pilot the robot we were going to steal them from. Her health bar was dropping, and I was kinda curious to see what happens if she lost all her health, but she kinda killed everything too fast for me to find out. And just like that, the constructor was made. And this time, it was on our side. Oh, come on, I gotta fight a constructor in this game too? Okay, so this fight can get bad quickly if we don't manage our resources properly. Felicity often spawns 2 surveyors to aid her in battle. One that repairs her, and one that makes her invulnerable to damage. The protective bubble can be annoying, but the repair surveyor is where the issue starts to come up. If we can't gain our ammo back fast enough to keep up with the spawning of drones and repairs, we won't be able to take her down. A little bit of multitasking was needed to win this fight. I wanted to make sure my ammo was as low as possible, so that just compensation would make my throws as strong as they could be. And also, so that ammo containers would give me more ammo altogether. I was doing this while also farming up ammo with my Digijacks and having them throw their snowballs. Did I just describe the strategy I've been using for the whole run, but more dramatic? Yeah, pretty much. For real though, I needed to first try the boss, otherwise I would have to reset the map to fill all my ammo containers again. Luckily, I don't think Felicity has the 95% grenade damage reduction like constructors do in Borderlands 2, so that's good at least. I was running out of ammo crates, but luckily I managed to get her into her final phase right as that happened, so I didn't have to worry about any more surveyors. So my objective was to just survive. I just needed to farm up snowballs and make sure that these guys didn't pick up any guns. After a long fight, we finally got Felicity to short circuit and rejoin our side. As a reward, Jack gave me another Jacko cannon. I guess that's a moment of all time. Now that we had our army, it was time to retake Helios. The first place we wanted to retake is Jack's office, and we needed the help of Claptrap to get in. I was in my element here, quite literally, since Claptrap somehow made a snowstorm on a space station. Hey doll guys, freeze! Fighting the trained military soldiers felt a lot easier than fighting the dumb scavs for some reason, so getting to Jack's office was a breeze. Our next goal was to save Gladstone again along with his other buddies. Nothing too interesting here, just waiting for the scientists to open doors, oh my god! Anyway, after I saved them all, I took a quick pee break and everyone played Among Us without me. Pretty sure all the scientists got ejected, and so did I, because next thing I knew I was flying through the veins of Helios, making sure I didn't fall into the endless depths of space. Sarpedon almost got me with her mischievous tomfoolery. After blowing some stuff up though, we managed to get out of that nightmare fuel area. The last spot before our fight with Sarpedon was the lunar launching station. Here we needed to disable a force field in order to pass. I defused all the power cells without blowing them up because I'm very good at this game and I would never make a mistake like that. After that, all I had to do was survive a few waves of some extremely casual bad guys. Lucky for me, I was able to activate some gun loaders to distract them. At this point, I was ready to fight a tough boss, and I didn't have the patience to wait for the shock field to go down or the patience to wait for Jack to hop on the elevator. Sarpedon was going down. If she was going to set traps for me, I was going to set traps for her. I had 2 things going for me during this fight. Number 1 was Jack distracting Sarpedon, and 2 was that ammo crates would continuously spawn during the fight. I also had two things going against me during this fight. First off, cryo damage on Zarpedon's big shield was doing very little damage, and two, she can get her shield back pretty much instantly. On the bright side, this is the pre-sequel run where I finally figured out how her shield recharge move works. If you pay attention here, you can see that Zarpedon is draining the power cores from the floor. And when she is done, it breaks and she can't use that same power core again, which means she will eventually run out of recharges. During this fight, she used all 6 of her charges before committing to trying to kill Jack. To be specific, the real Jack, not the fake one or the fake ones. Without her shield, it was only a matter of time before I found enough grenades to take her down. It was now time for phase 2 of the fight. 0.8 seconds into this part of the fight, I get distracted by an orange loot beam and snag the ZX one drop from her power suit. I know all 12 pre-sequel players are mad right now that I got the designated drop from the one-time kill. After that, I started trying to fight Zarpedon, but geez man, she knows how to dodge. I feel like my accuracy went from good to bad so freaking quick. I feel like she was standing still trying to fight Jack and I was still missing. This phase also introduces a bunch of ascended doll soldiers, and at this point it was too chaotic to keep track of anything at all. All I could do was run around like a chicken with my head cut off and hope to find some grenades so that I could miss Zarpedon some more. I think Jack was the MVP for this fight, honestly. Still talking about the real one. Pretty sure he did more damage than me, but on the bright side, I can make all the pre-sequel players even angrier with this prismatic bulwark, another designated drop off a one-time kill. By the way, the save file with all the cool gear I found throughout the run will be in the description down below if you want it. Now that the bad guy was beaten and we had the Eye of Helios / Destroyer and its inspiration bestowed upon us, we could finally go to the vault. Feel like I'm missing something important? Probably not. Anyway, Virago Solitude was very short. The game played this cutscene for the Guardians, but also gave me the option to just run right past them. I don't know why they gave him a cutscene if it's not a required fight. Also not a required fight was this guy who surrendered. Snowball fighting etiquette is to spare anyone who surrenders, so I let him go. Unless... RK5 aka Romkampfjet Mark V aka Bootleg Bunker was our next boss to take down, and our most challenging one yet. Not only was ammo scarce, but hitting RK5 was really tough since it's usually way out of our range. My Digijax also had a lot of trouble landing shots on it, so I tried to use them to kill off the waves of churros? Also had to deal with a few more cheaters during this fight. Much like Felicity, if I were to die during this fight, I would have to save quit to reset all the ammo crates, or I'd just be making the fight a lot harder than it needed to be. My best bet with this fight was to fight Flyer with Flyer. There are 2 jump pads on this map that gave me a great deal of mobility. On top of getting me out of sticky situations, they also helped me farm up grenades, because Digijax die if they're too far away from you. Our game plan was to conserve our ammo best we could, and only throw snowballs if we were sure we could land the shots. There's one attack where RK5 gets really low to the ground, and I was able to land most of my shots when he did this maneuver. This boss fight ended up killing me 4 times before I managed to get a winning fight, and that winning fight required me to dodge bad guys and bomb strikes for 30 minutes. As a reward, the game gave me a Boomicorn. Was a little scared I was going to get another Jacko Cannon, but that would never happen. Now that RK5 was out of the way, I was allowed to do the pre-sequels version of the whole percent speedrun. After that, we finally made it to the vault and we were ready to reap our reward. Oh, come on, dude. Anyway, after some inspiration from Tina, yeah, I'm not sure how that one worked either, and fighting off whatever the heck this thing is, it was finally time to fight the Sentinel. Just kidding, I went to Moxie's bar and got one of those drinks for 30 minutes of damage reduction because I knew this fight was going to take a while. The Sentinel is a 7-phase fight, but it has always been fair. This time around, I was really able to take advantage of his bullet deflecting move by simply not using bullets. However, the 3rd phase was an ice phase, so my damage really dropped off and it took a while. But the game plan was pretty much the same. The big Sentinel was a bit more tricky to deal with. Instead of just running around in circles, I had to play an elaborate game of the floor is lava. I also had to make sure I was nailing this guy in the head, because my grenades weren't doing damage otherwise. We had a lot of close calls during this fight, and towards the end we were running low on damage reduction. This is also where the Sentinel started doing some really cursed strats. I don't know exactly what was happening. All I knew is that I was taking knockback constantly. I think he knew the end was near, so he was trying to get me as far away from him as possible. It wasn't gonna work though. In the end, he set himself up for the perfect trick shot, which means you can beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. I know this wasn't the hardest run in the world, but I had a lot of fun this time around. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell, and all that good stuff. I do read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early, and the support also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have links to my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Pandora's always been a lawless place, but what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse? To start, let me tell you what exactly this challenge is. First off, the basic rules. We will attempt to beat the game at Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. To the new Borderlands recruits, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Also, bar will not be allowed during this run. On to the fun stuff. I will play as the sheriff and the others will be my deputies. The challenge is mostly centered around these badges, therefore I will be running Jacob's pistols while the deputies run Jacob's shotguns. The badges also provide us with a little extra fight for your lifetime based on how many deputy badges are equipped on the team. So I get an extra 60% while everyone else got an extra 30. And for the real kicker, if at any point the sheriff dies, that's me, I must save quit and reset the map. This means my survival is of the utmost importance. Last thing before we get started, I'll show you all the rest of the gear and builds. We all have a basic shield and low-level grenade mod just for slagging purposes, and in the comm slot, I will be running the legendary Titan for tankiness, and the deputies will be running the legendary Gunzerker comms for some DPS and longer Gunzerk duration. Here are the builds so that all the Sal mains can go make me cry in the comment section. For the deputies, I pretty much gave them an AI-generated Deputy Sal build. They all have 2 shotguns out instead of the usual Grog and Lady Fist in the main hand, so I had to change some stuff to compensate for that. As for the Sheriff build, I decided to suffer a bit and not give myself too much DPS, but on the other hand, I have the most deadly seal combo in the game. That's right, baby, we're bringing the Stinky back. I put the Stinky on him. Okay, now with all that out of the way, let's introduce the posse. With my trained deputies, wait, you guys are trained, right? Raise your hand if you played Deputy Sal before. Okay, raise your hand if you've ever played Sal before. Oh god, what did I get myself into? Anyway, we started clearing out Tutorial Town and found that 6 shotguns all going off at once not only drops me to what I'm guessing was 30 frames per second, but it's also pretty funny to listen to. Oh my god, hearing all the Jacob shotguns go off, dude. Not too many issues came up here, and honestly, we kind of rolled the place. Anyway, we saved Hamulok and set off to take on Boom Boom. Along the way, we discovered that the accuracy and range of the shotguns was going to be the deputy's biggest challenge. Well, besides making sure my clumsy butt doesn't fall off a cliff or something, of course. I had a feeling that this would be an issue, so I made sure to give everyone 5 in insight and busts that can't slow down, so that we could get into the enemy's faces quickly and also rush to each other's aid in case we went down. Mix that with the fact that our bleed out timer is super long because of our badges, and the fact that you can fire your left gun while reviving, you get a strat that just might get us through this game. The plan for Boom Boom was to let me take the Cheese Bowl fight with my lower DPS while my deputies handled the other boom. They did a great job, but on my end, I was having some trouble. Luckily, Deputy Lucas came in and helped kick Boom Boom out of his turret. I didn't have much ammo to help with this fight, so I decided to promote myself to Medic Sheriff GASMASK and just help that way. I started to run back so I could top off my pistols, and the lads accidentally let all of the outlaws out by blowing up the gate, so I made the call to go in and risk it for my homies like they would for me. This time around, I knew I couldn't revive everyone in time, so I made sure to psych everything I could so that they had a chance to get themselves up, earning me another promotion to Support Medic Sheriff GASMASK. Anyway, we dealt with the very thrusty bad guys, and we all made it out of this fandango alive. And then Queen Knight did the bleed out any percent speedrun on accident while trying to save me, so that was hella depressing. Oh, this is a perfect time to point out that the death counter will only count my deaths. If you need an explanation on why, just go check out our other co-op challenge. I'm sure that will clear everything up for you. Anyway, after many armpit moistening battles and stinky plays, we made it to Flint. Initial results showed that this fight was going to be super tough. After a lot of really scary close calls, we retreated and went to make a game plan. We decided that we should just go in and milk the fight for your life timer and just spam shotguns at ankle biting range, while I would try and stay back and deal damage from a distance. I really didn't want to cheese Flint by punching him off his arena again. Flint, however, never forgot that day, and he came for his revenge.
Oh my god! Oh my god! No!
That was pretty scary, honestly. Anyway, you probably want to see Flint die, so here's the clip of that.
Lock of me. When I get gas locked.
Oh my god, who's resing him?
Yo! Oh, he was getting real close though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
we
you
did
guys
it.
did it. Okay.
Pretty wacky, right? Nah, for real though. As soon as I fell off, the deputies all grouped up and did some kind of triangle attack and milked their fight for your life timers like we had planned. This fight provided me with another promotion to Useless Support Medic GASMASK. Whoa, wait, that doesn't sound... Anyway, we hopped on a boat and found ourselves in Three Horns, where I got my real promotion of Support Medic Sheriff GASMASK, the Bullymong Whisperer.
Oh, sorry. Darn it. A man
You
named
make a
Scooter
run for it?
controls
I
these
know.
casualty
Ow.
He may be short a few chromosomes, but he's a savant when it comes to vehicles. He's locked the station to prevent the bandits from...
Lucas confiscated the keys to a car, and I decided to doll it up with some Jacobs logos. In order to get into Sanctuary, we had to help Corporal Reese and get a new power core for the shield generator. I have like almost no knowledge on the ranking system, so I don't know if him being a corporal means he was higher or lower rank than a sheriff, but all I knew was that the rules only cared if I died. Superior or not, I still made sure to tell the deputies to kill the 20 bandits to avenge him like we always do. Anyway, after not being able to afford the best gun in the game and forgetting everything that happened at Sanctuary, we went to Frostburn Canyon. I usually speedrun to the end of this place, but this time I got to do it with the homies. I decided not to play it safe and go for the spike jump skip since my deputies have been really good at not letting me die so far. Let's see if they can save me from a cliff, am I right? Anyway, fun fact, still never missed this jump, and I'm going to keep attempting it until I do. So we found Lilith and started fighting off the psychos with her. I couldn't kill a single bandit here. But then Tom recommended that I try killing 2 instead and everything started to work out. So since we're in... Oh my god, Lilith, shut the... Wait, actually, Lilith, this is the perfect time to use that one-liner. Holy crap. Okay, Lilith, we'll let you slide on that one. Back to what I was saying. Since we're in co-op, enemies have a lot more health, and in some instances, spawns are a lot different. If some of you guys remember the friendship run, you might remember we had to take on 12 big psychos as opposed to the usual 3 that spawn due to 4-player co-op scaling. If that doesn't ring a bell, you're probably new and should subscribe and check out the rest of my channel for some good laughs. Anyway, why slowly whittle down a bunch of health bars when you could just put the stinky on them? Big guys were a bit tougher, but they're definitely killable. I think I was getting a little cocky and a little loopy though, because I started acting up. The sneaky on them. 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 Yeah, not sure why I said that or even what it means, but I think it's safe to blame some sort of insanity. Yeah, so I ended up dying and restarting this whole fight twice because I got counter stinkied. And yes, I did do the spike skip again both times. Honestly, I didn't mind though, because I got this crazy stinky clip.
Oh, Lilith! No!
Lilith was saved, and now it was time to rescue Roland. We needed to get a new car to fool the Bloodshots, but then I realized that cowboys don't use cars, they use horses, and since we didn't have any of those, we had to fight the bandit technicals on foot. These darned horseless carriages ended up destroying Deputy Lucas early on, but after we got rid of the big one, we destroyed all the cars we needed, and then another car came up and ran me over. Joke's on them though, they just saved me a trip of running through the dust. Up next was the Badma fight, and we came prepared with a plan.
Go? Do we go? Yes!
The only problem with this strat is that Badma kinda took the key we need with him, so we had to re-enter the map to get the key to show up somewhere reachable. It was now time to fight through the Bloodshot Dam, or as I like to call it, Cowardsville. Using our finely tuned coordination skills, we were able to combat the cowardice of these guys by simply punching them closer to homies that needed revives. I feel like there are a lot more enemies in here than usual, probably because of the 4-player co-op scaling and whatnot, but we were keeping each other alive. Mad Mike and his toilet room were the last things I was worried about here, but there was nothing a little teamwork couldn't handle.
He's standing by the fence. Can you do
Combo?
something? No.
Oh!
Somehow we turned one of the worst mobbing sections in the game into a really fun fight by putting the Stinky on so many bandits.
It's stinky.
Lucas even styled on Mad Mike in the end.
He's looking at me. Oh, nice.
Oh my. Oh, I got him.
Oh, you got him. Let's go.
After that, we just had to run to Roland and then get stressed out about this toaster we had to fight. I'm willing to bet that some of you guys don't know that the Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you take too long to rescue him. If you didn't know, don't feel bad, that just means you're good at the game. Anyway, I wasn't sure if dying and the resulting save quit would cause us to automatically go to the Gulag, so I had even more to stress about than usual. So running through the dam was pretty scary. We all went down a few times, and there were very few spots where we were actually safe. Deputies Tom and Queen Knight made it there before Lucas and I, and then I noticed that the Warden was already spawned, and the clock was already ticking. I ordered them to rush in and await our backup. Moments later, I made it to the fight and single-handedly saved everyone from the big bad scary toaster with no help from Tom whatsoever. No gulag for us, baby. Anyway, after clearing out all the loaders and saving Roland, our next job was to meet Tina and Mordo and help them with a good old-fashioned train robbery. That might sound like we're breaking the law, but I'm the sheriff and I make the rules and I say it's legal. Anyway, after roasting up some critters, we confiscated some TNT from the local bandits, and we blew up the train in a safe and controlled manner. It was the end of the line, and Wilhelm wasn't going down without a fight. A long, cursed fight. The plan was simple. Loaders were going to be our priority 1 enemies until Wilhelm ran out of troops. Priority 2 for the deputies was going after Wilhelm himself, since they had all of our DPS. While priority 2 for me was dealing with the surveyors, since I had the accuracy to deal with them better. We were able to put the Stinky on some of the loaders, but a couple of Stinky-proof big loaders really drained all our ammo and grenades. And then, something extremely cursed happened. Something I could only imagine would come from my worst nightmares. Something so unheard of and absurd that I still don't believe it happened, even though I see it with my own 2 eyes. This was the incident.
Yellow.
What? There's a badass constructor.
Constructor? Why is it so small?
There's 2 of them.
What is going on? Yeah, bro, every time I think back to this fight, I genuinely feel like it's a fabricated memory. Like, even watching the footage right now, while editing, I feel like Ashton Kutcher is just gonna walk around the corner and tell me I got punked or something. Like, I still don't believe this happened. The fight was hard, and I had to really focus so that I didn't die. But, like, it only took 8 minutes to kill Wilhelm. I've had runs where I'm getting bodied by him for hours, and I have never seen these cursed baby turret toaster crossbred abominations in my life. The game really seen this and was like, oh, okay, let me help you out with that. I don't know if this is another co-op spawn thing going on or whatever, but what really has me baffled is that even with no ammo, and my mental state so shattered by what my eyes were perceiving, we actually survived
the whole fight. What the fuck is even going on right now? Who am I? How am I?
Baby constructors aren't real, they can't hurt you.
After I save quit to make sure I didn't have any mods running, we made it back to Sanctuary, and never mind, it's flying now. That's a problem. So we had to go through the fridge and try not to get ambushed by all the lowlifes dwelling there. Big emphasis on try here because I ended up dying. Deputy Tom was at the end of the map ready to travel, but we all went down, and hitting rats in general is just not easy. So here was where I had my first bleed out death. And honestly, I'm pretty proud of my deputies for lasting this long. Well, except for Lucas, because this rat picked my pockets twice and Lucas tried to snatch up all the money when he died, and I didn't appreciate that. On the way to the beacon, Alyssa challenged the bridge to a duel, and she was all like, draw! And then the bridge drew, but not in the fun cowboy way, so we all had to take the elevator thing. Well, this one goes sideways, so maybe we call it a horizontal? Editor, don't take that joke out of the script. Also, don't record yourself reading this. This isn't part of the script. Oh, come on, not again. Anyway, there were some close calls fighting the loaders before the gluttonous Thresher fight, and that fight didn't go too well either. The deputies barely killed it before I bled out, so resetting the map did not mean we had to do the fight over, so that was nice at least. Also, I'm a bozo and missed this death, so add 1 to whatever you see from here on out. Jumping over to Overlook, we set up the beacon and stood ready for the waves of loaders coming our way. And by ready, I mean I was buying ammo right as they were dropping in. I was kinda hoping the game would realize we seen 2 more toasters than we should have so far and that they wouldn't send in more, but surprise surprise, hope is useless when it comes to gas mask challenge runs. This was a tough fight. Other than Lucas redeeming himself after the whole fridge fiasco, we were getting real close to losing. We tried our best to keep the beacon alive, but it got destroyed 8 times and just became invincible, which is good for our progress, but harsh on our pride. Also harsh on our pride was the escape we had to pull off. Usually you can teleport away as soon as you choose a location, but in co-op there's this 5-second timer, and if one of you guys go down, it's just like, no, and makes you stay there in pain. After the 6th attempt at escaping, we made it to the dust. Yep, I was like, literally anywhere but here, please. Up next was the dreaded preserve. This is a big map, which means a death would make us lose a lot of progress and make us do a lot of the mobbing over again. I also made it a rule that we had to take out the loot homies in a 4v4 in order to progress, just to make it a little bit more challenging. Our first obstacle of wounding loaders was pretty easy since we could all focus on different baddies. We all probably went down like a dozen times at this little dock area, but we managed to set each other up with revives really well actually. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that to torture us, and attempts to kill them proved to be useless, so we decided that those guys were not our problem. Instead, we bullied this loot homie we found on the way to the other loot homies. The primary mobbing section here was chaotic. Fighting the stalkers here felt like fighting a Minecraft Enderman with a bow. Shooting won't help you, you're gonna have to whack them with it. Anyway, after dealing with those guys, the ultimate loader was surprisingly easy to take down, and now it was time for the 4v4 with the... Hey, yo, Queen, wait, we're not ready yet, oh my god. Oh, brother, dude. Okay, so I was afraid that this would happen, so I made sure to grab the feather so that we could respawn near the creature slaughter dome instead of at the very beginning of the map, so that lessened the blow. So after that, we did all the mobbing again, re-killed the loot dudes, got a stalker, participated in a stinky conga line, killed all the mobs again, killed the loot dudes again, got a storm again. Wait, no, that was the first time that happened, right? Anyway, died again. Yeah, so this map really friggin' sucks, dude. Even with all these deaths, I'm pretty sure we're still on record pace for a preserve run. 4th time was the charm, and we finally had a run that got to Bloodwing, and we needed to make it count. So I fueled up to maximize our chances for survival. The last time the 4 of us tackled Bloodwing together, she brought a homie of her own in the form of a jet loader loot homie. This time though, she had nobody to back her. Okay, now, hold up, wait a minute, let's talk about this. Besides that scary factor, Bloodwing was in for a fight. She thought the sky would be safe, but from my point of view, all the pellets in the air made it look like someone snuck in a conference call to the fight. And it didn't take long before Bloodwing made the mistake of landing, and we took her down. The Tubby dropped a legendary Gunzerker if anyone was wondering. Also, I have the save files with all the cool gear I found along the run in the description if anyone wants to try this for themselves. Everybody say cheese! After our 2.5 hours in the preserve, it was time to recruit Brick to the squad. I I wanted to hire a temp deputy to help us out, but homie's helmet did not want to come off for the longest time. It eventually worked and we gave him the orders of punch the purple guys, and that plan was working for the most part. I mean, he was punching us and we weren't purple, but he was punching the purple guys too, so technically following orders. The big guy didn't take being fired too well, but he's the one who was forced into a temp job, so his fault. Anyway, after our initiation, we worked together to take the sarcastic slab over to a cliff to do exactly what you would expect us to do with the bad guy in a cliff.
Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Still going. Damn.
Oh my god, that...
Yeah, homie got launched. I'm pretty sure multiple of us hit him, so that knockback was just amplified, and I thought that was pretty cool. I won't go over to the combat here, I'll just show you guys the good parts.
Oh, Brick. Line me up, Brick.
What? Beacon's already gone. Oh, nice one.
Nice.
Thank you.
Up next was taking down the Jack Double. Into this part of the run, we straight up turned to assassins. The double didn't last 10 seconds against us. We took his lunch money and then we split up to all the kiosks and made it out of opportunity in only 3 minutes and 52 seconds. It was now time for the bunker raid. Right off the bat, I learned that Lucas and Queen Knight were both not Hyperion robots, but buzzards are for some reason because that makes sense. Anyway, Tom used the strat he learned from a very cool and handsome YouTuber to get the constructor to look at the wall, which makes us safe from his rockets. This made it super easy to abuse his crit spot as a squad. The dreaded baby turrets were up next. Luckily, bouncing Betty grenades shoot bullets, which do hit these guys. For anyone new to the game or the channel, these guys are glitched and straight up don't take any splash damage at all. On top of that, they don't have a crit spot and they also have an ungodly amount of health regen, so these guys can be pretty annoying. This time around, however, we kinda lucked out. The third obstacle in our way was the big toaster. The useful strat of just standing behind the thing wasn't working as good as it usually did. The deputies were dying and having trouble making it back up the mountain. I also had to scale the mountain again due to personal reasons.
He's looking at the stick.
He almost
he
full
did die though.
I gotta finish the job. Sorry, guys.
Wow.
Okay, I'm coming back up.
After about 10 minutes of struggling, we managed to all meet up and finally took it down. The final obstacle before the bunker was Face McShooty, who volunteered for death via firing squad. While we sit here and spam at him, I guess I'll give you a cool history lesson. Did you know that in old-timey firing squads, only one person in the firing squad would have an actual bullet? They did this so that the men in the firing squad could find some solace in the fact that the rifle they fired likely had a blank in it and not an actual bullet inside. We, however, did not do any of that goofy stuff because we weren't even sure we could land a hit on him from this far. Oh, look, we got him. That was so fast. The bunker fight was upon us, and I definitely didn't die to something embarrassing again like a cliff. Anyway, we took out the turrets, the actual bunker fight started, and the first thing it did was try to assert its dominance with a friggin' T-pose. But it kinda backfired, cause it just made it way easier to hit for all the deputies. So yeah, homie just started T-posing and kinda kept T-posing every time he flew up to us. We were all capable of hitting the broad side of a bunker, so this fight was actually pretty simple. Jack was hiding something in this mountain, and we were gonna get to the bottom of this. Up next was the Angel Core, and I was dreading this place. Even if you destroy 1 or 2 of the injectors, save quitting will reset the whole fight, so you have to do everything over again. So I was pretty stressed out about this part. I already don't pay these guys to do these runs with me, so I didn't want to make them suffer more than what they already have, you know. Wait, Tom, no, don't leave! Anyway, after giving away my foreskins to persuade Tom to come back, we started the Angel Core fight. We devised an order of operations for which targets we were to prioritize. Ion loaders were at the top of our hit list, mainly because of their cheap bubble. When they bubble, every loader in the area starts running to it like the cowards they are. Lucky for us, Fistful of Hurt is a great counter to this because we can interrupt the process entirely. Up next are Angelic Guards. With no way to dismember these guys, it was important to take the tanky ones out first. And last on the list were gun loaders. One could argue that killing these guys off before the Angelic Guards would be better since you could get incoming damage off the table faster, but in reality, these guys were just our revive fodder for emergencies. War and superloaders are arguably less dangerous than the rest of these guys because of their big charge up duration and lack of mobility, and the turrets were usually the first thing taken out while the rest of the wave was still digistructing in. Our coordination was kinda at its peak in here. We were saving each other, setting up slag, and oh my god, Lilith. You had one chance and you overdid it. I'm never letting you slide again. You know what? Fuck you. Frickin' howdy, boys. Good. Anyway, we made it through Angel Court and tried to kill Jack in the cutscene to save Roland. Don't think it helped at all though, and we're pretty sure all we did was slag Roland, so whoops. The next day I came down with a cold, so my voice was pretty bad. Even though I took proper precaution by taking my cold medicine and drinking my tea, I wasn't going to be able to give out orders to my deputies, which really didn't matter because they all know how to play the game and know what they're doing. Our next stop was Sawtooth Cauldron. There was a scary part where we had to fight off a few big nomads, but luckily they came with instructions, so we knew exactly what to do. The rest of the instructions weren't that clear, like Boombringer? I hardly know her. For real though, this part was really scary. The first time we got up here, we had to bail, and the second time I was deep behind enemy lines when Deputies Queen Knight and Lucas kicked the bucket. I thought it was done for, but Deputy Tom finally managed to land the grenade jump with his across the planet 600 ping. Oh, did I forget to mention that Tom is practically playing in the past and the future simultaneously? Rubber banding, never knowing what is real? Because that's what he has been putting up with for the whole run. Tom, when you watch this, thank you. Anyway, my hero arrived and we made it back to the elevator. Up top, we were the most coordinated that we ever were.
Got Alyssa?
Do you?
Yep.
Sure about that?
You don't?
I thought I was reviving Alyssa. I'm so sorry.
Whoa, wait a minute. That was the wrong clip. Hold on.
I got you. Jump on, Lucas.
Thank you.
Hold on, is there a bandit to put the stink? Hold on, I want to put the stinky on him with Lucas on my head.
Yes.
Can I punch him?
Yes!
Buzzards were actually pretty easy to take down because our nades stuck to them, so let's talk about the boneyard. I wanted to split up and hit all the pumping stations quick, but this one station has nothing but Sergeant and Ion loaders, so I wasn't about to go in alone. Glad I wasn't stubborn here because I definitely would have died instantly without my deputies. After barely escaping that with our lives, the rest of the boneyard went smoothly. We made it to the Badlands and decided that we weren't even gonna bother with Saturn. Deputies Lucas and Queen Knight went with me to grenade jump into the info stockade, while Tom hit the elevator checkpoint near Saturn for us. With our coordination, we were quickly in and out and finally on our way to the vault. After some quick mobbing at the claptrap door, I decided that I was just going to speedrun Heroes Pass. Well, minus the speed and the running part. Finally at the vault, we said screw the elevator, we want to fight Jack now. We dropped his shield pretty quickly, but that was but a small fraction of this fight. Not only was his health tanky because of 4-player difficulty, but this time around he kept teleporting away and spawning a bunch of these shield surveyors. Now this doesn't sound like that big of an issue, but Jack's health regen is kinda busted, so if he is suddenly invincible and on the other side of the map, it gives him plenty of time to get his health back. Even though we were doing significant damage, the fight still took about 15 minutes just because the absurd amount of coward strats Jack was pulling off. For reference, here's a clip of us dealing about half of his health in roughly 10 seconds, just to show how bad his health regen is, along with the coward strats. Anyway, we eventually took him down, and the warrior fight was up next. Let me tell you our detailed plan to make sure we got through this fight. Step 1, shoot the warrior. Step 2, until it dies. The warrior can be a pretty tough fight with its massive flame attack range and massive tail slams. Luckily, with all the defense stats I've built up though, I was handling the attacks pretty well. During the fight, we also managed to screw up so badly that one of the Crystalisks became invincible. Crystalisk? More like crystal-less, am I right? Anyway, it wasn't too long before the warrior couldn't fight any longer. And with it defeated, we now know. you can beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse. Hey, hold up, don't go yet. It's bonus content time, guys. Jack and the warrior might be dead, but there's still one threat to our lawful land that needs to be handled. I'm talking about the imposter who calls herself the Sheriff of Lynchwood. That's right, this town isn't big enough for the 5 of us, so she had to go. We can make room for Deputy Winger though, he's cool. In order to get her attention, we were going to need to rob a bank and blow up a train. We managed to blow the train up pretty quickly, probably because we already had practice blowing one up earlier, and I still say blowing them up is legal. This was our first time robbing a bank though, so we were dropping the ball on this mission. Tom put the Stinky on Mad Dog, which was pretty cool, not gonna lie, but the problem with that is that Mad Dog had the explosives we needed to blow open the bank door. So after reloading and killing him the boring way, we robbed the bank and set off to go hide the cash. Nisha's posse was playing totally unfair and hogging all the horses, so we were getting absolutely devastated during this part. These guys added 3 deaths to the counter with their horse strats, but the Nisha fight was up next, and she was no match for our homie strats. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, which helps the channel grow. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' challenge ideas and kind words, so definitely let me know what you thought about this video or what your favorite part was. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord and Twitch where I stream these runs live, linked in the description, along with the socials of our homie Mango Soda, who created this video's dope thumbnail. He also does commissions, so if you like his style, definitely go check him out. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. With millions of guns, Borderlands 2 gives you so many options for your loadout. But today, we look at the nuclear option and ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the nukem? I will briefly go over the rules. First off, we will be playing on UVHM OP10. If you're new to the game, that just means we're playing on the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for the run, and the nukem is the only gun I'm allowed to use, which means using a Logan's gun and a sham to absorb ammo is strictly off the table. In that case, you might be thinking I'm going to be using the big boom blaster to get ammo, but wrong. If I want ammo, I'm going to have to find some or buy some. The only other unique pieces of gear I'm allowed to use are the legendary point in class mod for survivability and the Vault Hunter relic, which doesn't help me combat wise at all and is mostly there as a placeholder. For our other 2 gear slots, we have a basic T-Yor shield and a low-level grenade mod for slagging enemies. Anything non-unique is fair game, but I only use these for the challenge. This run will introduce 2 emergency crutch items. If I deem that the run requires them, I will use a stockpile relic and or a non-unique absorb shield. As for the build, I'll show it here. Since this challenge is all about nukes, I decided that Axton's nuke skill was allowed. I also skipped all the offensive turret skills because I pick up the turrets immediately after they release their nuclear explosions. If you want to call this challenge Borderlands with only nukes instead of only the nukem, that's fine by me. I just figured that this would be more interesting than throwing on a big boom blaster and having a field day. Now the turrets might be able to get some shots off before they get recalled, but these things don't really deal that much damage, so as long as they don't steal any major boss kills, I'll let a few shots slide. Now that we got the rules and build covered, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, the good old gas mask curse kicks in, and we start out with 2 bully rots. Dealing with them wasn't necessarily hard, but these guys are so tanky that we ran out of ammo before we even made it to Tutorial Town. With all of Crazy Earl's ammo upgrades, the maximum amount of rockets you can hold is 33. Divide that by 2 and round up, we're left with 17 shots since the nukem takes 2 ammo to fire. So with no ammo and no money to buy any more yet, we had to get creative. Cue the turret nukes. If we compare the nukem nukes and the nuke skilled nukes, we get a sentence with the word nuke in it too many times and also see that the nukes are very different. For example, the turrets deal a lot less damage, but they also light the enemies on fire. The nukem's projectiles just deal damage, while the turret's explosion has some very strong knockback properties. Returning viewers know I love those. And the turret nukes are also pretty much infinite, but they lose their value past generic mobs, since the cooldown of our action skill is too slow to outdamage the health regen of most bad guys in UVHM. But here in Tutorial Town, everyone is soft. Soft enough to kill with a little grape juice and 2 turret chucks. After Hemlock got the power back on, we were able to buy a little bit of ammo and set off to clear the way to Boom Boom. That ammo was specifically used for the Ironclad lads, because the turret nukes were too weak for them. A little bit of patience and careful planning and we were able to finish the mobs off. So as we were steps away from fighting Boom Boom, we were once again broke and lacking the proper ammo to take on this fight. So I did what anyone would do when they're strapped for cash. Go to the beach and look for treasure chests. Here I would farm up until I hit the money cap and also fill my inventory with items so I had extra items to sell for when I ran out. Anyway, loaded up and ready to go, we start the Boom Boom fight. After I lured Boom to the back alley and mugged him at portable nuclear warhead launcher point, we made our first attempt at killing Boom. Testing the likely highly irradiated waters of this fight, we find that it was going to be a very close fight, even with full ammo. After a practically perfect attempt with lining up kill skill combos, slag, and making sure I fire all my nukes quickly, I was still coming up short. So this fight was undoable. Which means no. You can't beat... Wait, did you guys see that? Reroll the footage, hold on. You see it now? The run is saved, all thanks to this do cut. In Borderlands 2, when you pick up a gun or grenade mod, it gives you some ammo of the weapon type you just picked up. So when I opened up this porta potty and seen this long brown log looking thing, I was filled with joy. So on our next attempt, we made sure to set up everything perfectly, grabbed the launcher for the ammo, and managed to just barely kick him out of his turret. The moment of truth was when I ran back to fill my ammo, not knowing if he would just hop back into his booster seat. But lucky for us, he doesn't get back in unless you die, so we managed to finish him off for good. After clearing out all the mandatory bad guys on the way up to our boat, we start our fight with Flint. My plan was to just fight him from down here, but I forgot that my turrets had knockback for a second and I ended up launching him out of his arena, which bugged out his AI. Again. But it looked like this was going to be necessary to cheese him like this anyway. While lobbing these nukes, I was slowly realizing that I wasn't going to have enough money to keep buying the ammo I would need to take him down, so after round 2 of farming the money, we knocked Flint off again and spent like 10 minutes trying to get him into a good spot closer to the ammo vendor.
Slide to the left.
By now you've probably seen that the nukes we're firing don't go very far. That's because this thing is nothing but Torgue parts, so firing at anything while below eye level likely means I'm getting a dose of the radiation too. Anyway, after lobbing 61 nukes down at Captain Lead here, he finally died. Arriving at Three Horns, I used my Bullymong whispering skills to convince the Bullymongs into fighting the local bandits while I decked out my new ride. I didn't know the blue steel skin was a Torgue skin, so I was pretty hyped to show up to Sanctuary with style. Dorguy thought it was cringe though, so I decided to give him the good old 1-2, or as I like to call it, the Deuce Nukem. Anyway, Corporal Reese needed our help. Excuse me. Should I leave that in the video? Screw it. Long story short, I learned a little something about collateral damage. To make up for my friendly fire shenanigans, I made sure to kill the 20 bandits in his honor. I shot a nuke into their camp, and realistically, there's no surviving that, so I'm pretty sure I killed more than 20. After making it to Sanctuary to realize that all the important people that we were supposed to meet there weren't even there, we set off to Frostburn Canyon to meet the least important person there is. Blowing up the psychos here was pretty easy with my noob tube launcher, right up until they class swapped into Black Ops 1 flak jacket builds. Joke's on them though, because they can't have flak jacket and lightweight pro, so using gravity against these guys made it child's play. We also dropped the nuclear stinky on the big psychos because I didn't feel like taking another loadout to pay for the ammo costs. Here we took our first death after running out of grape-flavored grenades, but I didn't let that stop my gamer momentum and I was still bodying these bandits. Oh! This momentum carried on to our next task of upgrading our car to get into the Bloodshot Dam. Vehicles in this game aren't balanced properly for OP10, so they actually get easier to kill as you increase your OP level. So for a brief period in time, I got to feel like Duke Nukem himself by sending body parts and car chunks across the horizon. This was honestly therapeutic, and in my masochistic profession, you learn to milk the good times. So I destroyed a few more cars, bodied this tubby spider ant, and even took on the caravan just for the heck of it. I was going to ride the caravan back to Ellie's before this spider ant ruined everything, and I discovered some goofy stuff with the nuke turrets. I managed to hitch a ride on the back and experience the first ever Borderlands 2 cliche car chase mission, and honestly felt pretty cool doing so. After pulling a prank on myself, I decided that I wanted to destroy the caravan, so I set up a roadblock and blew the thing straight off the cliff, finding one more reason why nuke turret wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Anyway, Badma was our next target, and I wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible.
Wanna meet my girlfriend? Watch out! They got a badass!
Yeah, haters are gonna be like, that wasn't a nuke, Brendan Valley, or whatever 8-year-olds like to say nowadays, but let's be honest, I was going to put the stinky on Badma anyway. After reloading the map to grab the key, we decided that we were going to need some more money in order to get through the Bloodshot Dam. After we filled up, we started clearing out the Bloodshots. I'll take this time to talk about some of the strats I've developed so far. First off, smart ammo purchases. Each set of rockets bought gives you 12 rockets, so if you were to buy 3, that would get you 36. But since our max ammo is 33, that third purchase is kind of a ripoff, so to conserve our well-earned funds, I would only buy 2 at a time, or make sure I was actually getting my 12 rockets per purchase. It might mean more trips to the vendor, but it also means less trips to Wham Bam Island, and there was already a lot of those in this run. As for actual combat, I found that swapping weapons is way faster than reloading, so in many situations I would use my 8 shots, retreat to reload, and run back in to deal some more damage again. Anyway, let's talk about Mad Mike and his toilet room. You guys know the drill here. Enemies with the high ground, cowardice marauders, all that jazz. The high ground proved to be especially tough during this fight since my nukes turn into boomerangs if I look too high up. Despite the hardships, I just made sure to play patiently and utilize the knockback of the nuke turrets to their fullest.
What the Angry Michael doing? Oh!
The next fight, however, will be the hardest one yet. The Warden posed an actual threat here. With no ammo vendor nearby, I wasn't sure if we were going to have enough firepower to destroy the Warden before he flew off and took Roland to the Friendship Gulag. So I had to make sure not to use any of our ammo on the mobs along the way, which resulted in a few of our untimely demises. We made our one and only attempt at Warden, with high hopes, and on God, bro, is that 3 angelic guards? Okay man, whatever. Everything was going well, right up until the point it ran out of ammo. Grit, also known as the only thing keeping us alive, had an absolute field day with my health bar here to try and save the day, but I just couldn't find any more rockets lying around. And add insult to injury, these angelic guards were spawn camping the hell out of me, so all I could do was wait there and suffer until the Warden took off with Roland. Before we went to that dreaded place, we had to go farm up some more money to make this fight work. Here at the Gulag, the fight is usually a bit harder because now the Warden gets the ability to moonshot even more reinforcements in, as if 3 angelic guards wasn't enough. In order to nuke this toaster, we were going to have to use the good old vendor milking strat to get this fight done. It was hard to tell exactly how many nukes it took to kill Warden because I had to get like 4 second wins during the fight, but I counted at least 37 shots to destroy the Warden. After dealing with the rest of the loaders with Roland, it was time to meet up with Marto and Tina and blow up a train. I used the nuke turret's fire dot to light the Varkids on fire and felt way smarter than I should have for it. And then I had to help Tina get some bombs, even though there's literally an ammo vendor in her workshop, and also I'm literally holding a nukem. I feel like I could have just shot the train, but oh well. So we start our fight with Wilhelm, and we ran into a very small issue. So I get his health down to here by the time my rocket ammo got down to here, and the ammo vendor was at the beginning of the map, which also required a grenade jump to get to. This long run to the vendor also gave Wilhelm plenty of time to recharge his shields. Luckily, the shields are pretty weak, and the shield surveyors also just kinda explode from the nukem's blast radius. Join the club, I guess. Anyway, it took 2 trips to the vendor and a total of 38 nukes to take Wilhelm down. Side note, since this vendor strat is going to be used very often during this run, I've decided to save myself the time and just call this strat Spud Running, because the nukem is kinda just a souped up potato gun if you think about it. Back at Sanctuary, I kinda accidentally the whole shield system and we had to evacuate the city. Like literally, the whole city had to leave. And I seen my opportunity to pull an assassination attempt on Lilith, which backfired. Not my proudest moment. Anyway, it was time to run through Ohio, or Wait, I mean the fridge, sorry. This would have probably went terribly if it wasn't for Grit, but then again, you could probably say that for the entire challenge. Our next obstacle was the big old beacon-eating spaghetti squid. This guy gave me quite a bit of issues. Here's a list. 1. He has random shield regen, which means more rockets eaten up. 2. The loader's moonshot in to deal with the Thresher, just try and murder me instead. 3. Every time the Thresher tunnels underground, it removes the slag effect from him. 4. The ammo vendor was like a mile away, not to mention the way back. And number 5, the Thresher would wait for me right at this door and snipe me with its instant health gate needle attack. Woohoo. Anyway, it took like an hour to finally get this guy to die since I needed to go farm more money. When I went to grab the beacon, this happened.
Thanks.
Oh, game, don't fucking crack.
Yeah, so another farming trip and another hour and a half later, we got him again, and we could finally go defend Overlook by dropping multiple nuclear bombs there. I didn't have high expectations for this fight, but to my own surprise, I was surviving and killing off all the loaders pretty well. I mean, the beacon got bodied like every 10 seconds, and it eventually went invincible, but I was on track to surviving all the way up until the fast travel showed up, which I did technically do. Anyway, compared to the rough rest of this run, that was a major dub in my book. The Preserve and the Big Bird were up next, and after a little preparation, we jumped in and started making our way through the bad guys. Wounding the loaders went fine, since wounding one loader at a time is super hard. Nukes aren't really the assassin's weapon of choice. Remember, I learned that the hard way. Anyway, after taking half an hour to kill Pomone and Toomba for literally no reason, and needing to refarm ammo again because of it, we pushed through and very slowly used spud running strats to handle all the mandatory mobbing before our 1v4 with the loot. Ah, I forgot doctor's orders. Jeez man, I'm really dropping the ball, aren't I? Long story short, I decided to keep trucking towards Bloodwing, and then right before the fight, our homie Tom, you might recognize him from the co-op challenges we do, used his Twitch channel points to redeem Turn On PhysX, which is a Borderlands graphics setting that makes cool puddles of elements and stuff, but also makes your game crash from slag particles, especially during the Bloodwing cutscene. But we didn't realize in order for PhysX to be enabled, we would have to completely restart the game. Tom agreed that I could just turn it on after the fight, but he was also all like, I suppose, and I already felt bad for missing doctor's orders, and I had to do it. So we restart the Preserve, this time with doctor's orders and with PhysX on, with the agreement that it would stay on until the game crashed at least once. After refarming and remobbing, we killed the loot dudes and got one of the grenade mods of all time. After that, we made our way to our first attempt on Bloodwing. The strat for this fight was a bit different since there are no vendors we can run to, so we had to make sure to wait for her to land so we could get slag and utilize our 2 free nukes from the turret. The fight was going good, right up until the very end.
Maybe. The slag's kicking. Oh my god!
I was so close to taking this dub, but the game-winning rocket was a complete whiff of a shot. What could have been a spectacular ending set off a chain of events that really messed me up.
Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe. Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe.
I'm loading the trade dot.
Was she really that close?
Won't hurt, I promise.
That's cringe.
Preserve round 3, here we go! Okay, real talk. Attempt 3 is when this run started to get really cursed. For example, this clip.
Right off the bat, let's go. Oh! Oh, what the f***? No way!
This attempt ended better, but it was a nuke from the turret that got her, and that was so freaking unsatisfying. But oh well, we had to continue. To round 4 of the Preserve!
No, don't fucking steal my kill. Don't steal my kill, turret.
Round 5 of the Preserve really started to break me. Fun fact, if you save quit during the Bloodwing fight and retry it later, Mordecai just stops helping you, so I had to slag the Skags if I wanted to survive, but also resource manage my grenades so I had enough for Big Bird over here. I was in the Preserve for 5.5 hours in total, before I finally got over my skill issues and nuked this friggin' bird. The rivalry score between us prior to this run was 5-3, and I'm not really sure who to give this point to. On one hand, I technically killed our first try, and on the other hand, I was here for almost 6 hours, so, let's just give the point to the turret this time. The next homie we had to recruit was Brick. In order to recruit Brick, we had to get recruited by Brick. I knew that dropping into this fight that I was going to run out of ammo eventually, so I decided to recruit some of his recruits. Jeez, man, what kind of pyramid scheme is this? Yeah, I took this opportunity to take a break. I got back and I don't think the Goliaths killed like anything, so I just started nuking everyone. I was also making sure to get as many bandits in the blast radius as possible to conserve ammo. Fun fact, 1v1ing a scavenger is pretty tough when you have no ammo. I searched the whole place looking for more rockets and found some in a trash can, but I still had like 3 waves to go after that scavenger. I was able to use nuke turrets for the little guys, but the buff boys proved to be a little bit tougher, so I ended up dying and just buying ammo on my way back in. After a solid 10 minutes of ammo conservation and whatever the heck this is, we managed to barely kill the last Goliath with a couple of nuke turrets. I wanted to launch the sarcastic slab off a cliff, but homie just straight up ignored the nuke turret's knockback, so I went to get ammo so I could just trick shot him or something, but straight up forgot he existed apparently, and just started going after loaders with Brick. It was kinda nice to just play the support role for once, especially since Brick is a master at the craft.
Get him, Brick! Yeah!
We also had to fight 3 ultimate loaders, which was a big bite out of my wallet, so it was back to Wham Bam to prep for the next few fights. Up next was the Jack Double assassination job. Like most of my assassinations so far, I thought everything was going to work before something bad happened. This little rat straight up booked it as soon as I went down. You guys are like, silly gas mask, that's not a rat, that's a human. Well, I got news for you.
God. Hold up. Wait, what? Who just heard a rat?
This game is so cursed, bro. If I wasn't killing this double, I would be pointing him towards the nearest exorcist because he's got some demons inside him. As per usual, I died to the double, and when I came back, he just stood still for me. No idea why this happens, but it's not my fault the game is like this, so I took it and ran. Now that we had all the pieces required for the bunker raid, we started our climb up the mountain. Obstacle 1 was this constructor right here. We've dealt with these toasters before, but this one kind of mixed things up for us, which is a very Blender-like thing for a toaster to do if you ask me. But the issue was spud running wasn't going to be an option, since he despawns if you get too far away. Step 1 to winning this fight was reloading the map until I got lucky enough to fight one that's level 89. This would save ourselves some time and ammo. And step 2 was to hide while slowly whittling down its health with nuke turrets. I could only land one at a time because if I got too close, I was toast. So after hiding under these stairs for 20 minutes, we finally took the first obstacle down. Obstacle 2 were these demonic heathens. If you didn't know this already, these guys are bugged and just completely immune to splash damages, so no grenades, no rockets, and most notable could argue 2 things. 1, the nukem can't do it, the run is busted, or 2, this is a glitch, so therefore it should not count. If you ask my opinion, I'm on the latter. Not literally on a ladder, I'm actually just cowering behind a few boxes here in this clip, but you know what I mean. I think glitches like these shouldn't invalidate the run, but if you think otherwise, that's just your opinion and I respect how wrong it is. Anyway, we had to progress, so let's just kill them with our own turrets.
They actually take nuke turret damage? Why do they take nuke turret damage?
Okay, so for once, this cursed, confusing game is on our side. Let's go. Okay, I know these turrets aren't nukem shots. I realize saying that out loud, it sounds like common sense, but I already know if I didn't, someone in the comment section would tell me as if I'm some bozo who didn't realize. Like I said before, if you want to call this challenge BL2 with only nukes instead of with only the nukem, that works for me. Especially because our next obstacle introduces another type of nuke that will help us get to the bunker. So the super toaster has nukes of its own, and I didn't learn until recently that the toaster can hurt itself with these nukes, meaning I could T-pose here all day and just wait for the thing to die on its own if I really wanted to. Quick shout out to SpuddyCube for showing me this strat. He does challenge runs over on his channel too, so I'll have him linked in the description. I would definitely go check him out. Thanks to him, this also means one of my old challenges is no longer a failure. I won't spoil which one if you're new here. Speaking of new here, if you made it this far into the video, you're probably enjoying the content, and in that case, you might as well subscribe and check out my other runs while you're at it. I would appreciate it greatly, and would love to have you in the GASMASK gang. Anyway, we used the same strat as the last toaster, but this time it only took 15 minutes, probably because I was able to use both turrets to damage it and also the whole nuking itself thing. The final obstacle before the bunker fight. Base McShooty.
Oh, I forgot it arcs. In that case, maybe we gotta do one of these. 45-degree angle up. Maybe we need a little bit more arc.
Yeah, so our Nukums didn't have enough rocket speed, so I tried with a full Maliwan parted Nukem to see if hitting him from this distance was even possible. And well, it kinda exceeded expectations. Sadly, we cannot shoot Face McShooty in the face, but we can make all of his skin fall off if we have the right parts on our launcher. It was finally time for the big bunker fight. I could describe fighting the big turrets as straightforward, uncomplicated, self-explanatory, etc. But when it comes to the bunker fight, the only words that come to mind are nothing but net. Yeah, the bunker's hurt boxes are friggin' weird, man. To help you guys better understand his hurt boxes, I ripped this diagram out of the game files to show you exactly what's going on. Here you can see that in order to hit the bunker, we kinda have to aim for its butt. I mean, I think that's its butt, I don't know. Ever since I heard Oboe Shoes call this guy a Crunchwrap Supreme, I just get hungry every time I see him, so I might not be the best person to ask about robotic anatomy. Anyway, so began the 2-hour fight with the bunker. After our first heartbreaking death, I developed a strategy. Step 1 was to chill until he did his flexing pose, I like to call it. He doesn't move at all in this position, which helps when trying to hit his invisible hurt boxes. Step 2 was getting the proper setup in the form of slag and kill skills. The slagging part was simple, I just threw a grenade at him, and the kill skills were gotten using a cool Axton tech. If you throw your second turret and recall the first one before it lands, the game gets confused and triggers your kill skills, which in our case gave us some more fire rate and gun damage. And step 3 was to repeat and just make sure I was being smart about my ammo purchases. At first the only thing I had to worry about was some loaders sneaking down and putting the stinky on me or something, but after half the bunker's health is gone, he starts using his giant slag laser, which made it harder to actually get to him. Instead of having 2 safe spots where I could deal damage during his flex pose, I only had 1 now because I needed this weird set of party glasses to protect me. While we waited, chat started bringing up cursed Borderlands enemy crossbreed ideas like angelic jet loaders, so I at least had something to talk about while we waited 2 hours in order to progress. We eventually got through the whole fight and destroyed the bunker for good. All it took was 2 hours and 109 nukes. While sorting all the loot to sell for more rocket ammo, I noticed something a bit odd.
Oh, okay. Dude, I seen the Lil Maliwan tip. I was like, if I get a motherfucking 94 sham in the run where I'm not allowed to use it, but it would be the best fucking thing ever, I was gonna fucking...
The game was really tempting me. And I mean like, really tempting me, because it knew what we were going to have to do next. That being Angel Core. Let's do some math real quick. Multiple waves of loaders, including angelic guards, plus there's no vendor to buy ammo, plus if you leave or save quit, you reset the whole Angel Core fight, equals quite the predicament. I tried the fight and ran out of ammo pretty quick, and I waited around for like an hour hoping Angel Core would drop some rocket ammo, and at first I wasn't sure if it was possible to get more ammo. So with most of our hope lost, we started looking for answers. On a separate save, we tried testing absorbing super loader rockets for ammo. Yes, this would require the absorb shield crutch item, but I wasn't sure what to do otherwise. It didn't work anyway, but the crutch items would get us through Angel Core faster. Also while testing, we found that one enemy crossbreed chat was talking about.
Actually, let's test your volley. Oh, you... Somebody clip that. I know that angelic guard didn't just fucking fly. I know that angelic guard didn't just fucking fly. Can somebody clip that? Was that not just a jet loader? Who was fucking joking about the flying angelic guard earlier? Who was it? Which one of you motherfuckers was it? It's not funny because now it exists.
Anyway, it was confirmed by Dark Smoke 11 that you can, in fact, get rocket ammo in Angel Core. So I had 2 options. I could suffer through it without the crutch items, or I could use them and get through the core faster. And oh boy, did I have a decision to make. After the testing, I ended the stream and took a few days off. I went to my hometown, visited friends. I even drank a Monster, normally for once. It was nice living life so calmly. I learned that not everything has to be balls to the wall all the time. It's okay to take the easy route and enjoy the ride sometimes. But this was not one of those times. Do you know what this is? It's an original Monster Assault. They don't make these anymore, and it's my favorite flavor of anything ever to exist. I've only got 21 left before I'm out for good. For life. To make sure I spread these out and don't burn through them, I said I get one for every challenge run I beat. Now, do you think I want to sit there after the run, sipping my assault, thinking to myself, did I really earn this? Hell no. Do you think that monster would taste its absolute best with that question swimming around in my head? Hell no. Do you think I'm going to take the easy way out? Say it with me this time. Hell no. I returned from my trip and I rode the elevator down to Angel Core. Not with dread, not with anguish, but with pure determination to get through this Angel Core without any unneeded aid. During the fight, I made sure to group up all the enemies to get the most out of each shot. Ion loaders were especially useful for once because they call all the loaders into one spot. But even with maximizing our damage per rocket, we ran out a few rounds in, and the waiting game began. I was able to slowly kill some enemies with slag and nuke turrets, but with the long cooldown, 95% of the damage I dealt was healed by the time I could throw more. On average, I was getting rocket ammo every 15 minutes, and each drop gives you 4 shots, which would allow me to kill about 1 angelic guards, assuming I didn't waste the ammo on failed kills. At some points in this, I was super helpless because I had 3 loaders and 3 laser turrets focused on me while I was trying to rush the ammo drops. So the death counter got a huge increase here. There was some hope along the way in the form of Roland and his turret. He was actually killing some of the loaders, but this help was short-lived when Lilith showed up. Don't get me wrong, with how dumb this situation is, I would take all the help I could get. But Lilith was literally doing no damage, woohoo. I got so excited every time I found a rocket ammo. It meant I was one step closer to getting away from Lilith and her aggressive cowboyism.
Howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys.
I was down in this place for 3 straight hours. Not to mention the hour of testing I did days prior. And would you guys believe me if I told you this wasn't even the worst part of the run yet? Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here ate up a lot of ammo per kill, so I decided to launch them into the lava. Every time I have tried this strat in the past, they end up just slowly floating up and out of bounds because this game is cursed. But flying didn't save them this time. Flying away definitely helped the next set of bad guys we had to deal with though. The lack of range with the rockets really came into play here. On top of them being hard to hit, it would take at least 2 shots with slag, and that's if I can hit them consecutively. Otherwise, they just fly away and get all their health back. With one exception of the level 89 buzzard, who would only require 1 nuke while slagged. So now it was time to farm weak enemy RNG again. This was actually pretty simple since all you had to do to reset their level was jump back down the elevator shaft and just ride it back up. Even with this strat, it took upwards of an hour and a half to kill them all. I partially blame this uncontrollable Goliath who put the stinky on everything it saw, including me. I mean, it's respectable as hell, but not something I want to be on the receiving end of. Anyway, you might want to remember this math for later. Why will we need it for later? Well, I decided that I'm going to tackle both the Torg DLCs for the bonus content in this run, so stick around for that fun. Anyway, we stole all the explosives, which again, I have literal nukes, not sure why we needed these, and then hitched a ride on one of the buzzards all the way to the boneyard. Which, hold on, why didn't they just fly us over the bridge? Dude, these friggin' plot holes, man. After another money farming run, we hit all the pumping stations. Some went smoothly, others didn't. But in the end, we were able to hit the pipe with our car and managed to even fit the entire Bandit Technical inside. Now, I'm not really sure why, but I decided to kill Saturn on this run. Long story short, Saturn is a cheater. During multiple attempts, he would just disappear when he was almost dead. I found out that if the junk loaders respawned, that is what triggers him disappearing. It's like Hyperion was just like, this thing's almost broken, let's just scrap it, turn it to a bunch of junk loaders. Yeah, so I had to modify our spud running strats in order to kill Saturn fast enough. I threw the whole smart ammo purchases thing out the window and just full bot. We were spending too much time running back and forth and not enough time shooting potatoes, so this strat actually helped. Altogether, the win and kill took 164 nukes. Makes me wonder what would happen if we sent that many to the actual planet. To the scientists watching, feel free to teach me in the comment section. Anyway, we got the info we needed and set off to our last few fights. The claptrap door wasn't prepared for our spud running strats. Well, actually, it kinda was, because running too far away makes the turrets respawn and now they're hostile again, so yeah, that sucked. But overall, the door wasn't too bad. Hero's Pass has no mandatory combat, so a couple of skips got us through here, and now we could finally fight Jack and the Warrior. I was honestly worried about both of these fights, but let's talk about Jack first. Destroying his shield was the first challenge. His health bar has like crazy regen, but his shield doesn't regen unless you just stop damaging him for like 10 minutes. Knowing this, I decided to use the nuke turrets on his shield to save the rockets for his health bar. My first attempt at fighting him without blocking him at the terminal turned out to be very bad, slag being very hard to apply to Jack, and the shield surveyor he spawns making him immune to my nukes makes this fight super tough. Even with the blocking him at the terminal strat, nuking someone that you're practically hugging isn't the smartest thing to do, so this strat wasn't very foolproof. During a failed attempt at blocking him, I found out that he is very easy to slag while he has this bubble up for some reason, and I just kinda took the chance.
Okay, everyone's slag.
Oh, let's fucking go! Yeah, so after an hour 40 of trying to kill him, I got the right setup of slag, kill skills, and the damage boost from last ditch effort to kick in to finally take him down. The final fight of the main game was here, and the warrior was going to be rough. I made a legit attempt at fighting him and realized that 17 shots barely dented his health, so I accepted that I was going to have to cheese this guy. I had two options to do so. First off, the super safe but probably very long process of waiting for ammo drops here where he can't hit me, or the quicker and riskier strat of jumping up to this spot and spud running the warrior to death. The latter being the one that gets this video out faster. Again, not actually on a ladder, I'm more role-playing a volleyball for the warrior in this clip, but you know what I mean. So after practicing this jump and refarming for the fight, we start the slow process of killing the warrior. Attempt number 1 ended in tragedy when I got distracted and jumped into the arena. I tried to grenade jump back out, which is possible, but I didn't figure it out in time, so there went an hour of progress. Altogether, I was fighting him for 3.5 hours. 2 hours of that was just the final attempt, and altogether it took 195 nukes to take him down. With the last rocket in our possession, we finished this challenge. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Nukem. As promised before, the run is not yet complete. We're going to do a couple of DLCs, starting with the Waddle Gobbler DLC. We got here and Torg immediately turned some dude into a puddle. After that, he then proceeded to tell us we need to poison the Waddle Gobbler in order to kill it. And so we started blowing up the kitchen. We even styled on this Gordon Ramsay guy by putting the stinky on him with a meat grinder. After that, we went to the meat locker and blew up some pirates. Before you ask, yes, we're still in the same DLC. The last thing we needed was some poison, but in order to get to the jabbers, we had to fight this clown-shoed floaty dude that just reminds me of Sora from Smash Bros, and that just made me angry. The jabbers up ahead were a bit challenging, mainly because they needed to be slagged in order for them to drop a gland, and the hallucinogenic poison didn't help my grenade aim either. After a bit, I realized I have blast radius. I don't need to hit these guys directly, so I just martyr-styled the last one and started cooking. These kitchen crusaders did not want to let me cook, but my Nukem had something to say about that. Anyway, after stuffing myself full of money, I started my first attempt, and my ammo got me about this far. And since we don't have any access to vendors here, we were going to have to use some turret nukes to take the Waddle Gobbler down. I was kind of worried that all these tribute dudes would target me, but the baby gobblers took their full attention while the big one targeted nothing but me. Attempt number 2 ended in turret gun kill cringe, but attempt number 3 ended with a bang. So yes, you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous Waddle Gobbler with only the Nukem. After relaxing with Grandma Torg a bit, we headed towards the Campaign of Carnage. Well, actually, I wanted to see if the Nukem could farm a Nukem really quick, and lucky me, she spawned first try, and she also dropped it on run number 1, so that was cool. Anyway, the Campaign of Carnage. Right after this this DLC jumps right into the action, as we have a small mobbing section before the game introduces the Coward. Yeah, screw this guy. At this point, he was our sponsor, I guess, and set us up with our first fight in the arena. At first, I thought this fight was going to have a timer on it, but we lucked out and there wasn't, so as long as we didn't die, which we did, we would be fine. Our second try, I decided to get as many nuke turret kills as I could so I could save ammo for the arena Goliath. Spud running wasn't an option here, so I was hoping to maybe find some launcher drops on the ground, but that's not exactly what happened. Oh no, there's another wave! Yeah, that was my first ever Cobra drop. It feels kinda wild that I found one during a goofy challenge run like this. I wanted to do a Cobra run eventually and call it an excuse to farm a Cobra at the end of it, but now it's not really an excuse anymore, so now I gotta get another Cobra eventually. Anyway, I literally failed my only job when I forgot to wear my gas mask like an idiot when the coward filled the arena with Armstrong gas, so big oops on my part. With our sponsor now being our enemy, we had to get a new one, and Torg knew exactly where to find one. During this challenge fight, we only had to kill off the buff dudes, which we had enough ammo to do so this part was actually pretty simple. Then we jump into the Pyro Pete fight, which shouldn't be anything too hard. Sure, we will probably run out of ammo, but we can just use our nuke turret. Oh, what is that? Okay, real talk guys. This fight is super dumb because of this health regen. If we break his shield before using any of our rockets, full ammo will maybe take 40% of his health away. And if we want more ammo, we have to use these 2 respawnable crates and get lucky. But even with extreme luck and getting 1 drop each, that only gives us 16 rockets, which would get him down to 40% health maybe. And since these crates have a timer on them, we still wouldn't have enough ammo. Even if we got a double drop and then immediately reopened them and got another double drop of ammo, it still wouldn't be enough. And to make matters worse, the game started tempting me again by giving me another Logan's gun and sham during a money farm for this fight. A homie by the name of Stormin said they would give me $200 if I managed to kill Pete that day, but I didn't want the allure of money to stop me from testing every possible strategy before I used a crutch item. So I had to get creative. If we grenade jump out of this arena, we could trigger the Moxie cutscene before we even kill Pete. This, however, doesn't help us since the Pyro Pete objective remains. Moxie wasn't the reason we came up here though. We came up here for these 2 red chests. If we get a rocket launcher in one of these, and or this porta potty I found out here, we might have enough ammo to kill Pete. But for the life of me, I could not find a launcher chest with launcher ammo in it. I did the math, and even with 4 ammo drops from the respawnable crates and 3 launchers, assuming we got one out of each red chest and the porta potty, we would have enough ammo to kill him. But we need to grenade jump up there, run to the back room, etc., which gives him plenty enough time to out-heal our DPS. I was straight up out of ideas, so I had to use the stockpile relic. With 64 rockets, we were sitting at practically double our old ammo capacity. A couple attempts with this strat, and we managed to kill Pyro Pete with our last rocket. The worst part about this is that Stormin was a frickin' liar. They didn't give me $200. They gave me 300. Okay, jokes aside, the real worst part about this is when I found this after the fight. So, with this knowledge, I think this fight is possible without the stockpile relic. You just need to make an attempt and then open these chests when you're empty on ammo. Then pray for rocket launchers, I guess. If you're lucky enough and fast enough, I think this is possible. I made a few attempts like this, but with my hard drive running out of room for footage and some other fights coming up, I made the call to just put a bounty on this fight. The first person to show me that they can do this will get $20 on Steam. I'll have specific rules and the save file in the description for you, but I just want to see if someone with this build, this gear, and no stockpile relic can do this fight. If anyone beats it, I'll have a pinned comment letting everybody know, so make sure to check that first. Anyway, let's move on. We met Tina and blew up some heathenistic cookies as a training segment, and after that we did Death Race to get the attention of Motor Mama. Motor Mama didn't have health regen because, well, I'm not really sure actually. It's kind of weird who they do and don't throw the health regen at, honestly. Anyway, we blew up her ride and started phase 2 of the fight where we had to simultaneously dodge rockets and make sure her shield didn't recharge. Ammo wasn't too much of an issue since we were practically hugging a vendor the entire time, and after a while she eventually kicked the bucket. We now had the number 3 ranking and needed to go after Flyboy for the 2nd place spot. So we headed towards the forge. We all think dunking on Sawtooth Cauldron is fun and funny, whatever. But after this run, I don't think I'm going to be able to come back to this map and not relive trauma. Let's talk about these buzzards I gotta kill first. Now, I usually wouldn't have to kill the cargo ones, but the Nukem can't break these wooden boxes for some reason, so the only way to get them is to just destroy the whole buzzard. And these guys are also way tankier than the normal buzzards, so that's neat. I've blown up buzzards before, so this should be doable, right? No. Yeah, remember that math I was talking about earlier? Yeah, you guys can see why this isn't gonna work. So after many tries, we had to mix things up. So I figured it was time to switch up the Nukem. I wasn't going to use the full Molly-1 Nukem from Face McShooty because all I needed was to switch from damage prefix to rocket speed prefix, and I was able to do this fight. And after only 3 hours, we were able to progress. And there goes Stormin again. Okay, well in that case, just like Pete, I'll have a bounty on this fight if you could do it without the rocket speed Nukems. $20 on Steam to the first person that can show me they did it. Save file and rules in the description. Anyway, let's get this part over with. The coward and his stupid blimp are truly something I do not wish upon anybody. Okay, well, maybe Lilith, but that's besides the point. Literally everything that could go wrong in this fight did, and with great intensity. I can just barely hit him with the limp shot Nukem if he flies over the arena, and I'm on the highest part of it. And on top of that, the damage I deal is quite negligible. Like it would take multiple nukes to see his shield or health bar even move. At first I thought I could just play smart and, hide until he flies over and just slowly kill him. And by slowly, I mean very slowly, since the ammo vendor was a mile and a tower climb away. If I played well and didn't nuke myself by whiffing a completely vertical shot, I could destroy his shield in 2 hours. But that's where the real kicker comes in. He summons 4 buzzards to help him, which fighting 4 buzzards with the limp shot Nukem and not dying proved to be extremely hard. Now I could have used these turrets up here, but that didn't feel very right. And I could also land a few nuke turrets if he flew past certain spots on the map, but the damage was so minimal it might as well have been nothing. I had multiple 3-hour attempts just fail because of death. I had to wait so long just for him to even be close enough to hit. I fucking loathed this fight. After some testing, I thought the buzzards didn't respawn after they died, making this possible, and that gave me some hope. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I kinda have newfound hope now. I am once again hopeful, knowing this.
2 seconds later.
The new plan was to take out the buzzards and not care about dying, since the buzzards wouldn't come back. And well, I was kinda rolling these guys and felt good doing it. That excitement was quickly destroyed when I came to find out they did in fact respawn after 20 minutes, so I went back to not knowing what to do. Oh yeah, did I mention the fact that his health bar has a 80% damage reduction to explosives? Because his health bar has an 80% damage reduction to explosives. Honestly, I'm too mad about this fight to make a Led Zeppelin joke, so you're gonna have to fill that one in yourself. Guys, I fought this thing for 20 hours. Nearly a full day. 3 days of testing and attempts with no progress whatsoever. I really wanted to find a way to kill this thing with the derp Nukem, but it just wasn't happening. From here, I had 2 options. Camp here and wait 5 minutes in between laps just to kill him with nuke turrets after another 20 hours. Or use the rocket speed Nukem and kill it from the safety of this cave spot right here, completely avoiding the buzzards. The latter, well this time I'm actually on one, was the way to go. Day 4 of Zeppelin was upon us, and I came ready. I brought a monster to get me through this fight. And then a Twitch viewer named Stinky on him redeemed Mask Up, making me wear the mask until my current objective is done, so no monster for me. I grabbed all the high-priced legendary items we found throughout our 31 farms so far, and started what I hoped was my final attempt. 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours of stress upon my shoulders, of shooting the coward blimp and dodging its rockets before I decided that this was now personal. I sold almost all the legendaries I had left, so failure would mean further attempts likely would require more legendaries to be sold. Legendaries that I would have to farm. But I didn't let that stop me from finishing the blimp off the right way, with the derp nukem. I filled my pockets with rockets and started climbing up the tower. Or, I guess, the stairway to heaven. There's that joke. I went down twice on the way up, likely making my next bleed out very short. I made it to the top and rushed to the highest building and took cover, waiting for Piston to fly by. I can still hear the buzzards flying around me, circling, waiting for their chance to destroy what sanity I have left. They haunt me to this very day. I wasn't even gonna bother with slag or turret kill skills, just in the off chance that they stole my satisfaction of a nukem kill from me. My heart was racing, and you guys can't blame the monster, because remember, I didn't even get to drink one. The pressure was at its max, and I had to finish this fight.
Vault Hunter, you are now the #2 badass in all of Pandora.
That's my
Get nay.
I put the stinky on him.
I'm still alive, coward. You couldn't stop me.
Well, let's fucking go, Starman.
You did great.
Let's fucking go.
Now get back here and we'll see about finishing Piston.
Can someone please tell me, in what world does it take 378 nuclear bombs to pop a fucking balloon? I can easily say, this fight was the worst fight in GASMASK challenge run history. Honestly, this was the true final boss of the run, and I'm going to be a bit bold here with one last bounty. $100 on Steam to whoever can do this with the derp nukem. Rules, save file, etc. all in the description like I said before. Before you get overzealous and try this, realize that this fight took 4.5 hours, so the buzzards would respawn probably 15 times, which equates to 60 buzzards, and that's assuming you can hit the blimp as consistently as with the rocket speed nukem, so it's probably a lot more. Good fucking luck. The coward was the final thing I needed to take care of this run. His dumb dinosaur should have been fine with spud running strats, but I would randomly just blow myself up because my nukes hit some invisible wall, I guess. To combat this, I just made sure to poke out of my hole a little bit more, and it took about an hour to kill him. And it was time for the final fight in this hard drive filling godforsaken run. On the last run of our last money farm, we got our first pearl from the chest, which was pretty neat, and it would even come in handy. A few things stood out in this fight. First off, I don't recall his shock attacks looking this goofy. Probably a PhysX thing. Oh my god. How has the game not crashed yet? Imagine if it crashed during the blip. You know what? It's too soon. I can't think about that. I will die. Anyway, the other thing I noticed was Piston's shield starts rapidly recharging if you don't hurt him for like 6 seconds, which is not good considering it takes full ammo to break his shield. In order to combat this rapid recharge, I devised a strategy. When I would need to retreat to buy ammo, I would try to have him close to the barrier so that the nuke turret I threw put the fire dot on him, and then I would throw the other on the way back. This, however, was a tight window, and he often got most, if not all, of his shield back. A few heartbreaking attempts later, I was on the edge of victory, and the edge of bankruptcy. I had to make a sacrifice. The storm we got earlier would save the run and secure our win against Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Afterwards, we sold all the loot to buy the storm back, but sold too many items, and it wasn't in the buyback anymore. But after taking a victory lap, we got a different souvenir from this run. And I'm glad to say, you can beat Mr. Torg's campaign of carnage with only the nukem. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot, which helps the channel grow. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets emotes and videos a day early, and the support helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. I'll link my Discord and my Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, quick shout out to our homie Mango Soda. who made this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. The date was March 15th, 2021. I had just posted my first video on this channel titled, Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with Only the Bane? Fast forward 2 years to today, and the channel has grown way more than I could have ever guessed or hoped for. And so for the 50k special, I've decided to make this challenge a throwback. Today we ask, can you beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with only the Bane? I'm going to lay down the rules for you real quick. Bane only, Bane always. I can't equip guns that aren't the Bane, and I always have to have at least one Bane equipped. This way there is no way to escape its movement penalty. I will also not be using bar during this run. Any non-unique shields are fair game, and stock grenades are allowed so I can hit some sick grenade jumps. And for the relic, I'll just throw this thing in there as a placeholder because it does literally nothing in single player. Now, I usually do these runs on UVHM OP10, but to make this run truly cursed, I've made some decisions. First off, we aren't actually playing Borderlands 2 this time around. We're playing the standalone release of this DLC. This game only has normal mode and TVHM, so I'll be trying to beat TVHM. This might sound easier than what I usually do, but worry not. The Bane can only legitimately be obtained at level 7, 8, 9, 10, and 25. So for a majority of this run, we will be using severely underleveled gear. For example, we will start at level 17, matching the level on the first mission, and our Banes are already 7 levels under us. Cursed decision number 2 was picking Salvador this time around instead of Maya. That's right, baby. Double the Bane, double the pain. To make sure we can stay gunzerking more often and really minimize our speed, I'll be using the legendary Berserker for the cooldown rate. As for the skills, I'll go over them as we go, but Insight and Bust That Can't Slow Down are both banned for this run since they make me move faster and I'm not trying to get any motion sickness. And for the third and final cursed decision, I'm going to play this whole run with all the volume settings set to 0. Some of you guys might be thinking I'm just trying to dodge the annoying screaming that the Bane makes, but you couldn't be farther from the truth. Returning viewers know my video format. I put muted gameplay in the background while I talk about challenges throughout the run and make jokes, kinda like I'm doing right now. But the only difference here is that this clip in the background isn't muted at all. For real though, it's not muted. This is just the gameplay when everything is set to 0. Well, that is until... The entirety of this challenge was an audible roller coaster, going from pure silence to raw, ear-shattering pain in an instant. We start our journey at the unassuming docks, and honestly, the lack of audio felt pretty weird. I mean, Lilith was talking, so I was kind of popping off at the fact that I couldn't hear her, but still. Anyway, if you want a reference for how slow we're actually going, the time it took me to get from here to here was about 3.5 minutes. I did the math, and if my calculations are right, we're moving at a solid speed of turtle. With this speed, it was super hard to dodge the arrows from the skeletons up ahead. On top of that, I'm pretty sure the arrows they shoot slow you down even more. Yeah, I didn't think I was ever gonna get stun locked in a Borderlands game, but here we are. Anyway, Mr. Bony Pants guy showed up and our first boss fight started. I would say this fight went decently, I guess? I mean, my Banes are dealing decent damage even though they were 9 levels under. But this being a cursed run and all, Mr. BPG just started going after his own homies. Guess he just had a bone to pick with them, I don't know. Okay, that's a little uncalled for, the joke wasn't that bad. Alright game, we've been through this before. You throw some major wins my way early on to build up my hope, and then later on you just make new rules to smack me down with some other cursed shenanigans. But joke's on you game. I already planned on torturing myself extra for this run. On the way to Flame Rock Refuge, I kept one of the skeletons alive, or unalive I should say. Anyway, I kept him around and had him just smack me forward to save some time. I'm going to be calling this strat baddie boosting. Wait, scratch that. Boner boosting. Anyway, we made it to Flame Rock and started doing all the town tasks, but I messed up big time when I was trying to block the bar patron so he didn't run away. I felt really smart right up until the point I realized I was blocking the wrong one. I'm not really in any shape to chase someone and honestly thought I soft locked the run. Lucky for us though, he just does laps around town and we just had to wait for him to come back around. The next area we had to traverse was the forest. Combat here was still reasonable. The tree ants and stumpies were relatively easy to fight. I thought it was kind of funny that the subtitles from the Bane were blocking my Gunzerk duration meter. It was such a minor inconvenience compared to everything else going on, and I just thought that was funny. I also managed to catch a fairy, and she even gave me the speed boost effect. After getting a speeding ticket and fighting through some spiders, we made it to our first orc camp. This is where things really started to go bad. Like, what if you wanted some blood fruit, but God said... Yeah, I don't think I have to show you the equation for a super tanky boss that's 6 levels above us and 13 levels above our gear to show that this wasn't going to work. It was time for a new plan. That plan being stealth. All I really needed to do was get the blood fruit and head out, so if I could just get there without being seen, I would have a chance at progressing. A few tries in, we just barely got out of his reach, and he ended up getting stuck on something, so I took this chance to get some free XP. Also, you guys can't get mad at me for cheesing him like this, because he's technically hitting me, so it's really just a skill issue on his end. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. In that case, now is the perfect time to talk about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. If you're sick of waiting for games to go on sale, Instant Gaming is the site for you. They've got all your bases covered. I'm talking Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. It's also super quick and easy to get access to that game that's been on your wish list for way too long. Don't make the same mistake I did when I bought this game for full price when I could have had it half off and saved $5. In GASMASK currency, that's like 2 whole monsters. Maybe you're looking for a deal on a co-op game to play with your friends. Or maybe you just got a new PC and want to fill up your game library without dropping a fortune. Instant Gaming has you covered. How about this? Think of a game that you've been wanting to play right now. Then check out the link in the description and see what kind of deal Instant Gaming is offering on it. And if you like the deal and decide to make a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself some money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how much progress we've made. Okay, yeah, I think I'm just gonna jump cut this one. We got our fruit and made it to the Immortal Woods. We didn't make it too far into the woods before I realized that, oh yeah, we need to farm XP for this run, so we went back to Flame Rock to grab a few side quests. We got some easy XP by watching Reginald, die. And then we got Ellie some armor. These 2 missions combined got us a total of 1 level, which doesn't sound like much, but it made the scary skulls next to the bad guys' names go away, so I felt a little bit more comfortable in the woods. Here we did 2 more side quests. We suffered through the Dark Souls quest that took like an hour and a half because I kept dying. Very reminiscent of when I tried to play Dark Souls for the first time. And we also completed the critical fail mission to unlock a very useful experience farm. Instead of trying to find more missions, I decided to farm Arguk the Butcher and all the tree ants along the way. We were kind of getting rolled most of the time, but it was all worth it when we got the style on Arguk at the end of each run. I put the stinky on him. We farmed up to level 21 here before we went back to the woods and met up with our homie Roland. Wait, Roland, no, I just got here, dude, wait. Anyway, another 10 minutes later, I caught up to Roland and started the scariest fight yet. The Ghost Kings are usually tough even if you're not doing a challenge run, so I was prepared to suffer here. There is no running away from these guys. Well, actually, there's no running away from anything, actually. Even the Stumpies could chase me down, but you get the point. Something kind of unexpected happened, though. They would bully me to the edge of the arena, but then their attacks would just start whiffing because I was way lower than them. This kinda felt like a cheese, but it also kinda wasn't. Okay, let's say I didn't want to kill them from this safety spot. That would require me to just run directly into oncoming attacks, which doesn't feel like I'm avoiding a cheese, it just feels like I'm throwing for content at that point. I mean, they're the ones that kept smacking me down here, so again, I have to say, it's a skill issue on their part. To be fair though, their laser eye attacks were still super deadly and they did end up killing me multiple times. I mean, come on top of my gear being level 10, these guys are also unslaggable and resistant to all elements. So getting a kill was just a matter of did he use the eye laser during the attempt or not. Even with this pseudo safe spot, it still took about an hour to fight through all the Ghost Kings. I was genuinely surprised how well that fight went and went to the mines with plenty of confidence. Yeah, then my confidence was absolutely destroyed, stepped on, kicked, lit on fire, etc. I'm going to throw up the map here and just show you guys my travel history as I talk about this dump. We start off by trying to fight the bad guys that were now 12 levels over our Banes. In order to get second wins, I had to ditch some of our Gunzerk duration skills for down not out, which allows us to Gunzerk and fight for your life. If it seems like I have a lot of skill points, that's because I do. But that's just because this game gives you 2 skill points for every level up. Anyway, this fix didn't help much, especially since the next bad guy we had to face was another Duke of Orc. Maxing out at level 27, I figured that the likelihood of me shooting this guy to death was practically non-existent. So I caved, and let my inner instincts kick in. And the nade, please. I put the stinky on him. After that, we slowly made our way to Ragnar and then proceeded to uppercut him and make many of my cloned brethren hate me. After that, we found Claptrap and started making our way to the runes to unlock the exit before realizing I didn't hit the objective for looking at the door and having to turn around. A tiny mistake I usually wouldn't bring up, but since it took up a percentage of my lifespan that could probably fit on a small calculator, I thought I would bring it up. We got our first rune by bullying Claptrap into submission and started fighting some big rocks. Here I realized I was living in a reality where rocks were more animate than me. A lot more deadly, too. After fighting and dying to a bunch of the angry clones, we made it to the jumping puzzle. Now I think this jumping puzzle is possible to do with the right grenade jumps. However, the jumps would need to be extremely precise. Like you would have to use your jump momentum from the platform launching you upward and have a grenade explode in the right spot at the exact perfect time. I failed enough times to make the bridge just pop up and felt super depressed because of my lack of skill. But where I lack in physical ability, I make up in mental ability, because I was able to complete this next puzzle with ease. After that, we jump into the fight with Greedtooth to secure our final rune piece. This is where our underleveled gear went from being an issue that slowed us down, no pun intended, to a literal impassable wall. Much like the Ghost Kings, I was bullied into a corner and was just left there to take hit after hit. Even with a damage shrine, this was about as far as I could get. Yeah, so our only hope at this point was to get to level 25 and use the next legitimately obtainable Bane. So we ran back to Claptrap to do some side missions. On the way, I found a melee shrine. Some of you guys may not know this, but on top of giving you melee damage, these shrines turn every melee hit into a strong knockback punch, meaning literally anyone could put the stinky on these doors if they wanted to. But when you combine the power of a melee shrine and the power of the best skill in the game, you unlock a move I like to call the stanky. Wait, here we go. Can you survive a punch from me? Oh my god, that does launch him. Anyway, we made it to Claptrap and took his first mission where we need to crush some dwarves in a crusher. After that, we need to run through pretty much the entire map again, just to beat this beard with a sledgehammer, I guess. And then we had to run all the way back to Claptrap. I would like to mention that the enemies have already respawned 2 or 3 times by now, so every corner of this map was still combat dense. Almost as dense as the rocks forcibly being shoved into my eye sockets. The next mission was to kill some magic enemies to charge up Clappy's wand. First off, we had to blow up a magic golem with some explosive damage. The plan was to get him low and then bounce a stock grenade at him. However, I messed up and soft-locked the mission somehow, so I had to run through the whole map again and re-stinky the Duke of Orc. That is a word now, so make sure to add it to your dictionary. Anyway, we blew up the golem, backtracked to kill a magic orc with a crit, and kill a magic spider with a shock bane. And after all that, it was time for one of my favorite missions in Borderlands 2. Or, sorry, I should say one of my favorite missions in Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep a Wonderland's one-shot adventure. During this mission, Clappy spawns several waves of rooms that you have to fight. I would highly recommend you play this mission on Krieg with the Bloodsplosion build, because you can create a never-ending chain and get a decent chunk of XP. Anyway, we weren't Krieg, so we had to use the build and just hope we survived enough rounds.
Fetch me their soul!
We had some very close calls. I mean, at one point, a broom almost put the stinky on me. Yes, a broom almost humiliated me more than I have ever been. Not gonna lie, I probably would have deleted my channel if that happened to me, so thankfully it didn't. We got about 4 bars of XP for sending all those things to the storage closet in the sky, and we are really close to getting level 25. Another cool thing we got from this mission was our first kite shield. Now, if you haven't played this goofy standalone game, you probably don't know what this is. For some reason, they added a new shield type in this game. If we read the description, it says knocks back melee attackers with a burst of wind. And honestly, they had me sold at knocks back. Also, a burst of wind? Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they were just taking the stinky too literally. The stinky was now streamlined, and I was one step closer to godhood, and I couldn't be happier. Anyway, I started fighting my way towards Greedtooth again in hopes that I would reach level 25 before I got there, and to my luck, the last set of dwarves got me to where I needed to be. They even left some bad guys left over so I could test the new power I held. Finally at Greedtooth, we jump in for the fight. Not only were we now one level over leveled for this fight, we also had the damage shrine to really secure our win. We grabbed the final rune and thanked Gearbox for putting these teleporters here, because I've already been in this cave for 6 whole hours. Anyway, here's the map with the full route that I took. And now let's add all the extra walking from dying and getting sent backwards. Yikes! Anyway, as if we weren't already barely able to walk, we now had to climb up Hatred's Shadow. On the way up, I talked to Sir Gallo and started another side mission for a little bit of XP. This made it so we had plenty of targets to take on the way up. You know, we had Sir Boyle, Sir Mash, the Darkness, and Sir Stew. We were doing pretty well, and we even got to see our kite shield put in some major work. And we made it to the top with little to no issue. And, well, the one issue we kinda needed didn't show up. And by that, I mean the handsome sorcerer's dragon just didn't show up. I tried to re-enter the area in case I missed the trigger somehow, and I was greeted with this. Yeah, I don't know what kind of cursed shenanigans were going on, but I had a theory. Bro. I know Sir Gallo doesn't count as a player now. So yeah, we went back to finish the mission and also save quit to make sure it wasn't any other glitch and just reclimbed the whole map. And yeah, that didn't work at all. I had one theory in the back of my head from the very start that I thought was so unlikely that I didn't even try it. I thought to myself, there is no way the game is that spaghetti coated, that messed up, that cursed. You would think after all my past encounters with cursed occurrences, I would have learned my lesson and never doubted how scuffed this game is. Welp, here's how I fixed it. The Bane made me too slow to activate the cutscene. Bro! This game is so cursed. I cannot make this stuff up. Why does this always happen? Yeah, I was literally too slow to trigger the fight. And if I had just tested my theory, I would have saved a whole trip back up here. Anyway, the dragon fight was pretty simple. Pretty sure the dragon was focused on Roland most of the time, and the game even gave me baby dragons if I ever needed a second wind, so this was pretty easy. After the dragon was killed off, we made our way to the Lair of Infinite Agony. I know this map is right down there next to Sawtooth Cauldron on the map tier list, but if you account for the name of this place and the challenge I'm doing, you would find that I fit in pretty well. After straight up outplaying this trap but having to pretend like it got me good, we met Simon, who immediately put a curse on us. Like, can you believe the audacity this man has? What does he take me for, a curse dumpster? Aw, fuck. He had us do a bunch of his dirty work, which was fine because that was more combat experience and mission experience at the end of this map. But that's just the thing. I had to get to the end of the map. And well, things just went from, oh my god, this is terrible, to, oh my god, this is terrible. But there's also a giant crusher trap preventing us from continuing on our quest. At first, I was pretty confident that I could just grenade jump through this. But I think the upward movement of the platforms ate the grenade and just made it so it didn't hit me at all. Like a lot of problems in Borderlands, I assumed it was a frame rate issue, so I capped it at 30, and this seemed to help, but I was still not getting the distance I needed. Throughout the run, many people predicted with absolute certainty that this was gonna end the run, and honestly, I didn't appreciate those doubters. Like, bro, did you see what I went through in the last video?
Leave me alone!
If any of you viewers didn't see the last video, there's a good chance you're new here, and in that case, consider subscribing and checking out my other runs if you like the content. It helps out the channel a lot, and I would love to have you in the GASMASK gang. Anyway, yeah, screw these doubters, man. I still had plan B. So we head back to Flamerock Refuge and respec our skill points, this time going for double your fun so that we could throw 2 grenades while gunzerking. After that, we fought back to the Crusher Trap and did some testing, which looked very promising. Even with my confidence now at 100%, our homie Happy Turtle was still doubting me. He was so confident that he even wagered a week-long ban if I succeeded. And let's just say, we didn't hear from him for a while. Grenade
jump now. Grenade jump. Grenade scoot, I should say. Grenade scoot. Grenade scoot. Happy Turtle, say goodbye to everybody. Your seconds are numbered. Any last words, Happy Turtle? Bye-bye, friendos.
Doubters and shambles, baby, let's go! After we got through that scary part of the map, we fought our way back to Simon and was presented with a choice. Kill Simon or kill Simon's brother. And since we still needed Simon to remove the curse he put on us or else we'd die in a week, I think the choice was obvious. After killing Simon, we only had one more obstacle in the Layer of Infinite Agony. There goes the masochism talking again, my bad. Anyway, Giant Spider Lady of Anger and Scariness was our next boss we had to tackle. This fight wouldn't be bad if it weren't for one move. No, it's not the floor spiders that I can't dodge. No, it's not the invincibility shield. It's the frickin' life drain move that really biffs up this whole run. Usually, you just have to run away from her, and she can't steal any health from you. And I swear to God, if I have to explain why that isn't an option... Oh, for the love of... What is it, Mick?
Why can't you run away from the...
Because I have the movement options of Flappy Bird! Anyway, our first attempt ended in big tragedy because we were actually really close to getting the kill. Worry not though, I had an absolutely masterful plan. I think Past Me explains it pretty well, so I'll just let him do the talking.
Alright, I'm gonna make a tactical decision, guys. I'm supposed to be wrapping up stream right about now and starting dinner. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna start it. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back. Actually, my desk is kind of messy. I'm gonna clean it up real quick. Alright, I'm back. You know, actually, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we are going to fight the Sorcerer's Daughter now. You know what? Hold on. Actually, I'm pretty thirsty. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a monster. Alright. We got a monster. Let's kill this thing. We fucking did it. Let's go. That was fucking easy.
The final thing in our way was the fight with the handsome sorcerer. Climbing up the tower proved to be pretty difficult. The sheer amount of wizards and dynamite skeletons and oh my gosh, don't even get me started with these things either. Skeleton Seer? No I fucking don't, Seer. Finally at the top of the tower, we start phase 1 of the fight. We quickly use a slag and shock combo to destroy the sorcerer's shield, and then a slag and fire combo to finish off the first phase. Phase 2 got a little bit tougher. On top of trying to keep the skeletons at bay, I had to make sure to shoot the skull spells out of the air in order to not get downed. Which with the Bane's starting accuracy was relatively hard to do. Even if one of your Banes is at max accuracy, the recoil from a freshly reloaded one just throws everything off. This was all manageable, but phase 3 is where things started to really drag on. Get it? Because he summons dragon. The sorcerer was now resistant to fire, and on top of that, this phase also has the biggest health bar out of them all. Our next best option was going back to the slag and shot combo. By this time I was running out of ammo, so I tried to inch my way to the ammo shrines when I could. We were so close, and this challenge was almost over. But you know how these things go.
Oh, he limping.
And just like that, now we know. You can beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with only the Bane. Bonus content time, woo! In my other Bane video, I did the Bane side quest as a way of saying goodbye to the run, and I'll do the same here. In this game, you can find the Bane quest in the Mines of Avarice, and oh my god, it turns out you could get a legit level 22 Bane. Anyway, we talked out to the dripped out version of Marcus, found Horus out by the docks, marked McNally in the forest, did a sick grenade jump to get Gar's map in Flame Rock Refuge. I promised this was first try and did not take a full hour to get right, and finally met my demons face to face. And with this, our true final victory has come. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early. It also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And for everyone who is already subbed, I want to thank you again for helping me hit this 50k milestone. I promised to do a Wanderlust only run at 100k subs because I truly despise that weapon. And after that, who knows? I could use the Bane in the other Borderlands game that has it for the 200k special. Anyway, shout out to Instant Gaming for being this channel's first sponsor. Make sure to check the description below and save some money. And also shout out to Mango Soda for this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Hey guys, just wanted to let you know that I'm partnered with Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. So a few videos ago, I posted the Sheriff Posse Challenge run, and I got a lot of comments asking why I didn't use the Law and Order combo to make the run even more on theme. Which honestly was a fair question. I literally opened the video like, Pandora's always been a lawless place. But what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? While that little tease wasn't on purpose, excluding the Law and Order was, because I wanted to make a challenge out of the combo on its own. So here we are. Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Law and Order? Before we start, let's go over the rules. Or should I say laws. We'll be playing on Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. If you're new to the game and not sure what that means yet, it just means that everyone has 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. No big deal. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and of course, the Law and Order are the only gun and shield I can use. Shooting the Law is allowed, but we're going to mainly focus on the melee aspect of the combo, cause how do I put this? This thing sucks. Even though it does more damage than the purple rarity non-unique version of itself, the bullets are practically useless. So I'll only be shooting to activate Be Like Water for more melee damage, to kill any enemies I cannot melee, or to get second wins if needed. Spoiler alert, I think that last one only happened twice. For the other gear slots, I'll be using the Vault Hunter Relic as a placeholder and the Legendary Ninja class mod for obvious reasons. This being a Melee Zero run, you might assume I'll be using the Lightning Bolt to strip my shield to get access to that juicy Roy damage. But come on now, when do I ever use meta strats? So instead, I'll be using a Slag Grenade. Yeah, you heard that right. I'll be throwing a Slag Grenade at myself and also be calling it Strategy. Why a Slag Grenade, you ask? Well, 2 reasons. 1, masochism is a hell of a drug, and 2, Zero's kunai are great for applying Deathmark, but the slag chance is very inconsistent. So when I'm using a grape Kool-Aid jammer as a smoke bomb, I'll have another chance at making the bad guys purple before I go in for the kill. Here's a quick peek at my build. I am very confident that this was the best setup I could give myself skill-wise, but I'm probably still going to have people in the comment section tell me I should have spec'd in the money shot, but whatever. Anyway, let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Liarsburg because UVHM has you skip the whole Claptrap Optometrist appointment section of the game, and we started clearing out Tutorial Town. It's been years since I played Melee Zero, so it took some time to get the setup down. That setup looking a little something like this. First we activate Deception and throw our kunai at the baddie we want to attack. This will apply Deathmark to him and hopefully slag. Then we set up ourselves behind the target so we get the backstab damage boost. And then we wait for the last 2 seconds of Deception before throwing a grenade at ourselves and going for the kill. If we got the kill, Many Must Fall would let us possibly get an extra kill or at least get a decent chunk of damage before we ran off and hid. The timing for this might be a little bit more precise than you think. So when I set up for these runs, I usually make all my gear have matching parts to the manufacturer because, well, aesthetic reasons. But for some reason, the order shield cannot spawn with bandit parts, so I opted for Hyperion parts instead. Reason number one for this is because Hyperion parts have the second best stats for special damage, and this being OP10 and all, we kinda need that damage in order to, exist. Reason 2 is that they have the best recharge delay stat out of them all. But GASMASK shield recharge delay is bad for roid shields. Yeah? And? The extra challenge of timing my melee strike in a 1.79 second window was a fun added challenge for this run. And the third reason for this decision was because the order actually uses the Hyperion accessory model instead of the bandit one, so we still got those aesthetic points. Anyway, we cleared out Tutorial Town with one casualty and headed towards Boom Boom. Mobbing along the way was simple enough. After I got rid of all the gun guys, 1v1ing the Ironclad Psychos was a piece of cake. Them being 10 levels higher than me and all meant that one slap would healthgate me instantly, but the Law and Order combo heals us for all melee damage we deal. Quick math says 0 melee build plus OP10 roid boost trying to heal a level 80 0 is just full health on every swing. Yeah, you would not want to be in a slapping contest against 0 in this build. Anyway, after we made it to Boom Boom, we decided to target Boom first and well, homie just got outplayed. After that, we jumped up on Boom's turret and started his operation. Things weren't looking too good at first, but luckily my trusty operating assistants were there to help. Psycho, scalpel please. After a successful operation, Boom was dislodged from his turret. After our first use of deception, he was one hit away from being finished off thanks to Killing Blow. But this game being made out of spaghetti, he just wasn't taking any damage from melee hits. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with his armor pieces or backpack because scavengers also have this issue, but we managed to shoot him down not too long after this mishap. Boom and Boom both dropped a bonus package, and I thought that was pretty cool because that's never happened to me before. Anyway, we mobbed our way up and made it to the Flint fight. The main issue of this fight was closing the distance and getting close to Flint. And even if we did manage to get close, the amount of enemies shooting at us would leave us very low on shields. And in order to strip our shield without blowing ourselves up entirely, we need at least 85% of our shield left. It also didn't help that Flint would run up to our hologram and spam his AoE slam move, making it practically impossible to get close. So if we wanted to deal significant damage, we had about 5 seconds after throwing out our decoy to close the gap, throw kunai, strip our shield, and land the melee within the small window where we still had roid damage. Which I did. Oh! This is a historic day in GasMask Challenge history. Today, we defeated Captain Flint without any cheese whatsoever. Our next goal was to make it to Sanctuary. To get there, we needed a car, so we stealthily stole one and dripped it out. Our character skin, gun skin, and car skin were all matching, and this boosted our confidence stat by a solid 100%. After that, we found Corporal Reese as he was skillfully fending off hordes of psychos without even breaking a sweat, but we decided to help him anyway. Alright, Reese sent us to go grab this power core. This should be a piece of cake. Oh, look at this clown. He actually fell for it. You stinky. Oh, wait, no, we needed that power core, didn't we? Guess we could just kill the 20 bandits for Reese while we're here. Well, in that case, now is the perfect time to talk about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is a website that gets you set up with deals on the games you love. I'm willing to bet a good portion of you guys have a huge wish list of games. And from my experience, that wish list can end up being a graveyard. You either have to wait an unknown amount of time to get a deal that might not even be good, cave and end up purchasing a game for full price, or just completely forgetting that game ever existed. That's where Instant Gaming comes in. No waiting for deals, no full price games, and no missing out. It's not just for PC gamers either. They got deals if you're on Xbox, PlayStation, and even Nintendo Switch, so they've got everybody covered. You could see the deals for yourself right now. Just think of a game you've been wanting to play and use the link in the description. And if you like the deal you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also helping the channel a lot. Heck, if you want to take your savings and support even further, make sure to bookmark the link so that your gaming is always instant. Anyway, let's see how the run's going. Oh, it looks like the power core just checked off. Weird. What were we doing again? I don't know, I forget. Let's get out of here. We got back to Sanctuary and did all the not dangerous at all tasks. It's pretty much impossible to die here, so I'll just skip to Frostburn Canyon. As per usual, we just ran through this place, bobbing and weaving through bullets, jumping over spikes, doing some things we aren't very proud of, and doing some things I am very proud of. Oh yeah, I should have specified this earlier, but Zero's execute skill has the stinky property, aka knockback, which if you've watched this video, you would know is my favorite way to deal with bad guys, especially these tanky psychos. The rest of the mobbing was going great. As long as Lilith didn't say her cringe one-liner, everything was gonna be... Okay, Lilith, I'm going to be extra nice one last time. I'm going to let this slide since we're kinda doing a cowboy run, but this is the last time ever, okay? You got that? Thank you. Anyway, after all that, we had to go rescue one of the cool vault hunters. In order to get into the Bloodshot stronghold where Roland was being held, we needed to go to Ellie's and get a new bandit car to sneak in. While fighting the cars with cars is allowed for the run, I usually like fighting them without them, because these guys aren't balanced properly for Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and I just like the power trip. I mean, just throwing my kunai at them would likely handle the situation on its own. We decked out our new whip and headed towards the Bloodshot Dam, where Bad Ma was already waiting for us. And well, we made pretty quick work of him, honestly. While I was kinda sad that we didn't get to put the stinky on Bad Ma this time around, it was nice seeing the little homies rejoice in their freedom. The stronghold was up next, and the main problem we ran into here was the non-stop onslaught of bullets coming from every angle. Usually the Law and Order's healing can keep us alive in one-on-one fights, but against a horde of crazed marauders, you know, the bandits that run really far away after they down you for some reason, we run into some issues. Here we got our first second wind from an actual bullet. To be fair though, I'm pretty sure they forgot to balance these turrets past normal mode, so literally anything can one-shot it, so it wasn't really that impressive. After struggling through the first part of the map, we made it to the toilet room. And this place is usually the hardest part since the bad guys all have the high ground. But Zero's deception kinda turns the tables in our favor, since we could get some great strategic positioning. Oh! Angry Michael showed up, and well, he just straight up started flying.
What the hell?
It didn't take more than 2 seconds before my brain's prime directive kicked in and I seen my opportunity. Dub. I was so baffled that this man just alley-ooped himself, it somehow triggered my flight reaction. After that, Roland managed to escape his jail cell, but in probably the worst way possible. The blue toaster, known as the Warden, took Roland, and that was a big problem for us. If we don't kill Warden fast enough, he can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where the fight can be even harder. So we needed to make sure we were focused and got this fight done here and now. We fought our way through the chaos and started our fight against Warden with a good amount of confidence, but then things started to take a turn for the worst. The Warden spawned in a super loader that would kill me before I even got to see him. The Warden also has an AoE slam that would launch me far enough to the point where I couldn't make it back and heal in time before my health gate ran out. And all these things just piled up. I died a bunch of times, and the drop barge showed up to take Roland away. But I wasn't gonna let this toaster run so easily. Moments away from losing this fight, I had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast type moment. If I couldn't heal because I couldn't stay close to the Warden, I would just have to make it so I couldn't get knocked back. And thus, a new strat was born. I'm talking about wedging. Using the ramp that is so conveniently placed behind Warden, we can absorb his slam attack and take little to no knockback. This way we could stay close enough to keep our healing up. We even went down close to the end, but Killing Blow came in clutch.
Fuck you guys. Doubters in shambles.
This had chat rioting because there was a prediction going on the outcome of this fight. People seen that the fight was going bad and dropped all their points into the Gulag side and had a major upset because of it. And honestly, it serves them right for doubting me. Let's go, baby. Up next was the train robbery mission, bringing back some more cowboy vibes. We met up with Mordo and Tina, who helped us secure some bombs to blow up said train, and everything went according to plan. And then it was time to fight Wilhelm, which, didn't go according to plan. This fight was actually pretty tough. Getting close to Wilhelm was a big issue because of his knockback spin attack. Gone were the days of sneaking up on a bad guy and pulling a silly little prank on them. On top of that, hitting Wilhelm with melee attacks feels incredibly buggy, almost like it's a 50-50 chance whether or not your melee just whiffs or not. My game plan was pretty much to wait until he started making more shield surveyors and then land a hit then. This was a slower process than I could have hoped for, especially since between hits he would just build up a chunk of his shield to buffer my next hit. A few deaths in, I noticed some conveniently placed health benders following me around in the arena. Utilizing those gave me a bit more wiggle room when it came to setting up for attacks, and I eventually got him down to killing blow range. And yeah, that skill is really good. After that, we got back to Sanctuary, and we found out that the siren that's been talking to us was actually working for Jack the whole time. Bro, I knew we shouldn't have trusted Lilith, man. Now she kidnapped the whole city. Anyway, after running through the fridge and probably contracting some sort of disease because I had to do a little lifesteal to get through, we made it to the other side and found ourselves a spaghetti monster. I died once here, but after the loaders showed up, they distracted the thresher so I could line up my shots. Or stabs, I guess. We made it to Overlook, and I was not expecting good things to come out of this place. Mobbing is fine with this build, but it definitely takes some patience, which the beacon definitely doesn't have. I tried my best to hold off the loaders, but the beacon got busted 8 times and became invincible, which is fine and is helpful, but it's also just kind of embarrassing, especially because all of this happened in under 2 minutes. Anyway, yeah, I just kinda had to brute force through all the loaders and constructors until the fast travel landed and I could run away. Our next stop was the Preserve. After wounding the loaders, we infiltrated the Preserve and joined on the Stalkers vs. Loaders chaos. Here I stuck to the shadows, waiting for my time to strike. But I obviously didn't know when that was because I was getting rolled. And oh boy, was I not ready for the boss at the end of this mobbing section. Like bro, I was genuinely surprised when I took him out first try. Yeah, I'm not sure why this was so easy. The bull loaders were way more of a threat, honestly. Anyway, we started fighting the loot homies and also started getting bodied again. The warloader loot dudes have an AoE slam. Jeez, man, this is like a recurring issue, isn't it? Anyway, we died a few times, but we started using wedging strats and eventually got them all. And they didn't drop anything cool. After petting some puppies and experiencing the most unsatisfying thing ever, we made it to the Bloodwing fight. Early testing showed that this fight could be doable. I just had to wait for the Skags to be released because Bloodwing usually lands when they come out, and then just go to town swinging. A few mishaps in, Bloodwing adapted and decided to, well, stop landing. I'm pretty sure I waited for a good half hour for it to land, and I just didn't think it was gonna happen. And instead of resetting the map, I just dealt with it and brought the fight to her. Yeah, so the new plan was to wait for her to do her stationary fire breath attack, flank around, and go in for a hit. Eventually we got through fire phase and she started landing again. Shortly after she reached corrosive phase, the stars aligned and we got a satisfying finisher. I don't really have revives, so this is kind of scary. Scary? What was I even saying? This brought our rivalry score to 6-4. Let's go, we got a few buffer points, let's try and keep them. After bodying the bird, we had to go recruit our next homie, Brick. On the way there, we found Face McShooty, and sadly, we can't slice his face off and have it count for the mission, so we were gonna have to snipe him later. Anyway, we started Brick's initiation and died immediately, but that didn't stop this ninja cowboy from summoning a Godliath for some extra challenge. And that's all of them. Wait, why isn't the cutscene triggering? Oh, wait, silly me, I really forgot about this guy. I really can't believe I almost forgot about Back McStabby, bro. What the heck is wrong with me? Anyway, we started clearing out loaders with our homie Brick, and after the first wave, we came back to deal with the sarcastic Slab. Using the knockback property of Execute, we slowly but surely pushed him over to this cliff for hopefully obvious reasons. Since we're playing as Zero, I wrote a little haiku in honor of this moment. He was near a cliff. I put the stinky on him. R.I.P. bozo. Anyway, yeah, Brick and I were styling on these loaders. We even got the good luck Brick Stinky. We secured our final homie in the roster by finishing off the super loader, and there was one more task before the big bunker raid. That would be the Jack Doppelganger assassination job. A quick hit job here would be pretty cool, and since we're kinda built for this exact type of job, I thought it would be fun to see how fast we could get in and out of here. So I threw up the speedrun clock and started some attempts. After a few tries of dying before I even got to Jack, I managed to line up a clean stealthy kill and started rushing to the info kiosks. We made ourselves a pocket watch and made it out of there in just under 3 minutes. You know, I really needed some stealth combat gameplay in my life, and this run is hitting the spot. Never mind, I just realized the bunker was up next. The climb up to the bunker proved to have a few challenges. Problem number 1 was this death wall that I couldn't get past. Mainly because I'm a bozo and forgot to tell Claptrap to pull up to the function. After I got that situated, the real first challenge was this toaster. In order to get past this guy, I first ran up and threw my decoy to the left of it so it would face the door. And after that, I could use my runaway prankster strats to whittle down the health bar. After a few attempts, we got lucky and had a low level one, so we were able to finish it off even though we went down. Up next were the baby turrets. Now, I want to say Execute helped us destroy these guys by letting us dash up towards them, but in reality, I think Infinite Vertical Melee was the real culprit. On the way up to the Super Toaster, we found another bonus package, making that our third one for the run. Is this a sign that we should do a bonus package only run? No, of course not. It's just pure coincidence. Don't be silly. Anyway, the big toaster got me a few times before I realized I have Boar, which allowed me to destroy a good chunk of the constructor's health by shooting the side turrets off. This also got us our second win with a bullet, while also putting the constructor within killing blow range. The last thing before the bunker was Face McShooty. Ahem. Face McShooty? I said Face McShoot. Oh, here we go. Anyway, Zero, being the skilled assassin he is, also imbued with the true spirit of the West, took aim and easily got the headshot first try after 40 warm-up shots. At the bunker, we start taking out the turrets. Most of these guys were pretty simple to fight, but 5 of them were a bit tricky. First off, 2 of them required the infinite vertical melee that this game has in order to take them out, and another 2 just couldn't be meleeed. There's an invisible wall right here that prevents me from getting close enough to destroy these things. I even tried to grenade jump over it, and that didn't work either. So for the first time in this run, we actually had to shoot something for the kill, which is, yeah, kinda lame. But if we're being fair, it's a whole lot harder since this thing sucks for bullet damage. I'm pretty sure they would out-heal my DPS if I didn't have them slagged, so yeah, this was definitely harder than just smacking them a few times. The final turret could be meleeed though, but at a cost. Since this thing is straight up hanging over the void, I just had to make sure I could kill it before I hit the death barrier, which happened a few times. Execute is great, but sometimes you just slip right past your target and fly in some random unfortunate direction. Anyway, I think I was messing up because I kept missing the roid damage window, but ended up one-shotting it in the end. It was now time for the bunker fight. The bunker, being airborne and constantly hovering over a death pit, meant that melee combat was a pretty bad idea. So the best thing we could do was just use Boar. But that's boring. You're watching this video, and that means you've seen the thumbnail, so you could probably guess where this is going. If you can't tell, this strat was incredibly risky. If I didn't miss the bunker and managed to actually land on top of him, I would be in a constant state of bouncing and would have to focus on micro movements in order to not fall off. We also rarely had roid damage up here, so the process was also very slow. After the bunker had enough, he would just kind of shake us off, and that was honestly the scariest part. I'm pretty sure this would stress anyone out, knowing that at any moment, this could happen.
Goodbye.
Parasite, you jinxed it, dude! Why is everybody jinxing it, dude? That was truly a heartbreaking death, but I wasn't going to let it deter me. I was determined to not take the boring way out. When a cowboy falls off the bull, do you think they just give up and forget about it? No way. They get back on the saddle and keep going, and when they inevitably fall off again, they learn how to land. Oh god, no, not this again. Someone find a loader. Okay, right there, right there. Yeah, that's right. The cowboy keeps going until the job is done. After over an hour of this cycle, the bunker reached killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We set ourselves up under the bunker,
and we castrated this raging mechanical bull. After partaking in some cowboy caviar, we started the fight down in Angel Core. Things were going relatively well down here. Loaders aren't exactly the best at running away from you. As long as I went down close enough to them, I could get a second win. To help ensure this, I started jumping at them. This way, if I did go down before I got to them, I would keep getting closer instead of just stopping in my tracks. After that adaptation, the rest of Angel Core went smooth. Lilith, you fucking piece of shit. I swear to God, I hope... Hey guys, sorry about that. My lawyer said I should not include that in the video, so I just had to take that out real quick. Anyway, Roland ended up dying. I tried to give him a new shield, but homie just didn't listen. After that, Jack kidnapped the giraffe and Mordecai suspected he was taking her to the vault. I would have guessed the wildlife exploitation preserve, but we'll just go with Mordecai's plan, I guess. I'm just following orders. So we headed to Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here reminded me a lot of Badma, which also reminded me of my regret, so it took it out on them appropriately. After that, we hit the conveyor skip using one of the Gravedigger's grenades, and that felt pretty cool. We blew up Boombringer and also murdered its pilot, and then made our way up to a tough part of the run. You see, we had to destroy some buzzards up here. If at this point you're still not sure why this is an issue, let me ask you this. Have you ever tried to box a helicopter? If the answer is yes, are you okay? And if the answer is no, yeah, me neither, because it just wouldn't work. Zero is also way cooler than your average person, and he still had trouble fighting these things. So how did we deal with these things, you might ask? Well, each kill went a little something like this. Yeah, if I wanted a chance at taking these things out, I needed to get them right as they were taking off. And descending the tower to get them to despawn and respawn was the best way of doing so. It took about an hour, but we managed to get all 5 buzzards and steal the bombs we needed to get to the boneyard. Everything here went as usual. We got away from the bad guys at the first pumping station, died to the sergeant loaders in the second one, almost had our car blown up at the third, and then rammed that same car into a pipe and end up in the Arid Nexus Badlands. Now, I could just run through this area, but I seen Saturn, and I thought, yeah, I could take him. Okay, maybe not in a fist fight alone, but I had some ideas. I started shooting at his turrets and letting Boar deal some damage. I wasn't completely killing the turrets off with this, so I was able to keep boring them by letting them heal a bit in between shots. This also staggered Saturn every time, and it felt very weird being able to bully him around like this. After I got him low enough, I figured I'd go for his Achilles heel and deliver the finishing blow. The only other thing I had to worry about here was the big toaster, but I ended up killing that thing on accident by barring both turrets at once. Anyway, we got our info and made our way to the claptrap door. The culmination of all the mobbing practice I've had throughout the run was going to be shown in this fight. Oh, never mind, I died to my own grenade on the first loader. Neat. Real talk though, the mobbing here is pretty simple. A little too simple if you ask me, because almost every surveyor decided to just start bugging out, making them super easy to kill. On the other hand, I kept blowing myself up by meleeing hot loaders. These things will always explode after they die, and when everything is blue thanks to deception, all the loaders start looking the same. And then it turns into a fun game of, am I attacking a robot or a propane tank covered in landmines? Guess we'll have to find out. I tried to use this to my advantage by targeting the hot loaders first, using their explosion to reset the 1.79 second delay on my shield, and go for a more consistent second kill, which felt pretty cool. After all those loaders were dealt with, we were able to sprint through Hero's Pass, avoiding all the unnecessary combat, and finally start our fight with Jack. I had some trouble with this fight at first. The entire run, I never realized that you only get healing from melee damage if you deal damage directly to the enemy's health bar, so Jack's shield was holding us back a bit. That issue is easily fixed compared to our next problem. You see, Jack has a number of advantages in this fight. First off, he has some very strong health regen, meaning our kill was going to need to be quick. This comboed with his ability to literally teleport away and spawn an invincibility shield drone makes it very hard to pull off a quick kill. And to top it all off, Jack is extremely hard to slag, meaning if we executed our setup perfectly, no pun intended, it was still up to chance. During our first attempt, we got lucky with Slag and found out how much damage we could do in one hit to his health bar. This wasn't going to be a one-hit kill, but we could for sure get him down to killing blow range and finish him off. So what happened here, you might ask? Well, he cheated. I was literally 1/3 of a second away from finishing this guy off first freaking try, and he just leaves. And after that, things just started falling apart. Jack managed to keep getting more and more shield surveyors, which were kinda hard to kill because they moved around so awkwardly. At first I thought I was just whiffing a lot of hits, but I found out that landing a hit on this specific surveyor doesn't end your deception for some reason, and you could just get big damage at no cost. Learning this, I got used to landing consecutive hits on it and destroying it quickly. At this point, I had been playing for a while, and after several deaths, I decided to continue the next day.
What's the likelihood you're gonna do this the first time?
The first try?
Yeah.
1 in 20, please. I'm gonna be surprised if this works, honestly. Alyssa, I did it first try!
Well, I guess that just leaves the warrior now. This final boss was definitely a worthy one. The fight was nothing but back-to-back constant risk-taking. Getting close enough to the warrior to melee him also meant I was in the worst possible spot if the warrior decided to do a slam attack. On top of this, if a Crystallisk, Rack, or the warrior somehow landed a hit on me right before I tried to strip my shield, the whole attempt would just be lost. I had some strategies to combat these issues. First off, I made sure to always know where the nearest Crystallisk was in case I needed some quick health and or a second win. I would utilize the wedging strat we learned earlier to maximize damage when the warrior was in this spot, and use this bridge to stop us from flying when he was in the other two spots. Our first attempt made it pretty far before we lost to our own mistake. Usually breaking all the crystals on a Crystallisk would be enough to kill it, but since I let this one live for so long, it managed to regen enough health to survive having all its crystals broken. If this happens, the only way to kill is if you have enough explosive damage, which we didn't. Attempt number 2 also ended pretty far into the fight. But just like before, we kept hopping on that bull, learning every time. After 20 minutes of fighting in our third attempt, we managed to get him down to killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We landed one last power move and finished him off with one final blow to the heart. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the law and order. Bonus content time, woo! So Jack might be dead, but there's still a lot of crime on this planet, so our work isn't done yet. We're going to investigate the 2 sanctuary crimes and also go take down the outlaw Nisha. First off, let's talk about the gutter quadruplets. If you're impatient like me, you probably figured out who did the crime by accusing someone, and if you were wrong, just saying, oh well, guess I'll try again in the next playthrough. But today I actually wanted to crack this case. Talking to Marshall Friedman, Moxie, and Zed, we found out the murder was from a single bullet. He has a shield and took some damage, but then Zed patched him up good as new. So the one who has a sniper, shield, and full health is the only person who could have done this crime. Case closed. Let's move over to the other case in Sanctuary, where we gotta find out who stole the cash from their homies. Marshall Friedman told us that only one of these guys will tell the truth and the other 3 are liars, and using that info, we can easily find out who took the money. Jim pretty much said it wasn't me, Lindy says Sam took the cash, Sam said it was O'Cantler, and O'Cantler just says Sam's full of crap. That last one was actually verbatim too. So if we factor in our 3 liars and 1, truther rule, we can quickly find our answer. Sam and O'Cantler's responses both contradict each other, so we can deduce that one of them have to be telling the truth. And in either case, that would make Jim a liar, meaning his response of I didn't do it is proof of his thievery. So yeah, you could solve the case in this convoluted way, or you could just look at Jim's back and see that the money is literally right there. Anyway, let's move on to Lynchwood and Nisha. The first mission here was pretty easy. We pressed a few buttons and then a train blew up, so that was pretty cool. And after that, we put the Stinky on Mad Dog while also managing to keep the dynamite from falling off this time. And then we robbed Nisha's bank and set off to hide all the money. Oh boy, I sure hope Nisha doesn't sick her posse on me. Oh my god! After all that, Nisha was mad, and now she wanted to challenge us to a pistol showdown to see who came out on top. But honestly, screw all that noise. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm and helps the channel grow. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early, and also helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. Could also check out my link in the description to Instant Gaming. I am partnered with them, and they have some great video game deals over there, so definitely go check them out and save some money. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description as well. And last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to our thumbnail artist, Mango Soda. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. So on my channel, I usually explore the viability of cursed, low tier, and just downright bad gear in endgame Borderlands. But today, we're going to explore the viability of one of my favorite skills of all time. Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only light the fuse? I'll go over the rules real quick. First off, we will be playing on Ultimate Vault Hunter mode and starting out on OP10, and then lowering the OP level as we go if necessary. The goal is to beat the game at the highest OP level possible. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and last but not least, all damage dealt to enemies must be a result of light the fuse. So damage from things like Bloodsplosion or barrels is allowed as long as it's initiated by light the fuse and not some other source like melee damage. And before the run and valid 8-year-olds get to the comment section, jump damage will be allowed because it's so insignificant in UVHM that it wouldn't kill anything anyway. We are also allowing the use of pull a pin to drop a stock grenade when we end up dying. These also deal barely any damage, but I decided to allow it because it's kind of on theme with the run and the funny knockback property is just too hard to pass up. Damage done to myself can come from any source. So things like hitting myself, throwing Buzz-X bombs, throwing stock grenades, and punching barrels are all fine as long as I don't hurt the enemy in the process. As for the gear, we're only going to be using an explosive relic and a flesh crunch class mod. Both these things together gives me an extra 166% explosive damage. I should mention that if I do end up dropping my OP level, I will also drop my gears level accordingly, which doesn't matter much. The difference in damage boost is like 8% from OP0 to OP10, but I decided to keep the playing field level anyway. Here's a quick peek at the build. If you're wondering why I picked some of these skills, it's probably because I ran out of useful skill points, so I threw them in random spots so I didn't have to see the blinking in the corner of my screen. Alright, with that out of the way, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, we get a nice taste of gas mask luck.
We got good starter spawns. Okay.
Yeah, so surprising nobody, light the fuse was not working in OP levels. The first set of Bullymongs already had us drop down to OP7 before we could chain together a kill. Using this knowledge, we could play a fun game. You should comment down below what OP level you'll think we'll be at by the end of the run, and see if you're right. Anyway, the bandits in Tutorial Town are usually the really squishy kind, but even so, we still needed to drop down to OP6 to get through this part. So yeah, OP6 is possible, but I definitely couldn't have done it without. So if you're using Light Diffuse and you want to make sure you throw as many dynamite sticks as you can before you inevitably blow your arm off, make sure you're not spamming the click button. Instead, time your clicks for right when Krieg is touching the bundle of dynamite, and you will throw them a lot faster. This allows you to throw 22 sticks of dynamite instead of the usual 14 per Light Diffuse duration. After repairing Claptrap, we started fighting our way to Boom Boom. After ignoring some major wannabes, we hop in and start our first boss fight.
Light the fuses, bitches!
He said the thing!
I'm ready to blow!
Our first attempt ended near instantly since my bleed out timer was still scuffed from the last fight. Our first real attempt made it painfully obvious that OP6 wasn't gonna happen. OP5 was better, OP4 was close, and OP3 was just barely doable. We were able to kill Boom, which triggered Psychos to start spawning, and these guys were vital to our victory. The plan was to stay close to the Psychos as I was chucking my evil candy canes at Boom's turret. This way, when my timer ran out, I would get a revive off of them and potentially deal some extra damage via blood explosion. This strat worked well for knocking him out of his turret, but not as well when it came to actually killing Boom. Boom's AI makes him run pretty far away from you when you go down, and it's kinda hard to hit him when he just jumps out of range. But lucky for us, we know about... If you're sick of the bad guys running away as you're trying to feed them the scary looking candles, totem trolling is just what you're looking for. When in Light the Fuse, you won't bounce off enemy heads. This allows you to effortlessly keep close to them and deal your damage. The bad guys are also so dumb that they literally don't even know you're up there. Anyway, after we killed Boom and Boom, we blasted Claptrap and made our way towards Flint. Along the way, we saw some bad guys bullying Claptrap, so I decided to join in. And then we made it to Flint. And, yeah, this didn't go good. I spent 2 hours trying to set up a blood explosion chain using all the mobs provided, but it just wasn't happening. It also didn't help that he would just light himself on fire and get some goofy damage reduction. Oh, not to mention that every time I failed an attempt, I had to save quit to get all the bandits to respawn, which meant running all the way back over to Flint. Well, since we still have a minute before we get back up there, I guess now is a good time to talk about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is my go-to place for getting deals on games I want to play. Just recently, I decided to try to get Fallout 4 and replay it because it's been a while. And I managed to snag the Game of the Year edition with all the DLC for under $9. The best thing about it is there's no waiting for deals here. Sure, you could just wait for Steam to have a sale, but who wants to wait? And even if you did wait, the odds of their deal beating Instant Gaming's deal is pretty slim. I just checked the price on Steam, and even with it being 75% off, it's still cheaper on Instant Gaming. And now I may be on PC, but Instant Gaming also covers all of our console homies. So do us both a favor and think of a game you've been wanting to play, and use my link in the description to see if you like the deals they've got. And if you end up making a purchase, just know on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how far we made it. Oh, we are resetting again already. I guess I should have expected that. Anyway, blood explosion chains are really hard to get without slag tripling your damage on every explosion, so I decided that OP2 was going to be necessary. This was still hard even on OP2, but after a while, we got a god chain. Let's go, dude! After that, we made it to Three Horns and stole ourselves a car, visited Door Guy, hit a sick quad feed, stole some guy's batteries, and let the blood explosion chain handle killing the 20 bandits for Reese, before finally making it to Sanctuary. Ah yes, home sweet home. We can kick back and relax. Okay, we're off to Frostburn Canyon then. You know the drill. We usually speedrun through this map because all the mandatory fighting is at the end. Running through this time was especially fast because of... A largely forgotten part of Light the Fuse is the speed boost awarded to the player after detonating the bundle early. If you get a kill like this, you get a speed boost for the remainder of time that you had left in Light the Fuse. And the best part about it is that speed boost can stack. That's what we call some high risk, high reward gameplay. Anyway, after making it through the bandits and spike pits, we found Lilith and happily revived her. Psych! Real talk though, it didn't take Lilith long to utter her cringe one-liner. It was literally her second phase blast, and I just wasn't having it. At this point, some of you guys might be thinking, I thought Light the Fuse was bad. How the heck is this man AFK eating chips and French onion dip and still winning? And yeah, fair enough. I've heard a lot of people say that the skill is terrible, and while I could agree that the skill is definitely not optimal, terrible is kind of a harsh take. Ironically enough, I think that Light the Fuse excels in the third playthrough. Did you know that this skill receives a 600% damage boost in UVHM? Because it does. If we take the health multipliers from each playthrough, we can see that Light the Fuse has the best potential in UVHM. I also find it kind of funny that TVHM is the worst time to use this skill. Anyway, yeah, Light the Fuse isn't bad. It's just not as strong as swapping to a Norfleet.
What the f***, amigo? Vos estás re loco.
For example, I still can't kill these big psychos, so that sucks. I had two options for these guys. I could wait for Lilith to take care of them since they don't have health regen, but relying on Lilith plus waiting on Lilith isn't something I want to do. So I just lured them over here and let Pull the Pin handle it. You can't see it in the clip, but they definitely got launched off the cliff here. After all that noise, we set off to Ellie's to get a car upgrade. I couldn't afford a new car, so I got a local job working on a food truck. They put me on hot dog duty, we destroyed the competition, and I managed to make enough money for a new car, and then we set off to the Bloodshot Stronghold. Bad Ma was waiting for us, and I had a plan for this fight. Come closer. Come closer, big man.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
There we go. Easy. It was now time to fight our way through the ramparts. They thought they were going to be able to stop me with their numbers and manpower, but they didn't know about my main goal.
My main goal is to blow up.
The close quarters combat here made it easy to set up blood explosion chains and corner enemies. After we made it to the toilet room, I managed to survive 7 back-to-back instant bleed outs. We even ended it on this cool stylish one. Hold that, wait. Hold on. Come down here. Truck it. Oh my god. Angry Michael showed up and he made the mistake of standing too close to the edge. And then we had a little family gathering. Oh, he's got a, that's a suit, that's one of me behind me. It's my own brethren behind me. We caught up to Roland and watched him get kidnapped by our next big problem, the Warden. Fun fact, constructors have a 90% damage reduction to grenade splash. Also fun fact, Light the Fuse and Blood Explosion are both considered grenade splash. Another fun fact, the Warden can take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. Fun fact, we're going to the Gulag. Yeah, I tried my best here, but we just did not have enough damage to take him out. Especially because our potential revives were all super loaders or angelic guards, so bye Roland. Anyway, usually the Gulag version of this fight can be harder because the Warden also has the ability to moonshot loaders in over there. But like, what's the worst that can happen? They down me? Yeah, the extra bad guys actually came in handy to set up for bigger blood explosion chains here. Only thing we had to be careful of is our bleed out timer not getting too low. So how bleed out timers work in this game is that every time you go down, your bleed out timer will be reduced if you went down within 26 seconds of your last second wind. In order to reset this, you would not only need to wait longer than 26 seconds before your next down, you would also need to get a second wind with that already bad bleed out timer. If your next down is going to make you instantly bleed out, no amount of waiting alone can reset your timer. So you need to really set up for your next second wind to reset it back to normal. So after a few kills, I started counting out loud, making sure I hit that 26-second mark, and we patiently waited for Warden to keep spawning our revives. On the 14th activation of Light the Fuse, we finally managed to take this toaster down. After Roland and I finished off the rest of the loaders, we made it back to Sanctuary. Our next mission was to go steal the vault key, train robbery style. Right as we got to Tundra Express, we lost a fight with a snowman and took a shameful shower with the VAR kids because of it. After that, Mordo and Tina helped us blow up a train, and it was now time for the Wilhelm fight. This fight was honestly kind of a joke. Homie straight up just spawns 2 surveyors every 20 seconds, and that makes it way too easy to just
Blow up.
Altogether, it took 7 full detonations and 1 beef stick to take Wilhelm down. After that, we got back to Sanctuary. Lieutenant Davis wanted to try our build out, so I tried to show him the ropes, but I don't think he understood that well. Oh no, I got all of Sanctuary doing it now. What have I done? What the f***, Lilith? On the way to the fridge, we found a tubby skag and blew his cute little head right off of his body. He dropped an Unforgiven, so that's pretty cool. Which reminds me, I've got all these save files on my Discord channel. If you want to try any of the runs you've seen me do on YouTube, there's a link in the description. Anyway, after almost surviving the fridge, we fumbled again and forgot to hit the fast travel objective. After we got that fixed, we started our fight with the hungry moon squid. Yeah, this one didn't go good at all. I had no hope of killing this thing, especially since it can just hide underground as I try to detonate, or just say, I have a shield now, and ruin everything. So I decided to hire some friends to help me out. Except, they weren't my friends at all, actually. It was really hard to get them to stay mad at the Thresher because as soon as it went underground, their lack of object permanence kicked in and they just started blasting me. After like an hour of trying to figure it out, I got to a spot where they would just leave me alone and fight it out themselves, and I just took my hands off the keyboard. About 2 minutes later, the Thresher kicked the bucket and I made off with the contents of its stomach. Overlook was up next, and with the hordes of loaders, you would think this wouldn't be too bad. Only problem is, they really just didn't want to target me.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Shoot me! What the fuck?
Yeah, they were just dead set on destroying that beacon, so it eventually became invincible and these guys were still shooting at it. I had to adapt, and this is probably the first time in human history that adapting was running up and trying to eat the bad guys' guns, but we gotta do what we gotta do. After what felt like the longest overlook fight of my life, the fast travel landed and we made our shameful escape. We weren't at Sanctuary long before we were given another job to do while everybody else sat around. What is our job anyway? Oh, come on! Anyway, after wounding all the loaders by simply not getting a second wind, we ran through the preserve and started taking out all the required bad guys. I had to be a bit careful here because I knew an UBA was coming up. That's an acronym for this, by the way. And in order to take this thing out, I was going to need to really utilize the 2 loaders it spawns with. I was really scared that I was going to have to farm map RNG for this barrel to be slag for the kill, but I was lucky enough to kill him without needing to do that. And I was even lucky enough to do it a second time because I forgot to grab Doctor's orders. We started fighting the loot dudes, and this time around I figured bunching them all up would increase my odds of surviving. I died anyway, but on the bright side, the corrosive skag killed all the jet loaders for us, so that was cool. We ended up getting a legendary Psycho class mod and an Infinity, so that's pretty neat. And after playing fetch with the local puppies, we made it to the Bloodwing fight. At face value, you might think this fight is just not possible. She has 3 phases to fight and resets if I end up dying, and that math just doesn't add up to me winning. But lucky for us, right about the same time she lands and gets into our range, she also spawns a bunch of skags. Those skags are also getting slagged by Mordecai. I think you guys know where this is going.
There you go, guys. Good job. GG. Let's go. First try, baby.
The new rivalry score is now 7-4. I think we need to give Bloodwing a chance, so maybe comment a challenge that Bloodwing can score a point on. Anyway, we got the Claptrap upgrade and finally had a chance to high-five our homie. Our next goal was to recruit Brick and his buzzard support. He has a whole army of crazed bandits, so I thought I would fit in pretty well, but nope, I needed to do some dumb initiation. This guy is literally begging to get shot in the face, and he's still part of the gang. I'm running around with lit TNT and blowing my arm off every 4 seconds, and I can't join? What the heck is that logic? So I started the initiation and immediately went AFK to just go eat more snacks because I could. Anyway, after I killed all those guys, Brick agreed to help us out. We also got to tell Sarcastic Slab about our main goal.
Blow up.
After getting a loader to take out Face McShooty for us, we fought off all the loaders with Brick. I was having trouble doing our usual strats, but luckily Brick knows what he's doing. Brick! He did it! We seen it! The last thing we needed for the bunker raid was Jack's voice. We tried our totem trolling strat on the Jack double, but 1 light diffuse duration wasn't going to be enough. After that attempt, he started running away, as he does, but I bet he didn't know about. When you're in Fight for Your Life, enemies change up a little bit and try to move a bit further away from you than they usually would. Normally you can't use this to your advantage, but with Light Diffuse, we can run, jump, and hurt all the bad guys right to where we want them. After using the fear of the engineers to our advantage, we were able to kill the Jack double and steal his voice, and now we were finally ready for the climb up to the bunker. Obstacle number 1 was another toaster. Believe it or not, this guy was way more of a hassle than Warden. You see, all the Warden does is just keep spawning bad guys. He can't shoot missiles or nukes or anything like that. On the other hand, these guys have a limit to how many loaders they can spawn. So if I didn't get enough damage done with the provided bad guys, I would have to reset the map. Which I did over, and over, and over, and over again. Yeah, some of the most random problems just decided to show up. To list a few, bad guys would die way earlier than I thought they would, and that would waste their blood explosion damage. A loot homie showed up and that ruined everything. Enemies wouldn't get close enough to the constructor. Surveyors would fly out of my range at the last moment. The toaster would nuke my revive last second. Random pieces of geometry would eat my detonation. What? Or, you know, I would just casually be held hostage by a jet loader. Yeah, just a bunch of generally annoying crap that you would totally expect when you're trying to kill a grenade splash resistant toaster with grenade splash. 1 hour,
6 resets and 11 deaths later, we finally managed to take the thing down. Man, I sure hope the next fight isn't as bad as... Well, I guess this is the end of the run. Until next time, breathe easy, homies. Psych! Yeah, I'm not counting these guys, because what you're seeing here is 100% a glitch. These guys are super weird and just don't take a lot of splash damage for some reason. So since they're cheating, we're going to do a little cheating too, while keeping to the run's theme. If we allow ourselves 2 very specific grenade mods, a long fuse sticky homing slag bouncing Betty, and a short fuse sticky homing corrosive transfusion grenade, good god that was hard to say and record, that took like 18 tries, we could kill these guys with pull the pin. First off, we die right about here with our slag grenade equipped. We want to die as far away as possible, but still have the grenade be close enough to home into the turret. The sticky property is important here because the grenades would just bounce off otherwise. The slag Betty will now get stuck in the turret and slag it with bullets while we respawn. After we come back, we need to quickly go equip the corrosive transfusion we dropped on the ground, take enough damage to get health gated, and then open and close our inventory to get rid of the invincibility window from health gate. And then we would instantly bleed out and hope that we were fast enough. And also hope the grenade went for the right turret. This was a pretty tight window. It probably took about 15 tries before we nailed this kill. For the further turret, we had to get a little creative. Instead of bleeding out normally, we would have to jump into the death barrier in a level spot where our grenade would drop, bounce directly upward, notice the turret, and start homing in before we equipped our corrosive transfusion and tried to bleed out with that one. Surprisingly enough, we somehow got this one first try. Well, glad that fight is out of the way. Can't possibly get any worse than... Yeah, I'll be honest guys, this was probably the worst Super Toaster fight I've ever had. I literally couldn't do anything to this thing, so I just had to wait for it to slowly nuke itself. This was unbearably slow, so I tried to manipulate it by baiting out slams every time it chose to shoot missiles instead of nukes. And honestly, I thought it was working, but I was actually just slowing him down. The optimal strat here was literally to wait pretty much AFK and just eat some hot fries. 2 hours I waited there before I couldn't see his health bar anymore. He was practically dead, so I decided to finish him off the proper way. This is probably stupid, but oh well. Just do it.
Would like to remind you that there is only one thing worse than respawning, and that is not respawning.
After another hour and a half, we got it low again and actually took it out proper. Okay, now there really shouldn't be any other annoying thing we have to deal with on the way up to the... What the f even is this? Alright, we're finally at the bunker now. Step 1, blow up some turrets. Step 2, blow up some more turrets. So in order to destroy the bunker, we were going to have to be patient and wait for him to stand still on the edge of the arena and blow up his turrets to get second wins. Now this is some tricky stuff to land consistently, but we had a trick up our sleeve. Alright guys, it's time to teach you about my favorite light the fuse tech, short fusing. How many of you guys have tried to jump last second in order to reach a surveyor or rack, but in the end just landing before the dynamite has a chance to blow up anyway? I'm willing to bet a good portion of you that have tried this skill. But with short fusing, this problem will be no more. As long as you're not throwing a stick of dynamite as this animation starts, you can click at any moment to detonate the bundle early. My mind was blown when I found this strat, and honestly, it was the tipping point to starting this run. Anyway, by short fusing, we can jump at the bunker and detonate early enough to destroy the turrets and deal a little bit of damage to the bunker in the process. We lost our first attempt while we were still warming up, but on our second try, we got the bunker all the way down to his deathbed spot. It got a little trickier here because he was way higher up than I felt safe going for, so after I got second wins from the turrets, I lured a backup plan closer and started chucking. 3 loader sacrifices in, we secured our win. Our next objective was to survive the Angel Core fight. I was so hyped to see all the dumb loaders run towards their silly little ion loader homies, not knowing they grouped themselves up and gave me a free way to down myself and blow them all up at once. But then like maybe 2 ion loaders showed up, so that was kind of lame. But honestly, that was fine compared to the rest of the stuff I had to deal with down here. 10, 11, 12, shut the f up, Lilith! 14, 15. Alright, I've been getting a lot of comments lately asking why I despise Lilith so much, and honestly, it's more than her just dropping that cringe one-liner. She just constantly blinds me and is of no use in combat. You would expect her to deal some type of fire or even slag damage in combat, but no, she just doesn't deal damage in Angel Core. All the other Vault Hunters are cool. Roland can actually kill stuff and his turret gives you health and ammo. Mordecai understands UVHM and slags everything for you. Brick puts the stinky on loaders? And, what does Lilith do again? Fuck you, Lilith. Get stepped on. No, Lilith, what the fuck are you doing? She takes me to the fucking back rooms? This game is cursed. Why does this always happen to me? I can't make this up. Anyway, so the last few loaders are all the super ones, and in order to kill those, we were going to need some fodder enemies. If we somehow messed this up and we're stuck in a 1v1 versus one of these things, we were going to have to restart Angel Core entirely. I was down to the loader and 1 turret, and needed that loader to be as close to the turret as possible. And of course, Lilith kept distracting it. Oh my god, bro. We eventually managed to take it out and did not need to redo the entirety of Angel Core, thank goodness. Anyway, Roland died. That is literally what I wrote in the script, so I'm just going to go with it. And Jack kidnapped Lilith. Great, now I won't have to listen to her. She's in my brain now, come on! We made it to Sawtooth Cauldron and started taking out the ambush commanders. This place was pretty crowded with bandits, so herding them to the big guys was actually pretty simple. I may have had a few minor blunders, but they all died in the end, and that's what matters. After those guys, we bombed Boombringer and accidentally looked at the explosion, but it somehow still counted as me not seeing it, so I'm basically a cheater now. We found Mortar and decided to let him live. We totally didn't try to kill him and failed miserably. No, that would never happen. I needed him to damage me for this next fight. So, buzzards. Not exactly something I could just chase down, so for this fight, we're going to need to do some shenanigans. Man, do I just make the same funny edit as I did in the last video? Screw it, why not?
Time's up. Explosions of life!
Anyway, yeah, we had to pretty much just get the buzzard as they spawned in order to get all these guys taken down. It took a while, but we got all 5 and stole a bunch of explosives. Wait, why are we even here? I've got tons of dynamite. Anyway, after the usual run through the boneyard, we made it to the Badlands and found Saturn. I humored the idea that killing Saturn was possible, so I made 1 attempt. Guess how much damage I did? Anyway, yeah, we got the data and it was time for the final stride towards the vault. The mobbing at the claptrap door? Easy. Skipping Heroes Pass? Even easier. Fighting Jack? Pretty much impossible. I could go on for hours describing how everything in this fight adds up to us losing, but instead, I'm going to try to cover all the basic stuff really fast. Here we go. At first, the Jack fight seems easy because he spawns all these clones that die to 1 dynamite stick, but after his shield breaks, those clones don't show up anymore and your options for revives are loaders or turrets. This wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't for Jack's crazy health regen, the fact he has grenade splash resistance just like constructors, and an invincibility drone. So in order to kill Jack, you just need to get his shield really low and then pray you get a good enough chain using all the clones. But most of the time, you get the god chain when his shield is still full and just ruin the attempt. This is also very hard because the clone AI is incredibly unpredictable. Sometimes they chase you down, sometimes they try and gun you down, sometimes they just don't move.
move, which isn't helpful considering that we have to lure them all over to the spot for the blood explosion chain, because when Jack's shield breaks, he instantly teleports to the console, meaning the chain has to end here. But getting an actual chain is super hard because if you have too many runners, they clump up and it doesn't actually chain and it doesn't stack any damage. And if you have too many gunners, they're not close enough to get hit by the explosions. So you have to deal with their already buggy AI and spread them far enough to make the fight work. Also, apparently if multiple enemies die at the same time, only one of them will blood explode, and 99% of the time is the one that wasn't near any of the other bad guys. Yippee. I was honestly lucky to even enter Light the Fuse because these guys barely deal any damage. I could slag myself using Lilith's laser, but she can't slag Jack or any of the doubles because she's a She could slag the rack though, so maybe we can add those to the chain. Nope. You have to hit them with a stick of dynamite to get them mad, but that usually just kills them. And even if you do get them mad, they usually only do one swoop before forgetting about you again. We also need a bunch of bloodlust stacks for the chain to work, so we have to make sure to activate Buzzsack's Rampage after our initial detonation so that Taste of Blood gives us 45 stacks per kill instead of just 1. And then we have to try to keep these stacks by jumping on the bad guys' heads. That didn't go good.
Jump on him, I swear to God, thank you. Jump, 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 you fuckers, I hate you. Just give me my 100 stacks, please. Oh my God, this is fucking Sisyphus! Sisyphus!
Other than the actual fight, there were some other things that slowed me down. Like when the mailman sent me this picture saying my 24-pack of monsters was delivered, that's not my front door. So I ran around my apartment complex and discovered that's nobody's front door. This was actually just a picture of a package that wasn't even my monsters delivered to the back door of the main office. Why? Back to Borderlands, I also had Shift telling me I couldn't connect to my account even though I was in offline mode, which wouldn't be an issue, but they decided to tell me every time I paused to save quit and again in the home menu. It was messing up my fast save quits and I was getting really tilted. Insert dramatic sigh and pretend that I did all that in one take. Wait, hold on. Anyway, after 6 hours, I decided that OP2 Jack just straight up wasn't possible. So this fight is going to have two endings. The normal ending and the stinky ending. If we allow ourselves to use pull the pin with a singularity grenade, we can win the fight like this.
Let's go. Let's go.
That looked really easy, didn't it? Well, it actually took 3 hours to figure out. Stock grenades don't launch Jack, otherwise I would have just used one of those, so the singularity was needed here. On top of that, the singularity needed to be in a high place. This would give him more airtime and he'd get pulled further. It was also super annoying to make sure he stayed aggroed to you, and even harder to get him close enough to this corner to pull it off. I had to be at a specific distance where I'm out of his melee range, but still close enough to where he would try to run up and melee me instead of disappearing. I would then have to kite him to this corner because just standing here wouldn't get him close enough. After that, I just needed to spam jump and have him down me. If I didn't spam jump here, he would just run away and this wouldn't work. Also, the actual walkable area of this rock I had to climb was super slim. Too far to the right and I would be the one getting stinkied. Usually I would just be kinda mad that this fight was so convoluted and obscure, but like, we fucking put the stinky on Jack. This is fucking awesome. Anyway, for the normal ending, we were going to have to drop the OP level all the way down to 0.
Hey guys, Future GASMASK here. So yeah, we managed to kill Jack at OP 0 after about 2 hours of attempts, but I was really mad that we had to drop out of OP levels after making it this far on OP 2. So we popped it back to OP 1 and did some testing, and within the first 10 minutes we had some promising attempts, and I instantly knew that this was possible. So I put my nose to the grindstone, letting my stubbornness completely overtake any urge to settle for the win at OP 0. I knew it was only a matter of time, but what I didn't know was that matter of time was 10 hours. Anyway, I just wanted to explain everything that happened. I'm pretty sure 50% of this challenge was this fight alone, so that's something. Also, this bit is 100% an excuse to show off the new merch. Queen Knight designed all of it, and I think she did an awesome job. If you want to cop some of this for yourself, find the link in the description or just go straight to GASMASK'Gang.com. Anyway, here's me killing Jack after I fought him for almost 20 hours.
That it? Huh?
We're staying OP levels! We're gonna f***ing do it!
And that just leaves the warrior. The plan here was to lure the Crystalisks over to where the warrior stands and use them for revives while damaging the warrior with our thrown sticks. This fight was honestly so much easier compared to the Jack fight, but we still ran into some issues. 19, 20, 21, 22. Mori! With all respect, shut the fuck up. You're gonna jinx it. I love you, but don't say that, okay? What's the rule? We know the rule. We don't celebrate till it's over. Okay? Okay?
2 seconds later.
Quicker than I'd hoped. What the fuck? Whoa. Hold on. Alright, I'm not gonna get mad. But Mori. This is a direct example.
Anyway, our other issue was that the Crystalisks just straight up disappear when he enters his deathbed spot, leaving our only options for revives being rack or blowing off his chest pieces. So after a few failed attempts, we devised a strategy. When the warrior was close to entering his deathbed, we would make sure not to put him under that health threshold while he was already sitting in that spot. That way, when his health did get low enough, instead of standing there with no chest pieces for revives, he would dive under the lava one last time and regain his chest armor so we could guarantee at least one revive in deathbed phase. Using those chest pieces and this rack that luckily glitched out, we were able to take down the warrior and finish this run. Which means, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only Light the Fuse, even at OP1. Bonus content time, woo! We faced many hardships in this run, and we prevailed over every fight we were faced with. All except for one, and I think revenge is a dish best served cold. So we started blowing up snowmen. All these bandits and frosty dudes were no match for me. I was in a constant state of instant bleedouts, but they just couldn't escape me. Oh, the delightful sounds they made when their existence came to an end. Those satisfying crunches drove me to keep going right up to the very end when we faced off against the abominable Mr. Tinder Snowflake. He threw every last one of his soldiers at me, but with my ballpark Franks in hand, he suffered a cold, cold defeat. So in case anyone ever wondered this, you can beat how Marcus saved Mercenary Day with only Light the Fuse. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas and kind words. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early. You could also save yourself some money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or you could check out the new merch store. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda who drew this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. Borderlands 2 is full of Easter eggs and references, but the most memorable one for me has to be the Minecraft Easter egg in Caustic Caverns. So today, we're going to ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow? Here are the rules for this run. First off, this will be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For the Minecraft players that have never played this game, this just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the longbow is the only gun I can use. The longbow being a sniper type weapon means that Zero is the character to pick for this run. To complement his skills, we will be using the legendary sniper class mod for a bunch of sniper buffs, This class mod also has us trade off 2/3 of our shield for some pretty intense crit damage bonuses, so we will be super squishy for the whole run. Melee attacks in Zero's kunai will be allowed for applying Deathmark and Slag to the bad guys, but I can't kill enemies with the melee damage. If any of the run invalid babies want to complain about this, I literally put it in the rules, so don't make a fool of yourself. As for the other gear, we have a basic shield and the Vault Hunter relic as a placeholder. Here's a quick peek at the build. Pretty basic sniper build stuff, so let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Tutorial Town, a village recently overrun by pillagers and their fearsome ravagers. And just like any Minecraft raid, I used my bow to start taking these guys out from afar. Lucky for us, every single longbow you find in this game comes with a flame enchantment, making combat with these fleshy bandits and creatures relatively easy. I used my time here to learn the arc of the arrow shot so I could hit crits more efficiently. The longbow being one of 3 snipers in the game with no scope and also shooting Minecraft arrows at an upward angle made it a little goofy to aim. The 10 out of 5 in velocity, tripling our bullet speed, also made this pretty chaotic to learn. I found we were really accurate when we used the top of our crosshair to aim instead of the middle. Anyway, we met with the town's only surviving villager. He helped us fix up our iron golem friend, and we made our way towards the first boss fight, Boom Boom. Here we learned a pretty valuable lesson for this run. No crits, no damage. This sniper is definitely a skill cannon, especially when it comes to armored fire resistant enemies like Boom Boom. Even on basic enemies, body shots won't get you very far, but if you set it up and land the headshots, you get the results you need.
Oh god, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts.
After we dealt with those guys, we fought our way up to Flint. And I actually took my time here because I somehow survived this long while being super squishy this whole time. In most of my runs, I'm around 20 deaths at this point, so I was super focused. We made it to Flint and totally expected that this run could end here. Flint being a fire-resistant boss that has a phase where fire damage heals him was one thing, but also giving him a mask that blocks most of your crits made this fight pretty dumb. Before this run, I was under the assumption that you just couldn't kill Flint with fire weapons. Like, look at this clip of me spamming him with a fire Norfleet. That's not a great sign, eh? I knew this fight could be a roadblock before I even started the run. So I came up with a strat so cheesy, so goofy, and so impractical that I really didn't want to use it if I didn't have to. I'll be calling this strat Plan B. Plan A was to knock Flint out of his arena and bug out his AI, and then we would just feed him crits and hope that we could fight against his health regeneration. And at first it looked like my arrows weren't doing anything, but Zero had a trick up his sleeve. I'm talking about Critical Ascension. This skill gives Zero more crit and sniper damage for every crit he hits. These stacks of Critical Ascension will start decaying if you stop getting crits after a short period of time or swap to a non-sniper weapon. So now the question was, could I stack enough Critical Ascension to actually move his health bar?
Slag, please. Please slag. Oh? Oh, what the f? Oh, that was a grenade. We're good. No way. We have enough ammo, dude? We don't need slag. We don't even need slag. Oh my god.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think I might be the first person ever to kill Flint with a fire weapon at OP10. I was honestly really glad that that worked out.
Looks like we're gonna have to save Plan B for another run. Anyway, we got Claptrap's boat back, made it to 3 horns, used my Bullymong whispering skills, stole a car, made it villager color, hit door guy, changed my mind about the vehicle color, met Corporal Reese, sniped the crap out of a guy that stole his battery, made a snow golem to avenge the 20 bandits for Reese, and finally made it to Sanctuary. Alright, so we're going to be waiting for Private Jessup to open this door for a while, so now is a great time to tell you about how instant gaming can save you money on your next video game purchase. Picture this, all your homies get a new game and you see them over there having a blast, so you decide to get the game for yourself, but uh-oh, it's going to set you back $70? Yikes!
Yeah, video games are getting expensive nowadays, but that's where instant gaming comes in. They have deals on tons of games, and I'm willing to bet they've got deals on some of the games that have been rotting away in your wish lists. And the best part for me personally is that there's no waiting for deals here. That's why they call it instant gaming. And to the console homies watching, instant gaming has you guys covered too. So if you're on PlayStation, Xbox, or even Switch, they've got deals with your name on them. So how about this? You think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to at least see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And just know if you do end up making a purchase, not only are you saving yourself money, but you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. What are we still doing here? Anyway, the Firehawk left us a pretty frightening message, so we set off to Frostburn Canyon. I usually run right through this place because all the mandatory combat is at the very end, but my haste got the best of me. I got greedy and died to a couple of fire-resistant nomads halfway through and took this run's first death. My first life in a run is usually the best, so this number is just going to start increasing fast now. Anyway, we made it to Lilith and died a couple more times. And honestly, I'm blaming Lilith for this one. For the Minecraft players, imagine Lilith as an annoying Enderman that is supposed to help you fight, but in reality just blinds you most of the time when it teleports, and you also have to constantly feed its drug habits. Oh yeah, and it also has a really dumb catchphrase. Anyway, some big boy Vindicators showed up, and I proved that they are killable with the longbow before dealing with the others in my signature style. Rebozo. Whoa. I put the stinky on him. After all that was dealt with, our next goal was to go save our boy Roland. He was captured and being held in the Bloodshot Woodland Mansion, and we were going to need a new car to sneak in. Now usually this is the part of the run where I get a break from the harsh, cruel combat and get to fight some cars that aren't balanced properly for endgame and feel like a god for 2 minutes. But like I said before, no crits, no damage. Even with Boar, fighting the cars was actually pretty scary stuff. This just goes to show how important hitting crits was during this run. After stealing enough parts to make ourselves a new minecart, we made it back to the Bloodshot Mansion and took on Badma. This fight was a bit rough. Homie had a shield and it was making it really hard to hit the crits we needed. It was sloppy, but we took him out and made our way inside. So we start fighting through all the mobs and things were going great, right up until the dreaded toilet room. Yeah, these bone crushers, they were turning me into bone meal. Anytime a bullet hit me, it would just break my shield and just take a chunk of my health in the process. Like, imagine getting shot, but all you have to block the bullet is a piece of cardboard. It's not gonna do much, but you're getting shot, so you're gonna take what you can get. The bad guys also had the high ground here. I wish I had some ender pearls to gain some height advantage, but all I had were these invisibility potions that only last 5 seconds. After a few deaths, I changed up my strategy a bit. I decided to leave some of the psychos alive and just keep them close by. This way, when I ended up getting shot twice, I had a totem of undying ready to get me back into the action. We eventually took out enough bad guys for the door to open and Mad Mike showed up. I don't know why, but he just decided to jump into the end portal without placing a bed first. Guess I wish him luck on fighting the ender. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Oh well. We found Roland and he was in big trouble. Homie set off a skulk sensor and the warden came and nabbed him up. We had to be quick here because if we didn't kill the warden in time, he would take Roland to the friendship gulag where the fight is a lot harder. On the run up to him, we fought our first loaders and honestly, that didn't go too well. These yellow health bar armored enemies are fire resistant and we end up doing about a quarter of the damage that we should be doing. So if fighting these basic armored enemies is rough, how is a giant armored enemy that spawns more armored enemies going to go? Well, extremely well considering that he has a giant crit spot and doesn't move at all. Yeah, I was able to get a good amount of critical ascension stacks using this Rainbow Six Siege type angle, and I managed to take out the warden before it could even spawn any bad guys. Anyway, we fought off the rest of the loaders with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary. Our next mission was to blow up a train and steal the vault key. For the first time in a while, we were able to light the 3 Varkids on fire without needing a fire melon. And after that, Mordo and Tina helped us make some TNT to blow up that train, but not before it could take another victim. Okay, maybe a couple victims. Anyway, we started our fight with Wilhelm, and this fight was pretty rough. Between him spawning loaders and surveyors with no crit spots, he himself also hits pretty hard, so I had to initiate the gamer posture for this fight. Step 1 was to get the loaders dealt with. This would give me less to worry about and also help me build up some critical ascension stacks for Wilhelm himself. And after that, I would just target Wilhelm and try to fight against his shield being recharged. I tried to leave the surveyors alive in case I needed a second wind, but that wasn't a guarantee. No crits, no damage, so if I was going to kill one of these, I was going to have to hope they would line themselves up for a boar shot. For the Minecraft players, think of Bore as the piercing enchantment, but the bullet doubles its damage every time it hits something. This skill can one-shot some enemies if their hurt boxes are overlapping because the damage just keeps stacking, so that was something we prayed for during the fight. This was actually a pretty close fight. I was running out of ammo towards the end of it. Gosh darn it, dude, I knew mending wasn't worth it. But we had plenty of critical ascension stacks, so we had just enough ammo to finish this fight. Anyway, we stole another battery for the city's shield system, but turns out it had a virus planted in it, and now Herobrine is hidden somewhere in Borderlands 2. I guess please leave a comment if you end up seeing him in the video. I'm kinda scared right now. Yeah, so Sanctuary turned into a giant end island and then disappeared. I forgot to place a bed up there, so now we need a new way to get home. I found a route through the fridge where all my other skeleton brethren live. Us bone boys need to stick together, so they didn't do me any harm as I passed through. We made it to the Outwash and found the beacon we needed to get back to Sanctuary. Only issue was an angry glow squid ate it, so we were gonna have to kill that thing. Our first attempt went pretty bad, and I thought this fight was gonna be tough. But then I came back, beamed it in the eyeballs, and killed it in like 5 seconds. Now that we had our beacon, all we needed to do was set it up and defend it. I didn't have 164 iron blocks to get any stat boosts, so when Jack moonshot 50 loaders at me, I was pretty much beat right there. After struggling my way through another 15 deaths, we were finally able to make it back home. Our next mission was to prep for the big bunker raid, and step 1 of that was getting Claptrap's upgrade from the preserve. We started trying to wound the loaders to get the front door open. Emphasis on trying. Like, we could wound the loaders, but by the time we wounded the next one, they would just heal and not be classified as wounded anymore. Lucky for us, this game is spaghetti coded, and if you end up dying while one of the loaders is still wounded, the game doesn't realize that they heal back to full health, and they still count towards the 3 wounded loader requirement. So after a few tactical respawns, we made it deeper into the preserve and started fighting Pomone and Toomba. I didn't really need to fight these guys, but I just kind of felt like it. That was until I actually started trying to hit Pomone's crit spot and instantly regretted it. Those guys died eventually and I continued on. The first mandatory mobbing section here was, well, it was fine until the stalkers started throwing the loaders around, making it really hard to hit crits. Oh my god, dude, this goofy off fight, dude! We started prioritizing the stalkers to avoid this issue, and the Uba eventually showed up. This thing is big and slow, so hitting crits on it was pretty easy. Right up until both of his arms fell off and no longer had any crit spots. Honestly not sure why his eyeball is in a crit spot just like literally every other loader, ever, but at least these guys are one of the few enemies that don't have health regen. So we just had to be patient. But this still took a long time. Long enough that the loaders we previously killed hit their 25-minute respawn timer right as we were running out of ammo, so that was a bit scary. We managed to clutch up though and made our way to the loot dudes. Much like the baby zombies in Minecraft, you want to fight these guys one at a time because having 4 of them on you would be pretty bad. I think our gear had looting on it because this time around we got 3 legendaries. A Logan's gun, a Shred-a-Fire, and a Maggie. Pretty good haul. Which reminds me, if you want any of this cool loot or to try this challenge for yourself, I have the save file on my Discord server. Link in the description if you want to join. After that, it was pretty much a straight shot to Bloodwing. Uh-oh. Wolves, my sworn enemy. Anyway, after losing a few ribs, we made it to Bloodwing. So this fight had the potential to be pretty tough, because it's a 3-phase fight where she goes through fire, shock, and corrosive phases. During my last run where I was tied to a gun locked to one element, this fight took a long time because that last corrosive phase had so much damage reduction. Lucky for us in this fight, we take on the fire phase first, so all the pressure isn't built up to the last phase. We could die during this fight and it wouldn't be a big deal since the first phase is the only one to worry about. But honestly, we're getting ahead of ourselves and worrying too much. This gun killed Flint, and I've fought the Ender Dragon before. So you think some spicy bird can stop us? Thank you. No, stop. Please kill it. Thank you. Cool. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Alright guys, Bloodwing is starting to get bodied. I've got a feeling she won't back down easily though. Anyway, after stacking a bunch of critical ascension off of Bloodwing, we grabbed the claptrap upgrade and made it back home. The next thing we needed for the bunker raid was Brick's air support, so we made our way to 1000 Cuts. And yeah, at this point the game just started falling apart.
I think I tried to do that when I died. No.
Anyway, we made it to Brick's initiation and decided to make all the Goliaths mad. We eventually got one to go full Godliath and we had to take him on. But for some reason, I just couldn't hit any crits on this guy. Sure, his head flails around a lot and that makes it harder to hit, but with the amount of rounds I shot in that general vicinity, I should have at least hit a few. I ended up dying and just summed it up as an anomaly, because as soon as I got back, I just bodied him, so I guess that's kind of funny. After that, we put the Stinky on Sarcastic Slab, put the Stinky on a loader, Brick put the Stinky on a loader, and then Brick and I used the power of friendship to put the Stinky on a loader together.
Oh, set me up! Set me up!
We now had Brick's air support backing us up, so all that was left was to go assassinate the Jack Double and steal his voice. We caught the faker by surprise and filled his face with arrows before he had a chance to run away. We stole his watch and pressed a few buttons and made our way out of there. With all the tools we needed, we made our way up to the bunker. Claptrap snuck us in, and our first door was guarded by this toaster right here. Usually we just use our constructor displacement strat to get him to look at this wall so all of his missiles just hit the door, but this time we tricked it into looking the other way. That way we could hit its crit spot from over here and take it out efficiently. Our next target wouldn't be this easy though. Long-time viewers know about the issues with these baby turrets. These guys are fire resistant, don't have crit spots, and are fueled by Regeneration 2 potions. And am I forgetting something? Oh yeah, they're just straight up immune to splash damage because of a glitch. The longbow doesn't deal splash damage, so that's not the problem. The issue comes from our kunai not being able to slag these turrets so that they would take triple damage. The kunai still apply Death Mark, but that wears off quickly and is only an 80% damage boost. So in order to kill these things, we needed to use some type of slag grenade to make these guys purple. Or do we? Right before I went to go find a slag grenade, I had an idea that might make this fight doable. Right before you get to these turrets, a couple of loaders spawn. My plan was to disarm one and slowly fire shots at them to stack critical ascension, giving us some more sniper damage to use on the turrets. And this process was pretty tedious. I had to make sure I waited in between each shot to let him regen as much health as possible, but also not wait too long so that I started losing my stacks. Two Fang, aka our multi-shot enchantment, would proc as well. This is not good for stacking because it deals extra damage to the loader but doesn't give us an extra stack of critical ascension. I also couldn't unspec into it because I needed Two Fang for that extra DPS on the turrets. Ammo was also an issue. In order to have enough ammo to continue stacking, I would have to jump off this cliff to get the free ammo from respawning. I would lose about 10 stacks in this process, and the whole thing was just a constant tug of war. Eventually I got 35 stacks and went after the first turret and just barely got away with the kill. And for the second one, I accidentally killed off my stacking loader, so that sucked. I didn't want to have to reset the map and fight both turrets again, but I noticed that this turret was level 89, which is the lowest possible level it could spawn at, so I tried to brute force it. For this to work, we were going to need Two Fang to proc more times than not. We were also going to have to utilize all 4 of our longbows. We could not waste any time reloading, so instead we decided to swap to our other 3 fully charged crossbows to have a chance at killing this cursed turret. And after like 10 attempts, we managed to pull it off.
Oh my fucking god, dude. This game's stupid.
Well, that only took 120 shots to handle. Let's see how many this giant toaster takes. Oh, like 15 maybe? That's cool and makes sense. And the last thing we need to do before the bunker fight was face McShooty. Oh! So we made it to the bunker and our objective was to blow up 11 giant turrets. And if the tiny ones went bad, you can only imagine that the big ones would be worse, right? Nope, they have a crit spot conveniently placed on the back of them. After that, it was time to fight the bunker, aka the greatest defense spot ever built. If some tiny turret ate up all of our ammo, I can only imagine that this fight was going to be impossible. Oh yeah, Alright, for the Minecraft players wondering what the heck just happened, this boss has multiple hurt boxes that overlap on each other. So if you know where to shoot this guy, Boar just lets the bullet get stuck, bouncing back and forth and practically one-shotting this boss. It leaves it at 1 health since it has to die in this spot, so I decided to finish him off with style. Let's go. It was now time to jump down into Angel Core and deal with multiple waves of loaders. This should be fine though, right guys? Sure, the laser turrets have aimbot and no crit spot, but there will be plenty of loaders to stack critical ascension on. Everything's gonna be fine.
Howdy, boys.
Ah, fuck, the Enderman is back, hold on. Anyway, a fight that should take 5 minutes maybe took about half an hour. And then the last injector we had to destroy glitched out and just became invincible. Still not sure what caused this, but it has to be something to do with the other injectors respawning after 25 minutes or just taking too long in general. We got lucky and our kunai managed to take it out for some reason. I don't know, spaghetti code or something. I'm just glad we didn't have to redo this whole fight. Anyway, Roland died, the Enderman got kidnapped, and now we had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron. Here we had to take out 4 more shielded nomad dudes, and honestly, I was just kind of getting farmed by these guys. I was just constantly surrounded, and if you mix that with how squishy I was, you get an experience similar to falling into a mob grinder. We eventually got enough sneaky headshots and destroyed Boombringer so that Mortar would come down and fight us. The last thing we needed to do was fight a few ghasts, but this blaster Goliath was causing chaos up here. I decided to knock his helmet off so he would enter rage mode, but then my guy just started trying to punch the buzzards and just fell off the tower. That didn't matter though, because homie just set his game mode to creative and flew his way back up here.
Round 2.
Honestly, I don't even want to talk about killing the buzzards anymore. Just know that I did. I was way too invested in this guy's journey. He was launching other bad guys around and I wanted to see what happened. But tragically, he ran off too far before I had a chance to put a name tag on him, so he despawned. We'll miss you, Blaster Goliath. Anyway, we used the bombs we stole to get to the boneyard and spun a bunch of valves before crashing our car into a pipe and Tony Hawking the thing. We made it to the Badlands after that with the goal of sneaking in, getting the data we needed, and getting out. And if you thought I was gonna fight Saturn, the giant, tanky, fire-resistant, no crit spot having scary robot of death, pfft, yeah right. This guy is optional. Maybe when skags fly. What the? Oh, come on, dude. So the plan to kill Saturn was to use his little turret attachments to rack up boar damage. These turrets have separate health bars and have health regen, while Saturn doesn't. So after hitting one of these turrets, I would let them regen a little bit before continuing to use them against Saturn. After one heartbreaking fail, we managed to get the kill, sneak in, steal the data, and make it out. Were you expecting me to stay alive? Well, that's your own fault. We were finally ready for the final stride towards the vault. Combat at the claptrap door was going to be pretty scary because super surveyors spawn. Normal surveyors are an issue because they don't have crit spots, and now imagine one that's 5 times tankier. The plan for these guys was to lure them into a trap by wounding other loaders and hoping we could slag them with kunai and just brute force it. Or, you know, it could just fly too close to another surveyor and just get bored. We managed to stack a good amount of critical ascension during this big fight, and that helped us finish it relatively well. After that, we did the parkour map known as Heroes Pass and made it to our fight with Jack. The first phase of this fight isn't anything too special, but when Jack's shield breaks, 2 things happen that could cause some issues. First off, he's got some crazy health regen. And second, he spawns another one of those darn surveyors that gives him an invincibility shield. After 5 attempts, I managed to accidentally boar kill the drone, and then Jack just glitched out, letting me finish him off pretty much for free. And just like that, it was now time for our final fight with the warrior. So this fight would be pretty tough if we did it the intended way. The warrior has multiple slam attacks that are pretty much undodgeable, and our only realistic revives were phantoms, and healing was out of the question because the slams were just way too frequent. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm literally getting comboed in the air. I'm getting juggled. Now we could use one of the 64 different safe spots next to a respawning ammo crate on this map and just take him out the boring way. Or we could do something funnier and trick the warrior into stepping on a Lego and taking him out the boring way. As the warrior sat there with 1 HP left to spare, we set ourselves up and ended this run. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow. Bonus content time, woo! Alright, so we might have beat the game, but we didn't find a single diamond the whole run. So we headed towards Caustic Caverns to go mine some. We made it to diamond level and were ambushed by a horde of creepers, but we weren't going to let them stop us from finding what we came for. A trophy to commemorate this run, and some diamonds. Why are they purple? Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, using my link and saving yourself money on instant gaming, or checking out the merch store. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. The Alien Blaster is arguably one of the best weapons in Fallout New Vegas, but when you factor in its limited ammo, you realize it won't last forever, which makes you wonder, can you beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster? The rules for this run are simple. The Alien Blaster is the only weapon we are allowed to use. Any type of environmental damage from other NPCs or traps is fair game, with the exception of companions. It would be too easy to let them do all the work, so we're just banning them outright. And to add some challenge, we are going to be playing on hardcore, very hard difficulty. For the Fallout newbies that are usually here for my Borderlands challenges, hardcore mode adds hunger, thirst, and sleep meters and makes healing broken limbs a bit harder, and the very hard setting makes it so I take double damage and only deal out half damage. Since a big part of this challenge is trying to conserve the finite ammo we get with the Alien Blaster, I figured letting the game aim my shots for me using bats would be kinda weird, so I disallowed that too. Alright, with the rules out of the way, let's get into the run. Our journey starts as a handsome man leaves us for dead in a slit wasteland, which felt oddly familiar, but to our luck, Doc Mitchell managed to save us. As we wake up, we can't help but feel anger and hatred towards the human race. I came in peace, and they brought violence, so they needed to be punished. The Doc will have my mercy, since he went out of his way to save my life, and made me the most handsome alien in the universe on top of it. A new me means a new name, so I chose the most appropriate one for the alien who will destroy the human race. I set up my stats like this. I don't need strength for anything. I made up a rule that I couldn't use speech to cheese my way through this challenge, and the Alien Blaster has a 100% critical hit chance, so luck wasn't that useful. For my tag skills, I chose medicine for the damage I'll be taking on very hard, energy weapons for obvious reasons, and science because I'm an alien. And for my starter traits, I chose Trigger Discipline to help with landing shots and conserving ammo, and Wild Wasteland because the Alien Blaster does not spawn without it. On our way out, we grabbed everything of use from the dock and sold everything not of use to Chet. We also stopped by the schoolhouse to grab some extra food and a stealth boy before plugging in the coordinates to the nearest alien ship, which was pretty much on the opposite side of the map. So while we try to sneak past these death claws, I'll tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming has been my go-to place for video game deals. Thanks to them, I got Fallout New Vegas for under $3. That's $7 I saved to buy myself a monster and get me through this challenge. And Instant Gaming has deals on all sorts of games, and their deals are hard to beat. No more full price games, no more waiting for deals, and no more games dying in your wish list. Are you a console player? Not a problem, because they've got you covered no matter if you're on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or even Nintendo Switch. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is the whole instant part. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can literally take less than a minute. You get your code, plug it in, and I bet downloading it will be the longest part of the whole process. So stop waiting, make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you end up liking that deal and making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. Uh-oh, looks like we cut too soon. Skip ahead? Skip ahead! After a few scary creatures and a few close calls, we finally made it to the alien ship. It turns out that the ship belonged to a rival alien faction and they were immediately hostile towards me. I needed the captain dead in order to steal his blaster, and I was determined to not use any of the humans' disgusting combat contraptions, so I had to lure the captain into a trap. Some of the locals nearby were of the extremely violent variety, so they shot at anything they saw, including me. Oh, that's a fucking grenade launcher. I just had to make sure they fought each other as I dodged their lasers and grenade launcher rounds. Usually NPC versus NPC combat is pretty quick on other difficulties, but on very hard, the alien captain was an absolute tank that could easily annihilate all the Vipers in its vicinity. I even tried to lure the captain into a landmine that was laying on the ground, and he pretty much ignored it. If I wanted a proper blaster, I was going to have to separate the captain from his henchmen and have him focus his fire on me while the bandits focused their fire on him. I was getting annihilated by lasers, so I attempted to eat some of the human food I found at Doc Mitchell's. These so-called stim packs tasted horrible and were extremely painful to eat, but my survival was more important than my comfort, so I choked it down. But don't even get me started on the super stim packs. Ugh. I eventually got the captain surrounded and was able to watch as the humans turned his gray matter into red matter. We stood nearby hoping he had a lot of ammo to get us through this run. He could drop anywhere from 140 to 250 shots for the blaster, and as long as we get around average, we should be Okay, 165, that's actually terrible. Oh, curse this planet. Well, as long as we don't miss, we should be Anyway, now that we had our blaster, we could finally start hunting down the checkered man who tried to kill us. Before we were shot and left for dead, we were masquerading as a postman, and the human that attacked us was after something we were delivering, so we set off to the Mojave Express in Prim for clues. Discovering the location leveled us up, and I dropped all 15 points into energy weapons and chose the intense training perk to increase my luck, which increases all my other skills slightly. Some heathens took the place over, and their deputy was also taken captive. Usually I wouldn't get into human affairs, but this deputy beagle had some answers. Leave it to the humans to leave a dog in charge. I entered the building where the deputy was being held and started looking for his kennel. I also killed some guards and stole their hats to blend in with the other humans a bit better. I look almost undistinguishable. After lurking in the shadows and dealing with all the savages, I found the deputy, who was in fact not a floppy-eared dog. Humans are murderers and now they're liars too? Despicable. Either way, he would not give me answers unless I let him free, so I did so begrudgingly. He told us that the checkered man was heading to Novak through Nipton, so we made our way in the same direction.
It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
We made it to Nipton, and we only found one person by the name of Oliver. What sort of lottery did you win?
What lottery? The lottery. That's what lottery. Are you stupid?
There we go. Lottery ticket. It's mine now. I won the lottery. After that useless encounter, I started to head towards Novak. Along the way, I learned what a Deathclaw felt like, put my 9 agility to the test, and experienced what I believe the humans call fear. Oh god. Oh. Oh! The trader at Novak offered to sell me a bunch of rocket ships for a really low price. I would have been excited to get off this planet, but the ships he was selling were much too small to fit my size. This human was absolutely delusional. Much like the one called Manny Vargas. He tried getting me to go to some far-off place and kill a bunch of irradiated humans in exchange for his info on my target. I told him I would not be doing that and decided to just steal the information from him. Don't get me wrong, I would usually just destroy anyone that got in my way, but under these circumstances, I needed to conserve ammo. If my pickpocket attempt failed and I was caught, I would have made him eat my blaster like a stim pack, but lucky for him, his senses are not up to par. We made our way to the next clue and found a couple factions at a standoff. A military group called the NCR had the Khans pinned down, but the Khans also had some NCR prisoners. As much as I would have loved to see both groups just take each other out, I needed info. So I talked to the Khans and paid the NCR to leave them alone. The Khans helped with my assassination attempt, so I badly wanted to end them all here. But I had to think about the long-term goal. So I put their death off for now and got enough experience from this little mission to level up twice. I dropped all 30 points into energy weapons and chose the perk Educated to get more skill points for future level ups. We now knew exactly where this Benny human was, and there was nothing else in our way.
Submit to a credit check or present your passport before proceeding to the gate. Trespassers will be shot.
Apparently a robot army guards New Vegas, and I was quite jealous. Imagine the work I could do with my own robot army. I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, we were going to need to find a passport. My instincts told me that I was going to need to find a leader around here, so I went to see the king. He offered me work and I took it in hopes of getting into Vegas. I was ordered to hire a bodyguard and pretend to need his help. It was such a degrading task to act so weak. Even more degrading when I found out that the bodyguard in question was an actor himself, who hired other actors to pretend to be dead to raise his own business up. We were all pretending at that point, and it just made it all the more embarrassing. But the king appreciated my work. After that, I had to investigate some conflict between the locals at Freeside and the NCR. Long story short, the humans didn't communicate well, so they resorted to just murdering each other. Typical. Either way, the king rewarded me for my efforts with a level up and a passport. I used my skill points to max out energy weapons and then threw the rest into science. I also took another rank of the intense training perk to up my luck to 4. We stocked up on supplies before we entered the strip. So far, hunger and thirst haven't been an issue for hardcore, but I'm assuming stim packs are just very nutritious. Speaking of human food, I quite enjoyed this Nuka-Cola stuff. I mean, the shell tastes kinda bad, but this caffeine stuff on the inside made me feel great. Anyway, we finally made it to Benny, and upon entering his base, his henchmen demanded my weapons. You know, I went through a lot to get this gun, and they think I'm just gonna hand it over when I see my target right in front of me? That makes me angry. I could murder everyone in this building right now. I could level this place. Ah, fuck, I think the caffeine is kicking in. Pull it for the fun, I guess. Oh god. Good. Cool. Oh. Yeah. Stop. Good. Oh. Good. Dude, what the f***? Did I knock them down? Holy shit. My god. They actually do. Holy shit. Why are they fighting me? Womp. Who's next? Womp. Anyone else? Okay. Note to self. Human food causes anger, mania, and blackouts. Anyway, after all that, I was pretty dehydrated, so I drank a bunch of water from one of the humans' dispensers. I also leveled up 2 more times and threw all the points into science. It will come in handy later, I promise. I also threw another intense training point into luck, bringing me up to 5. After that, I found a robot that wasn't a cringy cowboy or threatening to kill me. And honestly, I like this guy. He pretty much gave me the plans, blueprints, and ideas to take over the strip and build my own robot army. We had to find Mr. House, the head honcho of the New Vegas strip, and overthrow him. I was expecting another lie, much like the Deputy Beagle situation, but to my surprise, this Mr. House guy was kinda the entire building. But for being such a powerful leader, this guy was extremely dumb. He pretty much invites me over to his house, or I guess himself, shows me how to upgrade the robot army, lets me sell him a couple of useless snow globes for 4,000 caps, and left the password to the terminal that leads directly to his safe room so out in the open, I didn't even realize I picked it up. Sure, he's got a bunch of Securitrons guarding the door, but the stealth boy I got from the schoolhouse let me walk right in. The great Mr. House, bested by literal school supplies. Well, I'd say it's about time for a boss fight, eh? Man, what the fuck is this? I got catfished. Man, well, in that case, let's just end this guy with a headshot. Ooh-wah. Okay, what about this kind of headshot? Balls. Anyway, after House was dealt with, I maxed out my science skill and plugged Yes Man into House's old system. Yes Man wanted us to go meet all the other factions and decide what we wanted to do with them all. I told him I wanted them all dead, but he really wanted me to go meet them all, so I humored him. Maybe not all humans are so bad. First on the list was the Brotherhood of Steel. I get there and they not only demanded my weapons, but my clothes too?
I want you stripped down to your underwear.
I didn't like that, so I started blasting. And so did they. Yeah, taking these guys on all at once was near impossible, so I decided to hide over behind some crates for cover and let the guy walk over to me to start the conversation.
I killed him there and then killed off the 2 other door guards before getting out of there. So yeah, screw those guys. I got out of there and headed to finish off the other 2 aliens I totally forgot about until now. But I guess they realized their captain was weak and I was superior, so they joined my forces instead, meaning I had a ship to get off this planet when all was done. After that, I got lost at a Deathclaw construction site while trying to find Red Rock Canyon. I eventually found my way there and found their leader surprisingly easily. I asked them about their ways and they seemed like a clan just trying to defend themselves. But then I remembered these are the guys that left me in that ditch, so I murdered them all. Their leader was a coward anyway. The next faction to meet was the Boomers, and with my experience with human language, that could either mean they really like bombs or they're a bunch of old people. And when some guy bet me a bunch of caps that I couldn't make it to their base while dodging mortar strikes, I think I figured out which one it was. I took his bet, but I never got those caps back. Not because I didn't make it, but because I totally forgot to come back for my winnings afterwards. Anyway, I made it to the Boomers' front gate. It gave them the good old "take me to your leader" line. They love that one. I guess they're old and like explosives. Okay then. Either way, they made the number in the top left corner of the screen go up multiple times, so I killed them too. After dealing with them, we leveled up again, dropping all of our points into medicine and grabbing the quick draw perk because it sounded cool. After that, we had a few factions in New Vegas to deal with, starting with the Omertas.
No one but Omertas are allowed to carry guns into Gomorrah. Check your weapons with me.
Stop moving. Good. Okay. Man, I am so sick of these humans demanding my weapons. Let's hope that the white gloves are a little more understanding.
Beg your pardon, but could I trouble you to turn over your weapon?
Jeez, man, I don't know why people just keep demanding things from me. Is that just how humans work? In that case, subscribe to the channel or I'm gonna confiscate your weapons. Anyway, at this point, I realized that I killed all the factions leaders that I've met so far except for the Brotherhood, so I went back down to their bunker and burned through a lot of ammo dealing with these armored troops. I managed to hack into their turret systems and turn them against them so I could sneak by. I had quite a few deaths and resets at this part trying to assassinate Elder McNamara, but with a little bit of stubbornness, we eventually figured it out. Man, I told Yes Man this was gonna be a waste of time. We were down to 33 shots, which sounds like just enough for the final fight at the Hoover Dam. But just to make sure, I decided to take Yes Man's optional mission to upgrade more Securitrons over at House's hidden bunker, which at first sounds like a quick button pushing mission, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. I didn't realize Caesar's Legion was built right on top of this bunker. I played this game a few times before, but I got so into the side missions that I never really did this part. Is anyone else like that with side missions? Comment below if you do the same. Anyway, I snuck into their camp and rode the boat to the bunker, and I was immediately given the default human greeting. For anyone not looking at the screen right now, that means they shot me. With me not knowing how far I would have to go, I decided to conserve ammo and just power through it. That was a bad idea because the next hour of my life was now devoted to dying, respawning, and eating super stim packs. By the time I suffered into the actual bunker, the entire Legion was behind me with power fists and combat shotguns. A 94 sham would have been great for this part of the run, but I'm at the wrong kind of bunker for that. The defense system down here also hated me, but lucky for us, our 100 in science allowed us to hack a few terminals and shut the systems down. After that, it was just a matter of threading the needle and closing all the doors behind us. What you're watching now is every single death I had in the fort. This isn't even including the manual reloads when I knew survival wasn't an option. Starting now, the death counter is no longer accurate, so think of this number as a conservative estimate from here on out. We eventually found the right buttons to push and upgraded the remaining Securitrons. Now for the hard part, making it out alive. At this point, I had already eaten most of my food. Stim packs and super stim packs don't taste so bad when you use them to wash down gunfire. The medics in my system was working overdrive, and I used my last doctor's bag to make sure that if all else failed, my legs could still carry us out of here. I was tempted to take out their leader while I was here, water bottle at a concert style, but decided to let his brain tumor handle it for me. I was going to need all the ammo I could get for the final fight. Through sheer willpower, stubbornness, luck, and multiple chems, I made it back to the boat and swam to safety.
At this point, I was starving, dehydrated, addicted to multiple chems, crippled everywhere from the waist up, and had absolutely no medical supplies to my name. So I went to the only human I could trust and had him patch me up. And after that, I went to all the vendors I could find and bought all the supplies I could for the final fight. The battle between the NCR and the Legion at the Hoover Dam will determine who takes control over New Vegas. And my plan was to swoop in with my upgraded robot army to take it all for myself. We let the humans do all the fighting amongst each other and made our way to the real target. Legate Lanius. With 33 shots in the alien blaster left, fighting some human with a sword should be a piece of cake. Yeah, emphasis on should? Yeah, I did not expect this guy to be so tanky. He's only the final boss of the game after all. We probably could have killed him here, but we wouldn't have enough ammo to deal with his henchmen. So we had to load back and make some more preparations. This whole next chapter of the run sucked. Basically, I wanted to get a perk called Better Criticals that would make all my critical hits do 50% more damage. And since all my shots are critical hits, that would be a flat 50% damage boost for me. Even a human could do that math. I thought all I needed to do to get this perk was to level up one more time now that I had finally gotten my luck up to 6 with the intense training perks and met the requirement. But there were 2 issues with this I didn't think about. First off, you only get a perk every other level, so I'd need to level up twice. And the second issue that I just now noticed while editing, I would need to level up 4 times to hit the minimum level requirement. So my whole goal of leveling up 1 time was a complete waste of time, but I'll go over my struggles anyway. First off, we went back to Prim and made Prim slim the sheriff to secure some mission XP. We then picked all the safe locks in the storage room for a little bit more. After that, we decided to do the tutorial mission, but didn't want to waste ammo shooting a bottle and felt like punching them would have been against the rules, so skipped all that. So I just picked their locks and hacked their computers instead. I went to Novak and finally decided to sleep for the first time. While I was there, I also did this mission for Boone to get some extra XP. He was not a companion at any point during this mission, so this was still fair. My next set of jobs would be the most degrading yet. I tried to do the bodyguard job with the Van Graffs. They demanded my weapons at the door, and I begrudgingly let them handle it. But only because I needed this job, and at least these humans know how to use energy weapons. Simon was a little grumpy that I brought my own weapon to work, but oh well, he did all the violence for me. I just got to sit here for 7 minutes as humans awkwardly walked up to me in the slowest manner possible. I thought this was a pretty easy job, but it wasn't over yet. For part 2 of this mission, Gloria sent me on a delivery. This was a bit of a hassle because that horde of legionnaires from the bunker finally caught up to me and kept scaring the client away, and even after that I didn't get my experience. The mission still wasn't over. They wanted me to bring some human named Cass to them so they could murder her. They didn't even give me any coordinates or anything, but luckily I've played this game before so I knew exactly where she was. But still, there are 2 issues with this. First off, I wasn't persuasive enough to get her to follow me, and second, even if I was, she's a companion, and that just didn't feel right, even though she wouldn't be doing any combat. So this whole thing with the Van Graffs was just a total waste of time. If I had the ammo, I'd go back and slaughter them all. While I was here, I decided to talk to Ranger Ghost and do her mission where I check on Nipton. I thought I was going to have to go talk to some people there, but alas, Caesar's Legion still hates me. I thought this lottery ticket I stole from the annoying guy here earlier meant they would let me live. I guess that's what I get for trusting humans. Anyway, yet another waste of time. I was running out of ideas and decided to see if the king had any work. His dog was looking halfway upgraded and I offered to finish the job. Long story short, this was another issue where I would have a companion follow me. Yet again, another waste of time. These 3 failures led me to change up my plan. I couldn't trust completing missions, so I decided to hack my way to leveling up. And no, I don't mean cheating, I mean hacking all the computers I could find. Repcon HQ had 8 computers we could hack, and Camp Searchlight had a few too. The radiation levels here were quite high, and the lizards, ghouls, and scorpions all coming for my life didn't help either. The very last terminal here pushed me past the threshold, and we finally leveled up. Make this next part easier. No, I need another level up for a perk! Fuck! Yeah, like I said before, I totally forgot that you only get a perk every other level. So I decided screw it, we don't need better criticals. We'll just eat some Psycho and hope it works. So we had Doc Mercy Gosh, dude, the amount of times I've said Doc Mercy instead of Doc Mitchell is not surprising, but still a lot. Anyway, we had Doc Mitchell patch us up one last time and we set off to the final battle. Dodging bullets was a lot harder this time around since my armor was broken. Luckily, I took that checkered suit from Benny's corpse. Still not sure how that works because he was cremated in it. I don't think it actually helped me that much, but I took what I could get. We made it to the Legate's camp and started taking the bad guys out. I was really abusing the quick saves here because every shot counted.
Dude, you can't make this shit up, dog. Somebody clip that, man.
When we got to the Legate, I pooped all my chems. I'm pretty sure I meant to write popped all my chems, but that's what the script says, so we're going with it. Hit a sneak attack headshot and quick saved after every successful headshot because, well, just watch.
Oh, dude, everything in this game moves so goofy, and I hate how goofy everybody moves.
After a bunch of that, I found a rock that bugged him and his henchmen out and used that to my advantage. Halfway through the fight, he goes full coward and leaves to get more backup. When he returned, he decided to throw a bunch of grenades at me. He doesn't really care how close you are to him or his men, so I tried to have him blow himself up a little bit. That plan worked out as well as one would expect. That means it didn't. After I finally managed to survive his bombardment, we went back to our spot to finish the Legate off. At this point, I was worried that I wasn't going to finish this fight. I had 12 shots left, and it takes 2 to kill one of these guys. And I counted more than 6 bad guys, so things were looking grim. But lucky for us, it turns out we only needed to take care of a few of these guys before we could move on and deal with the NCR leader, General Oliver. The final faction leader on my hit list was right in front of me. And with my final few rounds, I secured the dam for me and my robot army. So yeah, it looks like you can beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster. Well, that's gonna wrap up this video. I know this is the first non-Borderlands video on the channel, so your support is very much appreciated. And honestly, this was a lot of fun. So if you want more Fallout videos sprinkled in, make sure to let me know by liking the video and dropping a comment. Also, don't forget to subscribe. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, checking out Instant Gaming's deals with my link, or check out GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll have my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live linked down below. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda for making this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies.
It's like looking in a mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in a mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. Whether you like Borderlands 2 slag mechanics or not, I think we can all agree that when you are the one being slagged, it's not that fun. Well, maybe for you guys, but I'm a masochist, so today I ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 while perma-slagged? As per my usual, this is going to be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For anyone new to the game, that just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and I must be slagged at all times. Now, usually to become perma-slagged, you need to get to the Arid Nexus Boneyard and get slagged while driving a car. Exiting the vehicle before the slag has time to wear off will leave you in a state of permanent slag until you save quit out of the game. The issue with this setup is that you don't get access to this map until the second to last mission of the game. But worry not, because there's a way to be slagged 24/7 without the need of a glitch. And all you need to do is use this. That's right, everybody. This video is also going to be, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the wait, how the heck do you even say this word?
Cuckoo lane. Cuckoo lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the cuckoo lane after this one. For real though, I'm 99% sure it's pronounced Cullen, but I'm 100% sure some people who call it the Chulane are going to convulse if I say it like that, so I've decided it's called the Chalupa now. That way, everybody's mad. Anyway, the other gear for this run is going to be a basic shield, Vault Hunter Relic to maybe get some funny drops, and the legendary Nurse class mod. Now, the legendary cat would have been the optimal decision with its crazy SMG damage buff, but I thought the nurse fighting against me getting one shot all the time would be funnier, more thematic, and more challenging. Here's a quick peek at the build. I'll answer any questions about it in the comment section, but I pretty much went for every type of indirect damage source that I could. Anyway, let's hop into the run. So, since I am perma-slagged, all damage that I take is going to be tripled. Therefore, my main game plan is to not get hit. However, that game plan came to a full stop when a bullymong forcefully threw me into Liarsburg where all the bandits were waiting to kill me. Just about any attack that hits me deals well over enough damage to just one-shot me, but BL2 has a mechanic known as Health Gate, which prevents you from getting insta-killed as long as you have over 50% of your health. This effect gives you 2 seconds to get your health back up to 50%. A good indicator of knowing if you hit that 50 is the animation of your health bar. If it's shaky, take a breaky, and if it's not, you're ready to get shot. Anyway, yeah, for a lot of this run, we're going to be playing like a cover shooter. Oh yeah, you remember that shield I showed you? Fucking worthless. Any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, so this was pretty much just a security blanket for me. Now that we've covered damage taken, let's go over damage given, which, there's almost nothing to talk about. Enemies that are slagged would be taking triple damage, but since I'm never swapping elements, I'm not getting the full bonus. Slag damage on a slagged enemy gives you a 50% damage boost in UVHM, which is cool, but not very helpful. To offset the bad gimmick of constantly slagging the user, the Chalupa also is a dual element weapon, dealing both slag and shock damage. But even with that shock damage, this gun is just straight up bad. Lucky for us, Maya has 2 skills to help with this. First off, we all seen it coming, Cloud Kill. This skill adds corrosive damage to the mix. If any buzzkills want to complain about Cloud Kill making the run too easy, here's my argument. Yeah, so it was Cloud Kill or the legendary cat class mod, and I chose the harder of the two. Anyway, the other helpful skill I was talking about was Immolate, which adds fire damage to our shots while we are in fight for your life. So when we're trying to get a second wind, we actually have all the elements at our disposal. Why do I feel so handsome saying that? Anyway, Tutorial Town was a bit rough because of a bully rat we had to deal with, but using Thought Lock, we had the bandits and bullymongs deal with each other. This was actually super helpful because the power wasn't even on to buy more ammo yet. I had like 1,500 rounds before that bully rat ate them all. I know I kind of forced this bullymong to be my friend, but he was actually pretty cool. Yo, you put the stinky on him! I almost feel bad killing you now. After we met Hammerlock and got Claptrap all fixed up, we made our way towards Boom Boom. Some of the local rack decided to help fight the bandits guarding the place, which was weird because I didn't Thought Lock them. But I did Thought Lock the Lunatic Bombers and got them to blow each other up. The same plan also kind of worked for Boom Boom. I almost died 0.2 seconds after the cutscene ended by nearly running in front of Boom's cannon. This thing ignores Health Gate, so I would have been dead for sure here. This time around, I decided to go for Boom first and kick him off of his cannon. After that, I tried to get the brothers to fight each other. This was pretty awkward because they would just jump around like crazy when they would start fighting each other. I would try to use Cloud Kill on one of them, but they would just jump out of it.
My god, dude, what the f is going on? Why does he jump around so much? Oh my god. What the hell is he doing? What is he doing? Stop! Oh god, I'm so dead. I'm so dead here. After Boom died, I eventually distracted Boom with some psychos and put enough rounds into the back of his head to make me lose some frames. Oh yeah, he died too. I should tell you guys that. After that, we convinced most of the bandits we worked here before saving Claptrap and taking on Captain Flint. This fight was pretty tough. My initial plan was to just Thought Lock Flint to take his aggro off of me and unload into him the best I could. But I quickly ran into an issue, because I guess you can't activate Cloud Kill on enemies that you have Thought Locked? And we kinda need Cloud Kill for this kill, so we had to change up our strats. We would use Thought Lock on the other bad guys and hope he focused on them as we laid into him. I wasn't the only one adapting though. Flint's AoE slam seemed a lot bigger than before, and on top of being stronger, Flint also got a lot smarter. I think he's finally sick of getting cheesed. He's had enough! He's had enough! Oh my fucking god, dude! Fucking oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I shouldn't have ran that way. This is staying on until Flint's dead. Huh? Huh?
That chip coming out was not pleasant though.
It wasn't good.
Oh!
Well, that was obnoxious, but we managed to kill Flint with a f***ing grape shooter, so that's cool. Anyway, we made it to Three Horns and needed a car. I used my Bullymong whispering powers to have them deal with the bandits while I snuck in and stole the adapter. I got in my car and realized that I wasn't slagged while driving, so I made the rule of no cars right then and there. Instead of ramping over the gap, I just had one of my Bullymong homies throw me across and started our run to Sanctuary. We made it there and killed Door Guy in a solid 4 frames per second. I should probably explain why this is happening. Anyway, we had to go save Corporal Reese. He would have been fine, but I accidentally slagged him, so he ended up dying. I grabbed the power core and almost forgot to kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, so I went back and thought locked the Nomad to get the 20 kills for me. After that, we made it to Sanctuary, and Private Dressup got stuck in a slag puddle. So while he tries to get out of that mess, I'm going to tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. How fast do you think you could get a game on Instant Gaming? Take a guess right now. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can take less than a minute, and to prove that to you, I will now speedrun buying Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition on Instant Gaming. Time starts as soon as I open Instant Gaming's website, and the time stops when I get the confirmation from Steam. Ready? Go! Instant Gaming's website, here we go, Fallout 3, bam, enter, Game of the Year Edition, buy now, there we go, go to payment, blur out all that personal stuff. Now this is the longest part of the speedrun right here, guys. The loading screen. Once we find tech to skip this part, the speedruns for this are going to be crazy, dude. Any second now. And code. There we go. Reveal. Copy it. Go to Steam. I accidentally clicked on my OBS. That was a major time loss. But anyway, time. Sub 30. And bam. In less than 30 seconds, I got Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition for $3. That's $7 going towards more Monster for me, baby. So stop waiting. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think about a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how Jessup's doing. Oh no, Jessup, be careful! Anyway, after getting all the hub world tutorial stuff out of the way, we headed towards Frostburn Canyon. Along the way, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. After that, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. Besides those guys, nothing crazy really happened. The siren went that way! Idiot. The spike jump this time around was way scarier than usual because I was slagged, but we still made it, so it was all okay. Never mind. I managed to photobomb the cutscene here, and geez, bro, do I really look like that? Lilith felt left out, so I gave her a grape flintstone vitamin so she could be purple too. To clarify, this is not me being nice to her, this was just mandatory to progress. This was the first time in the run where I was able to play the support role. I would use my Chalupa and Maya's Scorn skill to make sure all the enemies were slagged, and Lilith would take them out with her phase walk ability. That was until she dropped the one-liner, and then I just started doing all the work myself again. I'm just asking for one run where she doesn't try to be a cowboy. Like, come on, please. Anyway, after some mobbing and watching some World Star type stuff, we got out of there. Our next goal was to save Roland, and in order to get into the Bloodshot Dam, we were going to need a car upgrade. So we went to Ellie's and started taking bandit cars out for parts. Not being able to drive there really sucked because the buzzards would just smell us from a mile away and hunt us down. Usually this part of the run is pretty easy because the cars aren't balanced properly for UVHM, so they only take a couple shots to kill. Don't get me wrong, they were still pretty easy to kill, but it just felt wrong having to shoot these things this many times. I thought Cloud Kill would have insta-killed these things, but unless they're perfectly still, they just drive out of the cloud before it has a chance to destroy it. We got all the parts we needed and walked back to the dam and punched our new car towards the front gate and quickly got in to honk the horn. I know I'm not allowed to be in the car, but I chose the Iridium metal skin, so just pretend we're slagged for a second, okay? Badma showed up and started giving us a hard time. I wanted to use Converge on one of the basic mobs around here in hopes that it would yank Badma off the cliff for us, but they just weren't cooperating. So I stuck to the usual strat of distracting and spamming rounds at my target. I eventually took him out and made it inside the Bloodshot Dam. For being this far into the run, 6 deaths isn't so bad. I sure hope that that number doesn't quadruple from one mission alone. Anyway, you guys have probably noticed something I haven't talked about yet, so I'll take time to address this purple haze effect that's been showing up on my screen. Does it bother me? No, not really. My brain is really good at drowning that type of stuff out. Like during the Bane only run, for example. I stopped hearing the screams by the time I hit Overlook, and life just felt normal. Anyway, something you shouldn't have noticed because the gameplay is muted was the slag whispers. Yeah, that's what I was hearing for the whole run. They would tell me the silliest things, you know, like, become one with the purple, drink the grimace shake, subscribe to LilGasmask, yeah, and a bunch of other nonsense. Anyway, we pushed our way through the bloodshots and made our way into the toilet room. The bad guys in here were just absolutely wrecking me. There's not really any good way to push forward in here without getting shot, and Thoughtlock wasn't too useful because everyone was so spread out. I tried desperately to wash the slag off of my body with no luck, and after a few annoying deaths, I decided to step up my game a bit and get back to my roots. Yes! That's right, baby. I started getting some momentum and making some progress. It wouldn't be too long before... Aw, f***. Alright, I got some explaining to do. So my game crashed because I have my physics settings set to high. That's also why you've been seeing slag puddles and low frame rate kills when I'm point blank on enemies. Slag particles is usually what makes the game crash with these settings, and Twitch chat redeemed their channel points to make me turn it on until the game crashed. Immediately after this crash, Lucas spent a bunch of points to re-redeem it, so yeah, don't use this setting unless you want to crash. After refighting our way through the dam, Mad Mike showed up. He almost put the Stinky on a psycho, and that would have been pretty cool, but he failed pretty horribly, so I had to show him how it was done. Yes! Yes! Alright, bye. We found Roland and decided to keep our distance from him. We didn't want any of our slag rubbing off on him because he might get hurt if that happened. That plan backfired when the warden came and nabbed him up. As I was sneaking past all the bandits and loaders, I found a legendary siren class mod. Doesn't help me at all, but if you want any of the cool gear I found in this video or to try the challenge out yourself, I'll have the save file in our Discord server. Link in the description. Anyway, we made it to the warden and started our fight. To the new viewers that know how to have fun without needing to impose restrictions and challenges to your run, you might not know that the warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. And with our damage output, that means we would only get 1 or 2 chances to take the warden out. The warden really gave me a run for my money during this fight. I think it spawned like 4 angelic guards, which are pretty tough even with cloud kill. Thought locking them proved to be helpful for distracting the bad guys and aggro relief, but I still had to make sure to keep one around at low health just in case I needed a revive. At one point, I thought locked an exploder and it just took a chunk of the warden's health, which felt pretty cool. Near the end, I was getting pinched from both sides of my cover bus. I had to put all of my trust into my ears and the minimap so I could lay into the warden as much as possible. After a good long fight, I managed to take the warden down right as Lilith was telling me that the drop bard showed up. That was definitely a first try or gulag situation. We fought the rest of the loaders off with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary, where he gave us our next mission to go steal the vault key. Nothing crazy happened at Tundra Express, just the usual. Burn the Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, grab some bombs, use your Dami Mami mind control powers to get some guy to shoot his friend with a rocket launcher. Basic stuff. We made it to the end of the line and managed to die before I even had a chance to see any of the bad guys. Did a fucking fire pit seriously just kill me? Oh, what the? After that, we found Wilhelm. This fight was honestly not bad at all. I was able to thought lock his surveyors, which got him all confused, and he would just spam his Beyblade move, which meant he would just kind of sit in my cloud kill and let me lay into him. I also tricked Wilhelm to put the Stinky on one of his loader henchmen, and that was pretty cool. The rest of the fight went pretty smoothly, and we snatched up the power core for Sanctuary. As I carried it into town, some of my slag wore off on it, and Jack took the opportunity to take out Sanctuary. Sorry, guys. I made my way to the fridge and managed to burn myself to death again. Absolutely ironic and embarrassing. At least dying to the rats is understandable. Those guys suck. Anyway, we made it to the outwash and started our fight with everyone's favorite spaghetti squid. A one-on-one fight with this thing probably would have been a real nightmare. But lucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with it as well. Unlucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with us as well. After I got all the loaders to focus on the real threat, we all worked together to fight against the shield regen and took the squid down. I made it to Overlook expecting that dealing with all the loaders would be pretty easy due to cloud kill. Yeah, I couldn't be more wrong. The loaders here are just dead set on destroying the beacon, and I just can't cloud kill them because of it. One of the best skills in all of Borderlands 2 is countered by the fucking cha-cha slide of all things. Anyway, the beacon became invincible, I died a few more times, and managed to kill off the last loader before making it back home. The next stop on our journey was the Wildlife Exploitation Preserve, and for once, I felt like I fit in somewhere. The animals here were being experimented on with slag, and I too was also being subjected to the long-term effects of grape Kool-Aid. Wounding the loaders was tougher than I expected. Ironically enough, it was because Cloudkill was doing too much damage and just killing them too fast. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that. The Pomone fight, as always, felt like I was in a boxing match with SCP-372. That reference might be a stretch, but if you get it, you get it. Toomba, on the other hand, decided to get as close to a cliff as possible and cause some neuron activation in my head. He's asking for it, dude! The ultimate loader up ahead was pretty easy because you can trick it into just standing in your Cloudkill, but the loot dudes ended up being pretty annoying. I tried to fight them 2 at a time so I could get them to fight each other, but I kept getting jet loaders that would just glitch out of bounds, so that was lame. Anyway, we made it to Bloodwing and somehow the game didn't crash from physics and all the slag particles in this cutscene. Looks like hydro-cooling your PC with slag is a working solution for that. Anyway, the Bloodwing fight itself actually sucked. Each phase was just harder than the last. Fire phase was alright, shock phase she became resistant to most of my bullet damage, and then corrosive phase she was straight up ignoring Cloudkill. Mordecai wasn't really helping as well as he usually does, because my existence just kinda means things are going to be purple already. His ammo and health vials were very helpful though, because surviving Bloodwing's elemental dot damage just wasn't possible. Come to think of it, surviving any dot damage wasn't possible. I was also burning through a lot of ammo trying to stay alive and dealing with these skags. Bloodwing would also power them up with elements, and that made second wind super sketchy. The third attempt at this fight was an absolute roller coaster. With so many close bleedouts, Bloodwing really made me work for this win. At one point, I had a fast bleedout and survived only because I got a lucky critical hit. And after 15 minutes of straight up dodging and getting second wins, the attempt ended like this. Get back, 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 back. No, you fucker, Bloodwing. Don't fucking do this, Bloodwing. I swear to God, Bloodwing. This one was a tough call, but I think Bloodwing gets the point on this one. I feel like with those last 2 second wins, I got a little lucky. She also reminded me of my mortality by nearly killing me with her dying breath. That almost fucking killed me! From one perma-slagged individual to another, GG Bloodwing. Anyway, with Claptrap upgraded, we set off to 1000 Cuts to recruit Brick and his air support. Things got off to a rough start as I blew myself up with a barrel because Converge just destroys any barrels in its range. Barrels are also considered environmental damage, so they just bypass health gate, so yeah, I was super dead. We eventually made it to the initiation and went back to playing the support role, helping my Godliath homie the best I could. Our homie started beating up some kids though, and that wasn't part of the deal, so I ended up murking him and finishing the initiation alone. I decided to let Sarcastic Slab live this time around, not before nearly killing him and leaving him slagged so he knew how I felt. Yeah, you're not clapping now, are ya? After that, I played support for Brick. I don't know where he came from, but Lil Goliath ended up putting the Stinky on a loader. I thought that was pretty cool, so I ate his soul Dragonborn style to absorb his powers. Brick disappeared after that, and I found him murdering Sarcastic Slab. This game is so incredibly cursed. What are you doing? Brick! Brick, what are you doing, Brick? Brick! Brick! Anyway, after our usual loader launching shenanigans, we made it back home and set off to our next objective.
Really?
We needed to steal Jack's voice from one of his body doubles. This guy is programmed to run away from you, so Cloudkill wasn't too helpful. He is also considered a large enemy, so phase locking him just does damage without taking their mind over, so that didn't work either. Sometimes after a few attempts, he just bugs out, and this time around I noticed something extra cursed. If you watch closely, you could see that the Jack double is using a Hyperion SMG. But if you keep watching for just a second, it turns into this thing. The fuck is that? Anyway, yeah, he stood still and just let me kill him. We now had all the tools necessary for the bunker raid, so we went to 1000 Cuts and started our climb. Obstacle 1 was this basic toaster. We were really close to first trying a max level one, but on our second attempt we got a lowest level one, and that went a lot easier. But that's where the easy ended, because up next were the baby turrets. Yeah, so this is obviously bad. For the new players
Yeah.
watching, these turrets are glitched and are completely immune to grenade splash damage. And they also have insanely strong health regeneration. But GASMASK, you're not using grenades. While that is true, a lot of guns in this game deal grenade damage on top of their bullet damage, the chalupa being one of them. The gun's bullets deal shock damage, and then the slag grenade splash is added to them, so when we shoot these turrets, we are only seeing the blue damage numbers. I should also point out that Cloud Kill is proccing, but I do not see the cloud and I do not see the green damage numbers, so we are going to have to pull through with only our shock damage. First thing we did was save quit out of the game. These turrets can range from level 89 to 91, so we wanted to make sure they were both at the minimum level. Lucky for us, we got this on our third try. Now for the hard part. We had to sit in this spot, use Scorn to slag the turret, and just try our absolute hardest to fight against the health regen. The chalupa is also pretty inaccurate compared to its non-unique counterpart, and with the slag particles, it was hard to tell if I was even hitting it. I kid you not, the first turret took about 900 bullets to take out, which is like over half of my ammo pool. I had an idea for the second one that made it a little bit easier. There was an angelic guard nearby, so I lured it over and thought locked it. It helped shoot the turret with me and also gave me some extra fire rate from Maya's wreck skill, so this one only took about 700 bullets. Yay! Up next was the Super Toaster. This guy is super easy to cheese by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying multiple times. By this time in the run, I just seen all enemies completely differently. An RPG loader was just as dangerous as a gun loader because any amount of damage would just bring me to a sliver. A rabbit skag bites you, you're dead. You get hit by a stray bullet, you're dead. High five claptrap too hard, you're dead. The list goes on. Anyway, I got sick of dying so many times, so I locked in and found this cool spot right here that makes it so the constructor just starts bouncing, and that made the fight way easier. After that, all we had left was sniping Face McShooty, and honestly, this was probably the worst Face McShooty snipe on this channel, except for that one time I died 3 times trying. But that one doesn't count. We're just gonna pretend it never happened. Like I said before, the accuracy on this thing is terrible, and I ended up trying to do this for almost an hour. I gave up trying to tap fire to conserve accuracy because there was no accuracy to conserve in the first place. But after 30 non-headshots and 7,000 misses, we finally got him in the face. Thank God, dude. Oh my goodness. Finally at the bunker, we started taking out the turrets. These guys aren't glitched like their tinier counterparts, so Cloudkill actually put some work in on these. After that, the bunker showed up and we started our fight. The game plan was to phase lock a loader, lane to the bunker, and have chain reaction help us out for this fight. Chain reaction, combined with bunker's overlapping hitboxes, lets our bullet hit multiple times, which gave us some extra DPS for this fight. We almost had this first try, but this loader decided to die like 1 frame after I bled out, so that sucked. After another 20 minutes, we managed to take the bunker down and bask in its blood. Angel Core was up next, and let me tell you, that place was just paradise. Everything was purple, there was giant slag feeding tubes, I befriended some ion loaders to protect me. Everything was great. Never mind, get me the fuck out of here. Anyway, Angel Core went decent, Roland showed up and I got to play support again while him and his turret distracted the loaders from my wet toilet paper squishy body. Alright Roland, let's get this vault key. Uh-oh, Roland, it looks like some of my slag wore off on you. Just make sure not to get shot until it wears off, and you should be— No! Anyway, Jack kidnapped the wrong siren. You would assume the one full of iridium runoff would be the one you want to charge the iridium-fueled key, but oh well, at least Lilith is gone now. Now the only voices in my head are my own and the slag whispers. No! Sawtooth Cauldron was our next destination, and my worst fear ended up happening. Some of you guys might remember the Death Cubby. You spawn here, and you're trapped. You try to leave, and the ambush commanders are there to ambush you. Who would have thought? My only hope was to make a break for it as all the bad guys were getting thrown around from Converge and make it to a safer spot, which was standing on the cliff of a volcano, so that was cool. Or warm, I don't know. I'm not allowed to make jokes about other elements right now. I was having trouble killing these guys until a heavy nomad showed up and I tricked him into shooting them with a rocket launcher. After that, we found another slag homie, blew up Boombringer, let Mortar get his revenge, and rode the elevator up to deal with the buzzards. Man, these guys had the audacity to not stand still in my cloud kill clouds, and I ended up dying multiple times because of it. Luckily enough, when you're as bad at this game as I am, you learn to send the elevator down so you don't have to wait for it when you inevitably die. I tried to yank some of the bad guys.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just waking up. Oh my.
So a loot dude showed up as well, and he decided that he was unslaggable, so that was fun. We eventually managed to take out enough bandits to give us the chance to take out the buzzards and watch the sunset with one of our homies we met up there. We made it to the boneyard and we were finally able to do the permaslag glitch after pushing a car over to a slag puddle. Fun fact about this glitch is that you can stack it as many times as you want. One stack will be 3 times damage, 2 would be 5 times damage, 3 would be 7 times damage, etc. I thought that since any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, what's the harm of just getting like 10 stacks? That way, recompense would deal some crazy damage when the enemies attacked me. Yeah, that didn't work at all. Anyway, we cranked some valves, listened to the whispers, got another stack of permaslag, turned some more valves, listened to the whispers again, got another stack of permaslag, watched our car almost explode from bumping into a skag with all of our stacks of permaslag, got another stack of permaslag, watched my car explode from hitting a skag with all my stacks of permaslag, and made it to the Arid Nexus Badlands. 10 seconds after I got here, I forgot that whole list I just read to you guys and tried to grenade jump over this gate and just died because of it. No grenade jumps means no Saturn skip, so we started trying to take this overgrown loader down. Honestly, Cloudkill did most of the work here. I did not have enough ammo to just lay into him, so I played it patiently until I felt safe not playing patiently anymore. The big toaster after that made it pretty hard to get into the info stockade, but my patented try again and hope they miss this time strat prevailed as it always eventually does. It was now time for the final stride towards the vault. The mobbing at the claptrap door went relatively well. Loader combat was easier than bandit combat for this run, and I also kind of just got to play support for the turrets, so nothing much to note here. After that, I save quit the game so that I could do the hero's pass skip without dying and made it to our fight with Jack. I'll be real with you guys, this fight sucked. This fight always sucks, but some even goofier stuff happened this time around. You know that invincibility shield drone that Jack gets when his shield breaks that lets Jack just teleport and heal all his health back in like 2 seconds? Yeah, that thing can't get cloud killed. Like, it just doesn't activate when you shoot it. I mean, I can kill these things, it's just kinda hard. But even after that, it only takes Jack like 20 seconds to teleport away and spawn another one. Which, considering Jack's health regen, that's pretty frickin' quick if you ask me. I decided to try some converge shenanigans and use a rack to yank him into a death hole, but that just wasn't working. So we had 2 options. Keep trying an impossible fight until Jack glitches out and stands still, or just use the good old block him at the terminal strat and skip all the pointless stuff. They both have the same result, but the latter gets the video out sooner. So here's my PowerPoint presentation on how to kill Jack. Yeah, so if there's any part of you that thinks we can win this fight without some cheese strats, you are incredibly wrong. Even doing this strat, I almost lost because Jack is super hard to slag, and if he's not slagged, his health regen matches my DPS pretty much exactly. With less than 200 bullets left to my name, the slag kicked back in and we were able to kill Jack just barely. Now all that's left is the warrior. My first attempt here ended real quick because the warrior just used fire breath 4 seconds after the cutscene ended, but the attempt after that, we managed to get to some safer spots and just ran between ammo stations. It took a while, but the rest of this fight played out pretty normally. The warrior usually health gates you in one hit at OP10, so this fight was pretty basic. Heck, most things at OP10 will just one-shot you. Wait, did being slagged even affect the challenge at all? Is OP10 really that unbalanced? Have I become so used to its abuse that I didn't even realize I've been subjecting myself to this the whole time? Oh no, I gotta end the video before you guys see how low the death counter— You can beat Borderlands 2 while permaslag. Bonus content time, woo! So usually during these runs, I like to see if the gear I'm using can obtain itself. Yeah, that was a bad idea for this run. You get the chalupa from Mick Zafford at the end of the Clan Wars quest line, which was probably 80 times harder than you think? 81 maybe? We start off by blowing up the Hodunk's big tire because we hate them, and then we blew up the Zafford's distillery because they have an alcohol problem and we want them to get better. After that, Mick hired me to go blow up some of the Hodunk's race cars. The race car fighting was actually pretty easy. Dealing with the slag hallucinations was a bit weirder. After that, we went back to the Zaffords and had to kill their bagman. We're supposed to side with the Zaffords, so I tried befriending the bagman and chilling near the waterfall, but that didn't work, so I launched him off of it. Only problem with that is I can't reach the key if he falls down there. No biggie, I'll just kill him with a gun. Oh darn, where did I put that footage of me killing him with a gun? Okay guys, I triple checked and I don't think I could kill this guy with a gun. He just moves and teleports around so much that he doesn't even stay in the cloud kill long enough for me to even think about doing this. I'm pretty sure he's corrosive resistant too, but I wouldn't know since I can't hit him with cloud kill. So it looks like we can't continue. It'd be pretty cool if I spent like 3 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I put the stinky on the bagman and tried to grab the key as he died. Wait, where did all this footage come from? What is this? Oh!
Get some food in your system.
This is my last one.
Drink of water. You've been saying that.
I know I have. On gas mask, this is my last one for the day. Come on. Just grab the fucking key. Just grab the fucking key. Yes! 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 Fucking A! High five!
That's odd. I don't remember any of that. Guess I must have blacked out or something. Anyway, that has to be the hardest part of this quest line, right? Oh, what the f? So yeah, we tried using Immolate's fire damage and that didn't work, so it looks like we can't continue. It would be pretty cool if I spent like 2 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I farm the enemies at this house until I find a bandit with a fire weapon, and then go to the boneyard to permaslag myself so I'm allowed to drive cars and slowly ram that bandit to the Hodunk camp and have him shoot at me while I use the fire tanks as cover. Wait, what the fuck is this footage? Did I black out again? Bro, I need to lay off the slag. This stuff messes you up like lean. Wait a minute. Anyway, that made the Hodunks mad, so they told me to crash the Zafford's wake. So I got drunk at Moxie's to get in. Yay, more visual clutter. I got them Ice King wizard eyes, man. Anyway, we went to the wake, paid our respects, and left. This is not a lie for a comedic bit. The objective will check off even if you don't murder everyone inside. After that, it was finally time for the final fight. I started blasting the Hodunks and throwing my slag orb out, and played support one last time for my Zafford homies. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot, and I love reading all your guys' comments. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or go to GASMASK'S.com to snag some merch. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. Borderlands and The Binding of Isaac are my 2 favorite games of all time. So when I found out there was an assault rifle that was a reference to The Binding of Isaac in the pre-sequel, I was pretty excited. Well, that wasn't until I found out that it kinda sucks. But to heck with that. Isaac Online is coming out soon, so what better way to celebrate than with a good old co-op challenge. So today we ask, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel as a bunch of crybabies? As for the rules, this is going to be a level 70 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. Bar will not be allowed, and we will only be allowed to use the Crybaby Assault Rifle. If you don't know what this gun does, well, it kinda depends. Most unique weapons come with a special barrel that gives its unique properties, but the Crybaby can spawn with 2 different unique barrels, 2 unique elemental damage types, and 2 unique accessories, for a total of 8 unique combinations, and that's not even including all the variants when you get a normal element or accessory. Each variant shoots a different type of projectile, mimicking different types of tier effects you can get in The Binding of Isaac. To keep it simple, we will only be using the variants with the cool unique parts, minus the default shot barrel because wobbly bullets are more fun. Which leaves us 4 part combos, and each of us will use a different version. Speaking of each of us, let's meet our band of crybabies. Wait, who the heck are those guys? Our journey begins on Helios Space Station, which is currently under attack by some insane doll military forces. Things were a bit rough at the beginning. We had to get used to the low to the ground POV, our unpredictable action skill getting us killed, and some very unclear mission objectives.
Follow the claptrap unit. Which one?
Oh no. Upon starting our first few fights, the chaotic nature of this run became apparent. Tears flying everywhere on top of the randomness of Claptrap's action skill make it so you can't really plan for anything. Since I'm pretty sure 80% of all Claptrap players are the people you see playing with me right now, I'll tell you guys about Claptrap's action skill, vaulthunter.exe. This ability causes your character to analyze the battlefield and chooses one of 15 unique action packages based on your surroundings, which is just a fancy way of saying it's fucking random. A good chunk of his action skills also affect all the other players. Some combos can be extremely strong, while others can be quite unfortunate, and I'll be tier listing them as we go. Also, there's your first Isaac joke. First among B tier is Blightbot, which causes Claptrap to throw out a siren-style minion that flies around and burns and corrodes enemies. Which sounds and looks pretty cool, but the damage isn't that great. This still could be a blessing compared to some of the other ones we'll get to later. Anyway, after saving Jack, Tom almost cut the challenge short by killing Zarpedon during her intro cutscene using the pirate ship action skill. More on that one later. After that, we pushed through the moon base until we met our first boss, Flame Knuckle. We all activated our action skills and the true chaos began. I rolled Gun Wizard, which doubles the fire rate, reload speed, and mag size of everybody's guns. It also completely refills our ammo reserves, so we never really ran out of ammo because of it. Alone, this skill is an A tier, but when combined with others, it's probably the strongest skill out of the bunch, so it rightfully lands itself in S tier. Anyway, as you can see, this is a joke because you can't actually see anything. Our guns aren't necessarily melting the bad guys, so we had to work together and make sure we were reviving our homies through the fight. 10 minutes later, we busted his power suit and bullied Flame Knuckle into a corner. We used our tears to put his flame out. Moments away from escaping Helios Station and our quotation mark escape pod quotation mark, Lucas ruined the one life challenge by getting crushed by its door, so that's cool. After all that, we made it to the moon and met Janie, who was gonna help us get to Concordia. She told us the key to getting there was in Deadlift's hands, and the path to his hideout was filled with giant tanky Kragans. But that's nothing pirate ship mode couldn't handle. This action skill would be joining Gun Wizard up in S tier based on its awesomeness alone. The cannons deal great damage, and the way the shots sync up to the beat of the 1812 Overture playing is truly awesome. Well, usually. I had to turn the music off for copyright reasons or whatever, because people hate fun, I guess, but oh well. After fighting through some goons, we made it to Deadlift and started our second boss fight. This boss fight was definitely harder than the last. Deadlift was a lot more tanky than Flame Knuckle. On top of that, he would bounce around on his beloved jump pads and electrocute the floors. We had to make sure we were reviving each other here, because second wins were tough even with our extended 5-year lifetimer from Best Buds for Life. But reviving each other also wasn't much of a hindrance, as you would think. The kick 'em while he's down skill made it so that the bad guys would just focus on shooting the down player instead of the one that's trying to revive them. Best Buds for Life gave us health regen and damage reduction for reviving our homies, and reviving was the perfect time to activate High Fives, guys, which lets you high-five your friends to gain some increased gun damage, fire rate, and health regen for a short time. Not to mention oxygen revives are a thing in this game. At the cost of oxygen, you can revive your teammates twice as fast, and Claptrap doesn't breathe, so it was just free. Not sure why oxygen helps get another Claptrap up, but we can literally turn into pirate ships, so I don't know if logic matters that much. Anyway, we eventually murked Deadlift and all started dancing on his corpse.
Bye, Nene. Oh. Get Nene.
During our escape from Deadlift's base, I rolled Rubber Ducky, which causes all players to bounce around and reflect bullets. This skill makes it hard to aim or revive your homies, so it should realistically go in D tier. But the fact that it allows you to abuse slam knockbacks better and makes putting the stinky on bad guys easier bumps it up to C tier for me. We managed to get the Moonzoomy station working with Deadlift's key and had a little too much fun with our new cars.
The car, not the tow.
Hey, hey!
Why are you parked there?
That jump's
I'm
hard,
just
Tom,
waiting
by the
for my
way.
stomach to feel better.
Oh, no!
My intestines don't feel good.
Rigged to give me my money.
What? How are you? Wait.
Oh
no! Oh no!
Anyway, we made it to Concordia, got arrested by a cop baby, gave him the crystal ball to bail ourselves out, met Nurse Nina, met Moxie, found another
I
Isaac
personally
reference, had a
wouldn't
few
do
drinks
that,
with the
Tal,
boys,
because then
watched
you could
Lucas
just
ruin
use
the one
any
life
gun.
again, flew around
And
the
then
town,
it's just a
found out that
normal run
Crisis
with
Scar was
extra
our next
farming.
destination. Red Belly was controlling the jamming signal, blocking us
So
from
I
Helios, so we
personally
had to
wouldn't
take
do
him
it
out.
like that.
Scav Trap met us at the gate and told us we had to join Red Belly's gang if we wanted to get past, and our initiation consisted of just wiping out the entirety of their rival gang, the Darksiders. So we high-fived for the big fight, and I immediately rolled clap in the box, our first F-tier skill. There are so many things wrong with this skill. You can't shoot while it's active, you can't revive your homies while it's active, the explosion can hurt your homies, the damage isn't worth it, and that's comparing it to the crybaby of all things. You can sometimes melee during it, but it doesn't always work, and finally, if you don't hit an enemy, you get downed. This skill is more hassle than help. Anyway, after that first fumble, we actually got some good combos for some maximum chaos, and Scavtrap was pleased with our work, so we got the password to get into Red Belly's base. Okay, wait guys, let's prank these guys.
Prank them?
Wait. Let's all throw a stock grenade at them. You ready? Get at these people right here, okay? Funny prank. All right. Ready?
Okay.
Set. Go. Oh.
Dang, why that roll
Oh
so
my
poor?
god! This is where the difficulty of the challenge kicked up a notch by introducing these big guys. These guys are extremely tanky and required all four of us to focus on them in order to take them down. Tom and I both had triple shot crybabies, meaning we would have to get pretty close for all our shots to hit, and I was struggling pretty hard. But we had each other's backs, and that's what got us through this. After bringing a pirate ship to a playground fight and fighting another 3 of those ultimate mugger guys, we made it to the Red Belly boss fight. This fight pretty much went as expected, and by that I mean I couldn't see a thing. If this game didn't have health bars overlaid when you're looking at bad guys, they could have just snuck out of the brawl like some kind of old-timey cartoon gag and we wouldn't have known a thing. The amount of action skills we were able to pop out was insane. Our class mods gave us each 49% action skill cooldown rate, and Claptrap's through thick and thin skill gave us another 25 that could be transferred to your teammates when your action skill is active. This pretty much allowed us to have some kind of crazy going on at all times. Red Belly eventually split up and we focused on Belly first. After he died, the smaller flying guy got all angry and started glowing red. I feel like they stole that from somewhere. And we eventually threw enough tears down range to finish this fight. And the dude dropped the perfect fucking Shreddifier. Which reminds me, if you want this save file with all the cool loot we found, or to try this challenge for yourself with some buddies, I'll have it on my Discord server, link in the description. After we took out the jamming signal, Jack was able to escape Helios, and now we just needed a plan to take it back. Jack decided to meet with the Marif of Concordia to make a plan to do exactly that. So while the grown-ups are talking, I'll tell you about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. Anytime I want to look for a new game to play with friends,
Alright,
I
let's
always
get started for the day.
Do you want another shot of Vecto? Maybe eating that or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some food. I don't know whether I should eat that more.
I don't know if you don't like anything I made for breakfast, so.
I like scrambled eggs.
I guess I was. Yeah, maybe you just think you need more fats. I guess I kind of thought maybe like carbs if you had like a little bit.
Maybe. Yeah. Hello, Tintin. Oh, my tummy hurt.
I guess you could make yourself.
Time zone are you in? Central?
Yes. Then you could just scramble yourself some eggs. I have the air fryer out if you want to put a little bit of bacon in it or something.
Alright, child, I'll be back. I'm gonna figure out what I want to eat. For anyone who missed it last night, we got the last shiny. You guys want to see the clip? Not gonna lie, you had Ben Shapiro hair before? I had the black mullet. I did not. Nah, dude, rattle around. You are smoking something. You are smoking something. Ben Shapiro hair? No way. That's wild. Let's say, hypothetically, I got the shiny Bonnie and Clyde. No way! No way! Oh my god! Clip. Yo, let's go crazy. That's hype. So I haven't played BL4. Assuming a shiny is a variant mod of legendaries that are more powerful. They're not more powerful. You just unlock a cool skin with them, Tintin. There's like a... I don't know what the odds are. I feel like it's a 1 in 100 chance that a shiny rolls as like a phosphine variant. And then when you pick it up,
you just unlock that phosphine skin for all versions of that gun going forward. So like I got the Bonnie and Clyde right there as a shiny, so now anytime I get a Bonnie and Clyde, I could just put the phosphine skin on it. Doesn't do anything to its actual like damage stats or anything. It's just a fun extra like cosmetic to farm. And then you unlock it on all characters. Erm 1 in 20 ratio. There's no way it's 1 in 20, bro. There's no way. I would have a lot more by now. Dude, I gotta use the bathroom again. Oh my god. I'll be right back. Here, let me play some lo-fi for you guys. my god, I almost fell off the chair. Alright, chat. Let's edit this fucking video. Let's get some editing in today. Get the webcam. I'm all blurry. Whatever. That works. Ooh. Nah, you're fine, Kylan. It might destroy the RNG chance, but you're fine. Can you lower the music? Why? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Why was it up all the way? Sorry. Oh my god, I did not mean to leave you guys with that fucking loud of music. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's get some video editing in today, chat. Let's... Huh? Oh. Alright, chat. I'm gonna lock the fuck in today. I'm gonna get probably most of the actual, like, editing stuff in, and then probably just leave, like, IRL filming stuff to do probably tomorrow, and then use that to finish up, hopefully, relatively soon, assuming everything goes good. There's no audio. Yeah, it's you guys are not gonna get any spoilers, so you guys should just be able to hear the song, ideally. I just got some lo-fi in the background for you.